Detective Conan the 7-year-old hacker. Chapter 1 The Mysterious Transfer Student. Dighton Primary School Year B Class. Hello, classmates. Teacher Xylan came in. Hello, Teacher Xylan, the whole class shouted together. Students, we have a new classmate in our class today. Please get along well. Teacher Xiaolin entered the classroom with the news that a new classmate had joined. Is the teacher a boy or a girl? Genta asked happily. Teacher Xiaolin smiled and waved to the little person outside the classroom. Fei Tianqing, please come in. Conan was stunned for a moment when he heard this title. The last name is Fei and Xylan's mother. Conan became curious about the person who walked in. At this time, a girl with long brown hair and a peaked cap came in. The girl's expression was cold and looked a bit like Habra. Okay, concubine, please find a seat where no one is around. Teacher Xylan smiled. Tianqing went directly to the empty seat behind Conan and sat down. Tianqing spent the first day of classes in a state of confusion. The school bell finally rang. Everyone from the young detective team immediately surrounded Fei Tianqing. Where do you live, concubine? Why don't you join our young detective team? Ame wanted to hold Tianqing's hand. Don't touch me, Tianqing reacted a little loudly and shouted, avoiding Ame's approach. It was this sound that scared Habra and Conan. Ame was frightened by this roar. I'm sorry, I don't like people touching me. After Tianqing said that, she quickly left with her school bag. Fei Tianqing's abnormality made Habra Ai feel familiar with her. Did you feel that murderous aura she just sent out? Habra asked Conan next to her in a low voice. Well, this kind of murderous aura can only appear in two types of people. The first is a killer and the second is an undercover. These two types of people are the most alert. Conan gave an analysis based on his own feelings. Genta looked at Fei Tianqing who was leaving, then turned to look at his little friend. Conan, why don't we follow her and see where she lives? Genta suggested. A few little brats don't think it's a big deal. Okay, I agree. Ame and Mitsuiko's eyes lit up with excitement. Hey, isn't this good? Conan also thought about it but was a little worried. Habra has no interest in this stalking game. I will not participate in this kind of game, they will leave it to you, Conan, Habra said to Conan. Watching concubine Harumi Mitsu walking further and further away, he turned to remind a few people. She shouldn't be far away now, let's catch up with him. In this way, everyone caught up with Tianqing and found her at a corner. It's good to see the target. Let's follow. The Genta followed them like crazy. Along the way, several people slowly followed Fei Tianqing in front of them, but soon Conan realized something was wrong and Tianqing stopped in an alley. Have you had enough? Tianqing suddenly turned around and stared at the people behind him with extremely cold eyes. I've been discovered. Genta looked at the girl in front of him in shock. Sensing that the atmosphere was not right, Mitsuhiko stood up. Concubine, we just want to be friends with you. Fei Tianqing smiled coldly. If you want to be friends, you can't stalk people, and I don't need it at all. Tianqing said and walked out of the alley without looking back. When I was almost out of the alley, I suddenly turned around. Don't follow me anymore. What you do will only make me hate you even more. Tianqing said this with murderous intent. Everyone will break into a cold sweat when they hear this. Just then Tianqing's phone rang. Mom, what's the matter? Tianqing's expression changed as she talked on the phone. It's Sunny. I have a lot of cases today. Come to the office first and I'll take you to dinner after I finish work, okay? Ari said with a smile. Hearing the voice on the phone, Tianqing felt very happy. Then I'll come over now. Tianqing happily agreed to Feli's request. I'll see you later. Ari smiled and hung up the phone. Genta and Mitsuhiko were fascinated by Fei Tianqing's expression when she answered the phone. She looks so cute when she smiles. Genta and Mitsuhiko blushed. At this time Tianjing jumped out of the alley like a 7-year-old child. Kisaki Eri Law Firm. At this time, Eri was also thinking about something. Her daughter, who had been missing for 10 years, suddenly appeared in front of her as a primary school student. Although it was incredible, various evidences seemed to be true. It happened about a month ago. One day when Eri was finishing work, he found a soaked girl passed out downstairs of their house. Eri took her home. When Eri saw the girl's face clearly, he was jumped because the girl had a face in a face. The face of her long-lost little daughter. When the girl was blurry, she opened her eyes and saw Eri in front of her. Mom, the girl called Eri when she was confused and fell asleep again. Eri was shocked and felt like she had lost something and found something again. Eri will stay with the child this night. Until Xiaoqing woke up early the next morning. My child, wake up. Eri looked lovingly at the child on the bed. At this time, Xiaoqing just stared at Eri quietly. What's wrong? There's something strange on my face, Eri asked aloud. At this time, Xiaoqing's tears were already flowing out. My child, why are you crying? Eri held the girl in her arms. After some time, Xiaoqing has begun to calm down. My child, where is your home? Auntie will take you back, Eri said. I haven't had a home for a long time. It's been so long that I don't know when. Xiaoqing showed an expression that was inconsistent with her age. Eri felt heartbroken and held the child in front of her in her arms. After a while, the girl calmed down. Are you willing to listen to me tell a story? Xiaoqing asked back. Okay, Eri said. A little girl once had a happy home not long ago. Although her parents often quarreled, they were more like bickering. But one day the girl's mother suddenly left home and never went back. After her mother left, after 3 months, the girl was sent to a place for training until the girl was 13 years old and was sent to perform a mission. When she was 17 years old, the girl failed the mission and was forcibly fed a poison by the enemy. A miracle happened when the girl thought she was going to die. The 17-year-old girl suddenly turned into a 7-year-old child. What do you think of this story? Xiaoqing looked at Eri expectantly. You are that child, right? Eri responded. Do you believe that someone really took poison and turned into a child? Xiaoqing asked. What's your name? There was a voice in Eri's heart that kept telling her that the child in front of her didn't lie to her. My undercover name is Jiali, but I had another name called Moriqing a long time ago. Xiaoqing looked at Eri with twinkling eyes. You are really Qing. Eri looked at the child in front of her in disbelief. Ever since Feli knew that Kogoro had handed her daughter over to his master, she had never returned to the firm's home. If she hadn't received news about her daughter every once in a while, I'm afraid they would have been truly divorced by now. Seeing that Feli was absent-minded, Mori Tianjing thought that Feli didn't believe him and was a little disappointed. If you don't believe me, I won't force you. Now that I'm awake, I think it's better for me to leave. Xiaoqing got out of bed in despair. Hearing that she was leaving, Miles finally came to her senses. Xiaoqing, don't leave. Eri came back to her senses and held Xiaoqing in her arms. Feli believed that the child in front of her was her missing daughter. Mom Xiaoqing also hugged Eri back. At this time, Xiaoqing found the long-lost maternal love in Eri's arms. You have endured hardship these years. Eri held the child in her arms heartbroken. Mori Tianjing shook his head. I learned a lot in that place. I was hailed as a hacker genius at the age of 13. Xiaoqing smiled and told Feli about her honor. Then if someone wants to attack my office's computers from now on, I have to ask you to help me. Eri hugged her daughter tightly. Mori Tianjing patted his chest. No problem, I'll help you install the anti-theft program I made on your computer so that no one can invade your computer, Xiaoqing said. Then I'll leave it to you, Eri smiled. Chapter 2 Birds and Beasts Concentration Camp. Tianjing went to Fei law firm as soon as school was over that day. Sister Aoyama, here I come. Tianjing walked in and saw Miss Aoyama. Miss Aoyama raised her head from her desk and saw Fei Tianjing entering the door. Tianjing, you've come to see your mother. The teacher is seeing a visitor inside. How about you do your homework here and wait for her? Sushin took Tianjing to the sofa and left to make tea for her. Not long after, I came in with a cup of iced black tea. Tianjing, please do your homework here first, and then go in after the teacher has finished seeing the guests. Miss Aoyama put down her tea and ordered. Thank you very much, Sister Sushin. Tianjing responded politely to Sushin's words. Tianjing reluctantly took out her homework and did it. For Tianjing, the first grade homework could be completed in less than 10 minutes, but now to avoid being suspected, she insisted on extending the homework time to 30 minutes. Mom, hurry up and finish seeing the guests. I will definitely go crazy if I keep pretending. Just when Tianjing was about to collapse, Fei's office door finally opened. I only saw a middle-aged fat woman taking the lead and walking out. I'll leave the matter to you, Lawyer Fei. The fat middle-aged woman was politely talking to Fei Lily as she walked. Tianjing was observing this woman, and the moment she turned around, a slight sinister smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, which Tianjing immediately caught in her eyes. I must find out her details. Tianjing secretly took a photo of her and continued to pretend to organize her review materials. After seeing off the middle-aged woman Fei Miles, she finally has time to rest. Tianjing, you've been waiting for a long time, right? Eri walked over to her daughter and sat down. Tianjing hugged Fei sitting next to her. Mom, no, I have finished my homework. Tianjing looked at her mother coquettishly. At this time, a pair of sharp eyes stared closely behind Tianjing, and Tianjing also felt the murderous look in his eyes. That woman must be a dangerous person. I will never let her hurt my mother. Tianjing made a decision in her heart. Come in. Eri took Tianjing into her office. After entering the office, Tianjing immediately asked about the fat middle-aged woman who had just left. Mom, who was that woman just now? Tianjing asked. Fei took a sip of water. She and her husband are getting divorced. We were just discussing the custody of the children. Eri put down the water glass and answered the question. But after I calmed down and thought about it, I realized something strange. But that woman seems a bit strange. Every time she comes here, she never sees her child. Eri recalled several meetings. Tianjing felt something in her heart after hearing Fei Li's words. Could something happen? Tianjing thought and made up her mind to find out the details of the fat woman. What's wrong? Eri looked worriedly at her daughter who was meditating. Mom, I think you'd better not meet her alone. If you want to meet her, you must do it in the office or a crowded place. Tianjing reminded Fei Li seriously. Eri was stunned for a moment but agreed to her daughter's request. Mom, didn't you say you wanted to help me buy computer accessories? Can you go? Tianjing successfully changed the subject in a young voice. He also cooperated when he heard his daughter change the subject. You can wait until I finish reading the information I just compiled before we go. And I promise you won't meet her alone. Don't worry, you little devil. Eri stroked Tianjing's little head. Then I'll wait for you on the sofa. Tianjing took out a book from the bookcase and read it. The book was bought by Tianjing before. Tianjing thought it was too heavy and put it in Eri's office. Time passed by minute by second. I don't know how long it took. Tianjing covered her face with a book and fell asleep. When Eri read the last page, she found that Tianjing was sleeping on the sofa. Why is this child asleep here? Eri looked at her watch and it was already 9 o'clock. Then she walked to the sofa and took off the book covering Tianjing's face. When she saw this young face, Eri was moved. Mom, I'm hungry, Tianjing said in a daze. Looking at such a cute daughter, Fei Li secretly kissed her. Okay, let's go eat now, Eri whispered. When I heard the word Miles, Tianqing looked at the Miles. Mom, you've finished reading the documents. Tianqing was completely awake at this time. Looking at the sleepy daughter, Fei Mili's eyes were filled with stars. Yes, I'm sorry, I made my baby girl starved. Looking at you now, I feel much younger. After Eri said that, she hugged Tianqing tightly. Okay, let's go. After Eri said that, she picked up her bag and left the office with Tianqing. In the car. Tianqing, what do you want to eat? Eri asked her daughter's opinion. Tianqing thought about it and let Fei Li make the decision. Anything is fine. By the way, Mom, why don't you go over there and get that thing first? Tianqing's eyes were shining brightly. Starry-eyed daughter Fei Li couldn't understand why her daughter was so interested in that thing. Yes, Eri looked at her daughter beside her and was at a loss for words. Leaving the business mall and taking Tianqing to a computer mall. Mom, I'll go in and buy it myself. You wait for me here. Tianqing said and entered the store. Soon he came out with a small box. What is this? Eri looked at the box in her daughter's hand curiously. This is the core of my supercomputer, Tianqing said with a slight smile. Eri parked the car in front of a restaurant. Let's eat here tonight, Eri said after parking the car and looking at the storefront. During the meal, Eri took care of Tianqing and helped her wipe her mouth. This process was Tianqing's favorite because she gained the long-lost maternal love from it. On the way home. I must install it tonight. Tianqing looked at the software and was excited. Looking at the excited Kunoichi concubine Miles, she reminded her. You kid, don't play too late. I know, Tianqing said happily. Eri's house. Tianqing, you go take a shower first. Eri called Tianqing when she came out of the bathroom. After Tianqing took a shower, she immediately got into the room, locked the door, and started to install the software. After installing the software, she entered her own world, the chat group called Birds and Beasts Concentration Camp. Baizai, you are finally back, the demon fox said. Baizai, where have you been in the past 2 months? Hackers also appeared. Looking at the lively crowd, Tianqing sighed and replied to several people's messages. I almost never came back, Baizai said emotionally. Baizai. You were bitten by a dog, Qiushui appeared. After seeing Qiushui's reply, a tic-tac-toe appeared above Tianqing's head. Qiushui heard that you changed to a $500,000 anti-attack software. I think it's time to change it. Baizai made a sinister smile. Looking at Tianqing's reply, Qiushui immediately gave in. Today's weather is very nice and the sky is clear. Qiushui changed the topic. By the way, is Ying here? Baizai asked. Baizai has something to do with me appeared. Ying helps me check a person. The photo has been sent to you. Give me an answer as soon as possible, Baizai said. I saw Baizai, don't worry. Ying gave Baizai an answer after receiving the information. Baizai, I love you so much. Piao Piao suddenly appeared. I'm cold. Baizai was speechless. Don't be afraid that I will save you. TK also interjected. Introduction to Animal Concentration Camps. This is not an ordinary group. In the group are all the most capable black and white people from all over the world. Some of them are wanted by 26 countries. For example, Demon Fox, a doctor who once tried to save a man who has been dead for 5 hours, was hailed as a genius medical scientist at the age of 17. Shadow, he is the boss behind the scenes in the Japanese underworld. He has a hidden killer group, Ming, which is a terrorist organization that can kill your father if you can afford it. Hacker, he once broke into the bank system, the Bureau of Secrets system and the witness confidentiality system in a week. This incident almost drove the FBI crazy. Is Baizai here? I need your help with something, the puppet said. When a few people were chatting, Tianjing received an interesting message. Here, Xiao Kuokui, what's going on? Beizai replied immediately. I have a client who offered me $10 million to hack into a law firm's computer and steal her client information and publish it. She wants that lawyer to be ruined, the puppet said. Wow, $10 million US, how much hatred does that lawyer have with your client? Demon Fox became a little interested. What I'm more interested in is that person who is so capable of stopping your attack and defense, Ying said. Others in the group became curious about this matter, because the puppet is the world's second-ranked hacker. There is no system that he can't break, so everyone in the group is very curious. Not only is it invincible, but my own computer is also useless. The puppet gritted his teeth angrily. Really? I'm also interested in that firm. Beizai said with a smile on his lips. But within 2 minutes, the puppet made a screaming pattern. Ah, Beizai, why are you suddenly attacking me? The puppet suddenly collapsed and screamed emoticon. I'm just letting you taste what it's like to have a scrapped computer, Beizai smiled sinisterly. Tianjing finally knew who had such a big dog dared to invade her mother's computer that day. It's hard you installed that software. The puppet trembled a little as if it was remembering something terrible that day. Tianjing ignored his surprise and sent him a message directly. Give me your client's information. Beizai suddenly calmed down. Others in the group felt that Beizai's message clearly contained a trace of murderous intent. What's the matter with the buns? Ying felt murderous. I can't give you the information about Beizai's client, the puppet replied with a trembling body. 2 more minutes passed. Wow! Beizai! Why are you blowing up my database? The puppet cried out sadly. Tianjing sent an innocent emoticon out. If you don't give it to me, I'll have to take it myself. I'll be sorry if I get the wrong document. Beizai's words express no attitude of admitting his mistake at all. The puppet is heartbroken. Beizai, you did it on purpose, the puppet wailed. Looking at the puppet's reply, Tianjing gave him another gift. Wow, I just saw Miss Yoko's collection, Beizai said with a sinister smile emoticon. You don't want Beizai. I'll just give you the information. The puppet surrendered and sent the information to Tianjing as quickly as possible without missing a beat. I sent you the information. The puppet looked at the destroyed documents and cried bitterly. After receiving satisfactory information, Tianjing began to comfort the puppet. Don't cry. As long as you enter the correct command and crack the game I created, your files can be restored. Beizai decided to teach him a lesson. Beizai, you actually locked up my Yoko collection. I hate you, the puppet complained sadly. Just crack it yourself. Who told you to offend me? Beizai ignored the puppet. People in the group started gossiping again. What does that guy Beizai have to do with you? Yingfa asked about Beizai. That person is my mother, Beizai quickly replied. What exploded in the group? The puppet finally knows where he went wrong. So this is how I offended you, Beizai. If I was wrong, please forgive me and tell me the code. The puppet cried and begged for mercy. Tianjing ignored the puppet's questions. By the way, everyone in the group, if someone wants to hire you to hurt my mother in the future, please give me all the information about the person who entrusted you. I will make them worse than death. Beizai became cold. Beizai, don't worry, we will never let anyone hurt your mother, everyone said. Thank you then. By the way, Piao Piao, I have found what you asked for and sent it to the old place. You can pick it up yourself. Beizai thought of another thing. Thank you, Beizai. Piao Piao excitedly immediately logged off and went to the designated place to pick up the things. Yahoo! The thing you asked me to do last time has been completed and the money has been transferred to the account. Beizai was solving the previous work matters. Thank you. Yahoo drank coffee and looked at the message on the screen. Okay. Don't be angry, puppet. Don't you want the $10 million? I can help you, but you give me 2 days first. Bayazai looked at the sulking puppet and decided to let him go. Really? Thank you, Bayazai. The puppet returned to its normal state happily. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the back room. Tianqing, don't play too late. You have to go to school tomorrow. It turns out that Eri came to remind Tianqing to rest. I'll let you know after the Kui thing is done. I'll be off today first. After Bayazai said that, he came down to chat in the group. On the morning of the third day, Tianqing dragged her exhausted body back to school. Tianqing, what happened to you? Amy asked with concern, looking at the tired Tianqing. After taking a look at Amy, Tianqing finally lay down. No, it's just that I haven't slept for 2 days, Tianqing said weakly. After a few days of getting along with each other, Tianqing's relationship with them improved a lot, so Tianqing slept from the first class to the third class. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore, because she was called by name in every class, so he used his own small computer to join the group and let the hackers blow up the school's central server. As expected, the hacker worked quickly. In less than 10 minutes, the hacker blew up the school's server, so the school announced a 3-day holiday starting from the 4th period. It's fine and the holiday starts in the afternoon, why don't we go play? Amy invited. Tianqing looked at Amy with a pair of dark circles under her eyes. No, I haven't slept for 2 nights. I have to go home to catch up on my sleep. Tianqing left after saying that. She looks really tired. Conan concluded looking at Tianqing, who kept rubbing his eyes. You guys go and play, I have to go back and catch up on my sleep. Habara also said hello to the others and left the school. Just when Tianqing returned home, she discovered that she had forgotten her key. I have no choice but to go to my mom's place first, Tianqing thought to herself. Office. Sister Ayama, is my mother here? Tianqing asked Miss Ayama. The teacher has gone out to meet a visitor, can you wait in her office first? Miss Ayama led Tianqing into Feli's office. Thank you very much, Sister Sushin. After Tianqing said that, he came into the office. Sushin watched Tianqing enter the office and then went to pour him a cup of tea. By the way, don't you have to go to school? Miss Ayama asked curiously, looking at Tianqing, who came to the office so early. The school gave us a 3-day holiday for some unknown reason. Tianqing spread her hands. Not long after, Tianqing had gone to the sofa and lay down. When Sushin entered the office again, he saw Tianqing lying on the sofa and falling asleep, and the cat named Gyalo was sleeping next to Tianqing. Miss Ariyama felt helpless when she saw Tianqing like this, so she went outside and took a blanket to cover Tianqing and then walked out of the office. At this time, Eri, who was meeting guests outside, also received a call from the school teacher to inform him about the holiday. After Eri finished meeting the guests, he called home, but no one answered. Then he called Tianqing, but still no one answered. At this time, Eri felt a little panicked. At this time, Eri returned home immediately, but there was no trace of Tianqing at home. Although Tianqing's real age is 17, he is now a 7-year-old child. It is already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Eri's heart is getting more and more. I was so panicked that I finally called Aswiyama. Have you seen the sky clear, Ayama? Eri asked as calmly as possible. Teacher, the weather was fine and I came here before noon. I have been sleeping in your office and haven't woken up until now. Ayama replied to Feli. Thank you, Ayama, I'll be right back. Eri hung up the phone and drove to the office. Office. Is Uriyama-Tanharu still inside? Eri asked anxiously. I can see Feli's impatience. She's been sleeping since noon and she hasn't come out yet. I can't get her up to eat at noon, Aswiyama answered. Eri opened the office door and finally saw her sleeping daughter. At this moment Tianqing also woke up. Maybe he had slept for too long and almost fell down again when he sat up. Why are you so uneasy, kid? Eri hurriedly walked to Tianqing and hugged her up. Tianqing, who finally came back to his senses, looked at Miles hugging him and smiled. Why don't we go eat together, Yama? You must be starving too, right? Eri picked up Tianqing. Then I won't be polite, teacher, Asuyama said happily. A hotel. Teacher, I heard that lawyer Katsuyoshi has been invited to the guild for investigation, right? Abiyama asked about the news released on TV today. Leaking customer privacy is against the code. Eri calmly answered Ariyama's question. But he told the police that he wanted hackers to invade. Aoyama was puzzled. Tianqing looked at the two people chatting. There is indeed a plan to confuse right and wrong. The hackers' $10 million is really worth it. Tianqing smiled. Kenai's affairs are very important. Who told him to frame Fei Miles? By the way, Tianqing, you'll have 3 days off tomorrow, right? If you want to go somewhere, I'll take you there. It's rare for Eri to put down her work. Didn't you take over the job? Tianqing looked at Feli puzzledly. Looking at Tianqing's questioning eyes. It's okay to take a day or two off. Eri smiled happily. Really? Then let's go to summer paradise, shall we? Tianqing's starry eyes came out. Then I'll listen to you. Eri stroked Tianqing's head. Mom, I love you so much. Tianqing coquettishly hugged Eri tightly. On the other hand, the puppet laughed and almost collapsed after receiving $800,000, while Tianqing also received $200,000. Chapter 3 Summer Paradise Murder Incident, Part 1. On the way to Summerland early the next morning, Tianqing sat in the back seat and looked at the miles of driving with disbelief. Mom, I didn't expect you to really agree. Miles glanced in the rearview mirror. Am I very dishonest to you? Miles raised his forehead. Tianqing thought for a while. After spending this time together, Mom, you give me the impression that you are a workaholic. Tianqing expressed her feelings without mercy. Miles felt really heartbroken when he heard his daughter's complaints. The entrance to summer paradise. Dad, why did it take so long to park the car? Xiaolan waited impatiently. Standing next to Xiaolan were Conan and several children from the junior detective team. It seems that college students are on vacation today, so it must be difficult to find a parking space because there are so many people here. Mitsuhiko looked around. Just then there was yelling and cursing from the other side. You think just apologizing is enough? Came a sharp female voice. Several people turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound. It's because you rushed out suddenly that I spilled my Coke. My handbag is something a high school student like you can't afford. Or should you pay for it with deferred payment? I saw a man wearing sunglasses and a handbag. A woman with long blonde hair pointed her finger at a woman with short hair and cursed. What's wrong with your clothes? The companion of the girl with short hair who was scolded quickly walked to the girl's side. The blonde woman looked at the people walking towards the girl. Are you her friends? At this time, the blonde woman's companion also walked up to the woman. She soiled Zero's favorite bag. Since we are friends, let's apologize together. The man who was traveling with him looked at Yuyi, who lowered his head. Kogora finally parked the car. What are Xiaolan looking at? Kogora came over. It's okay, let's go in. Seeing her father coming over, Xiaolan took everyone directly into the park. After entering the water park, Xiaolan dragged Kogora towards the speed slide. Looking at the high-altitude slide, Kogora wanted to escape. On the other side, Miles also lined up at the speed slide with Tianqing. Xiaoqing, aren't you afraid? Eri held her daughter's hand. Of course I'm not afraid, Mom, don't forget my original age, Xiaoqing said softly. On the other side, the young detective team is also lined up behind Xiaolan and the other two. Conan, are you afraid? Xiaolan asked with concern when she saw Conan and others coming over. I'm not afraid. I think it's uncle who is afraid. Conan looked at Kogora and snickered. You brat, are you talking nonsense? Kogora punched Conan on the head. It hurts so much, Conan yelled, holding his head. Looking at Conan running around with his head in his hands, Xiaolan is making peace again. Conan, are you okay? Xiaolan stroked Conan's head. At this moment, a few customers in front of them retreated because they were afraid, so Xiaolan and the other two got in first. However, they saw an unexpected person. Mom Xiaolan looked at Fei Lily, who was hugging Tianqing in shock. Xiaolan Eri was stunned for a moment. Maor Island, my nominal sister. Tianqing looked at Maor Island in front of her. Why are you here? Miles looked at several people in surprise. Looking at Miles in a bikini, Kogora suddenly felt uncomfortable. I should ask you this question, Kogora spoke up. Several members of the young detective team also discovered Tianqing being held in his arms. By the way, Tianqing, you are here too. Conan looked at the person in Feli's arms curiously. Fei Tianqing looked at the primary school student who was the god of death and gave him a blank look. Can't Mom and I come? Tianqing said and hugged Eri. What, everyone was shocked, especially Mori Kogora. At this moment, the water circle they were sitting on was pushed down. Screams of awe, masked surprise. Finally reaching the end of the speed slide, everyone finally woke up in surprise. You stupid woman, tell me what happened to this child. Kogora raised his head in tic-tac-toe. Fei Tianqing could only roll her eyes at Kogora. You are very rude and a lecherous uncle. Fei Tianqing scolded him. Kogora paused for a moment when he heard the words in this tone and thought of something. Little sister, what's your name? Xiaolan stepped forward to resolve the embarrassment. My name is Fei Tianqing. I am 7 years old and I am in the first grade of Diden Elementary School. Tianqing said, pretending to be cute. When Xiaolan heard the surname Fei, she was filled with confusion and waited for Miles to explain. She is my child, Eri said directly. Follow me, Kogora said, holding Tianqing in one hand and walking out, holding Miles in the other hand. Seeing this move, Kogora Xiaolan hurriedly stopped her father. Dad, please tell me something. Xiaolan was a little anxious. Kogora glanced at Xiaolan and ordered her to take a few little ghosts to play. He and Miles had something to talk about. But Xiaolan still wants to follow. Sister Xiaolan, let's go to the other side. Uncle probably just wants to chat with Auntie Miles. Conan clearly felt that Kogora didn't want anyone to disturb them. Feli was held by Kogora and had no way to break free, so she could only follow him. A no man's corner. What's the matter with you? Kogora looked at Tianqing and then at Miles. Fei Tianqing shrugged. Discovered. Kogora raised his forehead and looked at his youngest daughter. After a brief explanation, Kogora also learned about Tianqing's situation and decided not to delve into it further. He knew everything he needed to know anyway. Not long after, Fei Lily came back, and Xiaolan couldn't wait to ask Lily about the origin of Tianqing. She was adopted by me, Eri told the public answer. Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Miles' answer. Then she is an orphan. Xiaolan looked at Tianqing, who was taking Kogora to buy ice cream in the distance. Just then the two came back. We are back, Mom, give it to you. Xiaoqing came back with 2 snowballs. You're back. Eri took the ice cream from Tianqing. At this time, Conan also noticed the changes in Kogora. Little sister, can I call you Tianqing? Xiaolan knelt down and looked at Tianqing. Okay, sister, what's your name? Why does Conan often act like a baby to you? Xiaoqing looked at Xiaolan pretending to be innocent. Xiaolan stroked Tianqing's head. My name is Maor Island. By the way, you know Conan. Xiaolan greeted Tianqing in a friendly manner. After hearing Xiaolan's question, Conan and others also came over. We are classmates. Xiaolan noticed that the atmosphere between her parents was a bit strange. It's rare for our parents to meet us, let's go play together, Xiaolan suggested. Who wants to play with him, her, the two said in unison. Tianjing looked back at the two grudges, feeling extremely helpless. Mom, why don't you go play with me? Don't pay attention to that wretched uncle. Tianjing showed a malicious smile and came over to run away. Kogora stared at Tianjing with wide eyes. What are you talking about, you little brat? A crossroads appeared above Kogora's head. Seeing Kogora who wanted to kill someone, Xiaolan ran out immediately. Dad, what do you want to do? Xiaolan saw Kogora looking like he wanted to eat Xiaoqing and immediately stopped him. A pair of tearful eyes looked at Xiaolan. Sister Xiaolan, this uncle is so cruel. Xiaoqing said and hid behind Xiaolan. Dad, what did you do to Tianqing? Xiaolan immediately protected Tianqing. Seeing this, Miles hugged Tianqing angrily. Xiaoqing, let's ignore the strange old man here. Just then, there was a sudden scream from the other side of the swimming pool, and Kogora and his group walked over. What happened? Kogora and the others arrived. I saw the people who had an argument at the door once again surrounded the girl named Yui. It was this girl who killed Zero, said a friend who came with the deceased. It's not me, it's really not me. Yui kept waving his hands in denial. Not long after we arrived, Officer Megure came with a group of people. The deceased's name is Senkira Rei, a medical student. Takagi handed the results to Officer Megure after investigating. After reading Takagi's investigative records, Megure turned to the deceased's friends. What is your name and what is your relationship with the deceased? Megure asked the other three people who came with the deceased. My name is Chikataya. I am also a medical student. Today, I, Yamagishi and Yanomoto were invited by REI. Chikataya was wearing a blue bikini and a red bath towel as she answered Officer Megure's question. What did you just say about that girl killing Zero? Megure looked at Chikade with sharp eyes. Then another person spoke. She and Zero just had a fight at the door. Officer Megure looked at the other students. What are your names? Megure asked the other three people. My name is Harano Ui, and I am a sophomore at Fudo High School, Ui said. I'm Yelanda, and I'm also a sophomore at Fudo High School, Tatsuya said. I am Yashida Masahiko, a second-year student at Fudo High School, Masahiko said. It is understood that Miss Yui and the deceased had a dispute. What was the matter? Officer Megure asked. This girl is responsible for soiling Zero's handbag, Yamagishi said. Is this the case? Megure asked. There is such a thing, but neither she nor I know what could kill her, Yui said excitedly. At this time, she felt aggrieved. Megure looked at the deceased. You were the only one with the deceased at the time, and the murder weapon was also found under the swimming pool. Megure looked at the scene and then looked at Harano Ui again. During this time, Kogora checked the waterbed to see if there was anything suspicious. At this moment, Conan discovered that the waterbed was leaking and had scratches from the razor. Just when Conan was about to check further, Takagi came over. Hey Conan, you can't mess around. Takagi looked at Conan who wanted to check the evidence and reminded him. I'm sorry. Conan smiled and walked away. How did you find the deceased? Megure looked at everyone. I saw a woman falling asleep on the water bed and floating out. There were 2 drinks on the bed. Then I bumped into the high school student, but I couldn't recognize it because it was too far away. Yamagishi said what he saw. Condition. Chapter 4 Summerland Murder Incident, Part 2. In Summer Paradise. I think the most likely murderer is you, Yamagishi de Yekyunhua film and television. Yamagishi is suspected of murder. After hearing this, several people looked at Yamagishi. Chika, please don't slander me. I'm quietly arranging the umbrella in the back because I have already decided to work in his father's hospital, so I really have no reason to kill her. Yamagishi said and looked at the other person as if remembered something. To be honest, Yoshinori should be more suspicious than me. There are rumors that that kid wanted to date a girl from the first-year swimming club. As a result, Zero was unhappy and the matter of working upside down might be ruined. Yamagishi looked at him with evil intentions. Another man with short hair. When Yoshinomoto heard Yamagishi mention him, he directly refuted it. It happened to be my break time and I walked towards the restaurant. The last time I saw Zero was when she said she felt uncomfortable and walked towards the lounge. Yanomoto looked at Officer Megure. Then continue your words. Also, the quarrels with that high school student were commonplace. REI, that person would trample on people whenever she didn't like her. Anyway, I didn't kill REI, Yanomoto said in defense and became more and more excited. If someone wants to kill her, it must be Yamagishi. That kid's father works in Zero's father's hospital because he wants to be his bedmate and son-in-law, so he wants to give gifts to Zero from time to time, but Zero doesn't take him seriously at all. Lee S.I.'s Hyben points the finger at Yamagishi. Watching several people shirk each other, Kogoro walked to Megure's side. It's already been a ghost fight before it even starts, Kogoro said softly. Takagi came out to stop a few people from arguing. Then what were you doing? Takagi looked at Dayet. I was about to climb up the facility. Then I heard the high school students cry. I looked back and was startled. I immediately ran over to look at Zero and found that she was out of breath, Dayet said. We were just chatting at the exit, and we didn't see anyone coming in or out. Eri walked up to Kogoro. That's weird, Conan mused. Megure heard Conan whisper and turned to look at him. What's weird? Conan looked at Officer Megure. Think about it, 2 500 cubic centimeters drinks add up to a total of 1 liter. Would a girl who was not feeling well and wanted to go to the lounge drink a liter of Coke by herself? Conan questioned. Yes, it's definitely weird. Officer Megure thought deeply. Just then Xiaoqing seemed to have discovered something. Mom, this sister is so strange. She doesn't seem to be here to swim, Xiaoqing said innocently. Miles turned around and looked at the clear sky. Why did you say that? Eri was confused. If she wants to come swimming, she needs to have a change of clothes. Where are her clothes? Didn't Officer Megure take photos of all her belongings? Xiaoqing continued to remind her innocently. When prompted, Megure can directly view the photo you just took. Yes, there is no change of clothes in her things. Officer Megure also found something suspicious. At this time, a police officer handed the autopsy report to Officer Megure. There were sleeping pills remaining in the deceased's body, Officer Megure said after reading the report in his hand. After hearing the conclusion, Conan looked at the 3 people who came with Zero. The murderer is among those 3 people. But by what method? Conan pondered as he looked at the evidence in front of him. After checking all the items on site, Tianqing has already come to a conclusion. Mom, we seem to still have the frozen pellets we bought yesterday in the freezer at home, right? Those pellets can only be eaten after being heated in the microwave. Tianqing now sent a reminder to Conan. In a flash of lightning, Conan has connected everything. I know what method the murderer used, and the next step is to verify some things. After verification, Conan found a place to cover up and injected an anesthetic needle into Kogoro. Officer Megure, I already know the method of killing and who the culprit is. Kogoro is controlled by Conan again. Do you suspect that the murderer is among us? Yamagishi heard about the case of sleeping Kogoro. Yes, the murderer is among the 3 of you. Kogoro continued to reason. Don't say something incomprehensible. We were all working when Zero was killed. It's impossible to go to the swimming pool to kill someone. Yamagishi stared at Mori Kogoro. Kogoro ignored Yamagishi's continued reasoning. The murderer's real purpose was to make people think that no one could kill her at that time. Kogoro answered Yamagishi's question. What everyone asked. Officer Megure was confused when he heard Kogoro's answer. What did Brother Mori do as a murderer? All three of you saw Senkichi feeling unwell and leaving to go to the lounge, right? But who was with her from then until she was killed on the rubber stamp? Kogoro asked several people. I didn't, Yamagishi said. I haven't met her either, Deye also said. Me too. The four origins. This is strange. A person like her who has a group of people around her to follow her around no matter what happens, doesn't it seem weird to you that she quietly got on a rubber boat without notifying anyone? Kogoro asked in return. Yamagishi et.al. Megure was confused. What the hell is going on? Megure looked at Kogoro. That's a bit of it, said Shinomoto. If it were her, she would definitely give orders in the east and west when she got on the ship. Yamagishi also recalled the past. In addition, Chienyoshi has no intention of swimming at all. Kogoro continued his analysis. Who is that? Megure is still confused. Actually, the thing is like this. The murderer who planned to kill Kira Rei added sleeping pills to the drink she drank in advance. When the drug took effect, she started to feel noisy and uncontrollably, so it was natural for her to go to the employee lounge to rest, because it is all your employees in the lounge, so even if the murderer doesn't speak, you will shout. Kyunji's habit is that she doesn't like to be approached when hypoglycemia occurs. The murderer knows this very well. Things are just as the murderer expected. She walked into the restroom alone. After entering the room, he immediately fell into a comatose state. While the drug was taking effect, the murderer secretly sneaked into the lounge and used a prepared syringe to draw a liter of blood from the sleeping Kyunji. When the murderer finished drawing the blood, he dragged her into the bathroom and slit her throat with a razor. After killing her, he washed the blood with water, put the body on a rubber stand, and put the previous liter of blood into two 500 cubic centimeters drinking cups. And then push Kyunji out of the waterway exit. Kogoro said analytically. Wouldn't the previous blood be suspicious? Yamagishi was puzzled. I think the murderer added something to the blood, and putting the unsuspected blood in a cup was the key point of the plot. The murderer put the pre-positioned Kyunji in the waterway, and during the rest period after checking the water quality after the end, when there are no guests, poke a small hole in the rubber boat. Since the hole is small, the air leakage is much slower, so it will take a while before it will tip over due to overload, so 1 liter the blood just spread out in the water. Seeing this scene, everyone will think that someone killed someone on the spot. Do you understand what I mean? Kogoro analyzed the crime process. What does that mean? Everyone still doesn't understand. Faye Miles could clearly hear the clues. That's preconception. Eri has already heard the clues. That is to say, the murderer wanted to identify the person and believed that when the blood spread, it was the time of the crime. The murderer used this blind spot. Megure finally understood. The murder weapon at the bottom of the pool was just put on the rubber boat in advance and thrown at the bottom of the pool when the boat capsized, Kogoro explained. Brother Mori, who is the murderer? Megure continued to ask. Mori. Kogoro did not answer Officer Megure's questions. The trick was to successfully trick the victim into taking a rest. What followed was an almost seamless and complete crime. However, I didn't expect that the victim was erratic, and instead clearly pointed out the true face of the criminal. If I remember correctly, you are here when I persuaded her to take off her earrings and other things. She seemed very angry. She also told you not to talk too much. She did this just because she wanted to. She just came here to show off these famous brands. She had no intention of getting involved from the beginning to the end. That's why she didn't bring a change of clothes, but the jewelry and watches that she should have brought with her were actually found in her locker. However, that locker requires an electronic lock and requires you to set a password. But why would the prisoner know the password? Kogoro asked again. Is that time Inamoto seemed to notice? That's right, it was the announcement at that time. Kogoro gave a clear goal. What announcement? Megure was puzzled. Is this the announcement that the owner of XX should ask you to drive away because your car is blocking traffic? Could it be that the murderer is? Yamagishi clearly felt something. Conan, who was hiding somewhere, smiled and continued the process. Yes, the murderer is you, Miss Chika Ino. Kogoro clearly pointed out the murderer. Chika, why are you? Yamagishi didn't understand why she did this. Mori Kogoro ignores everyone's thoughts and continues his analysis. When you saw Zero's watch and jewelry, you thought you had to put those things back in the locker after killing her, so you saw the secret of her locker while helping her drive away. It's a pity that your bad luck proves irrefutable evidence that you are the murderer, Kogoro said. Dyekyunhua lowered her head and clenched her fists with a look of dissatisfaction. What you said is absolutely correct. I killed Zero, Kyunhua admitted. Why Kyunhua's eyes Hyben is very confused. I was caught by that woman and my feet hurt, Kyunhua said sadly. A year ago. I bought the entrance exam questions I accidentally got because I couldn't pay my tuition. At that time, my father owed a huge sum of money due to gambling debts, so he ran away with another woman. My family was completely destitute, regardless of the tuition fees. No matter what, I had to earn it on my own, but that matter was vaguely known to Zero, and she kept threatening me and calling me like a maid. What was even worse was that she asked me to take the exam for her. Each person only has one chance to take the exam. If she is found out, she will be expelled from school. Needless to say, she will not be able to get a doctor's license in the future, so I want to get rid of her. Kyunhua said fiercely. Just when Kyunhua was taken away by Officer Megure. There is nothing that cannot be solved. Since you have chosen the path of being a doctor, you should save countless lives instead of being a judge who deprives other people of their lives. Xiaoking's voice faintly reached Kyunhua's ears. Chapter 5 Secret Murderous Intention. After returning home from the summer paradise, I returned to my room on a sunny day. Bird and Beast Concentration Camp. What happened to the matter I asked you to investigate, Ying? Tianjing asked about the task assigned to Ying before. At this time, in the study room of a certain villa, a young man in pajamas was sitting at his desk and looking at the data that the computer had sent back in the morning. It turns out that woman has a lot of background. She is the president of XX Group and her only son also died in a car accident 2 years ago. Ying said while giving the information he found to Tianqing. She is still talking to your mother about custody. There must be something wrong with her. Shadow analyzed what he found. Tianqing looked at the information and pondered for a while. Ying took a sip of water and continued to report what he found. Her husband's name is Yoshikawa Motoyasu. He was sentenced to 20 years for murder 2 years ago, and his son also caused a car accident after chasing the prisoner's car. I don't understand when I hear it's sunny here. What does that have to do with my mother? Tianjing drank the tea in her hand. Feli is the other party's lawyer, and it was the strong evidence she pointed out that proved Yoshikawa's murder charge was established, the film said. After hearing Ying's investigation, Tianjing seemed to understand something. I understand. Ying continues to help me investigate her current situation. Tianjing explained the matter and exited the chat. Tianjing looked at the night outside the window. This woman seems to be starting to take action, Tianjing thought to herself. At this time there was a knock on the door. Have you slept in, Tianjing? Aries' voice came. Tianjing takes back his thoughts. No, Tianjing turned off the monitor and went to open the door. Faye Miles, with a towel on her head, was seen standing outside the door. Mom, how are you doing with the custody matter? Tianjing invited Faye Miles to sit down in the room. That person made an appointment with me to go to her house on Monday to talk about things and see her children. Eri let Tianqing take her towel and help her dry her hair. Are you the only one going? Tianqing asked worriedly. It's comforting to see my daughter worry about her Miles. I'm not taking Ariyama with me. Eri directly hugged Tianqing in her arms. Tianqing raised his head. By the way, Mom, did you receive a murder case 2 years ago and the murderer was Yoshikawa Motoyasu? Tianqing asked Miles. Are you well informed? It was a case of home invasion, robbery, and murder. Our plaintiff was seriously injured and the plaintiff's wife died of her injuries. In the end, Yoshikawa Motoyasu arrested him while he was on the run. In the end, because I pointed out a key, the evidence thus found the weapon he used to kill. He was imprisoned for 20 years and the plaintiff also died in a car accident 6 months ago. Eri recalled the case. What do you call a dead person? Tianqing turned to look at Miles. I thought about it for a moment. Why are you calling Asojiro? Eri rubbed her daughter's head in confusion. This furry feeling is so comfortable. Nothing. Tianqing enjoys this feeling. It's very late now, you should take a shower. I still have documents to look at, so you don't want to be too late, okay? Eri said and left Tianqing's room. Farewell Fei Miles. Tianqing turned on the computer again. Ying helps me check up on another person. I sent you the name and some information. Tianqing Fa sent the information just obtained from Fei Miles to Ying again. At this time, a message suddenly appeared in the group. By the way, TK is coming to Japan on Monday, Ying, you should treat him well. Piao Piao suddenly appeared. After seeing the news, the two decisively joined the group chat. Then Piao Piao, why don't you come? Ying typed quickly. Far away on the rooftop of a building in London, there was a woman with long black hair wearing tights looking at the light in the distance. I have something to do in London. I will arrive a week late. Piao Piao stood on the roof of the building, waiting for notification of the next step. I really envy you too, Tianqing sighed. By the way, you must come out when the buns arrive. The man named TK also appeared. As a child, I was not allowed to go out on the street at night. Tianqing smiled. If I don't scare you to death when I come out, I will take your last name. Don't pretend to be naive. Everyone didn't believe it because everyone in this group had known each other for 10 years. Am I really a child? Why don't you believe me? Tianqing made an innocent expression. Because she was really only 7 years old when she met the people in the group. By the way, Beizai, how old are you? The puppet asked everyone's question. My name is Beizai and I am 7 years old this year, Tianqing said with peace of mind. If you were 7 years old, I would be a 1,000-year-old monster. The puppet was unconvinced. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed. Tianqing showed a wicked smile. You won't be able to laugh anymore when you see me, Tianqing thought to herself. Not long after, Shi Ying sent a private message to Tianqing. Beizai, I helped you find out that the woman's child was hit and killed on May 5, 2 years ago. I hope this information can help you. I also helped you find the video of the Yoshikawa car accident. I asked the hacker to help. Steal it. The hacker will contact you later. I downloaded it beforehand. Ying said and disappeared. After reading the information, Tianqing thought for a while. Wait a minute, isn't next Monday May 5th? So she started to take action. I will never let her hurt my mother. Tianqing's heart suddenly shook and she immediately thought of countermeasures. So it's Monday. Early in the morning, Eri drove Tianqing back to school, but on the way Tianqing discovered that a car had been following them. It's interesting to finally start taking action, Tianqing said softly. What did you say? Eri heard Tianqing's muttering. No more. Tianqing covered it up with a smile. The car finally stopped in front of Daiden Primary School. Mom, I'm going to school. Tianqing got out of the car. At this time, Conan and others walked towards Miles. "Good morning, Auntie," Conan greeted Feli. Miles turned to look at Conan. "Good morning, Conan. Please take care of Tianqing, and Tianqing's mother will personally cook for you tonight, okay?" Eri said happily, completely unaware of Tianqing's petrified state and Conan's sympathetic eyes. "Mom, please be careful on the road." After Tianqing said this, she watched Eri drive away. At this time, Conan looked at Tianqing with sympathy, while Tianqing stared at the direction of the car with a serious face. "Tianqing. Let's go in together." Amy came over. "I'll go to the bathroom first," Tianqing said and slipped away. In a corner of the campus, Tianqing took out his microcomputer and joined the group chat. "The operation has begun, Demon Fox. Your medicine has no side effects, right?" Tianqing confirmed again. "Don't worry, this medicine will naturally wake you up after 2 days without an antidote. Its characteristics are just like allergies." The Demon Fox was sitting in his office in a white coat and looking at the computer. "Has the anonymous letter Piao Piao been sent?" Tianqing asked another person. "I have placed it at the door of the XX police station. It also contains the bomb trading information stolen by the puppet." "Don't worry," Piao Piao replied to Tianqing's inquiry. Tianqing breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that everything was arranged properly. "I'll leave it to you, hackers and puppets. You're going to capture the transportation network and cause traffic chaos in 2 minutes. The Xinjiang subway will leave it to you," Tianqing ordered. "No problem, the battle to protect Beizai's mother will begin immediately," everyone said. Seeing the barrage filling the screen, Tianqing has black lines all over his head. Hey, Tianqing looked helpless. "Anyway, Beizai is here to thank everyone." After Tianqing said that, he went offline directly. Tianqing took out the pill sent by Demon Fox and took it without thinking. Soon her body started to flush. Just when she was about to return to the classroom, she bumped into Teacher Xiaolin, who was about to come to the classroom for class. "Teacher Xiaolin," she fell down before she could say the good word. Teacher Xiaolin was shocked by this unexpected situation. "Concubine, what's wrong with you? Wake up, concubine." Teacher Xiaolin's voice attracted the attention of the students in the class. "Teacher Xiaolin!" Conan rushed out. Habara AI looked at Tianqing's red arms and immediately became interested. "Teacher Xiaolin, she seems to be allergic. We need to send her to the hospital quickly," Habara concluded. Here reminders from Habara AI. "Good students, you are studying in class. I will send my classmate Fei to the hospital." After saying this, Teacher Xiaolin picked up Tianqing and walked out of the teaching building. On the other side, Eri's car is stuck in the middle of the road. "What's going on today?" Fei Meili looked puzzled at the traffic flow on the entire road. Just then Eri's phone rang. "I'm Kisaki Eri," Eri asked directly. "Hello, are you Fei Tianqing's parent?" After sending Tianqing to the hospital, Teacher Xiaolin immediately called Fei Miles. "I am Eri." Didn't read the prompt, so she didn't know it was Teacher Xiaolin who called her. "Hello, I am Tianqing's class teacher Xiaolin. My classmate Fei suddenly fainted in front of the classroom door and is now being rescued in the hospital. Please come to Daiden Hospital as soon as possible." Teacher Xiaolin said the situation. The fairy tale on the phone is not over yet, Fei Miles suddenly breaks. "What did you say?" Eri panicked. "Tianqing fainted at school and is now being treated at Daiden Hospital," Teacher Xiaolin said again. Hearing the news again, Miles calmed down. "I'll be right over," Eri said and hung up the phone. Seeing the panicked Feli Sushin, she was a little worried. "What happened to the teacher?" Ariyama asked with concern. The weather calmed down. Tianqing suddenly fainted. "Now I'm going to Daiden Hospital for rescue. Mrs. Sushin Yinchuan helped me change my schedule. I'm going to the hospital right now." After Eri said that, the car changed the road and drove towards Dighton Hospital. Dighton Hospital. Teacher, how is the weather? Ari hurriedly walked to Teacher Xiaolin. Teacher Xiaolin stood up as he watched Philalai hurried over. Tianqing suddenly fainted just now and developed allergic symptoms in her hands and feet. She is still being treated inside, said Teacher Xiaolin. At this moment, a call came from the emergency room. Please Dr. Teng Jingfeng, please come to the number 1 emergency room. The announcement in the emergency room asked for someone. At this time 2 doctors came out of an office. Teng Jing still wants to treat you to dinner, but it's impossible now. Go and have a look. It'll be difficult to find the person who's responsible for you. Man A said to the young man with short white hair next to him. Then let's have dinner together next time. Teng Jing said and walked to the emergency room. Seeing Teng Jing coming over, Fei Miles stood up directly. Doctor, how is my daughter? Ari stopped Teng Jing. Looking at the woman in front of her, Teng Jing seemed to be thinking of the photos she had seen in the group before. Isn't this woman Kisaki Ari? Could it be that the person inside is a steamed bun? Teng Jing took a large amount of Philalai. It turns out that this man named Teng Jingfeng is a genius doctor who is only 20 years old and is also the demon fox in the animal concentration camp. He is from Kansai and later went to France for further study. This time he came back to Japan for exchange. There is another reason. In order to meet Baizai. Madam, I will go in first to understand the situation and then I will give you an answer. Teng Jing entered the rescue room after saying this. I was a little panicked when I saw the figure of the child on the hospital bed, but after testing, it was indeed the medicine I gave Baizai. Is this little kid really the bun that makes the hacker world fearful? No matter what happens now, we need to save people first, Teng Jing thought to himself. Not long after Teng Jing injected the antidote, Tianqing woke up. They said it would take 2 days, Tianqing complained softly. But Teng Jing caught this voice. Is it really a bun? Teng Jing couldn't accept it, but still wanted to wait and confirm. At this time Tianqing was pushed out of the emergency room. What are you doing, Tianqing? You scared Mom to death. Ari was worried and her eyes turned red unconsciously while holding Tianqing. At this time, Teacher Xiaolin also walked into the ward. Concubine, are you feeling uncomfortable? Teacher Xiaolin asked with concern. I'm much better, Teacher Xiaolin. I'm sorry for making you worry. Tianqing felt embarrassed. At this time Teng Jingfeng walked in. Dr. Teng Jing, what happened to her? Why did she suddenly faint? Ari looked at Tianqing worriedly. This child is only allergic to a certain kind of flower. It will be fine as long as she stays away from it in the future. Now I will send her to the ward first. Teng Jing said and pushed the hospital bed away. I felt relieved after hearing the doctor's reply. I'm really in trouble for you this time, Teacher Xiaolin. Ari thanked. Then I'll go back to school first. I have classes in the afternoon. Teacher Xiaolin said and left. At this moment, Kogora rushed into the hospital with police officers. You stupid woman went there, Kogora scolded Ari when he saw her. Looking at Kogora walking in a hurry, he was confused. Kogora, why are you crazy? Ari replied. When he saw the 2 people and was about to curse, Officer Sato came out. Okay, my lawyer, Mr. Mori, is also worried about you. Officer Sato came out to help Kogora. Seeing such a battle, Philalai felt that something must have happened. What the hell happened? Ari also felt something happened. At this time, Officer Megure came out. Lawyer Fei, what happened is this. 2 hours ago, we received a report letter, which contains some evidence. They reported that there is a person who will be harmful to you. Those evidences are all true after verification, the police officer explained. Lawyer Fei, do you know a woman named Yinchuan Nahizi? Takagi asked Fei Miles holding a notebook. She is my client. What happened? Eri also vaguely knew that the matter had something to do with her. Officer Magyar looked at the people present. Yinchuan Nako's real name is Yoshida Nako. She was the wife of Yoshida, who was involved in the robbery and murder case 2 years ago. Her son was also involved in the car and died on the spot because he was chasing the prison car. She now thinks that it was you who ordered her to. You are the one who put her husband in jail and killed her child. Officer Memako explained. Fili was surprised when she heard what Officer Magyar said. It's a good thing you didn't go to her house today, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Kogoro finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Miles was fine. Eri, what's wrong with your phone? Kogoro asked worriedly. After hearing what Kogoro said, Eri took out her phone and looked at it. It turns out that the power is out. In fact, it's thanks to the traffic jam today. Otherwise, it would take less than 15 minutes to drive there from Daiden Elementary School. Eri also breathed a sigh of relief, but was also confused at the same time. But today Fili also felt that everything she encountered seemed to be planned. It's strange that the transportation system and the railway system were maliciously attacked at the same time today, causing traffic chaos. Sita was curious. Discuss this matter here and let's look back to the other side. Sunny hospital room. Who are you? Why did you hit TFX 5822? Teng Jing looked at Tianqing, who was sitting on the hospital bed. How do you know I've been hit by TFX 5822? Who are you? Tianqing looked at the white hair in front of her with vigilance. I am a demon fox, Teng Jing said directly. After hearing this answer, Tianqing was not surprised. You are a stinky fox. Tianqing glanced at him. You can't be a steamed stuffed bun, right? The demon fox looked at the little one Tianqing and immediately shut himself up. Tianqing shrugged. How are the hackers doing? Tianqing said no more. It's done, your mother is now under police protection and should be safe for the time being. Demon fox glanced outside the door. TK, he should be here, right? You guys are going to drink tonight? Tianqing asked Teng Jing. Suddenly Teng Jing thought of something very interesting. If you let them know that you are really ABD, hackers and puppets, it will be strange if they don't hit the wall. The demon fox smiled very gracelessly. Looking at Teng Jing Feng Tianqing, who was smiling a little obscenely, he rolled his eyes. If you smile again, be careful of the glue coming off. Tianqing waited for Teng Jing to see. Looking at such a cute bun, Teng Jing Feng decided to introduce himself. Okay, let me introduce myself first. My name is Teng Jing Feng. I am 20 years old this year. Teng Jing smiled and looked at Tianqing. I am Fei Tianqing, I am 7 years old this year, but this is just the surface. I think you have discovered abnormalities when you examined me, right? Tianqing said with some deep meaning. Teng Jing glanced at the little baby on the bed. Yes, I did find another drug in your body, which made all your functions return to the state of a toddler. I don't know the reason yet, Teng Jing said. Can you help me recover? Tianqing asked. There is no way at the moment, but don't worry, I may be able to find something after collecting your blood for analysis. Teng Jing Feng rubbed Tianqing's head. It turns out that it feels so good to kill someone by touching your head. After the two people in the room finished talking, Teng Jing Feng was about to leave the ward. Okay, I'm going to go out and report your situation to your mother. This is my phone number. If anything happens, call me. Corridor. Lawyer Fei, I will send people to protect you 24 hours a day from now on. You'd better drop the Yinchuan case, the Mumu police officer suggested. Hearing this, Kogoro was a little worried. Officer Magyar, didn't you say you already have evidence? Why don't you arrest Yinchuan? Kogoro stared at Officer Magyar with puzzled eyes. Officer Magyar sighed. That's just superficial evidence and it's in vain for her to not plead guilty after arresting her, the Memako police officer explained. Now we can only wait for her to take action again. Officer Sato said the next action. You want Eri to be used as bait, you must not do this. Kogoro was the first to object. Seeing such a big reaction, Mori Kogoro Megure was a little embarrassed. Brother Mori, this is also for the future safety of the concubine, the lawyer, and the child, we can only use this method, the screenwriter explained to Mori Kogoro. Faye Miles thought about it after hearing what Officer Megure did. Officer Memaku, I agree with your method. Eri spoke. Eri, you are crazy. Kogoro heard Miles' reply and immediately stopped him. This is my decision, Eri said. Looking at Kogoro, who is so nervous about herself, her heart feels sweet, because Kogoro is still caring about her. At this time Tengjing came out. The child has been examined. You can go in and see her. Tengjing walked out of the ward. Thank you, Dr. Tengjing. Eri thanked her and went directly into the room. What happened to that kid? Kogoro asked with concern. Miles glanced at the man next to him and gave him a roll of his eyes. It's just an allergy. Fortunately, I was sent to the hospital in time. Eri breathed a sigh of relief. Lawyer Faye, I think your firm should take a temporary break and wait until the case is closed before reopening. This can also ensure your safety, said Officer Memaku. Miles thought about it and looked at the ward again. That's fine. I'll just take it as a long vacation. Eri accepted the proposal from Inspector Memaku. In the ward. Tianqing, how are you feeling? Eri walked up to Tianqing. I'm fine now, I'm sorry for making you worry, Tianqing comforted Miles. Why are you suddenly allergic? Eri asked worriedly. Tianqing thought for a while. I accidentally got it on when passing by the school garden. Tianqing smiled. Be careful in the future. Your teacher just called me to say you were in a coma. It really scared me to death. Eri's voice was a little shaky. Tianqing knew that what just happened really scared Eri. Mom's law firm will be on vacation tomorrow. How about I personally cook for you from tomorrow on? Eri nodded Tianqing's forehead. When I heard this, the sky turned to stone, and my face became a little pale. Looking at Tianqing's pale face, Kogoro gave Miles a roll of his eyes. I think you want to kill this kid. Kogoro clearly saw Tianqing's SOS. Hearing Kogoro's blow, Miles' temper came up. What did you say, old pervert? A crossroads appeared on Eri's head. The scolding between the two is about to begin. By the way, I just heard your conversation. Officer Memaku, do you want to use my mother as bait? Now Tianqing's tone does not sound like a 7-year-old child. The two who were about to scold immediately calmed down. We guarantee your mother's safety, Officer Memaku said. What guarantee do you have? Tianqing's eyes showed a hint of murderous intent. Megure had nothing to say after hearing this. Mom, I'm fine. Can you help me get discharged from the hospital? Tianqing looked at Miles with pitiful eyes. No, you have to stay here and observe tonight. Eri didn't look at Tianqing. Mom, I can really be discharged from the hospital. If you don't believe me, ask the doctor, brother. Tianqing shook Eri's hand. Seeing such a daughter, concubine Miles compromised. Okay, I'll ask for you. If the doctor says no, you have to stay, you know. Eri looked at her daughter seriously. Then Officer Megure and Officer Takagi will go with you. Officer Takagi, listen carefully. If you lie, you will never catch Officer Sato, because I will introduce a rich and handsome guy to Officer Sato. Tianqing said with a warning look. Looking at Takagi. Hey kid, you can't hurt me like this. Officer Takagi smiled and looked at Lawyer Xiang Fei. Okay, you ghost. I'm going to help you ask now. Eri was about to go out. After hearing Tianqing's explanation, Officer Megure turned around and looked at Sato. Sato, please go home and pack your clothes now. We will pick you up later and then you and the lawyer will go home together. After saying this, Megure left the ward with Takagi and Eri. Officer Sato, you go pack your things first, as long as I'm here, Kogoro said. Then I'll go back first, Sato said and left the ward. Old man, why don't you take this opportunity to take my mother home? Tianqing was puzzled. Mori Kogoro thought for a moment. Something happened to me recently. A prisoner I captured before escaped from prison and wanted to take revenge on me. I still haven't found out what he wanted to do. If I take Eri back now, she will definitely be put in danger. She is much safer now that Sato and you are protecting her. Kogoro no longer acted carelessly. Tianqing glanced at Kogoro. Mom, don't worry, I won't let Yinchuan succeed. Instead, you have to be careful. Tianqing was concerned about Kogoro. After this topic is over. Is there any news over there recently? Tianqing asked about another matter. After hearing Tianqing's question, Kogoro also became serious. Without them it seems like they have stopped since your death, Kogoro said what he knew. Perhaps they are planning a bigger event. Tianqing analyzed the current situation. Kogoro glanced out the window. I really want it to end soon, Kogoro sighed with emotion. When it's really over, the separation between you and your mother should be over, Tianqing joked to her old man. After hearing Tianqing's words, Mori Kogoro turned red and looked away. That little guy in your family doesn't seem to know that you already know his identity, Tianqing asked. Actually, a month after he came to our house, I already guessed who he was, but he didn't know that we were already immune to all the anesthetics. Also, now that he helps me solve the case, I feel a lot more relaxed. Money income, hahaha, Kogoro smiled evilly. What a cunning old man, Tianqing was speechless. What are you talking about, you little brat? Kogoro said as he pulled the air from the bed. Just then, Miles completed the formalities and entered the ward. Husband, what do you want to do to my Tianqing? At this time, Eri pushed the door open and walked in. Ying Eri, Kogoro was frightened. Mom, this weird uncle is so scary. Tianqing looked at Eri with tearful eyes. Okay, the doctor has discharged you. Eri looked at the two people in front of her and was at a loss. Okay, long live Mom, Tianqing hugged Eri happily. I saw Dr. Tengjing before leaving the hospital. Tianqing said goodbye to the doctor. Brother Eri stroked her daughter's head. Bye-bye, doctor, Tianqing said and secretly made a phone call gesture. Eri's house. Let me take a look at the environment of your home first. Sato looked at Miles' house. Can you drink tea or juice? Eri walked to the refrigerator. Just tea. Sato looked around all the rooms. Looking at Sato who has finished his inspection. Officer Sato, please sleep with my mother tonight, Tianqing said. Tianqing, what are you going to do? I'm not worried about you alone. Eri is only worried about the little guy in front of her now. Mom, don't worry, I will be fine. Just let Officer Sato protect you. After Tianqing said that, she returned to her room. Bird and Beast Concentration Camp. Wow Baizai, it turns out you are really Baizai. Piao Piao suddenly appeared. Is it true? Others don't believe it. This is what the real demon fox saw with his own eyes. It seems that Baizai fainted and was sent to the hospital where the demon fox communicated, TK continued. That means the demon fox broke the news, Luo, there was a strong murderous aura behind Baizai. At this time, the demon fox who was having a meeting in the hospital suddenly felt a cold feeling on his back. There is a sense of ominousness. The demon fox felt cold and already guessed what was going on. Baizai was angry. We'll talk about my business later. I have to do my business now. Tianqing left after saying that. At this time, Tianqing opened another interface and entered incomprehensible instructions. Soon after, all camera images within a 10-mile radius of his home appeared on Tianqing's computer. She can't do it today, that guy won't give up. Tianqing kept looking at the surveillance camera. At this time, the picture on the other side. Damn it, Kisaki Eri let you escape today. I will definitely send you to hell next time, the woman named Yinchuan said with a ferocious face. What can Amura do? I must kill Kisaki Eri. Yinchuan looked ferocious. Miss, do you know an organization called Ming? Amura gave an answer. Is it that organization that will kill even your own relatives as long as you can afford it? Yinchuan asked. That's right, it's that organization. As long as you can afford it, Miss, Kisaki Eri won't survive this week, Amura replied to Yinchuan. Yinchuan agreed directly without even thinking about it. Please help me find them and tell them that I am willing to pay 10 million to kill Kisaki Eri, Yinchuan said fiercely. Yes, Amura said and then left. Eri and Satuz slept well that night, but Qingqing stayed up all night. The next morning, Qingqing went to school with panda eyes. Unexpectedly, before the second class ended, Tianqing received a call from Tengjing saying that Eri and Satu were assassinated in the mall, and Eri was sent to the hospital after ordering the goods. Hearing this, Tianqing stopped attending class. He rushed out of the classroom directly. Classmate Fei, Teacher Xiaolin called from behind Tianqing. Hospital. How is my mother? Tianqing suddenly rushed into the crowd. Everyone was shocked when they saw Fei Tianqing rushing in with a pale face. Tianqing, aren't you in school? Eri softened her heart when she saw her daughter, who was sweating profusely and with fright in her eyes. At this time, Tianqing saw Eri sitting in a wheelchair with only her ankle scratched by a bullet, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Officer Memaku knows who did it. Kogora asked worriedly. Based on the crime style at the scene, it is most likely the organization called Ming. According to Officer Satu's report, the man who committed the crime seemed to have received a phone call before giving up on shooting the concubine, lawyer, and the others. Officer Memaku said it was strange. Said. After hearing Megur's explanation, Kogora was puzzled. That's strange. As long as that organization receives money, it will do whatever it takes to achieve its goal. Takagi looked at the interview survey in his hand. Will they attack Eri again? Kogora looked at the man in the wheelchair worriedly. At this time, Tianqing secretly left the sight of others and retreated to Tengjing's side. Tell Ying if he gives me a reasonable explanation, otherwise I will let him know what an angry bun is. Tianqing's cold voice came into Tengjing's ears. Seeing the murderous Tianqing and Tengjing Feng, he felt sympathy for Ying Sansui in his heart. I understand, Beizai, don't worry, and your mother's injuries will be fine as long as they don't take up water, Tengjing confessed. After seeing a few people talking, the sky cleared up and returned to normal. Thank you, Doctor, Tianqing said and returned to Eri. I'm asking Inspector Memaku to see if he can send another person to protect Eri for the time being. Kogora spoke. Don't you want me to go home? If you ask me to go home at this time, I will definitely go back with you. Eri looked at Kogora and felt depressed. Eri's disappointed look was noticed by Tianqing, and of course this look could not escape Kogora, but Kogora could only say sorry silently in his heart, because he did not want to involve Eri. In the next duel, he could only pretend not to care. Chapter 6 Beizai's Revenge, Part 1. A certain bass actor on this island suddenly felt a cool breeze behind him, but his eyes were fixed on the group of people below. Didn't I issue an order? We won't accept any tasks related to Kisaki Eri. Who is so bold to take over this business? Ying asked Ming's senior staff. Shadow, his original name is Kuroda Chengyang, who is the behind-the-scenes boss that rules the underworld organization on the island. However, all the underworld transactions on the internet are controlled by the concubine Tianqing known as Beizai, which allows Kuroda to become a powerful Japanese underworld boss, but this secret is only a few people in the group know. I'm sorry, a member of our team picked it up privately, because I didn't know the target was that person at the time. He only told me that his friend entrusted him to handle the matter. Later, after reports from other members, I found out that his so-called friend wanted to handle it. The person is the lawyer Faye. When I found out, I immediately asked the members performing the task to evacuate immediately, but I still accidentally injured her, the senior manager reported. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Ying's face darkened to the bottom of his heart. Gee, what is the name of the person who carried out the execution privately? Bring him in, I have to give an explanation to someone. Ying knocked on the table lightly. Just after Ying finished giving instructions, the short-haired man named Ji knelt directly in front of Ying. Brother, can you let him live? He is my younger brother. The man named Ji knelt in front of Ying and kowtowed repeatedly. Looking at his men kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, he could only sigh. How long have you been with me, Ji? Ying didn't answer but asked the kneeling man. It's been 10 years. I dare not watch the movie. You know, your brother crossed the line this time. If I can't give her an explanation, I'm afraid Jin will die even more tragically. Ying patted Ji on the shoulder. In fact, after he heard what Teng Jing said, he knew that Beizai was going crazy. Even if Ying didn't hand over the person, he would have a way to find that person. Seeing the look on his boss's face, he already knew how much trouble his brother had caused this time. Boss Ying, please let him go, please let my brother go. We are all your brothers. How could you let your brother die? Ji suddenly said. I'm sorry, Zero. Bring Jin up. Shadow's voice became cold. Soon after, Jin was brought in. If you don't kneel down and beg brother to save you, Jin, it's your own actions that got you into trouble. Ji pulled Jin over. Jin is a man with long blonde hair. Didn't I tell you not to accept anything related to Kisaki Eri? Ying stared closely at the person who called Jin. While waiting for a reply, Ying's dedicated phone rang. This number was only used to communicate with people in the group. Ying saw that it was an unknown caller, so he thought about it and answered it because the person calling the phone must be from the group. Man, his phone is set up with a security system that specifies answers, and this system is the work of Beizai Boring. Hey, that one. Ying was confused. How is Ying doing? A child's voice came into Ying's ears. Hearing the voice of a child coming from the phone, Ying was a little dazed. Who are you? Ying heard the voice as if he had seen a ghost. Although he had heard the story of the demon fox. Ying, you are so forgetful. I am the angry bun that the demon fox mentioned. Now the number of crossroads on Tianking's head has begun to increase. What are you kidding? Ying was shocked. How about I blow up your new security system right now before you believe it? Beizai's voice became even more gloomy. After hearing Tianking's words, Ying immediately gave in. You must know that the price of a final defense security system is tens of millions of dollars. No, you must not, I don't have the money to replace it, Ying said flatteringly. What's going on? Tianqing stopped talking nonsense. Glancing at the person kneeling on the ground. I'm interrogating now. Yinja changed his shocked expression just now. Because he knew that if he joked with Beizai again, he would not get any good results. If you don't mind turning on the loudspeaker, I'll listen to his explanation. Tianking's cold tone penetrated Ying's heart. Good movie turned on the speaker. Please tell me why. Ying put the phone on the table. The person who called Jin stared at the film unconvinced. Don't our organization always operate according to the principle of collecting money to do things? As long as we have money, we can kill our own relatives, Jin shouted. After hearing Jin's words, Ying raised his forehead. Then there are people in the organization who strictly abide by and obey my orders. What will happen if you break the rules? Ying expressionless, not wanting to argue with him anymore. Jin lowered his head. I didn't mean to violate the rules, I just need money. My man said he would give me 10 million as long as he kills Kisaki Eri, said Shin. Just then there was a loud noise from the other end of the phone. What a tragedy, Baozai is so angry. Ying started to sweat in his heart. What's going on with you? Tell me if you're short of money. Ji asked his brother. Looking at the world endlessly. Is it useful to tell you? Zioxun must have an operation this time because of a recurrence of heart disease. The operation fee will be 5 million. How can we earn so much money from the business we usually do? Later, my friend found out that I was in the underworld. The person also knew that I needed money, so he introduced me to another person, and that person told me that as long as I killed Kisaki Eri, I could get 10 million and live a new life abroad with my girlfriend. Jin said crazily. I heard the outline of the incident and knew what it was about. So you took a few people to ambush her. Fortunately, Ji went to the scene to take you away. If that person died, I'm afraid all of us would have to be buried with you, Ying said. I don't care how many people die as long as I can save. Zioxuan went crazy. Come in, everyone here shouted together. Brother Shadow, as long as you let me kill Kisaki Eri, after I safely send Zioxuan away for surgery, I am willing to accept any punishment, even if I die. Shin suddenly knelt down and begged. Do you think you will have a chance? A murderous child's voice reached everyone's ears. Who are you? Asked the question. Who asked you to kill Kisaki Eri, Susumu Ito? Tianking's voice was like a demon from hell. You stinky kid, what does mine have to do with you? Susumu Ito said. At this moment, a large picture suddenly appeared on the big screen in the studio. A girl with long brown hair appeared on the screen. The girl looked only 7 years old, but the murderous intent she showed could definitely make this scene even more terrifying. Who is it? Baozai's voice sounded like it was coming from hell. You are a steamed stuffed bun. Actor stares at the screen. We finally meet Ying. Yes, I am Baozai and Yao and I have already met. Tianqing calmed down her murderous aura. I won't say it, Ito Jin said firmly. Oh really, it seems that I have to take Kota Kaoru out for a walk, but I heard that she has a heart problem. If I put her next to a group of men who have been hungry for a long time, she might not be frightened. Until the heart attack relapses. Baozai now shows a murderous smile. What do you want to do to Zioxuan? Ito Jin was horrified when he saw this devilish child. I'm just asking you to tell me or not. Tianqing said in a cold tone again. Ito Jin fell silent. Not long after, Tianqing released a real-time surveillance screen again. In it, a girl with long hair in a white dress was chatting and laughing with a strange woman next to her. Xiao Kaoru Ito Susumu recognized the girl in the picture. Tianqing stared at Ito Jin's movements and planned to see what he would choose. Where they go next depends on your choice. Tianqing picked up the milk next to her and drank it. I said it was a woman named Yinchuan. She was the one who wanted to sell Kisaki Eri for 10 million. Can you let Xiaoxuan go now? Ito Shin finally revealed the person behind the scenes. Tianqing smiles. You're still running away from someone. You haven't told the man who invited you yet. Tianqing continued to ask. Ito Jin lowered his head. That man's name is Imura Hideshiol. He has a wife and 2 children in elementary school, Shin said. I'm very satisfied with your answer. It matches the information I found. Tianqing held the information in front of the screen. Then can you let Kaoru go? Susumu Ito looked at Kaoru Kota on the screen and smiled foolishly. Yes, but if you hurt Kisaki Eri's foot, then you will lose one of your eyes. You can choose your left or right eye. After you lose your eye, I can arrange for you and Zioxuan to go to England for treatment. Once you get there are people who will help you with your future life. As long as you stay away from Japan, it's up to you whether you agree or deny this request. Tianqing gave the choice. Why should I believe you? Ito Jin didn't quite believe what Tianqing said on the screen. The boss knows very well what kind of person I am, and I will do what I say, Tianjing said with a smile. You can believe it if you enter Beizai, I'm here to guarantee it. Shadow patted Ito Jin's shoulder. Okay, he said, picking up a compass and inserting it into his left eye. I hope you can get along well, Jin's last words before fainting. Tianjing looked at the person who looked very similar to Jin. You are Ito Kai. I have already booked the ticket for Ito Susumu's brother. The time is 1 week later and the money has been deposited into Susumu's account. And you told him that he promised not to return to the island. It's easy to remember, otherwise don't blame me, I can actually save Xintian Kairu or destroy her in an instant. Tianjing looked at Ito Kai in warning. I believe none of you want to be the next Shin Ito, right? Beizai asked everyone present with a smile. The scene was quiet for a while. If someone wants to do it, I don't mind if he becomes the enemy of the ghost group. Beizai still looked at everyone with a gloomy face. Seeing that no one had any objections, Tianjing looked at Xiang Ying. By the way, you will definitely be interested if Ying He makes a deal. Beizai smiled. Chapter 7 Beizai's Revenge, Part 2. When Jinkin returned home, he looked at the photos of his family posted around him and recalled what Fei Tianjing said. If my mother gets any more injuries in these 2 weeks, I will be blamed on you regardless of whether I have anything to do with you or not. If my mother hurts her foot, I will break your daughter's foot. If she hurts her hand, I will just break your son's hand. Fei Tianjing's tone was full of murderous intent. Uemura was speechless. The phone went silent for a while. If I promise you to leave the island country and leave Yinchuan, will you let my wife and children go? Jinkin asked carefully. If you agree, I will find someone to take them directly to the airport. After Tianjing said that, she hung up the phone. Imura thought for a long time and finally made a decision. One night 2 days later, Xiaoqing, Kisaki Eri, Satu and Takagi had dinner out. On the way home, Mom, the food in this restaurant is delicious. Why don't you bring me here next time? Tianjing coquettishly said next to Eri. Good for you, you greedy cat. Eri stroked Tianjing's head. Before anyone could react, Imura rushed towards Kisaki Eri. Kisaki Eri takes his life. Imura actually rushed towards Kisaki Eri with a knife in his hand. Satu and Takagi immediately protected Eri behind them. At this moment, Imura suddenly changed his direction and rushed towards Tianjing. Xiaoqing, the 3 of them exclaimed. At this time, Tianjing quickly blocked the sharp knife with his watch. So you chose the latter, so I have to start the game early, Xiaoqing said in a voice that only Imura could hear. The moment Imura panicked, Takagi rushed over and pushed Imura to the ground. You let my family go, I am the only one to do the work, Jinkin shouted to Tianjing. What are you talking about? Both Satu and Takagi were confused. After Miles came to his senses. Tianjing, what's the matter with you? Are you okay? Eri ran to Tianjing. Looking at the pale Kisaki Eri. Mom, I'm fine, Tianjing said reluctantly. Just when Eri's hand caught Tianjing's hand, Tianjing couldn't help but make a sound. What's wrong with your hands? When Eri untied Tianjing's damaged watch, she saw that Tianjing's hands had begun to become red and swollen. What's wrong with your hands? Eri was heartbroken when she saw it. Takagi, please send this person back, I'll take the concubine, lawyer, and the others to the hospital. Hospital? Beizai, why are you injured again? Tang Jing joked while treating Xiaoqing. It's that madman from Yinchuan again, but I decided to start the game early. Tianjing's face was very gloomy. Beizai, your hand is broken and needs to be put in a plaster. If you didn't have a special watch made by Kiashui, I'm afraid you would be sleeping in the operating room now. Tang Jing inspected Tianjing's arm. At this time Kisaki Eri walked into the treatment room. Doctor, how is my daughter? Eri walked in after giving her confession. If you have a broken wrist, you need to put on a plaster and don't touch the water, Tang Jing said. I know. Eri looked at Tianjing worriedly. Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. Tianjing smiled. Soon after, Tianjing finally put on the cast and Eri came out of the medical room. Lawyer Kisaki is really weird. The prisoner kept saying that Xiaoqing had captured his family and wanted to write about him. Officer Memako said to Kisaki Eri in confusion. How could a 7-year-old kid kidnap an adult? Sato looked at Takagi like a madman. The next day, at the request of the police officer, Eri brought Tianjing to the search section 1 to give a confession. When Tianjing went to the reception room, he met 2 police officers and Amura came out of the bathroom. When the two met, Tianjing said a message that only Amura could understand with a murderous smile. Your game is over. The crimes you have committed will be confessed by your family in hell. Tianjing said to Amura with lip language. It turns out that when Tianjing investigated Jinkan, he discovered that he had learned lip reading 10 years ago. I'm going to kill you. Amura broke away from the 2 police officers and rushed towards Tianjing. But the result can be imagined. Eri knocked him to the ground with a beautiful shoulder throw. It turned out that Eri was already on guard when he saw Amura, and Tianjing on the side was also shocked because it was the first time she saw him. Mom takes action. Concubine, are you okay? Officer Miu Miu knelt down to check on Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing finally reacted when she heard the voice of the Memako police officer, and she also shed tears at the same time. Tianjing, don't cry, uncle, can I treat you to some sweets? Officer Memu looked helpless at the crying Xiaoqing. But the tears Xiaoqing shed today were real tears, because she knew that now that her hand was injured, it would be easy for Amura to kill her just now. Her fear now is that the maternal love she had finally found would be lost in the moment. Disappear completely in an instant. After Officer Memako finished speaking, Tianjing's body was still trembling and she couldn't stop crying. In the end, Eri held her in her arms and comforted her, and then she slowly calmed down her mood. A few hours later, Jinkan also received news that her wife and 2 children were involved in a car accident on their way back from a trip. The car went off a cliff and everyone in the car died. Jinkan collapsed when he heard the news. From then on, there was a crazy man in XX mental hospital. In fact, it was a man named Longshan Zaihuya who commissioned the ghost group to help. It turned out that with the help of Amura and Yinchuan 3 years ago, he forcibly took Yongshan Miwi and his 2 children as his own and wanted to kill Longshan Zaihuya, but he was saved just a few months ago. He went to the ghost team and asked for help. This is what happened. The truth now is that Zaihuya, her wife named Yongsan Miwi and their 2 children have embarked on their new journey. Birds and Beasts concentration camp 2 days later. Baizai, what you asked me to do has been done, Ying said. Thank you, Kuei Ou, hacker, Xing Chen and Ziai Yan will have to rely on you next. Tianjing ordered the next work. No problem, we will help you cover the foresaid. The 5 million Ying NA will be transferred to your secret account in 30 minutes. Judge, are you ready? Tianjing asked. Okay, you can do it anytime. The judge recovered quickly. Judge, formerly known as Peter Ram, a British man, he is a master of business transactions. In fact, secretly he is an arms, gun, businessman. He has branches in 26 countries around the world. Okay, everyone is ready. The game will start in 10 minutes. Tianjing issued the command arrangement. 10 minutes after Tianjing issued the order, Yinchuan's XX Enterprise system began to be attacked by different attacks. Since the attack began, their company's customer information has been continuously disclosed to the outside world. At this time, companies have stopped investing in their company. There were also constant calls from companies asking for compensation, so she chose to call the police. However, the police hacker crime team also had no clue about those who attacked their company. In the end, a passerby in the counterattack hacker team seemed to have thought of something. Someone who can help. I thought I could ask someone to help. Passerby A was thinking about his boss's report. You guys can't break through anything. What happened? A boss asked a passerby. It's really impossible to break into this system. Their attacks are too strong, passerby A said. Then you contact that person again. A boss replied and allowed passerby A to seek help from foreign aid. What's wrong? Can you fight back? Yinchuan asked nervously about the situation. A supervisor looked at his boss. We are now contacting a professional personnel, hoping that he can help you. He helped us solve that major case 2 months ago. A boss responded to the leader's words. If he can help me, I will pay any amount of money. Yinchuan asked helplessly. 10 minutes later. That person replied that he would not help with this incident, and he also said that in our world there is someone who dares to interfere with this incident. Finally, he had something to say to your Miss Yinchuan, harming others will ultimately harm yourself. You know what you have done yourself. Passerby A brought something to her. This seems to be aimed at your Miss Yinchuan. Have you offended anyone recently, or done something you shouldn't do to others? A supervisor who received the reply asked his boss. No, she can't say that she paid for the murder even if she was beaten to death. Oh no, our system has been blown up, said passerby A. What? A boss was shocked. On the other hand, Baezai was having so much fun that he even played online mahjong with the hackers. I have acquired 85% of Baezai. It's time for you to have enough fun. Let's end it like this. The judge looked at the trend chart. It's okay, I'm tired, and I want to go to bed. I'll leave the rest to you. After Baezai said that, he left the group chat. An hour later, XX Enterprise officially declared bankruptcy and Yinchuan Nehisa was also arrested by the police on multiple charges. In this game, the beasts in the beast group finally know that it's fine to offend anyone, but they must not step on Baezai's bottom line. Baezai also has a motto. If you want to send me to hell, you must go to hell first. This is Baezai's motto. Chapter 8 Meeting 3 Famous Detectives for the First Time. Kansai Heiji Family. Heiji, did you know that Miho, who transferred to junior high school, invited us to their school's school festival? Ye happily shared the invitation from her little sisters with Heiji. Heiji recalled Miho's appearance. Is that Kanda with the thick black-rimmed glasses? She seems to have transferred to Fudo High School in Tokyo. Heiji remembered a nerdy junior high school classmate. That's right, she can also invite Xiolan and the others to come with her then. I heard from Xiolan that they have already started their vacation, so I can invite her to play together. He made a decision. At this time Heiji also thought of Conan. I haven't contacted that brat Conan for a long time. Heiji was also excitedly thinking about whether he would encounter a case with that Shinigami elementary school student. After hearing that Heiji agreed to the trip, Ye walked out of the courtyard with his cell phone and called Xiolan directly. Tokyo Mori Detective Agency. Xiolan, do you want to go to Fudo High School's campus festival with us? Talking to Ye and Xiolan on the phone. Xiolan thought about it after hearing Hai's invitation. Okay, we just have a vacation. Xiolan happily agreed to Hai's invitation. After hearing Xiolan's agreement, the two agreed on a time to meet. We'll be here in 2 days, he said and hung up the phone. 2 days later, Hei and Heiji came to Xiolan's house. Xiolan can finally meet again. When Hai saw Xiolan, he hugged her directly. Heiji squatted down to talk to Conan. Conan, are you okay? Heiji asked with concern. Conan rolled his eyes at Heiji. It's okay. Why do you suddenly want to attend Fudo High School's campus festival? Conan looked at Heiji in confusion. After hearing Conan's question, I explained it to Ye. It was our former classmate who transferred to another school who invited me there. After hearing what Kazuie said, Xiaolan and Kazuie left the office arm in arm because Kazuie wanted to buy a meeting gift for Maiho. Early the next morning, everyone arrived at Fudo High School. Standing at the door of Fudo High School was a long-haired girl with big eyes. Hiyet, you guys are here. A girl ran to Hiyet and gave her a hug. Miwi, I'm so happy to see you again. Kazuha happily hugged Maiho. That's great, Heiji, you still like to hang out with Kazuha, Maiho teased as she looked at the black man standing next to Kazuha. Who likes to stick with him, the two of them denied with their faces turning red. Looking at the expressions of the two people, several people laughed. Okay, Maiho, let me introduce you to my friend Maur Island, and that kid is Conan who lives in Xiaolan's house. Hi, introduced Xiaolan and Conan. My name is Kanda Maiho. Nice to meet you. Maiho introduced herself generously. At this time, a boy with a braid and a school uniform came over. Are these two beautiful ladies willing to walk on campus with me? The boy thought he was handsome and walked up to Maiho. When Conan and Heiji saw this, they felt that the person in front of them looked familiar but they couldn't remember who he was. Kindaichi, what are you doing? Maiho looked at Kindaichi helplessly, holding her forehead. Heiji and Conan look at each other. Why is Kindaichi's name so familiar? Heiji and Conan said. As soon as Kinda heard someone mentioning him, he looked at Maiho curiously. Maiho. Are these your friends? Can you introduce me? Kindaichi looked at the people in front of him curiously. Among them, Kindaichi recognized Hattori Heiji. Kindaichi, is this okay for you? You haven't seen anyone since the beginning. You don't need to go back to reason and do research. Will it help? Maiho looked at Kindaichi helplessly. Okay, I'm from the ghost department anyway. Kindaichi continued chatting with a few people casually. Just then. Ah, what are you doing? A girl came over and put her arm around Kindaichi's ears. Watching the girl twisting her ears, Kindaichi continued to smile playfully. Beautiful Miyuki, Kindaichi begged for mercy. At this time, Miyuki noticed several people standing next to Kindaichi. Maiho, who are these? Miyuki let go of Kindaichi's ears when she saw outsiders. These are my friends Toyama Kazuha. The one standing next to him is Heiji. Don't look at him so dark. He is a high school detective from Kansai. This is Maur Island. The kid's name is Conan. Maiho introducing a few people around me. Hello, my name is Nanace Miyuki. Miyuki introduced herself. By the way, Miyuki, why are you here? Kindaichi asked Miyuki next to him strangely. Upon hearing Kindaichi's question, Miyuki became angry and twisted Kindaichi's ears again. You actually asked me why I'm here. Now it's obvious that there are many intersections above Miyuki's head. Calm down. Kindaichi immediately entered the comfort mode. Didn't you say that you wanted to help with the Mystery Research Association's exhibition? Miyuki looked at the people around her angrily. Kindaichi curled his lips. Then why don't you use Suda? Kindaichi put his hands behind his head and looked at Miyuki in confusion. Miyuki took a deep breath. Didn't you see Suda preparing the class stall? Miyuki grabbed Kindaichi by one ear and pulled him away. After seeing the two men's operations, a drop of sweat broke out on several people's heads. What on earth are they doing? Heiji whispered speechlessly. You don't have to blame them. They have been childhood sweethearts since childhood. This situation happens almost every day. Maiho smiled awkwardly. After hearing Maiho's words, Heiji and Conan looked at each other. You don't have to look at him like this now. When something really happens, he is the most reliable person. Maiho admired Kindaichi very much. Hiya looked at the two people fighting in the distance with an expression of disbelief. Would he? It seems unlikely. Maiho turned around and looked at a few people. Have you heard about the murder incident at our Fudo High School before? Miho asked several people. After hearing Miho's reminder, Conan finally remembered the Fudo High School murder case that had been in the news a while ago. It's the 7 unbelievable murders of Fudo High School that shocked Tokyo. Conan looked at a few people. That's right. Did you know that the person who solved that incident was Kind Aichi? Miho admired Kind Aichi very much. I can't believe it. He looked at Kind Aichi, who was not very serious and didn't quite believe it. The serious side of him is very nice. Miho unconsciously remained silent in her own world. Looking at Miho Xylan with such an expression, she seemed to understand something. Miho, do you like Kind Aichi? Xylan asked. After hearing this question, Miho generously admitted that she likes Kind Aichi. Yes, I like him very much. But I know that in Kind Aichi's heart, there is only her childhood sweetheart. Miho looked at the direction in which Kind Aichi left, feeling a little distracted. Feeling that the atmosphere suddenly became quiet, Heiji came out to break the atmosphere. Why don't we go to a reasoning research institute to see the benefits? Heiji changed the subject. I'll take you there. After Miho said that, she led a few people towards the reasoning research club. The 2 people behind the 3 girls were studying Kind Aichi. Hey Conan, I'm getting more and more interested in that Kind Aichi, Heiji asked Conan. Me too. I really want to know what kind of person he is. Conan and Heiji looked at each other. Reasoning Research Society. This year's theme is called the Great Mystery Expo. Reports of the Mystery Society will be displayed in this biology room. The herbarium next to the door is an exhibition room used to store valuable exhibition items. Everyone brings valuable items related to reasoning. Where will it be placed? Miyuki introduced the process of the reasoning seminar. Not long after the tasks were assigned, everyone left. After Ai was hungry all day, Miyuki rushed to the takoyaki stall as soon as they were released. Wow, the smell of octopus and flour mixed together. Kind Aichi looked like he was drooling. Looking at Kind Aichi like this, Conan expressed doubts. Hey Heiji, do you really think that person is the one who uncovered the murder case? Conan was speechless when he saw Kind Aichi drooling. It turns out that the Mystery Club is preparing for work and is not open for tours yet, so Heiji and the others go to eat first. It's really unbearable. Kind Aichi is pretending to be cute. Seeing Kind Aichi like this, Suda was speechless. Is this okay for you, Kind Aichi? Suda looked at Kind Aichi with some worry. No problem. Kind Aichi looked at Suda indifferently. It's already burned. Please help me go to the box over there, Suda ordered. Where did the box come from? Kind Aichi couldn't see anything with a box. Suda pointed to a pile of hard cards at the back. That's the one piled up there. Suda continued busy with the work at hand. This is the box. Kind Aichi saw a bunch of straight paper. Looking at Kind Aichi's confusion, Suda took the cardboard and folded it. Look, doesn't it just turn into a box? Suda folded it a few times and a box came out. I'm not welcome. Kaneda opened his mouth and was about to bite, his ears hurt. Ah, you're just lazy when I don't look at you. Miyuki's angry voice came. Miyuki, don't be like this. I haven't eaten breakfast yet, Kind Aichi said pitifully. Miyuki sighed. Then let's eat while walking. Miyuki pulled Kind Aichi's ear and left. At this time, a man who looked very arrogant came over. I'm really worried about Miyuki leaving those valuable things in Kind Aichi's care, Makoto Makabe said. Kind Aichi, you have to watch over it carefully, especially my complete set of Conan Doyle's autographed books, said Jingu. Just then Heiji and the others came in. Wow, brother is great. Is this true? Conan suddenly asked Jingu. Seeing Conan who admires him, he felt proud. This is my university professor's dad's collection. The price tag is 1 million, so I definitely can't throw it away, Jingu said proudly. Everyone, the lunch you ordered has been delivered, Man A said. He-yet, you guys can join us too. Miyuki saw He-yet and the others were there. So she invited them to have lunch together. Okay, He-yet agreed. Just then Jingu rushed in with a letter. Sorry, the grandson of Sherlock Holmes has written again. Jingu held up the letter in his hand. What? Heiji and Conan also shouted. Contents of the letter. Something is about to happen in your treasure room. Grandson of Holmes. What kind of treasure room is this? Kind Aichi led everyone and ran into the treasure room. As soon as I entered the treasure room, the room suddenly became dark. Blackout, someone said. That's not right, Kind Aichi said first. I just heard the sound of a switch, Heiji said. Someone turned off the lights in this room, Conan said. It's so dark, I can't see anything, someone said. Where's the switch? Someone said. Outside the door, someone replied. At this time, someone turned on the light. When everyone came to their senses, they discovered that the complete set of Sherlock Holmes books was missing. How can this possibly be there even before turning off the lights? Makoto Makabe said. It can't disappear so fast, someone said. At this time, Kind Aichi, Heiji, and Conan started thinking. If someone comes in within 20 to 30 seconds after the lights are turned off, they will be discovered, and I can be sure that no one has come in, Kind Aichi was thinking. Heiji, what do you think? Conan asked in a low voice. If someone comes in within 20 to 30 seconds after the lights are turned off, they will be discovered, and I can be sure that no one has come in, Heiji said. I'm sure of that, Conan agreed with Heiji. That means the criminal who stole the complete works of Sherlock Holmes is in the room. This is what the three of them thought. Why is it possible to have such a big collection of books, said a certain person. It's so weird that the whole set of books disappeared in an instant, said person B. What should I do? My dad will definitely cut off relations with me. Jingu was horrified. This is my chance to stand up, Makoto Makabe thought. It's all your fault, Kind Aichi, Makoto Makabe said. Meow, Kind Aichi was speechless. It's because I have to manage the important items room for you and I'm lazy, so Kind Aichi, you have to accompany me. Makoto Makabe walked out and pointed at Kind Aichi. Do you have any grudge against them? Heiji asked Conan in a low voice. It seems so, Conan replied. Wait a minute, Makabe-san, although Ichi is responsible for this room, the current situation is not that Ichi is causing chaos. Miyuki spoke for Ahiki. That's why Kind Aichi said. If the complete works of Sherlock Holmes suddenly disappeared in this almost secret room, the responsibility would fall on me as the guard. In the previous letter from the grandson of Sherlock Holmes, this was what was said to prove my incompetence. Kind Aichi thought understood things. Heiji, do we want to help? Conan asked Heiji next to him. I would like to see Kind Aichi's reasoning. If there is any mistake in the reasoning, it will not be too late for us to help. Heiji looked at the situation in front of him and gave the answer. What I'm saying is that I'm also interested in this idle guy. Conan agreed with Heiji's statement. Then that letter is a challenge to Kind Aichi. Everyone understood. Of course I accepted his challenge in order to live up to my grandfather's reputation as a famous detective, Kind Aichi said. Could it be that Kind Aichi's grandfather is the famous detective Kind Aichi Kasuke? Conan and Heiji understood. After checking the scene, nothing was found. In the end, Miyuki brought some takoyaki to comfort Day. It was then that Kind Aichi thought of the answer. School is finally over. Everyone in the school has left. Valuables room. That kid seems to have given up his mind to go back, said a prisoner. He would never have guessed that I hid things here, a prisoner continued. It turns out you hid it in the carpet, but you figured it out. Kind Aichi suddenly appeared with a flashlight. Why are you here? A prisoner was shocked. The fox's tail is finally revealed. Grandson of Sherlock Holmes, I already knew that you would take back the trap tonight, so I'm waiting for you here, kind Aichi said. But where does he want to hide the complete set of books in the exhibition room? Makoto Makabe asked. I'm afraid the whole set of books has been moved outside while we were eating lunch, kind Aichi said. Kind Aichi glanced at Miyuki. Miyuki, please go outside and open the lunch box and take a look, kind Aichi ordered. Really, this is the only one that looks shiny after washing? Miyuki asked a strange question. And it's strange that even the compartments used to separate dishes are missing. A looked at the clean lunch box and was very surprised. Of course, kind Aichi looked at the lunch box. So the prisoner only had to steal the box, said person B. But the empty box is also very big. Miyuki asked as she looked at the lunch box. Don't worry about this, Kaneda said as he made a few movements with several pieces of cardboard and turned the cardboard into a book box. What flat cardboard turned into an exquisite book box? Person B's eyes widened when he saw the movements of kind Aichi's hands. After wonderful reasoning, the prisoner is Masahiko Jingwu. I lost this time, but I will never agree with your reasoning ability. Jingwu looked unconvinced. If you want to beat me in reasoning, wait another 100 years, kind Aichi scorned the Valley of Shock. It seems that guy likes nanes and wants to surpass kind Aichi, said a certain person. Although this happened today, seeing such a wonderful reasoning really made the price go away, said Heiji and Conan. It seems that he is a good opponent. If I have the chance, I would really like to compete with him. Conan expressed interest in kind Aichi. I'm looking forward to this day too, Heiji said. Chapter 9 Asking for help from the Metropolitan Police Department. Tianqing has learned something from Conan in the past few days, which is that the Metropolitan Police Department's computer systems have been continuously attacked by hackers, and a lot of data has been stolen, which has caused great harm to the Metropolitan Police Department. Fortunately, the undercover police list of the Metropolitan Police Department has not been breached, otherwise I don't know how many police officers would have died. What's the status of that incident now? Ayami asked Conan, gossiping. Conan glanced at several people present. Now the police officers have invited the doctor to help. Conan said about the current situation. After hearing what Conan said, Tianqing suddenly became interested in this attack. I really need to learn more about such an interesting thing. Tianqing listened attentively to the details Conan said. After a while, Ayami and others were no longer interested in this matter. Tianqing, do you want to play with us today? Ayami looked at Tianqing, who was reading a book, and invited her to play together. Tianqing thought for a while and feel I seem to be back from a business trip today. My mother came back from a business trip today and I have to go home early. Tianqing politely refused Ayami. Really? Ayami was a little disappointed. Finally it was time for school to end and Tianqing rushed home in one stride. Bird and Beast Concentration Camp. Hackers, do you know? The Metropolitan Police Department's computers are constantly being attacked, Tianqing asked the hacker when he came up. I also learned that this time seems to be quite fun. The hacker stroked his chin. At this time another person also joined the chat. Bayazai, you're out of school. Kiyoshui appeared. Seeing the autumn water coming out and the sky clearing, I felt curious. Hasn't this woman always been opposed to sleeping late? Isn't it early in the morning over there? Why are you still up? Bayazai asked Chiu Shui in confusion. Far away on a desert island, there was a black-haired woman wearing night clothes looking at a garrison base in the distance, with a microtransmitter next to her. Bayazai, are you interested in this incident? The puppet asked Tianqing in confusion. I just want to know who is that guy who has the courage to openly challenge the Metropolitan Police. Tianqing looked at the code on the screen with excitement. In a villa on a certain hill, there is a purple-haired woman looking at the group chat on the computer. He seems to be quite capable in breaking through the Metropolitan Police Department's system defenses. Zia Yan joined the chat with a cigarette in her mouth. Just then Xing Chen sent a message. Hey Bayazai, I just received a request for help from a friend, asking me to help with the Metropolitan Police Department's hacker attack incident. Xing Chen asked Tianjing in the group if he wanted her to help. Oh, they are so capable of finding you. Tianjing lamented the strong connections of the Metropolitan Police Department. You have to send real-time messages to us then. The hacker wanted to see the time of Tianjing's attack, so he asked her to broadcast it live. The person who is looking for me is my brother, so I can't shirk it. Xing Chen shrugged helplessly. Come on, Tianjing finally agreed to help Xing Chen. After seeing Tianjing's reply, Xing Chen was so excited that she immediately booked a flight. Okay, I will go to the island country the day after tomorrow. This is my contact information. Xing Chen left his contact number. The hacker looked at Xing Chen, who was about to go offline in a hurry, and immediately sent a phone call to Xing Chen. Call me on this phone when Xing Chen comes. When you come, we will invite Beizai and Demon Fox out together. Ying invited Xing Chen to attend the party. Okay, when we see Beizai, you must come out. Xing Chen said and immediately went offline. 2 days later, a man with dark skin and short silver hair appeared at the Metropolitan Police Department. You're finally here, Al, Police Officer A said. A young police officer came out of the office and hugged the man named Al. This is Shang Yuan, asked the police chief. The police officer named Shang Yuan directly introduced the man in front of him to the director. This is Edward Al, a master at dealing with hackers. Shang Yuan introduced Al next to him. Hello, Al greeted everyone in Lame Island language. Hello, I am Yuichiro Kenkawa, the director of the Metropolitan Police Department. I have a favor for you this time. Yuichiro asked Al. It's not a bother to collect people's money to eliminate disasters for others. Al smiled. At this time Dr. Agaza also came out to say hello. Hello, I am Dr. Ali, the doctor introduced. After several people introduced each other, they quickly got to the point. Hello, can you let me see the system now? Al turned to Dr. Agaza. You can please come here. All we can do now is barely defend. Yuichiro led Al into an office. At this time, Al took out his computer and entered the system interface. When he saw the data, Al couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, he mourned for the people who use this software. What? Al? Shang Yuan saw Al showing a smile and looking at him in confusion. Al stopped smiling when he heard Shang Yuan's call. It's nothing. Can I contact a friend first? Al asked Yuichiro. Okay, no problem, Yuichiro said. After hearing Yuichiro's reply, Al called Beizai's phone number, but no one answered. It's strange that no one is answering, Al whispered into the phone. Later he made another call. Why doesn't Beizai answer the phone? Al asked. After hearing the question, I looked at the caller ID on my phone. Are you Xing Chen? Beizai is in class now. If you want to find him, just call her at 11 o'clock. Ying was still yawning. I heard that Ying looked like he hadn't woken up and had a curious expression on his face. You haven't woken up yet? Al asked. I just fell asleep and you called me, Ying said angrily. Ying, do you know what I just saw? If Beizai knew about it, she would be mad to death. Al wanted to laugh when he thought about what he just found. After hearing this, Ying's gossip thoughts came out again. I discovered something interesting. Movie star wonders what case Al received. That person actually transformed Beizai's creation and used it to attack the Metropolitan Police Department system. He also created a 9-link chain in it that must be solved before he can counterattack, Al said. That person should be prepared to accept Beizai's anger. Well, I'll see Beizai's mother tonight for a business trip. She can come out. I still have to catch up on my sleep now. After Ying said that, he hung up the phone without mercy. Hey hello, Al said a few words but no one responded. Can Al be saved? Shang Yuan saw Al looking at the phone speechlessly and stepped forward to show concern. Looking at Shang Yuan Al, he put away his phone. Yes, but I have to ask 2 people to help me. Your team members can't help me. Al asked Yuichiro for his opinion. Yuichiro was a little embarrassed when he heard this suggestion. If you don't agree, I can't help, because we have to fight back and find the location of the prisoner. I can't do it alone, Al said honestly. Okay, I agree, Yuichiro decided. Okay, I'll contact them now. Al said, taking out his laptop and joining the centralized group. Are you guys here with the hackers and puppets? Al said. As soon as he got into the group, he spared them. What's up, Xing Chen? They both responded at the same time. When Xing Chen saw the 2 people replying, he immediately briefly explained the current situation. In this case, shouldn't you go directly to Beizai? The hacker asked Xing Chen in confusion. Beizai couldn't get through on the phone, but Ying Ying said she was in class. Xing Chen replied. Okay, I'll be there tomorrow afternoon. The puppet agreed to Al's request. I will come to the Metropolitan Police Department to find you in the afternoon, the hacker also replied to Al. Seeing that the hacker would be arriving in Al in the afternoon, he immediately agreed to pick him up at the door in the afternoon. Good afternoon, I'll wait for you, Xing Chen said and continued talking to the puppet. Have you informed Beizai about this? She is from Tokyo, the puppet asked. Xing Chen thought for a while and replied to the puppet truthfully. I called Beizai. She seems to be in class. I'll call her later. She must be notified of this matter, otherwise we won't be able to blame others when we die in the future, Xing Chen said with a helpless smile. This matter is so serious. The 2 of them thought about how miserable they would be if they didn't tell Beizai about this matter. Okay, let's just talk about the details in detail. We'll talk about it when you come. Xing Chen said and got off. After hanging up the phone, Al briefly explained the situation to Yuichiro. My friend will arrive this afternoon, and another one will come tomorrow. While waiting for them, I will strengthen the protection of your undercover list so that it will not be so easily compromised, Al said as he prepared to start. Head job. I'll leave everything to you here. Yuichiro said and returned to his office. So I started working until 2 hours later. Al's phone suddenly rang. Are they stars? Came a child's voice. Who are you? Obviously Al hasn't reacted yet. When Tianjing heard Al's question, she rolled her eyes at him. I am Beizai, Tianjing answered Al's question. Oh what? Al finally reacted and was startled by Tianjing's voice. What are you doing so loudly and calling me so many times? Beizai asked Xing Chen. After Al came back to her senses, she explained what happened to Tianjing and also said that the criminals used junk software that she failed to develop to attack the Metropolitan Police Department. You're saying that the prisoner didn't know how to buy the intrusion software I published last time, and he even modified some of the programs in my software and added a virus and puzzles to it. Ching seemed to understand what Al said to her on the phone. That's right, Beizai, what are you going to do? Xing Chen asked with concern. I'll call you this afternoon when I get home from school. You can use our underground link. I want to see if that reckless guy is modifying my software. Do you know that my affairs should not be made public? Tianjing tells Xing Chen to do a good job of protection. I understand. Now I can only try my best to protect the systems that have not been compromised. The hackers will arrive in the afternoon and the puppets will arrive tomorrow. Then we will fight back together. Al said his proposal. Tianjing seems to have thought of something. That guy Ziai Yan, didn't you ask her to help? Tianjing asked. Xing Chen sighed. I don't know which guy has offended her recently. She is playing revenge and she is in high spirits. How dare I disturb her? Al fearfully imagined that the last time he disturbed her when she was busy, she almost blew up his lair. I have to go to class and I'll contact you in the afternoon. After Tianqing said that, she hung up the phone. 2 p.m. Xing Chen, I'm at the door. Come down and pick me up. The hacker arrived in front of the Metropolitan Police Department. The hacker is a dark-skinned Kansai man about 20 years old. You are a hacker? Al asked the young man. You are a star. The hacker looked at the Frenchman in front of him. Hello, I'm Edward Air introduced himself. I'm Sato Kengo, please give me some advice, Kengo said. We are just trying our best to protect ourselves now. Beizai will contact me later. But I didn't expect Beizai to be really a child. I was really shocked when I heard the call just now, Al said. After this matter is resolved, how about we invite Beizai out for a meeting? Kengo was very interested in Beizai. A good suggestion. When the puppet arrives tomorrow, the matter should be resolved within 3 hours. Al looked at the current progress and concluded. But then the angry Beizai will appear again. Kengo suddenly shuddered when he thought of Beizai's behavior before. The two looked at each other. Then let's have a moment of silence for that guy who doesn't know how to live or die. Al and Kengo sympathized with the guy who didn't know how to live or die. Beizai called Al at 3 p.m. Stars, you guys went in from point Y to crack the line of defense, and I went in from point H to crack the puzzle. Beizai quickly started working while instructing Al and Sato Kengo on their next operations. A few good people started to counterattack with 1 attack and 1 defense. In the house on the other side, there is a man with messy hair sitting in front of the computer. I don't believe that you losers can break into the software produced by the most powerful hackers. You incompetent people will only trample on my achievements. I want to take revenge on you people in the police force, a prisoner said arrogantly. Several people did not stop what they were doing, and several people continued to chat in the group. Beizai, what is the purpose of this software you made? Al asked in confusion. Boring, I was very bored at home one day, so I made this to pass the time. But this set of things also brought me a good income. Beizai shrugged. It's used to kill time. Everyone watching in the group was surprised. But this thing is also my achievement. I changed that guy's face beyond recognition. I will never forgive him. A crossroads appeared on Tianqing's head. I spent the night guarded and attacked by several people, and the puppets also arrived early the next morning. Hello. My name is Li Haiwen, also known as Puppet. Haiwen greeted the two people in front of him. Hello, we finally meet. Al and Kengo greeted each other. Li Yuanhai got off the plane and looked around as if he was looking for someone. By the way, why are you two the only ones here to pick up Beizai? Haiwen thought he could see Beizai, but only the two men in front of him suddenly felt lost. Beizai went to catch up on his sleep. Just now, after we had re-strengthened the Metropolitan Police Department, Beizai said that there would be a final showdown tonight. Al explained the reason why Beizai did not show up. According to Beizai's way of doing things, he just wants to leave the hardest part to me. Haiwen had an ominous premonition. Beizai said that there was a problem with the part of the software you designed, which made that person change the software she made and changed it beyond recognition. So you are responsible for completing all the 50 hacker puzzles and we can't interfere. Kengo conveyed Beizai's explanation. Task. What tone did she use when she said this? Haiwen already knew that something was wrong with that part. When he heard the hacker's words, he immediately remembered that when the software was finished, he discovered that he had missed a program and had not entered it so that the software could be modified by intermediate hackers. Her tone was a little angry, and you could imagine there were a lot of crossroads on his head, Al explained. It's tragic. Haiwen can almost feel his tragic fate next. Finally at night, the 4 people joined forces to counterattack. In the joint efforts of these 4 people, the opponent was completely defeated in less than 3 hours. The people from the Metropolitan Police still killed the prisoner 30 minutes later. Also arrested. The matter finally ended successfully, but the puppet sadly accepted Beizai's punishment. Chapter 10 Party. After the Metropolitan Police incident was resolved, Bayazai and Yeahu went to the place where they had met for dinner to meet a few people that night. On Teng Jingfeng's car. It's hard for me to imagine what their expressions will be like when they see you. Teng Jingfeng looked at Tianqing, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Tianqing gave him a blank look. Have you analyzed the ingredients of the drugs in my body? Tianqing glanced at Teng Jingfeng. Hearing Tianqing mention the business, Teng Jing also became serious. The composition of your body is very strange. Logically speaking, the medicine you took before should be poison, but I don't know whether there was an error in any link or a mutation in some genes in your body that caused you to regress to your childhood, Teng Jingfeng explained. Tianqing was not surprised at all when he heard this answer. Well, I can only see you step by step, or maybe that person has information. Tianqing thought of the man with brown hair. Hotel room. When everyone saw a white-haired man with a girl wearing a hat appear, everyone's first reaction except the film was that they had gone to the wrong room. Bayazai, you are finally here. This is this person next to you. Ying quickly walked up to the two of them. Bayazai, everyone present was stunned. Seeing everyone's reactions, Bayazai was very satisfied. His family is nice and I am a demon fox. Teng Jingfeng introduced himself. Come and sit down first before we chat. Ying greeted them and asked them to sit down. Ying watched everyone arrive and began to introduce themselves. My name is Luna. The shadow in the group is me. The shadow was the first to stand up and introduce himself. I am Xing Chen from the Edward Air Group. Thank you for your help in this incident. Xing Chen raised his glass and clinked it with several people present. My name is Satokengo, a hacker in the group. The hacker also stood up and greeted several people. Tianqing noticed that the hacker looked a bit like Sato passing by. Who are you, Officer Sato from the Metropolitan Police Department? Tianqing asked the hacker curiously. The hacker glanced at Tianqing curiously. She is my sister Bayazai. Do you know her? The hacker was a little confused. She was the one who protected my mother before. Tianqing smiled. At this time, a Korean stood up. I am the puppet in Li Hawan's group. The puppet introduced himself. After everyone introduced themselves, they all looked at Bayazai. Hello everyone, I am Bayazai from concubine Tianqing's group. Tianqing stood on the stool and introduced herself. It's not Bayazai, we should have known each other 10 years ago, right? But why would you? The puppet looked at Tianqing in confusion. Tianqing sighed silently. Things are a bit complicated and I don't know how to explain it. Tianqing picked up a glass of red wine and drank it directly. After a happy dinner that evening, Tianqing was sent home by Teng Jingfeng, and they also made an appointment to discuss the party in the group later. Nightbirds and Beasts Concentration Camp. Bayazai, the date of our party is next month. If you must come and don't show up, I will ask Xu Shui to fly a helicopter to your house and kidnap you. Ziya Yan spoke directly because she was not sure how many hackers were with Bayazai today. Feel dissatisfied with eating. Sister Ziya Yan, please calm down. I want to live longer, so I will definitely show up. Tianqing was a little afraid of Ziya Yan being so tough. You can do it, Ziya Yan replied domineeringly with a cute expression. Bayazai and we will be there. Except for Tianxia, Luwei, and his wife who are going to the Theft Prevention Police headquarters for rescue, others will also be there, TK replied. At this time, a barrage floated across the screen. They are going to put out the fire again, Piao Piao exaggeratedly posted a barrage. When I saw TK's answer, Tianqing felt that this was the funniest thing. If the people from the Theft Prevention Bureau knew that they were the famous duo of thieves, they wouldn't kill them. Tianqing wanted to laugh when she thought about this. Speaking of which, Bayazai, why don't you come with me on my private jet? Ying suggested. Tianqing thought about it and thought it shouldn't be a big problem. What was I thinking about telling my mother that I was going on a long trip? Tianjing pondered this question. Then there was the sound of the door opening. Mom, didn't you say you wouldn't come back tonight? Fei Miles. Tianjing looked confused when she opened the door. Miles took off his shoes and put down his handbag. Today's negotiation went very well, so I saw it was still early, so I came right back. Miles sat on the sofa and rested. Tianjing thoughtfully poured her a glass of water. I see you haven't eaten yet. I'll make you another noodle. Tianjing said and walked directly to the kitchen, picked up an apron and started cooking. I feel relieved to see such a sensible daughter, Miles. I'm going to take a bath and clean myself up first, Miles said, before taking the file bag back to the room. Soon a bowl of delicious noodles and a green vegetable were placed on the dining table. Not long after, Feli took care of herself and sat down at the dinner table. Mom Xiaoqing, I am going to London on a business trip for 2 weeks on the 8th of next month, but you will also be on vacation at that time. I am not worried about you being alone at home. I want to put you at Xialan's house and let her take care of you, okay? Eri asked Tianjing for his opinion. After hearing Fei Mi's proposal, Tianjing rejected it directly. I don't want my mother, why don't you take me with you? Tianjing's eyes turned into stars. Feli sighed after hearing Tianjing's request. I'm going to work. I'm even more worried if I leave you in the hotel when I get there. Eri explained the matter. Mom, you know my real age. Plus I can speak several languages so I won't get lost. Tianjing continued. But Eri still has some worries. I saw that Fei Miles was a little loose. Okay. Tianjing had no choice but to use coquettish skills to deal with Eri. Seeing her coquettish daughter, Miles finally agreed to Tianjing's request. Thank you, Mom. Tianjing happily kissed Fei Lily. Herds of birds and beasts. My problem has been solved. When will the party be held? Where will we gather? Tianjing asked for the exact time. Seeing Tianjing's question, Hacker asked a question. Beizai, have you convinced Feli yet? My mother is going to London to work for 2 weeks next month, so I will go there with her, Tianjing answered the hacker's question. The hotel has been booked at XXX. The party is on the 10th, but Tengjing and Ziyan and I will go there on the 8th. The hacker said the arrangement. After seeing the hacker's arrangement, Tianjing decided to meet with a few people on the 8th. Let's meet hackers on the 8th, Tianjing said. We met that day, Beizai. This is my phone number to call you then. Ziyan left her phone number. I really want to see what the cute buns look like soon. Then my sister will give you a mysterious gift, Ziyan said excitedly. Ziyan, formerly known as Song Ziyiqiao, she is a Korean and a master of network hacking. She is also a terrifying bomb and biochemical, weapons, manufacturing expert. The buns are really cute, Tengjing interjected. Yeah, I almost choked on my saliva when I saw the steamed buns for the first time. Cage also joined the conversation and chimed in. After hearing these words, crossroads kept appearing in Tianjing's head. Ying, I think it's time to change your security system. Tianjing gave Ying a strong warning. Beizai, I was just joking, don't be angry. Ying lowered his head and began to reduce his presence. Looking at Ying, Tianjing, who was trying to reduce his presence, he sighed. See you then. I'm going to bed now. Bye everyone. After Tianjing said that, she went offline. One day 2 weeks later, Conan and the others were invited by a foreigner to visit London. On the other side, Tianjing is also looking forward to this trip to London. Chapter 11 Trip to London, Part 1. The day finally came to set foot in London. That night, Eri came to Tianjing's room and planned to help her pack her luggage. How are you cleaning up? Eri knocked on Tianjing's room door. Tianjing put down the clothes in his hands and opened the door. That's about right. Is Mom's client this time looking for someone to practice international law? Tianqing looked at Miles curiously. That's right, because the client was involved in a murder case in London and there was a lot of unfavorable evidence. Pointing to him, so the client asked his friend to find me and ask me to go to London to help him. Ari helped Tianqing pack his clothes while talking about the work to be done in London. So that's it. Tianqing understood why Ari suddenly wanted to go to London. My heart melts looking at such a cute daughter. Although your real age is 17, you are just a 7-year-old child now. You have to be obedient in the future, you know. Ari kissed Tianqing. In the evening, the two of them finally boarded a plane to London. It was a coincidence that the hotel where Ari was staying turned out to be. It was the place where Kogoro and the others were captured, and it was also the venue where Tenking and the others gathered. XX Hotel Lobby. Tianqing, I'll go register. You can look around here but don't go too far. Ari told Tianqing and then walked to the service desk alone. Okay, Tianqing responded. At this time, a familiar figure walked up to Tianqing. Conan, why are you here? Tianqing looked at the Death God Elementary School student Conan standing in front of him in confusion. It turned out that Conan saw Tianqing when she was far away and walked directly to her. Fei Tianqing, why are you here too? Conan was a little surprised. At this time Xiaolan came over looking for Conan. Conan, you used to be here, but now you are abroad. You can't run around or you will be in trouble if you get lost. Xiaolan held Conan's hand. Sister Xiaolan, Tianqing now wants to be a polite child. Xiaolan was very surprised to see Tianqing here. Tianqing, why are you here? Is your mother here too? Xiaolan looked around for Feli. At this time there was a noise from the counter. Ari Kogoro looked at the person behind him and was startled. He is indeed a lecherous uncle. Ari looked at Mori Kogoro with a cross on her head, teasing the lady at the front desk. Why are you here? Kogoro was so scared that he wanted to run away from here. Shouldn't I ask you this? Ari responded directly. At this time, Xiaolan immediately ran out and explained the reason. Mom, this is how we helped a foreign lady get her cat back in a restaurant and she invited us to her home guest. Mom is here to work. Tianqing also said the reason why Miles is here. After hearing Tianqing's reminder, Xiaolan also knew the reason why Feli was here. I see, it seems like you two are very destined. Xiaolan tried hard to find a topic. After hearing what their daughter said, the two of them blushed and refuted Xiaolan's words. Who is destined to him? A perfect chorus appeared. After completing the formalities, Miles directly picked up Tianqing and left the front desk. Conan, Xiaolan, let's go too. Kogoro took the two of them out of the lobby angrily. Xiaolan and Conan, who were behind Kogoro, looked at each other helplessly. Not long after Tianqing returned to the room, she received a call from Teng Jing. Beizai. Hacker, Ziyan and I have already arrived. Have you arrived? Teng Jing asked Tianqing if he had arrived at the hotel. I'm already in the hotel room, Tianqing replied to Teng Jing. We've got the room key and it's in the hotel lobby now, Ziyan's voice interrupted. Come. It turns out that Ziyan and Yao Hu have already met and are now checking in at the lobby. Are you Ziyan? Tianqing asked the person on the phone. Beizai, you're about to get ready. Teng Jing asked Tianqing to go downstairs to the lobby. I'll come down now, Tianqing said and hung up the phone. At this time Ari came out of the bathroom. Who is looking for you, Tianqing? Ari came out of the bathroom and asked with concern. It's a friend of mine. She's also come to London. She's in the lobby right now. I'll go down and pick her up. After Tianqing said that, she put on her shoes and got ready to go out. After hearing his daughter's reply, Miles thought about it. Don't go too late, Ari ordered. I know, Tianqing said and left the room. I'm going to start working too. Eri saw Tianqing off and stretched out before going straight to work. Hotel lobby. Why are the buns taking so long? Ziyan looked around curiously. Isn't she here? Teng Jing soon saw Tianqing walking in the distance. He went up to him directly. Everyone looked in the direction where Teng Jing left and saw him picking up a child and walking toward them. You are a steamed stuffed bun. The judge seemed frightened. Beizai, you are so cute. Ziyan finally came to her senses and picked up Tianqing and kissed her cheek. Ziyan, please don't be so exaggerated, okay? Tianqing heard Ziyan's voice and blocked her enthusiasm with her hands. Teng Jing, are you sure you didn't identify the wrong person? The judge still couldn't believe it. Tianqing was very unhappy after hearing the judge's accusation. Judge, do you want to follow in the footsteps of Kuei Ou? I heard that he hasn't unlocked it yet. Tianqing. Qing's dangerous voice reached TK's ears. Let's not stand here and talk about finding a place to sit. Ziyan put down Tianqing and returned to normal. Hotel restaurant. Okay, let's reintroduce ourselves, Teng Jing said. Let's start with me. My name is Fei Tianqing. I am a Tokyo native and the most popular among 7-year-olds this year. Tianqing introduces herself. I am Song Ziqiao from Huiguo, and I am Ziyan in the group. Ziyan introduced herself. My name is Sato Kengo. I am from Kansai and a hacker in the group. Sato Kengo also came to the restaurant. Hello, I am the Demon Fox in Teng Jingfeng's group, Teng Jing said. At this time, the red-haired judge introduced himself. I am Peter Lam, English. After everyone was introduced, Ziyan saw that no one seemed to be here, so she asked a few people present. By the way, when will the others arrive? Ying will arrive at 10 o'clock tonight, TK, and Piao Piao will arrive at noon tomorrow, and Xing Chen and Qiu Shui will arrive tomorrow morning. We just arrived. Our party will be at 8 o'clock in the evening on the 10th, on the 32nd floor of the hotel where we are staying. Hold, Teng Jing said. Before they knew it, they had been chatting all afternoon. Tianqing looked at the time. It's almost time. I have to go back, otherwise my mother will be worried. Tianqing said and left the restaurant. By the way, did you bring your computers too? The hacker asked everyone. Of course. Why don't we meet in the group tonight? Ziyan said. In this way, several people returned to their own guest rooms. The two people in the room this night were busy with their own affairs. Eri was busy with the case. Tianqing is obsessed with playing the game he discovered a few days ago. Today is the last day of that super perverted mission. However, at the last moment, there was a sudden power outage in the hotel. Looking at the computer that suddenly went offline, Tianqing suddenly raised his eyebrows. It's best that this is not man-made, otherwise Tianqing showed a dangerous smile. What happened? Eri looked confused as she looked at the turned-off computer in the dark room. It seems the power is out, Tianqing replied. Just then they heard a noise in the corridor. Eri wanted to open the door and go out to check the result. She didn't know what happened. People hit the ground. It hurts, Eri cried out. Mom, what's wrong? Tianqing ran over with a flashlight. It's okay, I just got hit a little bit. Eri stood up. Tianqing looked at the dark surroundings to see if there was anything unusual. Mom, I think we should go to the lobby to see what happened. Tianqing spoke after looking around. Mom, are you okay? At this time, Xiaolan and the others came over from a distance. We're fine, let's go to the lobby together. Eri looked at the three people coming. There was chaos in the hotel lobby and later even the police arrived. Do you know what happened? Tianqing retreated secretly to the hackers and the others. I don't know, but the conversation I heard just now seemed to say that their hotel computers were hacked. It also damaged the circuit system, translated by Ziyan. That person who doesn't want to live dares to destroy the mission circle I have been doing for 2 months. I will never. I will let that saboteur go. The sky was clear and there was air conditioning all around. Ziyan, do you feel murderous intent? The hacker asked Ziyan in a low voice. What's the sudden sense of danger? Ziyan's voice was trembling a little. Because Beizai is angry, Teng Jing said. What happened to Teng Jing? Kengo sneaked up to Teng Jing and asked in a low voice. Don't you know? Some time ago, Beizai became obsessed with an online game and now he is playing that the extremely perverted 999 ring task. You must not log off before completing that task, otherwise you will have to restart it. All rewards for newbies have been cancelled, and tonight is Beizai's final step, but the one who doesn't know how to live or die. Guys, there was a huge power outage here, and Beizai was forced offline because he didn't install a backup network today. Teng. After Jing explained, she held a moment of silence for the murderer. After listening to Teng Jing's explanation, the other 2 people began to mourn for the saboteur. We are here to wish you hope of survival after accepting the punishment, a certain offended bun. People who knew Tianjing at the scene paid a silent tribute to the murderer. Chapter 12 Trip to London, Part 2. Just then the hacker's phone rang. Hey there, the hacker asked. Ziyan? I'm Xing Chen. I just received a request from my cousin, saying that we were at a party. The hotel was attacked by cyber hackers and they wanted to ask for my help. But I'm still asking for help at the airport. It won't arrive until tomorrow. Are you in the hotel now? Xing Chen received help and called the hacker directly. You want us to help? The hacker replied. Yes, please help me. The star requester hacker wants him to take action. The hacker couldn't help laughing when he heard Xing Chen's request. Hearing this laughter, Xing Chen was very puzzled. Even if we don't come out, his fate won't be that bad, the hacker replied. Why Xing Chen is confused. He offended our lovely bun, Ziyan interjected after hearing the content of the call. When Xing Chen heard this, he was even more confused about what happened. Finally, the hacker explained what happened and was relieved to hear that Beizai had done it himself. Hackers, you go to the monitoring room first. I'll give my cousin a call right now. Xing Chen said and hung up the phone directly. Control room. Sir, there is a man named Sato Kengo outside with a man, a woman, and a child who wants to meet. You police officer A asks for instructions from his superior. Hello, I am Edward Nick, the officer in charge of this incident. You are the Mr. Sato my cousin mentioned. Officer Edward walked up to the hackers and greeted them politely. It's like this. We tried many methods but couldn't defeat the opponent's attack on us. The defense line was gradually broken down. Officer Edward was sweating profusely. Just insert a child's voice at this moment. We've broken through. Tianjing patted her little hand to show off and looked at the rookie police officer who was standing aside in a daze. When Officer Edward heard the sound, he could put an egg in his mouth. He looked at the 7-year-old child sitting in front of the computer with no confidence and suddenly felt guilty. His team members are extremely incompetent, because they are not even as good as a 7-year-old child. Seeing his subordinates lowering their heads and covering their faces, they really want to slap themselves to death. Beizai, you are so awesome. The hacker walked up to Beizai and rubbed her head. Tianjing slapped the sinful hand off his head and stared at him with a murderous look. At this time, Ziyan walked to Tianjing's side. Beizai, what are you going to do now? Ziyan asked curiously. Looking at Ziyan's confused eyes, Tianjing just smiled. I just bought him a new computer. Tianjing smiled sinisterly. Later, with the cooperation of Beizai and several others, all the systems in the hotel quickly returned to normal, but the criminal's computer suffered the most serious damage. It was about to be scrapped. That computer was worth $5 million. At this time, Tianjing looked at her watch and found that it was already past 11 o'clock. Then she remembered that her mobile phone had been set to silent mode while working. Now when she took it out to look at it, she found that Eri was on the phone. I called her no less than 20 times. What a shame, I was so busy doing business that I forgot to tell my mother and came running here with you. Tian Qingfa immediately went to social media. Just then Tian Qing's phone rang. It was a strange caller. Hey there. Tianjing answered the phone. Xiaoqing, where did you run away? Mom almost fainted when she found you missing, Xiaolan asked straight away on the phone. I was anxious when I heard something happened to my mother. What's wrong with Mom? Tianqing became anxious after hearing this. Xiaolan was relieved when she heard the voice on the phone. My dad has sent her back to the room. Where are you now? Xiaolan calmed down and asked. Dr. Tengjing and I are in the monitoring room. I will go back soon and you should go back and rest first. Tianqing hung up the phone after saying that. Eri's room. At this time, Eri was sitting quietly on the bed alone, full of fear in her heart. She was afraid that Tianjing would never find her this time like 10 years ago. She was really scared because she didn't want to bear the pain of 10 years ago again. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the room. Eri rushed to open the door without saying a word. Mom, I'm sorry I left without telling you. Tianqing felt heartbroken when she saw Eri's eyes filled with tears and fear. You ran there, Eri said, hugging Tianqing tightly in her arms. I'm sorry, Mom went to the monitoring room with Dr. Tengjing because something happened, and my hand. The phone has also been set to silent, so I can't hear your call. Tianjing hugged Miles and explained the cause and effect in a low voice. Tianjing promised me not to leave quietly in the future. I'm afraid you will disappear like before. Eri's voice was a little trembling. It turns out that it was the incident where Kogora's master took away Tianjing 10 years ago that left her with a shadow. Seeing this, Kogora blamed himself. He thought he would let her go after explaining to her 10 years ago. Mom, I will never disappear again, maybe I will never suddenly disappear again. The words behind Tianjing were said very softly. But Tianjing still hugs Miles tightly. But if one day I suddenly disappear, please forgive me, Tianjing thought to herself. That night, Eri held Tianjing tightly in her arms until Eri woke up the next morning. When I arrived, I found that Tianjing was still sleeping, so I gently got out of bed, packed everything, and went out to find the client. I don't know how much time passed before Tianjing's phone rang. Hello, who are you? Tianjing's voice was clearly not awake yet. I'm Ying. Let's come out and have dinner together. Ying excitedly invited Tianjing to come out. We can't see you until the 10th. What happened yesterday scared my mother a lot. Tianjing was worried that her mother would be frightened again. After hearing about Tianjing, Ying finally let her go. Okay, see you then. Ying said and hung up the phone. At this time, Tianjing got up and saw the note left by Eri. She smiled and waited for Miles to come back in the room with peace of mind. Chapter 13 Everyone gathers. Noon Mile is finally back. Mom, you're back. Tianjing, who was sitting on the bed playing games, looked at Miles who entered the door. Watching Tianjing playing games on the bed, he quickly sat on the edge of the bed. Have you eaten yet? Eri gently stroked Tianjing's forehead. No, Tianjing answered Miles' question. Looking at her daughter Miles and sighing. Let's go, Mom, let's take you to eat and then take you for a walk. Eri decided to put aside the work at hand to spend time with her daughter. After hearing what Miles said, Tianjing glanced at Miles curiously. Don't you have to work? There are some things that I can't figure out. Let's go out for a walk this afternoon and look for any clues. Eri took a sip of water. At the same time near Big Ben. How's the Shinichi investigation going? Dr. Conan asked. Conan's thoughtful questions. There are still some things I don't understand. Conan thought for a while and couldn't understand. Just then Shinichi's phone rang. Hello, is this Ran? Conan used a butterfly voice changer to talk to Shinichi on the phone. Shinichi, I just want to ask you what gift you want. Xiaolan asked Conan what gift he wanted. No need, Conan answered Xiaolan's question. Just then, Big Ben struck the hour mark. Xiaolan, listen to Big Ben ringing. Conan was so excited that he forgot that he was talking to Xiaolan on the phone as Shinichi. Xiaolan was stunned for a moment. Shinichi, you are here in London, Xiaolan finally reacted. It's so miserable that I forgot this is Shinichi's cell phone. Conan also reacted and glanced at the cell phone in his hand. In this way, Conan began his escape journey to London. At this time, Tianqing and Eri were eating their lunch leisurely. By the way, my client will invite me to have dinner on the 32nd floor of the hotel at 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. Do you want to go with me? Eri drank coffee and asked her daughter if she wanted to come with her. Tianqing thought about it and decided to tell the truth. Mom, actually we had a party there that night, that's why I asked you to come to London with me. Tianqing's voice became smaller and smaller. When I heard that my daughter had planned this early in the morning, I patted her. You little devil, you have a purpose. Eri smiled angrily. Then what will you do if I don't bring you here that day? Eri asked her proud daughter with a smile. Tianqing touched her nose. My friend said he would just drive me away in a helicopter. Tianqing spread his hands. After hearing her answer, Miles still sighed. Don't play too late tomorrow, you know. Eri finally confessed. After the meal, the two of them strolled around before returning to the hotel room. What exactly is Mom's case this time? Tianqing looked at Miles, who was sitting at his desk, looking at the information and survey results, and was deep in thought, and asked a concerned question. The client said that they were attending a famous author's press conference at the time, and the owner announced that whoever could solve the puzzle would get the publishing rights of the book. Because of something unexpected, he had a quarrel with the victim, and that night when he went to apologize to the victim, he was knocked unconscious as soon as he entered the door. When he woke up, he was arrested and the victim was dead. Eri said that there was only the client's footprints at the crime scene. Tianqing was curious when she heard about such strange things. There is such a weird thing. Mom, do you have photos of the scene? Tianqing became interested in this case. Eri directly handed a stack of photos of the scene to Tianqing. When he looked at the photos, he felt that they were strange and some of them were not very coordinated. Impossible. Tianqing frowned. What's impossible? Eri looked at her daughter in confusion. Tianqing picked up one of the photos. I mean, even if there was any conflict between the victim and the murderer, they wouldn't be able to break the fish tank over there. Tianqing pointed to the broken fish tank in the photo. Then why did the murderer break the fish tank? Eri picked up the photo and looked at it. Maybe I want to cover up some key evidence, Tianqing analyzed. After hearing this, Eri immediately called and applied for an inspection of the broken fish tank. 2 hours later, Eri received a call saying that some glass fragments from glasses were found in the glass of the fish tank. A small fingerprint and the victim's blood were found in the fragments. After comparing these things and the client, they were completely inconsistent with each other, so the client was acquitted, and Miles' case was once again a great success. The day of the party finally arrived. At 19:30, Beizai's phone rang. Beizai, I'm Teng Jing. They're all here, only you are missing. Teng Jing called to ask if Beizai could go out. I'm changing clothes and I'll be back in 10 minutes, Tianqing replied to Teng Jing Feng on the phone. 10 minutes later, the lobby on the 32nd floor. Mom, I'm coming over. Tianqing saw Teng Jing Feng standing at the door of another private room. Be safe and don't come back too late, Eri confessed. I know, Tianqing said and walked towards Teng Jing. Chapter 14 Negotiation. Just when Kogoro was looking at the prompts and thinking deeply, the hacker approached several people at Kogoro. "How can I help?" the hacker asked the bowed people. "Who are you?" Kogoro looked at the approaching hacker. Kogoro noticed several people gathered early in the morning, but they were also a little surprised when they saw Tang Jingfeng. "Dr. Tang Jing," the three of them shouted. "You are Tianking's friend." Kogoro looked at the people walking over warily. "We are all," Tang Jing pointed at Ying and the others. "Isn't that woman Song Ziqiao, a world-famous military expert?" Kogoro recognized several of them. "Do you want to help now?" Ying also came over. "You are Ye Yuying." Kogoro's eyes widened, but he soon calmed down. Feli looked at the familiar faces in front of her and couldn't remember where she had seen them before. However, she seemed to recognize Kogoro and didn't say anything else. "I want to ask you to help me investigate a case in the island country 5 years ago." Kogoro gave Ye Yuying the name of the deceased. Because he knows that the people his daughter knows must not be ordinary people. "Check what happened to Woolen Village in Akita County 5 years ago," Ye Yuying called. Soon after, Ye Yuying received the investigation results. It was discovered that several murders occurred in Woolen Village 5 years ago. Later, the case was solved by a high school student named Kind Aichi. Ye Yuying received the investigation results. "Kind Aichi seems to have heard of it somewhere," Xiaolan muttered in a low voice. Soon she remembered where she had heard the name. "By the way, I'm a student from Fudo High School," Xiaolan suddenly shouted. "Student of Fudo High School." Kogoro obviously heard Xiaoran's voice and looked at his daughter in confusion. "Just a few months ago, we met Kind Aichi when we received an invitation from Ye and went to Fudo High School's school festival," Xiaolan recalled. "Is there any way to contact him? I want to know more about the case." Kogoro looked at Xiaolan. After Xiaolan looked at Kogoro, she called Kazuie directly. Inside the venue. "Child, if you want to complain, just blame your mother for taking this case." The mysterious man on the screen looked at Tianqing with a sinister smile. "It is my mother's duty as a lawyer to take the case, and it is a fact that you are committing a crime, and your smile is ugly." Tianqing shrugged and looked at the people on the screen. Seeing Fei Tianqing's disdain, the mysterious man roared angrily. "Everything is Ito Kenichi's fault. He has already been convicted, but your mother provided evidence and he can come out. Why can he be fine if he kills someone, but my Ayako has to go to jail?" The mysterious man patted himself in front of him excitedly. "Computer desk. Ayako, the girl you like." Tianqing doesn't act like a 7-year-old child exuding a dangerous aura. There was an eerie silence on the field. "What happened that made you have to take revenge on Kenichi Ito?" Tianqing looked at the people on the screen with a sullen face. Outside the banquet hall, Kogoro was already on the phone with Kind Aichi. "Kind Aichi has been contacted." Xiaolan gave the phone to Kogoro. "Hello, I'm Mori Kogoro." Kogoro greeted. "Hello, I am Kind Aichi. Regarding the details of the case 5 years ago, I also asked Officer Akaki to send it to you." Kind Aichi recalled the summer vacation at that time. "Please see Kind Aichi's vampire murder case for details. It seems that there is no problem with the case 5 years ago, but his goal may be to take revenge on Eri because you helped Kenichi Ito appeal and won." Kogoro analyzed the case after reading it. "By the way, Mom, what new evidence did you find?" Xiaolan looked at Miles in confusion. "Hackers over there. Is there any way to dismantle the purple smoke?" Read. Tang Jingfeng looked at the two people who were working. "There is a way, let's assign tasks next." Ziyan glanced at the people around him. "Shadow, you sent people to find the location of the prisoner. Hacker puppet Xing Chen and you break the banquet hall door lock and rescue Beizai. The judge and I are responsible for dismantling the V-bomb." After Ziyan ordered everyone, they took out their computers and started working. Aries sighed. The new evidence was discovered after I re-examined the evidence, and it was also confirmed by the police that the evidence was not forged, Ari explained. Banquet hall. What do you want? If you want money, I can give it to you. As long as you let me go, my mother won't let you go, Kenichi Ito said arrogantly. Kenichi Ito, you don't even know when you are about to die. The mysterious man looked at Kenichi Ito with a sneer. Seeing the mysterious man Ito Kenichi who refused to eat anything, he unexpectedly hit Feli on the head. Don't you also want Kisaki Ari to be my lawyer now? As long as you let me go, I will tie up Kisaki Ari and let you do whatever you want. Kenichi Ito smiled slyly. At this time, Kenichi Ito didn't notice that the low pressure coming from Fei Tianqing beside him was getting colder and colder. Kenichi Ito, you are so inhumane. The mysterious man looked at him with meaningful eyes. If people don't do it for themselves, the heavenly clan will be destroyed, Ito Kenichi said. Tianqing decided not to pretend anymore. It's boring to be trapped with you now, why don't I play a game with you? The aura exuding from Tianqing's body is getting more and more dangerous. And the person holding Tianqing hostage fell down at some point. You kid. The mysterious man looked at the little man in front of the screen in surprise. How about I make a deal with you? I guarantee that ITO Enterprise will disappear from the world in 2 hours and you can't hit my mother anymore, Tianqing requested. You kid, you have such a loud voice. Don't forget that my mother is the Prime Minister's wife. As long as she says something, you will all be dead. Kenichi Ito looked at Tianqing arrogantly. Looking at that idiot next to me, Tianqing Diao doesn't even look down on him. Do you believe I can make her lose everything in 2 hours? At this time, Tianqing's smile was like hell. The mysterious man looked at the conversation between the two people in front of him and smiled deeply. Funny kid, I can trust you, but if you can't do it, you will disappear from the world together with your mother. The mysterious man obviously wanted to know the details of Fei Tianqing. At this time, Tianqing didn't say anything, just took out his personal computer and started working. Hey, what do I call you, mysterious man? Tianqing was working on the computer while chatting with the person in front of the screen. Just call me mysterious man. The mysterious man looked at Fei Tianqing who was operating the computer very quickly and was very happy to chat with her. I have a general understanding of the incident 5 years ago. Ito Kenichi and several medical students conducted human experiments on Minato Ayako's sister, causing her to hasten her death, right? Tianqing asked. Yes, it was because Ayako wanted to avenge her sister that she killed those people, but Kenichi Ito escaped. The mysterious man looked at Kenichi Ito angrily. I understand. Tianqing stopped talking after the chat ended here. An hour and a half passed like this. Mr. Kenichi Ito, the gift I gave you has arrived. Tianqing opened a news interface. News. This city reports that Prime Minister Ito Ueyama issued a divorce statement half an hour ago. From now on, his wife Asumi Ito will officially divorce. At the same time, Mrs. Ito's own company was attacked by hackers, causing the shares to be scattered and purchased. The special news is here for the time being. We will follow up on the latest reports. What kind of Mr. Kenichi Ito? Tianqing said with a gloomy smile. You must be with him, Ito Kenichi pointed at Fei Tianqing and shouted. I didn't want to deal with you, but you stepped on my bottom line, Tianqing said like a devil. Who are you kid? The mysterious man asked. My name is Fei Tianqing and I am a hacker. Tianqing smiled. The door to the hall was opened at the same time. You still have time to escape. If they find you, you won't be able to escape, Mr. Takehiro Ito. Tianqing showed a strange smile. Chapter 15 Human Snowman Case. One cannot step into the same river twice, because both the river and the person are different. Heraclitus. The island has been snowing heavily for several days, and the snowflakes in the sky were as big as torn pieces of paper. The cleaning staff of Juffin Street discovered a strange snowman on the roadside. At first she thought it was piled up by children nearby, but when she took a closer look, she found that the snowman's facial features were very clear. Later, she boldly swept away the snowman's head and was so scared that she realized that the snowman's head was real. Soon, Officer Magyar led a group of people to the crime scene and found that the snowman's limbs were also human body parts. Takagi, please take a few people to visit the surrounding area. Officer Magyar inspected the scene. It seems like this is a bad case. Officer Sato analyzed the scene after viewing it. There were no footprints and no other useful clues such as blood stains at the scene. In the end, with no clue, Officer Magyar hurriedly called Mori Kogora for help after receiving the forensic report. Metropolitan Police Department. Brother Mori, look, this is a photo from the scene. Officer Magyar handed the photo from the scene to Mori Kogora. Why is this snowman photo so weird? Conan suddenly appeared. Mori Kogora looked at the head that suddenly popped out. What is Conan causing trouble here again? He punched Conan directly on the head. It hurts. Conan put down the photo and ran around holding his head. After autopsy, this snowman was made up of 5 people, Officer Magyar said seriously. After hearing what Officer Magyar said, Conan and Kogora looked at Officer Magyar in shock. So it's a serial murder case, Conan said. Officer Sato glanced at Conan. That's right. So we not only have to find the murderer but also the rest of the body parts, said Officer Sato. Just then, Officer Takagi brought someone back. Officer Magyar, this girl has clues to provide. Takagi came in with a female high school student with short hair. Reception room. Miss, what's your name? Officer Magyar asked. My name is Akimi Chikayama and I study at Nakayama Girls High School. Chikayama introduced himself. You said you had clues, please tell me. Officer Magyar paid attention to the girl in front of him to see if there was anything unusual in her behavior. The girl recalled what she saw on the day of the crime. At midnight on the night of the incident, I was half asleep at home. I heard an obvious sound of parking outside, and then there was the sound of heavy objects falling. I looked out the window and saw a black car parked outside and getting out. A man wearing a hat and black clothes got out of the car with a large bag of things and dragged him down. Later, I fell asleep again. Sister, do you still remember the characteristics of that person? Conan said suddenly. I remember that the man had long silver hair and there seemed to be another person sitting in the black car, Chikayama said. What? Conan's eyes widened after hearing this, thinking it was gin and vodka. What's wrong, Conan? Officer Conan Magyar asked with concern as his face changed. It's okay. I remember I haven't finished my homework yet. I'm leaving first. After Conan said that, he quickly left the Metropolitan Police Department. On the way back. Tianqing, can you help me check the surveillance video of Shifan Street? Conan asked Fei Tianqing for help. It turns out that just a week ago, for some reason, Conan and Habara AI knew Fei Tianqing's identity and it turned out that she was the same as them. What happened? Tianqing was puzzled. Did you hear about the case yesterday? Conan asked Tianqing. Have you heard of it? Tianqing remembered the case released in the news yesterday. Conan glanced around and saw no one else. I suspect gin and vodka did it, Conan whispered his opinion. After Tianqing heard this, his brain was racing. Conan, you go to the doctor's house right now, I'll be right over. After Tianqing said that, she took her computer and left home. Doctor's house. Era. Why did the great detective suddenly come to visit us? Habara opened the door and looked at Conan strangely. Conan pushed AI directly into the room and closed the door immediately. Habara, gin and vodka, I suspect they appeared, Conan said seriously. Sure enough, Habara was shaking all over and turning pale after hearing the news. Then the doorbell rang. Habara looked at the door in horror and her body was still shaking. "Don't be afraid, I will protect you forever." Conan kept Habara behind him and stared at the door to see if anyone would kick in. "Open the door," Tianqing called after seeing that no one opened the door for a while. "It's sunny." Conan breathed a sigh of relief and went to open the door. It took so long to open the door. Tianqing looked at the two people in front of him speechlessly. "Kudu, is what you just said true?" Habara AI came back to his senses and looked at Conan. "I'll know if it's true or not. Tianqing has already started working on the computer. What do you think about that case?" Conan asked Conan. "Normally, they shouldn't do such troublesome things," Habara and Tianqing said together. Conan looked at the two people in front of him who said the same thing. But that girl saw it. Conan was a little confused. "Come here, you can watch the video." Tianqing showed the video of the day. "This person is not him." Habara looked at the video and knew that the men in black were not gin and vodka. "That's good." Seeing this, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. "Can you zoom in on the person in the car?" Conan asked Tianqing while watching the video. "Okay." Tianqing enlarged the people in the car. On the other side, the Metropolitan Police Department is holding a case analysis meeting. "Brother Mori, what do you think about this incident?" Officer Magyar sent all the information to Kogora for analysis. "This incident is definitely a vicious incident. What we need to do now is to find the remaining stumps as soon as possible," Mori Kogora said. On the other hand, "How's the investigation going in Tianqing?" Conan came closer to Tianqing and looked at the computer screen. "This man's name is Maeda Koichi, and the person in the car is his friend Honda Sawaya. They were arrested 5 years ago for robbing a bank worth 50 million. Just 2 days ago, 2 of them escaped from prison. According to the investigation information, 5 years ago, someone should have reported him before he was caught by the police." Tianqing explained who the man in black they saw was. "I didn't expect you to check things carefully," Conan said with a smile. "If I want to investigate a person, I will investigate it from the moment he is born. No matter what he has done, I will find out everything about it." Tianqing looked at Conan with half-moon eyes. Hey. Conan looked at Tianqing with furry eyes. "Can you find out the identity of the deceased?" Habara interrupted the two people's gaze. "It should be no problem." Tianqing started the work at hand. Metropolitan Police Department. Officer Magyar has found out the identity of one of the deceased. Takagi left and came in with the information. "Who is it?" Officer Magyar looked at Takagi. "Mido Chuanying, age 35, unmarried, working as a bank administrator, lives in room 1203, Building B, Tianding Community, Miwa City." Takagi reported the information at hand. "Officer Magyar, let's go to her house now to see if there are any other clues." Mori Kogora stood up. "Other side. How is it?" Habara asked. "We found Lu Chuanying. She is 35 years old, unmarried, and works as a bank administrator. She lives in room 1203, floor 12, Building B, Tianding Community, Miwa City. However, she was also part of a bank robbery 5 years ago, but she was acquitted and the bank those 50 million are still missing." Tianqing opened the stolen information and showed it to the two of them. "Can you help find out the details of the robbery 5 years ago?" Conan continued to ask. "It's not hard for me." Tianqing started to work. Green River Yingjia. Officer Magyar just called from the forensic department and said that except for the head, the other body parts were cut from corpses that had been dead for a long time. Takagi hung up the phone and directly told Officer Magyar the latest autopsy report. "What?" Magyar was confused when he heard the report. "If this is the case, is it possible that it is related to the several corpse thefts in the past few days?" Mori Kogora reminded. After hearing Kogora's prompt, Officer Magyar thought for a moment. Takagi, hurry up and check the DNA of the 4 people who reported the crime and the remaining body parts, Officer Megure ordered. Megure and others started searching in the room. It seems like this is not the first scene of the murder. Mori Kogora looked around. Officer Megure found a photo in the cabinet. Officer A came out holding a photo. Check the relationship between these 2 people and the deceased, Officer Megure ordered. Just then Megure's phone rang. Hello, this is Megure. Officer Megure answered the phone. Officer Megure, is me. Kyudo Shinichi, Conan said using a voice changer. Shinichi, why do you call me when you have time? Megure smiled in surprise. I just heard from Conan that there was a case over there. I was very interested in it, so I checked it out. Shinichi smiled. Then what did you find? Megure was confused. Officer Megure felt a lot more at ease after hearing Kyudo Shinichi's voice. I found out that the deceased in the case is related to the bank robbery case 5 years ago. You'd better investigate the people related to the case 5 years ago, Shinichi said. The 50 million bank robbery 5 years ago. Officer Megure was suddenly stunned. That's right. Shinichi said and hung up the phone. Hello. Shinichi. Shinichi Megure heard no more echoes on the phone. Officer Sato, please help us find out the summary of the bank robbery case 5 years ago. After saying this, Megure left the scene with Mori and others. Office. I'm back. Conan opened the door and went inside. Why did it take Conan so long to come back? You have to start eating dinner. Xiaolan put her hands on her hips and looked at Conan in front of the door. Looking at Maor Island Conan in this posture, a chill ran down his back. I'm sorry, Sister Xiaolan, I was playing games at the doctor's house and the time passed unknowingly, Conan explained immediately. Conan will have to call you when you come back later, you know. Xiaolan gave Conan a lesson. Sister Xiaolan, has Uncle Mori come back? Conan glanced around and saw that Mori Kogora hadn't returned yet. I'm back. Mori Kogora opened the door and came in. How is Uncle's case today? Conan asked curiously. It has been confirmed that except for the deceased Midori Kawaying, the other human body parts are the bodies of the deceased who reported missing 2 days ago, Mori Kogora said as he sat down to rest. That means there is only one deceased person. Conan looked at Kogora curiously. So to speak, said Mori Kogora. Kisaki Ari's house. Mom, have you heard about the bank robbery 5 years ago? Tianqing asked Miles while sitting at the dinner table. You mean that 50 million bank robbery case? Ari glanced at Tianqing in confusion. That's it. Tianqing was a little excited. Miles thought about it. It seems that lawyer Yamabuki is in charge of that case, Ari answered. Did someone named Liu Chuanying be acquitted in that case? Tianqing looked at Miles waiting for an answer. It seems that she was turned into a special witness and he did not officially participate in the robbery, so she was only sentenced to 1 year of good behavior. Why are you suddenly interested in this case? Ari looked at Tianqing in confusion. Because she is dead, Tianqing answered directly. You suspect that her death is related to that case? Ari looked at the girl in confusion. It's not doubt but certainty, Tianqing replied. Early the next morning, the Metropolitan Police Department received a report and recovered a headless body from the Miwawanken River. The forensic doctor confirmed that the body was that of Liu Chuanying. The other 4 reported missing bodies were found in the suburbs 100 miles away from the Miwawanken River. Corpse. Metropolitan Police Department. How is the case investigation going? Officer Megure looked at everyone in the conference room. It turns out that the deceased, Liu Chuanying, was a participant in the robbery case 5 years ago. But because she reported the case to the police and promised to be a pardon witness, the court only sentenced her to a social service order, but his accomplice was sentenced to a serious crime. Those 2 people escaped from prison just 2 days ago. Takagi reported the information found in the past few days. What? Officer Megure didn't expect such a big thing to happen. They escaped from prison 2 days ago when they were out for medical examination, Officer Sato said of the investigation results. We need to find those 2 people as soon as possible. They are dangerous people. Magyar issued a wanted warrant. Just then Magyar's phone rang again. Officer Magyar, I already know where the prisoner is. Conan used the transformer to call Officer Magyar again. Why do you already know this? Where is the prisoner? After receiving the tip from Shinichi's phone, Officer Magyar spent 2 days arresting the 2 suspects. This way, the human snowman case was solved. Chapter 16 Cross-Border Auction Gin Vodka appears. News reports. Recently, a cross-border auction will be held at the Tokyo Grand Hotel. Many political and business figures from various countries will attend the auction. The most eye-catching thing about this auction is that the world-famous painting Moon Palace will be auctioned at the venue. Auction of famous paintings from the Moon Palace. Xiaolan is very interested in this painting. Looking at the fascinated Xiaolan, Conan was puzzled. What kind of painting is Moon Palace? Conan looked at Xiaolan, who looked excited. It's a beautiful picture of the Moon Palace. It was created by Yui Yamauchi. It's a pity that I can't go to the auction. Xiaolan watched the TV news with regret. Kisaki Ari's house. Are you going to the auction of steamed buns in 3 days? Ying watched the TV news and sent a message. Tianqing looked puzzled when she saw the message from the computer. Is there anything special about this painting? Tianqing looked at the message from Ying with questions on her head. At this time, Ying sent a piece of information he obtained to Tianqing. There is underground trading, and the Angel's Kiss that was previously stolen in North America will appear in the underground auction. Tianqing looked at the information that Ying gave her. Not only that, but I received news that the 2 people you are paying attention to may appear. Ying suddenly threw out the news of the explosion. Tianqing's eyes widened when she saw the news about Ying breaking out again. What? If they say they will show up, it means that someone related to the organization will show up at the banquet. Tianqing was shocked. At the same time, I was wondering if there was a possibility that there would be someone in this auction that the organization wanted to get rid of. The 2 chatted in silence for a while. Baizai, are you still here? Ying was a little worried about Tianqing, who never responded to messages. Ying, help me find the list and background of all the people attending the banquet as soon as possible. Tianqing came back to his senses and asked Ying to immediately help find the list of people attending the banquet. I know. Also, the judge and the Luwei couple will also be attending that day, and I will also be there as a sponsor. Do you want to go? The film invited. I will show up. Then you can pick me up and go with me. Tianqing thought about it and decided to go together. I know. I'll pick you up directly on that day. After Ying said that, he went offline. After Tianqing and Ying finished their discussion, they called Conan directly to explain the current situation and suspicions to him. Conan thought for a while. What are you going to do? Conan wants to know what Tianqing will do next. I will go to this auction. Do you and Xiao Ai want to go together? Tianqing asked Conan's opinion. Just then Mori's voice came on the phone. Are you happy that Conan Sonoko invited us to attend the cross-border auction and also invited your young detective team to go with her? Maor Island opened the door excitedly to tell him the good news. On the other end of the phone. I heard everything. Let's see you that day and take good care of Xiao Ai then. Tianqing hung up the phone after saying that. I know, Conan said and hung up the phone. As soon as Xiaolan came in, she saw Conan also hung up the phone and was a little curious. Conan, who are you talking to on the phone? It's my classmate Faye. I have some homework that I don't know, so I'm asking her for help, Conan explained. I remembered that my mother had to go on a business trip on Saturday, so she asked me to help look after Tianqing. Then we would pick up Tianqing and go to the venue together. As for the other children, drive. Agaza would be responsible for taking them to the venue. Xiaolan arranged the activities for Saturday. That would be great. Conan pretended to be happy. Everyone came to the venue on Saturday. You guys go play. Remember to pay attention to safety. Xiaolan ordered several people to go find Yuanzi. Everyone in the young detective team sets out to achieve their goals. Wow! So much food! Let's go eat! Genta said and attacked the food. Watching Genta run to the dining table, Ayami and Mitsuhiko chase after her. Wait for us to pull. Looking at the few people leaving. I'm going to meet some friends first. You too, be careful. After Tianqing said that, she went to find the judge and the others. Watching everyone leave, Habara walked to Conan. Kyudo, you are hiding something from me. Xiao Ai suddenly started shaking after saying this. Seeing Ai's strange behavior, Conan hugged her directly. Habara, what's wrong with you? There are organized people here. Xiao Ai was as if a radar was installed around the organized people. Don't be afraid, I will be by your side, Conan comforted Habara. Tianqing, who was discussing with Ying and the others, discovered something strange about Xiao Ai and the others. What's wrong? Tianqing came over with a computer. I just felt that someone from the organization is here. Habara left Conan's arms and returned to normal. Tianqing sighed and turned the computer to the two of them. I just used my computer to check the surrounding surveillance and found this. Tianqing opened an interface. Jin and Vodka caught the eye of a black car and two people getting out of the car. Seeing the two people getting off the car, Xiao Ai felt even more scared. What are we going to do? Did they discover us? Habara started to tremble. Conan was silent for a while. Anyway, we will act according to the situation. Conan hugged Habara tightly. Nothing happened that night until the end of the party, but then the whole building suffered a power outage. What happened? The venue fell into chaos. At this time, the organizer came in to maintain order and let the customers take the emergency elevator to leave the venue in an orderly manner. The young detective figure in the elevator separated into two groups and went downstairs. Habara and the others are asking you, Conan told Xiao Ai to take good care of the young detective team, and then waited for the next elevator with Xiaolan and Tianqing. Are you too scared? Xiaolan looked at the now dark hall and squatted down to ask the two villains beside her. The two looked at each other. Not afraid, they both replied at the same time. Yuanzi looked at the two little ghosts who had nothing to do with their faces. The two brats are really not afraid. Yuanzi teased the two brats. At this time, the elevator arrived and several people entered the elevator. When the elevator was descending, Conan suddenly noticed a red dot on Yuanzi's head and immediately turned on the tracking glasses to look at the building opposite. At this time, Tianqing also noticed something was wrong. Goodbye, Sydney. Jin, who was upstairs across the street, shot directly at Yuanzi. Sister Yuanzi, you're gone, Tianqing shouted. Yuanzi immediately bent down, and the bullet hit the emergency pause button of the elevator, causing the entire elevator to come to an emergency stop. Yuanzi was in a panic at this time. Not Sydney. Jin and Vodka left the scene after realizing they had mistakenly admitted the person. Suddenly, the overpass connecting the two towers exploded. After a few people went downstairs, they discovered that the young detective team and Habara had not come down yet. Conan watched the fire starting to burst out of the building. Conan took off his skateboard and rushed back to the building. Conan! Xiaolan shouted as she looked at Conan rushing into the building. Not long after, several people on the other side of the broken bridge heard the sound of skateboards. Look, it's Conan coming! Ayami spotted Conan flying over the broken bridge. Seeing that the people in front of him were okay, Conan let out a breath. Are you guys okay? Conan asked with concern. It's okay, but the elevator here was damaged due to the explosion, and now there's also a fire downstairs. Xiao Ai looked at the scene and gave Conan an overview. Then let's go back to the venue and have a look. Conan suggested. After a while of searching, Habera found a bomb in the wine cabinet. There's a bomb. There's 1 minute left. Habera looked at his friends. What? Conan looked around for a way to escape. Then what to do now? Others were a little panicked. At this time, Conan saw the roof of the rooftop opposite. He remembered that there was a large swimming pool, so he immediately called Tianqing and asked her to find someone to open the rooftop opposite, and then ordered others to get on the prize sports car. You want to use the momentum of the explosion to rush across the other side. Habera knew his intention. Yes. Aomi relies on you for the last 30 seconds. Conan turned to Aomi beside him and gave instructions. Okay. Aomi, who was sitting next to Conan, was confident. At this time, Habera was still sitting on the bar counter, reading the numbers. When 45 seconds passed, he still didn't come back. Conan thought that she would give up on herself to save them. Habera, get in the car! Conan shouted. Seeing that Habera was unmoved, Genta quickly ran to carry Habera back to the car. When the last 30 seconds started to count, Mitsuhiko was ready. Seeing the time, Conan asked Mitsuhiko to step on the accelerator. Under the momentum of the explosion, several people successfully jumped to opposite. Chapter 17 The Suicidal Girl. Today is the annual school festival of Tadan High School. Conan and Habera were also invited to play. However, Aomi and others were unable to come because they were busy. Conan, why are there only you and Xiaoi and the others today? Xiaolan looked at the two people in front of her in confusion. Aomi's family went to Hokkaido, Genta's family came back to the countryside, and Mitsuhiko went back to cram school, so now it's just the two of us, Conan explained to Xiaolan. At this time Yuanzi came running from a distance. Xiaolan, I'm sorry I'm late. Yuanzi ran over angrily. Seeing Yuanzi running from a distance, Xiaolan happily greeted her. Yuanzi, you are here, let's go. The stage play is about to begin. Xiaolan held Yuanzi's hand and walked forward. When Yuanzi and Xiaolan walked towards the gymnasium, Yuanzi looked at Conan and the two of them. By the way, where are the other little ghosts? Sanako was a little curious when she saw that Conan was the only two people because she knew that the little ghosts usually move together. They have their own affairs, Xiaolan and Yuanzi explained. You two brats, should you go play by yourself or go to the stage play with us? Sanako asked the two of them for their opinions. After Conan and Habera looked at each other, they decided to walk around by themselves. Conan, if anything happens, call me. After Xiaolan said that, she was pulled by Yuanzi and ran to the gymnasium. Watching the two people walking away, Conan looked at Habera Ai. Habera, let's go, Conan said to Xiao Ai beside him. Habera glanced at Conan. Let's go, Detective Death. Habera glanced at Conan sideways. Hey, hey. Conan's bean-eyed eyes appeared. The two were walking around, talking and laughing. Conan suddenly realized that it would be nice to get along with Habera like this all the time. Conan was frightened by this sudden idea. Am I in love with this unlovable woman? Conan glanced at the person next door and his face suddenly turned red. Hey! Habera suddenly called Conan. Conan was startled by Habera's roar. Ah! What's wrong? Conan ran to Habera. I'm going to the bathroom. Habera said and walked towards the laboratory building. I watched Habera walk towards the laboratory building and followed him. Let's go together, I'm going to. Conan catches up with Habera. As soon as the two of them walked to the door of the experimental building, they saw a person fall from the sky in horror and fell directly on the road in front of the two. Ah! The female voice coming out of the laboratory building screamed in alarm. Big sister, call the police. Conan regained consciousness and stopped the screaming female voice. After Conan asked the people behind him to call the police, he saw that Habera had quickly examined the body. The skull exploded and he died on the spot, but there was a small scratch mark on the back of the deceased. Habera returned to Conan and said calmly, "Let's go up to the top floor and take a look." Conan's eyes met with Habera's. "Rooftop? Habera, this is where we saw the deceased fall." Conan looked around. The deceased showed no signs of struggle, but she was obviously unconscious and unresponsive when she fell. Habera recalled the details obtained during the autopsy. Conan discovered something while checking on the rooftop. Sand. Conan looked curiously at the pile of sand on the edge of the balcony. Just then Habera saw Officer Magyar arriving. "Let's go down first." "Officer Magyar is here," Habera reminded in a low voice. "Downstairs." "Conan, it's you." Magyar looked at Conan in surprise and wondered whether it was you or Mori Kogora who had the death constitution. "The deceased fell from before our eyes," Habera said calmly. Just when Officer Magyar was questioning Conan, he saw Xiaolan running over from a distance. "Conan." Xiaolan and Yuanzi were a little worried when they saw the scene blocked by the police when they ran to find Conan. "Sister Xiaolan," Conan replied. "What happened to Officer Magyar?" Xiaolan asked with concern. Magyar looked at Xiaolan running over and told him the current situation. They witnessed the jumping scene, so they recorded a statement with them. At this time, Takagi came from a distance holding his registration book. The identity of the deceased was found out. She is Chisato Sakuragi from Class A of the second year of high school. Because today is the school festival, she is preparing to open a shop in the afternoon at school. Takagi introduced the basic information of the deceased. At this time, a boy was brought to the scene. "Who are you and why did you bring me here?" The man looked at the group of people in front of him struggling to leave. Looking at the struggling boy, Officer Magyar walked directly towards the boy with his work permit. "Hello, I am Officer Magyar. What should I call you? What is your relationship with the deceased Sakuragi Chisato?" Magyar asked the thin man in front of him. Seeing that the person in front of him is a policeman, the boy stopped struggling. "My name is Tanaka Haren Kyunri, and she is my ex-girlfriend." "What happened to her?" Tanaka asked Officer Magyar in confusion. "She jumped to her death," Magyar concluded. Tanaka was excited when he heard the news. "How is that possible?" Tanaka looked at Magyar in disbelief. "Kyunri." At this time, two girls ran over after receiving the news. Two girls beat Tanaka when they saw him. "It's you, Tanaka, it's you who killed Kyunri because you betrayed her." One of the girls was beating Tanaka. Seeing the chaos among several people, Officer Magyar came out to stop them. "Stop!" Magyar yelled. "Police officer, catch him quickly, he is the murderer." Another girl pointed at Tanaka. "What is the relationship between you two and the deceased?" Officer Magyar separated a few people and asked again the girl who just came. "We are classmates and roommates of Chisato. My name is Maeda Sakurano and the person next to me is Kazumi Fuji." Maeda introduced himself and the woman next to him. "Why do you think he is the murderer?" Officer Magyar stared at the two people in front of him to see if there was anything strange about them. After one of the girls looked at Officer Magyar. Because Kyunri saw his cheating and threatened that if he broke up with her, he would report him to his cheating partner. He said that Tanaka was only with her because of her money. Kazumi said the main reason. "Is it really Tanaka?" Officer Magyar stared at Tanaka, waiting for his answer. While Magyar asked Tanaka, Conan and Habera were already observing Tanaka. "I didn't. I never went to the rooftop at all," Tanaka was defending. Conan and Habera looked at Tanaka's subtle movements and noticed something unusual. "Brother, you're lying. You've obviously been on the rooftop, how can you say you haven't?" Conan saw the marks on Tanaka's feet and said to Magyar. After hearing Conan's words, Takagi squatted down. "Is Conan real?" Takagi looked at Conan. Because everyone present knows that Conan will not talk nonsense. "Have you really never been to the rooftop?" Officer Magyar heard Conan's words and looked at Tanaka. "Kid, you can't talk nonsense. Of course I've never been to the rooftop." Tanaka panicked for a moment. Seeing this, Xiaolan wanted to come over and pull Conan away. "Conan, please don't make trouble." Xiaolan didn't know why. But he obviously has it. Conan struggled to shake off Xiaolan's hand. In the end, Tanaka was uncomfortable being stared at by Officer Magyar and looked at Conan. "Kid, if you say I've been on the rooftop, come up with evidence." Tanaka was obviously angry. "You said you have never been to the rooftop, so where did the white paint marks on your feet come from?" Habara knew what Conan meant and directly told him the clues Conan found. At this time, Officer Magyar and Takagi looked at Tanaka's feet at the same time and found that there were fallen paint belonging to the rooftop on Tanaka's feet. "I got this from somewhere else. Can this prove that I stepped on the paint on the rooftop sand?" Tanaka said suddenly. "How do you know there's sand on the rooftop? If you've never been there, you wouldn't know there's sand on the rooftop." Conan looked at Tanaka intently. After Conan finished speaking, Habara continued to add. "To know whether you have been on the rooftop, just compare the composition of the paint on your feet with the composition of the paint bucket on the rooftop," Habara continued. "What's going on with Tanaka?" Officer Magyar approached Tanaka. In the end, Tanaka told the story of the crime. It turned out that Chisato had been threatening him to report on his current girlfriend and the others, so he took advantage of the school festival to make Chisato faint, then used the sandbags on the rooftop to make a voting platform, and inserted a piece of paper into the sandbags. After all the sand is released at a certain time, Kyunlee's weight at that time is already greater than the sandbag, so when Kyunlee wakes up, it can cause the illusion that she jumped off the building. Chapter 18: The Shocking 12 Million Hostage Incident at the Metropolitan Police Department. 3 years ago, on November 7, Officer Sato received a bomb warning fax after handling the post office robbery incident. At the end of the incident, Officer Matsuda sacrificed his own life in exchange for the location of the bomb. Today, 3 years later, the Criminal Investigation Department received the fax, and 3 years later, the fax of the same bomb notice as before. The cause of the incident was that the junior detective team encountered a post office robber when they were out doing activities, so they notified Officer Sato, who was on duty nearby. Just then Sato saw Shiratori and Takagi running from a distance. "What are you two doing here?" Sato looked at the two people running towards him. "Officer Shiratori, hello." Officer Takagi. Conan led the young detective to say hello to the two people who ran towards him. Takagi glanced at the few brats around him and walked over to Sato. "Sato just received the notice." Takagi whispered the contents of the notice letter in Sato's ear. Sato was shocked when he heard the news, remembering the person he had never forgotten. Just as Sato was shocked, Shiratori's car parked aside suddenly exploded. Conan guessed that the criminals first used warning calls to lure the police out, and then waited for the opportunity to install bombs in the car. "It seems that this incident is not simple," Habara whispered in Conan's ear. After hearing Xiao Ai's prompt, Conan thought for a while. "When I get back, ask Tianqing to help me investigate what happened 3 years ago." Conan immediately thought that this incident should be related to the incident they said 3 years ago. It turns out that Officer Shiratori saw the notes posted in the car were sent by the prisoners who committed the serial bombings 3 years ago, and he also guessed that the bomb would explode as soon as he opened the car door. But in order to show the prisoner's note to Sato earlier, he still risked his life and opened the car door immediately. Because he feels this is a good opportunity to help Sato free herself from the lingering memories that are plaguing her. The note read, "I am a high-profile player in Congolese. The playoff has begun." The style of the letter was very similar to the notice letter received from the prisoner during the serial bombings 3 years ago. Police stations under the jurisdiction of the Metropolitan Police Department also received the same note. Based on the literal content of the fax, the Metropolitan Police Department speculated that there were 2 bombs, which would explode at noon and 3 p.m. tomorrow, respectively, and started an emergency alert. After Conan and the young detective team dispersed, he called Tianqing. "Tianqing, this is Conan, I need your help." At this time, Tianqing was at home studying the new mini pistol that Ziyan sent her. "What's going on?" Tianqing put down the weapon in her hand when she heard Conan say he had something to do with her, and then listened carefully to what he said. "The bombings that occurred here may be related to the bombings 3 years ago and also involved the sacrifice of police officers." Conan gave an idea. "Give me a few minutes," Tianqing said while checking on the computer. While waiting, Conan and Habara discussed. "What do you think?" Conan is eager to hear Habara's analysis. Seeing the gangsters' warning, the criminals seemed to want to use Tokyo's 12 million residents as hostages to retaliate against the police. Habara came to a terrifying conclusion. Not long after, Tianqing called Conan back. "I found the information you asked for. 3 years ago, the police received an explosion warning letter. Later, due to the police officer's mistake, the prisoner was hit by a trap. The detective in charge of the investigation at the time, Matsuda, died on the Ferris wheel and the prisoner escaped. I think this incident is not by chance. I got a picture of the bomb at that time and I will send it to your phone later. That bomb is a very interesting thing." Tianqing showed a meaningful smile and directly sent another picture to Ziyan. Not long after, Tianqing sent the picture to Conan along with a cracked circuit diagram. Conan and Habara looked at the pictures on their phones and their eyes widened. Mercury detonated. 2 people were shocked when they saw the picture. "Please pay attention to your own safety next time and contact me if anything happens." Tianqing ended the call. 2 days later, the Metropolitan Police Department received another warning letter, and after dismantling it, they found that a total of 2 bombs would explode at noon and 3 p.m. tomorrow, respectively. The police department activated emergency alert. At this time, Conan and Habara got into the car of Officer Sato and Officer Takagi and speculated on the location of the bomb together with the 2 detectives. Conan and the detectives were furious that the prisoners were taking 12 million residents of Tokyo hostage to retaliate against the police. However, the bombs found were all fake bombs, and the prisoners seemed to have the investigators at their mercy. The next morning, in order to keep Takagi away from the search scene, Sato deliberately asked him to send Conan and Habara home. Officer Sato was determined not to let the people close to him be taken away by death, but in the car, after Conan deduced that the bomb was at the Tokyo Tower, Takagi drove quickly and contacted Officer Megure at the same time. When Takagi was evacuating the crowd, a small explosion occurred on the elevator of the tower. The elevator stopped midway. Sato, who heard about the situation on the phone, realized that the incident was the same as 3 years ago. It was a trap used by criminals to lure the police. Sato ordered Takagi to stand by at the scene, but when they learned that a little girl was trapped in the elevator, Conan and Habara used their the body rescued the little girl, but the elevator fell again and they were trapped in the elevator with Takagi. "Officer Takagi, please carry me to the top of the elevator." "I think this incident is not simple," Conan ordered. Takagi saw that there was no way for him to go up to the top of the elevator, so he followed Conan's advice and sent him directly to the top of the elevator. "Be careful." Habara glanced at Conan worriedly. "It's okay." Conan opened the elevator roof and climbed up. The moment he went up, Conan saw an iron box. "If there's anything strange up there on Conan, I'll come up and see if there's any other way out." Takagi has been on the phone with Sato. Conan immediately stopped Takagi when he heard he was about to go up. "You can't come up here. There's a bomb here and the mercury column has been turned on. If the elevator vibrates a little, it will explode." Conan shouted urgently. "Mercury detonated." Takagi was surprised. Sato on the phone also heard Takagi's words. This was the trap set by the prisoner for the police. In order to avoid triggering the detonator, Conan must defuse the bomb alone while the prisoner uses surveillance to listen to every move in the elevator. On the other hand, Conan also discovered the eavesdropper. Now she was chatting with Habara and sending messages while she was texting with Tianqing. Conan used the text message to ask Tianqing to call the surveillance outside the tower because he knew the prisoner must be nearby. Now Conan received the bomb defusing tools at the top of the elevator and started to defuse the bomb. The work went smoothly, but when it was about to be completed, the prisoner sent another message. The location of the second bomb was only before the first bomb exploded. It would take 3 seconds to notify that Conan had decrypted the code of the warning letter and deduced the location of the second bomb. However, it was impossible to know which of the more than 400 possible locations were. At this time, Conan and the others could only talk to Police Matsuda. Like a police officer, Conan was waiting for the message from the prisoner 3 seconds before the explosion. At this time, Conan asked Habara confusedly, "Do you regret meeting me?" Habara panicked when he heard this and smiled. "I never regret meeting you. You are my most important person." Conan smiled after hearing Habara's reply. At this time, Conan jumped down from the top of the elevator. This action shocked Takagi. Officer Takagi's last location is. Conan handed Takagi a text message to read. At this time, Takagi whispered to Sato the location. Finally, with the joint efforts of everyone, the prisoner who had escaped for 3 years was finally lonely. Of course, after the case was over, Takagi was educated by Sato. On the way back, "Habara, is what you just said in the elevator true?" Conan asked softly in Habara's ear. "Did I just say something? Detective pervert." Habara's face turned red and she looked at the dumb boy in front of her with beady eyes. "You just said clearly that I am the most important person to you." Conan said the key point. "Are you sure?" The two of them walked to the doctor's house. At this time, Conan grabbed Habara who was about to enter. "Trust me. I will take care of everything. Please wait for me," Conan said in Habara's ear and left quickly. Habara looked at the retreating figure with a smile on his face. Chapter 19 Daiden Primary School Sports Meeting. That day, teacher Xiaolin came into the classroom with materials. "Students will hold the annual sports meeting next week. Please participate enthusiastically." Teacher Xiaolin handed out the notice in his hand. As soon as get out of class was over, the students enthusiastically signed up for the projects they wanted to participate in. Only Conan was holding the notice with a speechless face and sighing while looking at the content. "It looks like it's fun." Tianqing, who was sitting behind Conan, looked excited at the notification. After hearing this, Conan turned to look at him and looked at her with a strange look. "I have been left by a lecherous uncle to study secretly with his master since I was 7 years old, which means I have never formally attended school." Seeing Conan look at her with strange eyes, Tianqing explained in a low voice. Conan was stunned after hearing Tianqing's explanation. He had never thought that Mori Tianqing, who suddenly disappeared more than 10 years ago, was directly given to Shinto Yoshihiro to be raised by Uncle Kogora after seeing his talent. At this time, Genta and several other people gathered around. "Why don't we sign up for the relay race?" Genta and others surrounded Conan and the three of them. "I'm not interested." Two voices came into the ears of several people. It turns out that it was Tianqing and Habara who spoke out together. "Don't be like this," Xiao Ai and Tianqing Ame persuaded. After several months of getting along, they got used to Tianqing's unique way of getting along with each other. Although she didn't run around with them, she would come out to help them when they were in trouble. "Aren't you interested in sports meets?" Xiao Ai looked at Tianqing with a puzzled expression. Tianqing looked at Xiao Ai helplessly. "Although I am interested in the sports meeting, I didn't say I wanted to participate." Tianqing spread her hands and looked at Xiao Ai speechlessly. "You have to think about it. If you don't want to participate with us, you have to participate in another project by yourself." Conan reminded Tianqing like he was watching a play. Tianqing gave Conan a pair of beanie eyes and looked confused at the same time. "Why? Tianqing and Xiaoi's first reaction was to protest. Mitsuhiko came out as a commentator at this time. My classmate Fei is like this because this is the tradition of Daiden Elementary School that everyone has to participate in a project. Mitsuhiko said about this long-standing tradition. Okay, then Tianqing and Xiaoi looked at each other helplessly and looked at the people in front of them. That's great, we have enough people for the relay race. Genta quickly wrote down the names of the participants, then went to Mr. Kobayashi with Mitsuhiko and Ayami to hand in the form. I hope this little brother's death constitution won't happen by then. Tianqing teased Conan in a low voice. After hearing what Tianqing said, Conan directly sent Daoduyan back to Tianqing. Hey, hey! Conan glared at Tianqing. Actually, I think so too. After Habara responded, she pulled Tianqing out of the classroom. Conan looked confused as he watched the two people leaving. Where are you going? Conan looked at the two girls leaving with beady eyes. Would you like to follow me to the bathroom? Habara replied. The day of the school sports meeting finally arrived. After Tianqing changed into her gym clothes, she discovered something was left in the classroom. After beating up a few people, she went back to the classroom to get something. Tianqing, take this with you first. Ayami handed a detective badge to Tianqing. Looking at the detective badge, Tianqing looked at Ayami with a puzzled expression. Why Tianqing wonders why Ayami gave her a detective badge. I'm afraid you won't find us when the time comes. I'll take this with you first. After Ayami said that, she left with a few others to find teacher Xiaolin. After Tianqing took the things, she heard a conversation at the corner of a staircase. It probably meant that a bomb was placed somewhere in the school. If the principal did not follow the instructions on the phone, the school would be blown up. Tianqing accidentally touched it when he turned to leave. Bucket. Who? The man caught up with Tianqing. His body became smaller because of his behavior. Tianqing lost to the man and was caught by him. Kid, as long as you are obedient, I'll make sure you're fine, otherwise I'll kill you. The man tied up Tianqing and dropped it into an abandoned sports storage and left. On the other side, Conan and others saw that Tianqing had not returned yet and went up to the classroom to look for someone. However, after going upstairs, they only found the bucket next to them and two sets of rapid footprints along the way. One group belonged to a child and the other the group is for adults. Oops, please inform Mr. Xiaolin and classmate Tianqing that something might have happened. Conan quickly ordered Genta. After hearing the news, Genta, Ayami, and Mitsuhiko immediately ran back to their class to inform teacher Xiaolin. Conan try using the detective badge to contact Tianqing, Habara reminded Conan. On the other side, Tianqing calmed down and looked around and found that he should be in an abandoned warehouse now. At this time, the sound of the detective badge came from his trouser pocket. Tianqing tried his best to take out the detective badge, but because his mouth was sealed, he could only use a massager. Communicate with Conan using Sri Lankan code. After getting the news, teacher Xiaolin came to Conan. What happened to Conan? Teacher Xiaolin hurriedly asked Conan. Conan quickly told the general story of the matter to teacher Xiaolin, and finally told him the news that there was a bomb in the Morse code school that he analyzed. What school has a bomb? Teacher Xiaolin was shocked. Seeing the shocked teacher Xiaolin, Genta asked her to call the police quickly. Finally, Xiaolin took Conan and others to the principal's office. On the way, Conan asked Mr. Xiaolin to contact Officer Shiratori. Teacher Xiaolin, please privately call Officer Shiratori and ask them to come in plain clothes. After Conan finished speaking, he began to analyze the location of the abandoned warehouse. Soon they saw plainclothes Officer Megure, Takagi, and others in the principal's office. It turned out that the principal had secretly made a phone call to Officer Megure when he received the threatening letter. Conan, why are you guys here in the principal's office? Megure asked when he saw Conan. Our classmate concubine Tianqing was captured by the criminals, Conan said. What? Several people in the principal's office heard the shocking news. What do you know? Takagi didn't believe it. We've been communicating in Morse code and she said she's trapped in an abandoned sports warehouse, Conan explained of the situation. After hearing Conan's answer, Officer Megure immediately looked at the principal. Principal, how many abandoned warehouses are there in your school? Officer Megure asked. The principal thought about it. There are 3 places in the old school building, the principal replied hastily. Then the principal suddenly thought of something. Conan asked the next concubine if there are any other number markers around her. The principal told Conan. Tianjing found a broken glass bottle in the warehouse and untied the rope that tied him, but there were many scars on his hands. At this time, Tianjing's detective badge sounded again. Conan, did you hear that? Tianjing was finally able to speak. You untied the rope and take a look at the markings on the sports equipment around you. Conan told Tianjing the principal's instructions and asked her to look for any markings around her. After hearing what Conan said, Tianjing immediately looked around for any signs. There is a WY3 mark on the vault. I tried to open the door. It must have been locked from the outside. Tianjing checked the surrounding environment. Hear the hint of clear weather. Maida, check the vault storage of WY3. The principal asked the Dean of Academic Affairs to immediately check the storage location of sports equipment with this number. Not long after, the Dean replied to the principal. The principal is in warehouse number 2 of the old school building. After the Dean said, the principal led Officer Takagi to the warehouse. Through the combined efforts of several people, they finally opened the door. Behind the door, they saw an embarrassed Tianjing with wounds all over his hands. Tianjing, are you okay? Aomi rushed to hug Tianjing. Seeing Aomi's warm embrace, Tianjing didn't push away. Thank you for the detective badge this time. Tianjing returned the detective badge to Aomi while treating the wound in the infirmary. By the way, Officer Megure, if my reasoning is correct, the bomb should be installed on the speculative board. Tianjing deduced through a short record of the prisoner's conversation. The speculation board is the speculation board for the last class mixed competition. Megure seemed to have thought of something. Yes, and the prisoner is very likely to be mixed in with other people, Tianjing continued to explain. After hearing Tianjing's analysis, Officer Megure wanted the principal to terminate the competition. The principal immediately ordered people to stop the speculation game. It will be announced as a machine failure, and the culprit is probably a parent of a student who wants to retaliate against the student, Officer Megure ordered. Genta's eyes widened when he heard Officer Megure say it might be the parents of the students. Who is it? Genta seemed to remember something. What do you know? Officer Megure looked at Genta. Just 2 weeks ago, rumors started circulating in the school that a 6th grade student named Haru and Ishitani committed suicide after being bullied by his classmates. Genta recalled the gossip that happened in the past 2 weeks. When you said that, I remembered that their parents were still having trouble at school, but because the parents of the bully were both senior officials, the incident was suppressed and left unsolved. Mitsuhiko added. So they think the school colluded with the bully's parents to let their children die tragically and take revenge on the school. Officer Megure organized his thoughts. Takagi will investigate the bullying incident thoroughly, and others will search for the culprit at the scene, Megure ordered. At the same time, bomb disposal experts dismantled the bomb silently. Tianjing and Conan immediately went to the control room. In a corner, they discovered the whereabouts of the prisoner and successfully allowed Officer Megure to catch him. It turned out that the prisoner is Chunye Hao, the father of Chunye Ishiju. His purpose is to avenge the injustice of the school. Subsequently, the bully's parents were found guilty of many crimes and were eventually arrested. After being arrested, they wanted to ask Faye Miles to help him with the lawsuit. When Miles knew that their daughter almost died because of them, they rejected their request. But under Tianjing's persuasion, Fei finally helped Chun and Hao in their lawsuit. Chapter 20 Court Showdown Kisaki Eve's Kyujo, Part 1. Because it was summer vacation, Tianjing went to the law office after going to the library. As soon as he entered the office, he saw Xiaolan holding a bunch of travel magazines for Fei Miles to read, while Conan was sitting on the chair next to him. "Mom, Sister Xiaolan," Tianjing greeted the two of them. "Tianjing is back, come and see if we can go to the hot spring with Mom." At this time, Xiaolan thought of asking Tianjing to be the bait. Tianjing looked at the flyer in Xiaolan's hand and knew what Xiaolan wanted to do. "But doesn't Mom have a job?" Tianjing looked at Miles. When Xiaolan heard what Tianjing said, she immediately interrupted. This was a chance encounter created by her. "Mom, don't worry about work all the time. You should also relax sometimes." Xiaolan continued to persuade Miles. Miles also knew what Xiaolan was thinking and finally looked at Lishan. "Kuriyama, what's on my schedule for next month?" Miles sorted out the information at hand. Kuriyama checked the computer. "There is indeed a case on hand that is expected to be heard next week, and then there is the search and evidence collection work." Miss Kuriyama explained the work at hand to Miles. "And about that case, please give me the information and thank you," Feli said to Lishan. At this time Tianjing sneaked up to Conan. "Your sister Xiaolan doesn't want to create a chance encounter again?" Tianjing asked Conan in a low voice. "It should be, but Aunt Concubine seems to be enjoying this process," Conan whispered to Tianjing. Xiaolan was a little confused when she heard Li Shan talk about her mother's work. "What is commune defense?" Xiaolan looked at Miss Kuriyama and Miles in confusion and asked. Miles glanced at Xiaolan. "Communal defense means that if the defendant has no money to hire a lawyer, the state will pay for a lawyer. If no one is willing to take over the case, the Lawyers Association will distribute it to a designated lawyer to take over the case," Miles explained to Xiaolan. At this time, Miss Kuriyama came in with the file. "I found it." Miss Kuriyama handed Miles a file on the real estate president's robbery and murder case. "I just took a quick look at it last time. For some reason, no one is willing to take over. This defendant has a chance to win." Miles continued to read the file in confusion. "It's because the opponent is not easy to mess with." After Miss Kuriyama said this, she saw everyone looking at her. "The opponent is not easy to mess with?" Tianjing looked at her curiously. "What do you mean?" Conan asked. "Because Prosecutor Kyujo is in charge of this case," Kuriyama explained to several people present. Reiko Kyujo is a prosecutor by profession and is the ace of the Tokyo District Prosecutor's Office. She is known as the Madonna of prosecutors. Tianjing remembered that she had investigated this person before. "Is this Reiko Kyujo, who is known as the Madonna of prosecutors?" Tenharu said suddenly. Xiaolan looked at Tianjing in shock when she heard the name mentioned by Tianjing. "How did you know that Tianjing is so powerful?" Xiaolan looked at Tianjing in confusion. "The newspapers have published stories about her before." Tianjing used an excuse to try to fend off Xiaolan. Kuriyama looked at Miles with a troubled expression. "Are we going to use busy work to dismiss the case this time?" Kuriyama asked Feli. "Well..." Miles looked at the file and fell into deep thought. Looking at the thoughtful Fei Mi, Conan was a little curious. "May I ask Aunt Fei what the case is?" Conan looked at Fei Miles. Miles took a look at the file and started telling. "About a month ago, the body of the president of that company was found in an office in a building in Cupido town. Judging from the fingerprints and items left in the room, it was concluded that it was the work of a criminal with a criminal record." Miles didn't finish his sentence. Lan interrupted. "There should be no need to go to trial for such an uncontroversial case." "That's right, because the criminal was discovered by the deceased when he broke into an empty door, and the two of them had a loud quarrel and a fight. This is also admitted by the defendant." Miles glanced at Xiaolan and explained. "Isn't this the end?" Why are we still going to trial? Hearing this, Dao Tianqing looked puzzled. But the problem is that the charges are for theft and murder, Miles sighed. But can't that crime be settled as manslaughter? Conan asked. That's right. I also think Inspector Kyujo shouldn't make such a mistake. Miles agreed with Conan's statement. Miles thought for a moment. Ms. Kuriyama, now we have the prosecutor's investigation report and confession, but the on-site investigation report has not arrived yet, right? Can you ask them to send it, and also ask them to send the autopsy report together, Miles ordered Kuriyama. Mom. Xiaolan looked at Miles unwillingly. I'm sorry Xiaolan, I can't leave for the time being because of this case, said Miles and Xiaolan. The next day, Miles went to the Tokyo Detention Center to meet his client. I'm here to confirm again today. You said that on the night of the incident, you broke into the office window on the second floor of the Kaiban building and entered the client's office. After walking around the office, you decided to break open the safe in the president's office. That's when the deceased appeared and you had a fight. In the end, you hit the deceased with an ashtray, which resulted in his death. Is this correct? Miles stared at the prisoner. Yes to the prisoner's admission. What did you do with the money you put in the safe that day? Miles continued to ask. I don't know. The prisoner didn't dare to look at Miles. But according to records, 12 million in cash from a real estate transaction disappeared on the day of the incident. The police believe that you took the money after the murder. Miles stared at the prisoner inside. The prisoner stood up excitedly. I didn't take it. The police did not find any money in your room, but there were your fingerprints on the safe, Miles continued. I really didn't take that money from that guy, the prisoner suddenly said excitedly. That guy? Did you know the victim before? Miles seemed to have found a breakthrough. Seeing the prisoner's silence for Miles changed the question. How many times did you hit the deceased on the head? Miles changed his mind. I don't know. The prisoner stopped answering. Miles don't want to give up. Did you hit me once or twice? Miles continued to ask. After a long silence, the prisoner looked up at Feli again. I don't remember. I was so panicked when he suddenly found me, so I picked up the ashtray and hit him, the prisoner continued. Listen to this and think for a moment. One last check. Are you sure you didn't think of killing the deceased at the time of the incident? Miles stared at the prisoner. Of course not, the prisoner replied honestly. Finally arrived at the first court session. Kyujo introduced the course of the case and read out the regulations for prosecution, and Miles objected. Does the defendant admit the facts read out by the prosecutor? The judge asked the defendant. I just went in to steal things and never thought about killing anyone, the defendant explained. Your Honor, Miles speaks. Defense counsel, please speak. Judge allows Miles to speak. The facts recorded in the confession are that he stole and killed, but the defendant had no intention of killing, so I beg the judge to change the sentence to manslaughter, Miles defended. That means the defendant denies the crime of theft and homicide, the judge asked. Miles glanced at the judge. Yes, I think it would be more appropriate to prosecute for manslaughter, Miles argued. After Miles finished speaking, Kyujo stood up. Why did the defendant choose to steal the victim's office? Kyujo looked at the defendant. It's nothing, just picking targets in the building, randomly selected, the defendant explained. So where you broke into was just a coincidence, and you have no hatred for the victim, right? Kyujo asked the defendant. Yes, the defendant answered the question. Under. Inspector Kyujo seems to have something in his words. Tianqing discussed with Conan in a low voice. Your Honor, I object to the prosecutor asking leading questions. Miles stood up. Kyujo changed his approach after hearing Miles' objection. Then defendant, do you know Ms. Noriko Endo? Kyujo continued to ask. Defendant. Seeing the defendant not answering. Have you forgotten your only daughter? Kyujo continued to pursue. Miles was stunned for a moment when he heard this. His only daughter? Miles asked in a low voice and then looked at the defendant. Kuriyama, who was sitting next to him, started looking for information. After the information was released, it was discovered that the defendant had an only daughter with his ex-wife 20 years ago. You can't answer me? Kyujo asked the defendant. Protest. The prosecutor's question involves the names of the defendant's relatives. The defense believes that the prosecutor's question is intended to shake the defendant. Miles objected. Is his daughter related to the case? The judge asked Kushao. Yes. Kyujo replied. Kyujo then pointed out that Noriko Endo outside the court had some kind of ambiguous relationship with the victim, so it was inferred that the defendant had a grudge against the deceased, so he went to the deceased to reason. The first two-person battle ended with Miles losing. Chapter 21 Courtroom Showdown Kisaki Eves Kyujo, Part 2. After the first contest, Feli decided to investigate the site for the second contest. Conan seemed to have discovered something while inspecting the site. Hey! You can't see your uncle hiding behind the screen from this hole. Conan pretended to be curious and looked in at the entrance of the hole. What did you say? Mori Kogora walked out from behind the screen. After hearing Conan's prompt, Miles walked towards where Conan just said and looked at the crack in the door. Mr. Chiu-shan, what's going on? Feli asked the people around her. Just when Conan was exploring other places again, he accidentally kicked Kogora. Don't wander around, you brat. Kogora pushed Conan away. Just then Conan found new clues. Several people returned to the detective agency after dinner. Conan kept looking through the case documents and thinking about things, and suddenly he had an idea. Conan found the decisive evidence and at Conan's suggestion, he asked Kogora to participate in the next case trial as a special defender. The other side of the law firm. Miles is fighting with Xylan about getting Kogora to appear in court. I don't think he can do anything to help me, Miles said to Xylan. My aunt and uncle asked me to tell him something. My uncle said that he would ask his aunt to go to the murder scene with the administrator of the building tonight, Conan said. Hearing this, Tianqing looked at Conan with a strange look in his eyes. Go to that building? Miles looked at Conan in confusion. Being stared at by Faye Miles, Conan felt terrified and looked at Faye Miles. He said he should see evidence today that would sway the court, Conan said. That night several people came to the scene to reorganize the case. The administrator did it again according to the situation that night. He looked through the hole and seemed to see something terrible. Then he fell to the ground. Auntie, take a look at it too, Conan reminded. Prophets glanced through the crack and showed an impossible expression. I recreated the mechanism according to what my uncle said, and he also said that he will explain everything when he goes to court. Conan looked like it had nothing to do with him. Day of court. Kyujo told the administrator the confession he had recorded before. May I ask how many times the murderer was beaten in total? Kyujo began to question the witness. I saw it 3 times that day. The witness responded to Kyujo's question. Soon after, you heard the victim falling to the floor, right? Kyujo continued to ask. Yes, the witness replied. No more questions, Your Honor. Kyujo ended the questioning. Now let the defense lawyer do cross-examination. The judge looked at Faye Miles. Mr. Akiyama, you said you saw the victim being beaten on the night of the crime. Did you see the face of the murderer? Miles asked the witness. The witness thought for a moment. Well, actually, I didn't directly see what the murderer looked like. Akiyama finished answering Miles' question. Kyujo was surprised. You said you didn't see it directly, then what exactly did you see? Miles continued to ask. What I saw was the light from the window shining on the murderer's shadow on the wall, Akiyama answered Miles' question. After hearing the witness's answer, the audience in the courtroom started talking. Quiet, the judge said, stopping the discussion in the courtroom. After the audience fell silent, Miles continued to look at the witness. So what you saw was just the shadow of the murderer? Yes. That's right. Qiu Shan looked at Feli. That's also the case. It's enough to see the shadow of the murderer. Kyujo thought to himself. Miles suddenly changed his tone. Then let me ask you again, Mr. Akiyama, are the murderer you saw on the night of the crime really the same person as the defendant sitting here? Miles waited closely for the witness. That's because all I saw that day was a shadow hitting someone, Akiyama said hurriedly. After hearing this answer, Miles felt emboldened. That is to say, you are not sure that the person who hit the person is the defendant, right? Miles asked. Yes, Akiyama answered Miles' question. Thank you for your answer, Miles said and glanced at Kogoro. Kyujo was shocked when he heard Akiyama's answer. Requesting the court to allow Ma Yayan to appear in court to testify, Zhu Xiao invites another party. Mr. Arima, on the night of the incident, you and the administrator heard the sound of the victim falling at the same time, right? Kyujo asked. You can't be wrong about that, Arima replied. After that, you pushed the door open with your body and rushed in, right? Kyujo continued to ask. Yes. But the murderer had already escaped through the window by that time, Arima answered. What was the condition of the safe at that time? Kyujo looked at Arima Yagan. The safe has been opened, Arima continued to answer. Then Kogoro started talking. In fact, the defendant entered the president's office not after Mr. Arima but before him. Just when he wanted to open the safe, he was bumped into by the victim. After a struggle between the two parties, he hurriedly. The problem is that after he escaped, the victim may have thought that he accidentally beat the person to death with an ashtray. In fact, the victim just fainted because he was actually killed by the person who arrived at the scene not long after. Kogoro analyzed. Are you going to say that person is me again? Arima replied. Kogoro glanced at him. You just said that the victim left his reading glasses in your store that night, right? Kogoro ignored Ma Yayan and directly asked the question. Yes, Arima replied. Do you need reading glasses when eating? Kogoro suddenly said. Arima Yayan glanced at the judge subconsciously. He can't read the menu without glasses, Arima replied. This is strange. The indictment said that the victim opened the safe under the coercion of the murderer. How could the victim clearly see the password of the safe without wearing reading glasses? There should be only the light from the building next door in the president's office. That's right, Kogoro questioned. I don't know about that, Arima answered the question innocently. Kogoro looked at Arima Yagan and asked again. Actually, the victim should still be alive before you delivered the reading glasses. That day when you went to deliver reading glasses, you saw the victim got the glasses and hurriedly opened the safe to check the items inside. At that time, you saw the money and had murderous intentions, so you hit the victim on the head with the ashtray on the ground. Kogoro stared Arima Yayan. After hearing what Kogoro said, Ma Yayan hurriedly asked the judge for help. Prosecutor, you asked me to be a witness, but you are treating me like a murderer. Arima looked at Kyujo anxiously. Seeing the witness's panic, Kyujo still questioned Kogoro. Mr. Mori, you seem to have forgotten one thing. The witness had an alibi at the time of the crime. It's true that when my father-in-law was knocked down by the murderer that night, I was clearly outside the president's office. The administrator can testify to this, Arima asked. Kogoro glanced at Arima Yagan. I don't think you heard the administrator's testimony just now. Kogoro smiled slightly. Oh, Arima Yayan was puzzled. The administrator said he did not see the murderer's face at that time, Kogoro pointed out in the testimony. But he clearly saw a figure, Arima responded. It's just a shadow on the wall, Kogoro continued. Oh, Arima looked puzzled. Kogoro looks at Arima Yagan again. After you were carried away by the money and committed the crime, you began to desperately think of ways to make everything look like the work of a robber. Later, you really thought of a way, and the one you used was the one in the office. Decorated clock. Kogoro explains the scene. Arima was shocked when he heard this. Your Honor, this is the same style clock as the one in the president's office. Miles took out a clock. The murderer probably used the action of the doll on the clock to hit the clock, and let the light from the window shine on the wall at an appropriate angle, so that the administrator could have an illusion about the time of the victim's death. Miles caught up with Kogoro's words. Arima Yain began to defend herself. But what about that sound? What's the sound? That day, the administrator and I both heard the sound of my father-in-law falling. Arima Yagan defended. This method is easier to arrange. Just put a golf ball tied with a rope under the table in the president's office, then pull the other end of the rope and put it under the door. When the administrator checks the door, when making a small hole, you have to pull the rope hard, right? This technique is too easy, Kogoro said while demonstrating. Then what evidence do you have? Anyone can arrange such a method. Arima started to panic. Seeing this, Kyujo seemed to notice something was wrong. What the witness said is correct. Since you have corrected Lily, you must have evidence before you can obey. Ku Shao stood up. Actually, Prosecutor Kyujo's evidence is on the exhibit list you have. Kogoro looked directly at Kyujo. List. Kyujo picked up the list in his hand and looked at it carefully. That list records a glasses screw, right? If that is the victim's glasses screw, when did it fall on the scene? Kogoro looked at Kyujo. Kyujo looked at the list and sat down. The victim clearly left his glasses in the restaurant. Kogoro stared at Arima Yagan and asked. Silence fell on the field. The screw probably fell to the scene after the victim was beaten. And Mr. Arima, you used the apron you wore at work to wipe the ashtray for fingerprints, right? Because the test results of the ashtray found that there are traces of it being wiped with a cloth stained with grease. Kogoro smiled. I request the court to compare the grease on the ashtray with the olive oil Mr. Arima said was used in his restaurant. Miles immediately made the request. At this time Arima started to panic. After Mr. Arima's case, you paid off a 5 million usury loan, right? Miles looked at Arima Yain. At this time, Ma Yain lowered her head. If necessary, we will recover the money for further comparison. Miles gave the final blow. Arima was silent for a while before telling the whole story, and the court competition ended with a Mile victory. Chapter 22 Internet Hacking Competition. The triennial hacker competition will start soon and the prizes will be very rich. Bird and Beast Concentration Camp. Will you participate in Beizai's hacking competition in a week? The hacker saw Tianqing online and found her directly. Tianqing saw the hacker's question and asked the hacker directly. I recently learned that JCC and BOA will make deals in this hacking competition. I am interested in BOA's newly invented OOATV0024 electronic micro bomb. The hacker immediately knew Tianqing's intention after seeing Tianqing's reply. That's the case. You must call me for something as interesting as Beizai, the puppet interrupted. Where can I be left out if there is a new type of bomb? Purple smoke bubbled up. Looking at these beasts who are afraid of chaos, Beizai is speechless. Beizai, we will steal their trading place and then block them and rob them. Chu Shui also bubbled up. After seeing the above message and throwing out an investigation report, I was a little worried. But behind the JCC is the black organization of Bai and the DOA is also the Huangjiang group of AJ country. Those two organizations seem to be party members who have appeared recently. What ability do they have to make deals in a hacker competition? The hacker was puzzled. Because the organizers behind international hacker competitions are all giants on the international rankings, if one of them is caught at random, it may affect the development of his country. I suspect there is a larger organization behind them. Tianqing analyzed the current situation. Just then there was a knock on the door of the room. "Mom, come in." Baizai zoomed out and let Miles in. I glanced at my daughter Miles and sat on the edge of the bed. Tianking's mother is going to Okinawa on a business trip tomorrow afternoon and may be there for a few days. I'm not worried about you being alone at home, so I want to put you at the old man's house, okay? Miles asked Tianqing. Note, that bad old man is Kogora. But thinking about the hacking competition a few days later, Tianqing refused to go to Kogora's house, but she still gave in and let Miles send her to the doctor's house to be with Xiao Ai. The next day, Xiao Ai's room at the doctor's house. Sorry. What do you know about the people behind DOA Group? Tianqing asked Habara. Why are you suddenly interested in them? Ai stopped what she was doing and turned to look at her. At this time Tianqing handed the information in his hand to Ai. They have recently developed a new type of bomb, so I am somewhat interested in them. Tianqing looked at Ai with a smile. Actually, they originated from the Gustin family in Germany 100 years ago. However, 50 years ago, their family disappeared overnight in Germany. Some people say that they have been exterminated, but now I hear you tell me that they may just be hiding. Ai explained while turning around to continue the action at hand. After hearing this, Tianqing fell into deep thought. The day has come for the game. Bird and Beast Concentration Camp. Hacker, are Xian ready? Tianqing was responsible for issuing the order. A few people started a fierce battle when they were ready. After dividing the labor and cooperating, they finally stole the transaction point. Bird and Beast Concentration Camp. The location is at Soyota time 20200328. The puppet sends the address. Ying and Ziyan. Go check the situation and Piao prepare your equipment, Baizai ordered. Seeing Tianqing ordering several officers in an orderly manner, he felt worried about his heart. Baizai wants to cause trouble again. The officer sighed as he looked at the development of the current situation. Yeah. I'm going to start developing my own career while I'm still underage. Tianqing said with a shameless smile. The officer raised his eyebrows when he heard Tianqing. Go away. I can tell you that the FBI is also paying attention to DOA's movements. You should pay attention to yourselves. The commander revealed some information. Sir, don't worry. After this wave, if you get promoted, we'll get you 2 birds with 1 stone. Piao coordinated the officer. Forget it. You guys, be careful when I get there. I'm going to log off. After the officer said that, he logged off. The hacker competition was completed with the cooperation of a few people. Of course, the first place is our undefeated comrade Baizai. Baizai earned $100 million in this competition. Figure. Chief, Aaron Edley, an FBI executive, joined this group by chance and has always had a mutually beneficial relationship with the people in the group. Actually, the FBI didn't want to conflict with these people, so they let him join the group. Chapter 23, Game Center Murder Incident, Part 1. 2 days ago, because Mori Kogora was going to attend a party and Xiaolan was going to train for the next competition, Conan was temporarily staying at Dr. Agaza's house. The two of them were having dinner that day. Conan received a call from Heiji. After hearing this, Conan smiled in confusion. What's wrong? Xiao Ai looked at Conan. Because he showed this expression, something must have happened. Heiji said that he received a challenge letter from the name of a game administrator, and he invited us to go to the amusement park. Conan looked at Xiao Ai with excitement. So weird. Ai looked at Conan in confusion. Let's go and see it together then. Conan continued to eat his dinner. 2 days later, Conan and Heiji made an appointment to meet at the station. Soon Conan was shocked when he saw Heiji and a girl with short hair appear together, because the girl was not Heiji but another girl named Ueshui. Conan remembered that her name was Ueshui. Nanatsuki. You too. Xiao Ai looked at the two people in front of him with a question mark on his face. It turns out that Xiao Ai and Yue Shui have known each other for a long time, and Yue Shui is one of the few people who knows Xiao Ai's identity. Sorry. It's not what you think. Yue Shui's face turned red and she retorted. She didn't dare to look at Habera now. Tell me about it. Conan pulled aside and looked at Heiji with a dangerous smile. Hey. Heiji turned red and turned his head to the side. A few people found a restaurant and sat down. And Xiao Ai also explained to Conan that Uesui Nanatsuki knew about her. What's going on? Conan asked. Heiji took out a letter. Sincerely request Hattori Heiji to watch the next performance, famously wrote to be a game manager. So weird. Conan picked up the invitation and looked at it. Heiji looked at the two people in front of him. I think something big will happen, so I called you out to see what you think. Heiji waited for Conan to see if he could see the problem. Several people have studied for a long time but have no clue. Okay, since I don't have a clue yet, let's have some fun since we're already here. Heiji made a happy decision. A few people went to the amusement park to have fun in the afternoon. During the intermission, Conan and Heiji went to buy drinks and food together. What's going on between you and Yue Shui? Conan took advantage of this opportunity to ask Heiji. Heiji thought for a while and told him about his first encounter with Kashimizu Nanatsuki. It turns out Uesui is the girl I've been looking for. Which girl did I give the amulet to? Heiji smiled happily. Isn't that Hei? Conan clearly heard that the person Heiji was talking about before was Hei. No. Because I remembered an important memory. It turned out that before I saw Kazuha dressed in a kimono, I had also seen Nanatsuki in a sky blue kimono in that temple. She was very cute at that time. I was in a strange way that day. I gave her the amulet I had on me. Heiji said, his face turned red. Then what are you going to do with Hei? Conan looked at Heiji seriously. The scene was quiet for a while, and Heiji looked at Conan seriously. Heiji made it clear to her when I decided to be with Nanatsuki. I don't want to have any regrets in the future. Because I fell in love with Nanatsuki. After Heiji said that, he and Conan walked towards their respective girls. After the intermission, a few people started playing shinichi rounds. It's getting dark. I think it might be a prank. It's getting dark now. Let's go home. Heiji said and left the amusement park with a few people. It suddenly started raining heavily on the road. As they were running, they saw a bus slowly approaching in the distance. Heiji quickly ran to the bus and knocked on the door to ask the driver to let them get on. The driver took a look. Heiji stopped in front of him and asked the four people to get in the car. After a few people got on the bus, they found that there were many people there. Soon after they sat down, a burst of smoke blew out and several people fell unconscious. When Heiji and Koshisui woke up, they found that they had put a hood on their heads and were locked in a confined space. Conan and Habera were missing. On the other side, Conan and Ai woke up in the hospital. Conan, Xiao Ai, why did you faint on the road? The doctor received the news and rushed over. Conan looked at the unfamiliar environment around him and still didn't react. Didn't we go to the amusement park with Heiji? Could it be? Xiao Ai seemed to have thought of something and looked at Conan. Doctor, hurry up and inform Officer Megure that something may have happened to Heiji and Koshisui. Conan finally came back to his senses and looked at Dr. Ageza in shock. Soon Officer Megure arrived at the hospital. Conan, tell me what happened. Officer Megure asked Conan on the hospital bed. When he saw Officer Megure, Conan directly recounted to Officer Megure what Heiji had told him before. That means I came to Tokyo after receiving a challenge letter. Officer Megure looked curious. We got on the bus when we were about to go home and then we passed out from the smoke. When we woke up, Habera and I were in the hospital. Maybe he let us go because we were children and were of no use to him. Conan. He looked at Officer Magyar in confusion. Abandoned warehouse in a suburb. A light suddenly turned on in a dark room. What is this? Heiji stroked the mask above his head. Suddenly there was a voice beside him. Is it Heiji? Heiji looked in the direction of the sound. Is that you, Nanatsuki? Hearing Heiji's voice, Koshimi Nanatsuki breathed a sigh of relief. That's great, but what the hell is going on? Is this also a game facility? Koshimizu Nanatsuki remembered the important point. At this time Heiji looked around and found that Conan and Habara were missing. Did Nanatsuki see Conan and Habara? Heiji looked for the two of them. After hearing Heiji's question, Koshimi Nanatsuki looked at the people in the room and realized that the two children were missing. We should have gotten on a bus on the way back from the storm. One of the people seemed to remember something. Upon hearing this, everyone present responded. But why are we wearing pirate masks full of dangers? Damn it, why are you asking me to wear this? One of the voices heard was a young man trying to take off the mask on his head with his hands. After a cry of pain, everyone found that the man who was about to take off the mask began to bleed from his neck. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. If my mother wants to take off the hood, a needle will pique my neck. The young man asked his mother for help. Calm down, Shenma. A middle-aged woman quickly ran towards the man named Shenma. Mom, it hurts so much. She looked at her mother and the man named Shenma came over and asked her for help. The woman looked around and started to panic. This place looks like an abandoned hospital and the windows are chained. The woman was a little frightened. After hearing the woman's words, Heiji looked around again. Except for the two of us who were invited, I'm afraid the 3 men and 1 woman in front of me didn't meet by accident. Seeing the current scene environment, Heiji can be sure that this incident is the game administrator mentioned. Heiji, look, Koshimizu Nanatsuki tugged at Heiji, motioning for him to look at the clock on the TV. It will be 12 o'clock soon, Heiji was thinking when he saw the TV automatically turned on. It's 12 o'clock, everyone, the game starts. I saw a completely unrecognizable person wearing a black hood, a white robe, and black gloves on his hands appearing on the screen. Welcome to the game hall. I am the game administrator. Next, I will bring you a pleasant game. But don't underestimate it just because it is a game. If you don't do it well, you will die. The game administrator ignored it. A few people were frightened and then started talking about their own topics. Are you kidding? You've gone too far, the man named Shenma yelled. This voice was changed through a voice changer, the woman said. The game administrator looked at the few people who had not reacted and ignored them to continue his topic. Oh, for the sake of fairness, no one can make any more noise. If someone makes a sound, everyone present will be like this pirate according to joint and several liability. As soon as the game librarian finished speaking, everyone present saw the sound on the TV. Pirate doll head shot directly. Are you kidding? This person really wants to knock us off, right? Heiji broke out in cold sweat. Although I couldn't see everyone's facial expressions, I was very satisfied with the reactions of several people who fell into meditation. The game will officially begin. After the game administrator said this, he saw a few lines of words pop up on the TV series. TV drama. Pirates are a dangerous game. If you don't escape within the stipulated time, you will be blown to pieces. The prescribed time, is it the one in the upper right corner of the screen? Heiji noticed that the time in the upper right corner of the TV was decreasing. Seeing this, Heiji really couldn't figure out why this person called the game administrator went to such trouble to deceive him. He spent less and less time looking at the upper right corner of the TV and fell into a bottleneck. The other people in the room were looking for other exits. At this moment, the person on the TV said the rules of the game again. Game rules. Questions to help open the exit door will now be displayed here. The 4 numbers represented by these questions are the password to open the door. Suddenly the screen paused and a few lines of words appeared again. But the only person who can open the door and go out is the person who answers the question the fastest each time. That is to say, only one person can go out at a time and the door behind them will be closed immediately. If more than 2 people go out without following the rules, everyone will be blown up directly. Alright, the game begins. After the game administrator said this, he disappeared in front of the screen. At this time, a line of words appears on the screen. The first question: what is the year the Kamakura shogunate was established? Express it in 4 digits. As soon as the question came out, everyone was silent for a moment. The last man in striped clothes ran directly to the door and quickly opened the iron door and escaped. Question 2: what is the morning greeting? Please use 4 numbers to express it. Soon after, a man in black leather jacket rushed to the door, opened it quickly and left. After a while, everyone else went out, and only Heiji and another man were left in the small room. Not long after, Heiji also came out. Heiji Kashimizu Nanatsuki directly hugged Heiji who came out. She was worried because just now Heiji helped her input the answer and pushed her out in order to save her. Not long after, everyone outside the room took off their hoods. Only now did Heiji and Koshimi Nanatsuki really see everyone's appearance. Sudden. Ha ha ha. What will be the final outcome of this game? Said the man in striped clothes. Hearing this, Heiji looked over. Who are you? Heiji looked at the person in front of him in confusion. My name is Bayo Shuzi, I am a game producer. I think you two should know me at your age. Bayo Shuzi introduced himself to the person in front of him. Heiji glanced at Base Huzi. Who is this uncle? At this time, the man in black leather jacket ran out. I know he is the author of Lua Brothers, said the man in black leather. Who are you? Asked a woman next to him. The man in black leather jacket looked around. My name is Shimomura Akuma. My hobbies are mobile games and red wine. Although I haven't taken any classes in college, I don't think it's interesting, Sumomura Yukuma said arrogantly. Your mother is very rich. Woman approaches Shuankan Shenma. I saw Shuankan Shenma nodding his head. Kimura Sae is in the PN industry, don't look at me like this. I'm a hard-working Saburo. The woman named Kikumura Sae introduced herself. Another man in black pretends to be handsome. That means you can do anything. After hearing this, everyone looked at him. You wouldn't seduce this otaku here, right? The man looked at her. Kikumura looked at the man angrily. You don't have the right to control what I want to do to Jun Mizumoto, right? Kikumura Seiku accused the man in front of him. You two should stop arguing and find a way out of here. Sheng Ma's mother came out to break up the fight. Mama, Kikumura suddenly said. Everyone has a question mark when they hear this title. Chapter 24, Game Center Murder Incident, Part 2. My mama. Everyone looked at the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman glanced at everyone present. Actually, I am the mom from the hotel where they work. My name is Mylin Magia. The middle-aged woman looked very embarrassed. Several people looked at her. Actually, we are here this time because we found an envelope with my name written on it at the front desk, and there were these amusement park coupons in it. At that time, I thought they were given to us by guests, so I didn't want to waste them. Bring some of them out. Malin Magia said the reason why she appeared here. Is this a VIP coupon event? If not, it's a prank. Matsumoto Jun looked at Marin Mika. I was very interested in this kind of game at first, but if nothing happens, even a gaming idiot like me can pass it. Mylin Magia. Bayo Shuza looked at Malin Magia who just spoke. It's true that it's not a bad game, but to me it's just stupid, especially the first problem. Suddenly, Shimomura Arima looked around and found that her mother was missing and screamed hurriedly. Wait a minute, my mother, Shiho, is my mother. She is the boss of a big brand company. Arima Shiho looked around for Shiho Shimomura. Is it that woman? She just asked me to come out first. Heiji turned to look at Shimomura Arima. No way, so my mother is still inside. Shimomura Arima hurried to the door and kept knocking on the door. No, she can't hear it, Kikyumuraseo said. Seeing this, Heiji looked at his watch. Less than 10 seconds left. Frost Village Arima ignored the people present. What are you in such a hurry for? It's a game and it won't explode even if the time is up. Jun Mizumoto didn't take it seriously. Just when the time was counting down to the end, a powerful explosion shocked everyone present, and a burst of white smoke with the smell of gunpowder emitted from the crack in the door. After the white smoke emitted, everyone only saw a leg and fragmented remains appearing in the room. Inside, Amam Shimomura Arima rushed towards the corpse like crazy. What's going on? Isn't it said that it won't explode? Why will it blow people to pieces? Malin Magia was shocked when she looked at the scene. Are you okay, Jun? Kikyumuraseo ran to Shimomura Arima's side. Suddenly Shimomura Arima turned around and caught Heiji and asked him why he left his mother and came out alone. It was your mother who asked me to leave first, Heiji said. Shut up and give me your mother. Shimomura Arima caught Heiji and demanded his life. This time, Kishui Nanatsuki gave Arima Shimomura a shoulder throw and threw him away. That's enough, kid. If what he said is true, that means your mother sacrificed her life to save others. Base Hoshi comforted Shiomura Arima. Who cares about those bastards? Shimomura Arima was very excited. But Heiji felt strange when he recalled what happened in the room before, because Shiho wrote a sentence on his hand before coming out. If he saves her, he will give him 100 million after getting out. Such a person will sacrifice to save others. At this time the voice of the game administrator sounded again. Ha ha ha, great! No one was killed. Then the next game is about to start. Please look at the wall opposite. After the game administrator said this, he asked everyone to look at the wall. The opposite wall is covered with paper masks. Behind the masks are the keys of everyone present, but the keys are hung on the 9 links. To remove the keys, they must unlock the 9 links. The rules are as before, only one person can go out at a time, otherwise after the game administrator finished speaking, the bear next to him exploded again. When everyone is stunned. The game has begun, the game administrator said and disappeared again. When everyone saw this scene, they immediately ran to the key to unlock it. The more anxious everyone was, the more panicked they became. However, Heiji was not in trouble. Soon Heiji was the first to unlock the key and gave it to the others. They were asked to go out first. After everyone left, they found that they had entered a new room with food and drink items in it. Ha ha ha, congratulations to everyone for passing the second test. Let everyone take a rest here before entering a new game. There is food, tea, and even a bathroom here. You can use everything here with confidence, but one important point is that everyone has to eat well, otherwise it's hard to say whether we can leave here alive. After the game administrator finished speaking, he logged off again. What does this mean? Base Husa looked at the people around him in confusion. Heiji looked at the instant noodles on the table and fell into deep thought. Eat well. What the hell, I'm hungry anyway. Mizumoto-jun picked up the instant noodles and started eating. Seeing what Jun Matsumoto was doing, Heiji stopped him. Don't act rashly. The survival game is not over yet. Heiji stood up. That's enough, who are you? Don't always act like you're in control of the situation. You're just a brat from high school. Jun Mizumoto couldn't stand Heiji. That's enough. Heiji is not an ordinary high school student, he is a famous high school detective in Kansai. Together with Kyodo Shinichi, he is known as Kyodo of Kanto and Hattori of Kansai. Hattori Heiji Kashimizu Nanatsuki said. He is the famous detective from Kansai. Everyone looked at Heiji. Seeing everyone's eyes looking at me. If this is the so-called game, then the rules of the game will be shown to us silently, such as a water tank or a ribbon fish, Heiji said. Tropical fish. Base Husa looked at Heiji in confusion. Don't you find it strange that tropical fish suddenly appear here? Kashimizu Nanatsuki asked the others. Several people present looked at the tropical fish in the fish tank. It's really strange why there are tropical fish in such ruins. Jun Matsumoto observed the fish tank. Heiji looked at the others. What if tropical fish appear for some purpose? Heiji asked everyone present. Everyone here, look at me and look at everyone else. Intention. Kikumura looked at Heiji in confusion. Test the poison. Nanatsuki already knows the answer after reasoning. Poison. Everyone looked at Nanatsuki with frightened faces. Base Hoji glanced at Nanatsuki. The so-called not eating well is just asking tropical fish to test poison for us. Keshui. Nanatsuki glanced at Base Hozii. We should use tropical fish to help us confirm our safety before eating the food he prepares for us. That's it, Milan Magia said. After listening to Koshizui Nanatsuki's explanation, everyone began to test the poison on their hands. Soon everyone tested the poison and found that there was no problem with eating. Look, there are chopsticks here. Kikumuraseo picked up a new pack of chopsticks on the table. Marin Mika looked at Shimomura Arima holding instant noodles in a daze. I don't know what to do. Shimomura Arima looked at Marin Mika at a loss. I'll give you this cup. I've just tested it and it's not poisonous. Milan Magia gave the instant noodles she had to Shimomura Arima. Shimomura Arima looked at Marin Mika with a grateful expression. It's been 3 minutes and it's almost ready. Jun Matsumoto looked at the time. At this time, Milan Magia had opened the instant noodles and was about to eat them. Mama my, it's not time yet. Kikumuraseo leaned towards Milan Mika with a confused look on his face. It's okay. I like it a little firmer. There's nothing wrong with these chopsticks, right? Milan Magia seemed to have discovered something was wrong with the chopsticks. Hearing Marin Mika's doubts, Heiji asked Nanatsuki for a bowl of instant noodles that had been opened. He poured the noodle soup directly into the fish tank. After a while, he didn't notice anything unusual. It seems I'm overthinking, Heiji said. I'll try it too. Shimomura Arima poured her own noodle soup into it. After a while, there was no abnormality. I'll do it, I'll do it. With a try mentality, Milan Magia poured in her bowl of noodle soup that was mixed evenly with chopsticks. Just when everyone thought they were just paranoid, they discovered that all the tropical fish in the fish tank died. Chopsticks are poisonous! Milan Magia shouted in horror. Hearing the scream, all eyes turned to the tropical fish. You found the chopsticks, right? Someone said, looking at Kikumura Shao. It's not me. Kikumuraseo stepped back. Base Huzi approaches the top of Jukin. It's not you. Why do you know the chopsticks are in the cabinet? It's just intuition, Kikumura said in a panic. When everyone wants to take further action. Wait a minute, Kikumura-sama is just responsible for dividing the chopsticks. Heiji walked out and said. Base Huzi curled his lips and looked at everyone worriedly. Who knows, if the game master is among us? Everyone looked at Base Huzi in horror. There is a game master among us. Shimomura Arima looked at Kikumura in horror. Bayo Shoza came out. The people who designed this problem and used the 9 links, as a game designer, I feel that the game administrator is right next to us watching us play this game. Anyway, let's finish testing the poison quickly and eat the noodles first. Milan Magia walked out. Yes, the game master said that we should finish our meal before we can go out. Now we can only do it. Nanatsuki walked to Heiji. Heiji looked at the people present. The first thing we have to do is not to doubt our companions but to work together to leave here. If we are under internal control now, we will have fallen into the trap of the game administrator, Mr. Baseho. Heiji stared at Base Huzi. Bayo Shuza gritted his teeth after being named. As expected of what the famous Kansai detective said, it's better to eat it quickly now, otherwise you may not have the chance to eat it again later. Tao Shuji agreed with Heiji's words. Then let's try poison in the tea. Milan Magia came over with a cup of tea. When everyone finished eating the ramen, the game master appeared again. Everyone has eaten, then our new game will start again. Please look at the bottom of the instant noodles. When everyone heard the prompt, they looked at the bottom of the instant noodle bowl and stuck a key. Congratulations to everyone for not being poisoned. The rules are as before. One by one, use the key to open the door and go out. The game administrator just finished speaking and disappeared again. Not long after, everyone used the keys to leave the room and came to a new house again. Ding, come here, I applaud everyone. The voice of the game administrator sounded again. Jun Mizumoto was excited when he heard the voice of the game administrator. Show up when you can, don't hide behind it. Game Master ignores Jun Mizumoto. Next, I invite everyone to play a treasure hunt game. There is a key hidden in this room, and this key is the only key that can leave this room. Please listen clearly, this is the only one, so everything you have here only one person can leave this room. After saying this, the game administrator disappeared again. Just when everyone is thinking. By the way, one more thing. If you want to go to the bathroom, you must pay attention to etiquette. This is a very important point. Also, if you don't pay attention to etiquette, you may be the only one who dies. The game administrator said and logged off again. Everyone, you look at me and you don't understand what I mean. What did he mean just now? Base Huza was puzzled. Speaking of going to the bathroom, I kind of want to go to the bathroom now, Kikumura Seiko said. I think so too, Merlin Magia agreed. Jun Matsumoto glanced at the people present and said his proposal. Why don't we men go first? No one present objected. Is it this room? Mizumoto Jun looked at an unmarked room and opened the door. The bathroom is very clean and there are replacement slippers. Is he Mizumoto-kun? Does he have such etiquette? He was obviously very slovenly when he was in the store. Kikumura-su looked at Mizumoto Jun with disbelief. Malin Magia didn't believe it when she saw this situation. Are you working so hard like a fool when you are here? He obviously owes as much money as me, so even working so hard is in vain. Kikumura looked at Marin Mika in confusion. You are still too young, Zyozeo, why not find a rich second generation while you are still young? Myelin Miyajia and Kikumura said this. While everyone was walking around, Nanatsuki walked up to Heiji. What's wrong? Don't you find it strange, Nanatsuki? The people gathered here seem to have been caught by the game administrator to participate in the game unintentionally, but is this really the case? If so, why did the game administrator send me an invitation letter? Heiji, look at Nanatsuki next to you. I think there must be some connection among these people to bring everyone together. Nanatsuki glanced at everyone present. Not long after, Matsumoto-kun came out of the bathroom. It's my turn next, Shimomura Erima then walked into the bathroom. Not long after, Shimomura Erima looked up at the bathroom mirror and suddenly knew the answer to the question. Mom, I understand. Pay attention to etiquette. I finally understand. It turns out that this is what it means to pay attention to etiquette. After Shimura Erima said, he started to look for the key in the correct place in the bathroom. He wanted to be the only one to escape from this secret room. Suddenly there was a scream from the bathroom. Frost Village Erima, everyone ran to the bathroom door. The door was opened, only to find Erima Shuangmura lying on the ground. He uttered 2 words, etiquette, and then died. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. When will this killing end? What is the ultimate goal of this game administrator? What kind of connection do everyone present have? From the beginning, I received the invitation letter. At that time, Heiji had already fallen into this secret room game. What kind of secrets were buried among these people? Did the game administrator plan all this for revenge? All this has to wait for the truth of the matter to be slowly revealed. Frost Village, will Arima be the last victim? Or will new victims appear next? If so, who will the new victims be? There are still many mysteries in this massacre that have not been solved. Chapter 25, Game Manager Murder Case, Part 2. Everyone was shocked when they saw Arima Shimomura lying dead. Will we be killed? Kikyo looked at the corpses on the ground, trembling. After observing the surroundings, Shinji Benjun came to a conclusion. That's not necessarily the case. Look at the back of the photo frame. Milan Magia pointed at the back of the photo frame. Key. Nanatsuki carefully picked up the key with a tissue. The photo frame is surrounded by poisonous needles. Heiji looked at the poisonous needles surrounding the photo frame and fell into thought. Suddenly Base Husa showed a look of enlightenment. The game manager means that if you don't follow the etiquette, it means that if you are alone in the bathroom looking for the key, you will die, and everyone else will live. As soon as Base Hoji finished speaking, he saw Shinji Hanjun running towards the door. Wait a minute, Mr. Shinemoto Jun Kikumura Shao caught up with Shinetsu Hanjun. Seeing the two people running out, Bayo Shuzi and several others also chased after them. This is human nature, right? Nanatsuki looked at Heiji. Watching a game decide a person's life or death, are you kidding me, game administrator? I must catch you. Heiji punched the wall. After a while, everyone walked out of the room, but soon several people came to a new room again under the prompts of the game administrator. When the room door was closed, white smoke was released from all corners of the room. Not long after, everyone in the room collapsed. When several people woke up again, it was already 2 days later. Everyone was in Daiden Hospital. You're awake, Heiji. The first thing Heiji saw was Nanatsuki, who was worried about him. At this time, Nanatsuki was also wearing a hospital gown and was sitting next to Heiji's bed. There were 2 other people beside her, Conan and Xiao Ai. What the hell happened to you guys? Conan got straight to the point. Heiji was about to speak when he saw Officer Megure push the door open and come in. It's great that you're awake too. We've just confessed to others, and now you're the only one left. Officer Megure asked Heiji on the bed. How did we get to the hospital? Heiji asked. Officer Megure glanced at Heiji. We received a report that a body was found in an abandoned building. When we arrived at the scene and searched, we found a group of you unconscious in a room, Officer Megure explained. I believe you understand the general situation. I was invited here by this invitation letter. Heiji handed the invitation letter sent to him by the game administrator before to Officer Megure. Next, Officer Megure left the ward after questioning Heiji. What do you think about this incident in the abdomen? Conan looked at the 2 people in front of him. I feel that these people must be related, but we don't know what the link point is yet. Nanatsuki analyzed everything. I'm responsible for finding out their relationship. You guys should have a good rest for 2 days. Conan left the ward after saying that. On the road, Tianqing helped me check some things. I sent you the names of the people. Conan called Tianqing directly. Hattori, Heiji and the others are in trouble. Tianqing gave a definite answer. A mother and her son died in this game. I want to know if there is any unknown relationship between this mother and son and the people who were kidnapped this time, Conan said. Give me the name of the person, and I'll give you the result tomorrow night at the latest. Tianqing hung up the phone immediately after saying that. Soon Conan sent a list of names directly to Tianqing. In the hospital, Officer Megure left Heiji's room and went to other people's rooms. Please let me go, Mr. Police. You still treat us who have had bad luck as prisoners. Bayo Shuzi was a little dissatisfied. Officer Megure smiled helplessly. No, it's just that this case is too confusing, so we need to understand the situation in detail. Please understand. Bayoshoza glanced at Officer Magyar and then sighed. I went there because of work. I wanted to use games to get the attention of gamers for new projects. The meeting there took too long before I got on the last bus, and I and several other people, it's also the first time we've met. After collecting Base Hoji's testimony, Officer Magyar asked him to leave the conference room. Not long after, the second witness Kikumura Sae came to the temporary conference room. Why are you there? Officer Magyar asked directly. I was invited to go there by my mother, Sun Mei, who hired me in the bar where I worked, and it was just to play with our bartender Jun Motomoto, the three of us. I didn't pay attention to the time and played until closing. During this time, I got separated from Mai's mother. I wanted to use my mobile phone to contact Mai's mother, but the phone was out of battery and there was only the last car there. Kikumura recalled the process. Officer Magyar looked at her. According to the investigation, is it true that you owe money? Officer Magyar asked. Kikumura closed his eyes and thought about it. Which one are you talking about? Originally, I decided to go to Juhei after committing fraud because I was too aware of the consequences of an idiot loving to keep a pretty boy. Even if I file for bankruptcy, I cannot get rid of my debts, Kikumura said. After asking Kikumura about it, Officer Magyar continued to question the remaining people. After sending away the last witness, Officer Magyar looked towards a screen. What did you learn about the abdomen through the questioning just now? Heiji, there was someone a little strange just now, but it is certain that the prisoner is among those people, but what method did he use to kill people to make us think it was just an accident? Nanatsuki recalled the people who had just given testimony. Upon hearing this, Officer Magyar looked at his abdomen. I was also thinking about this issue. When Shiho died, we were all watching the TV screen. This was a situation of equality. Also, she was trying desperately to escape from the room, but in the end she asked me to go first. Leave, why? The belly asked the question. Just as Heiji was deep in thought, his phone rang. The results of the abdominal investigation have been sent to your mobile phone. The results are very interesting. Conan sent all the investigation results Tianqing gave him to Heiji. Heiji, who was checking his phone, suddenly widened his eyes. What's wrong? Nanatsuki looked at Heiji's phone. At this sight, her eyes widened, and then the two of them looked at each other. Go to the scene. Soon after, Officer Magyar notified Takagi and took the two of them back to the abandoned hospital. Her sudden change surprised me. Why did she change suddenly? Heiji muttered in a low voice. Soon a few people arrived at room 5 of the abandoned hospital. This is the room where you fainted from inhaling the gas. Takagi held a notebook in hand and explained where he found several people. At that time, I thought it was poison gas and I was going to kill me, Nanatsuki said. Several people looked at her. Why do you think that? Heiji said. It's because we were threatened before. The prisoner asked me to kill us with poison gas. Nanatsuki spread his hands and looked at Heiji innocently. Let's go and take a look at the scene. Heiji rubbed Nanatsuki's head and led a few people towards room 4. Heiji, you big-headed guy messed up my hair again. Nanatsuki patted Heiji hard on the back. Room 4. This is where the horses in Frost Village were discovered, Officer Magyar said. Heiji, can you understand that it is against etiquette to look for the key in this place, and there is no prompt here why he is looking for the key here? Nanatsuki looked at Heiji. Takagi looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression. Aren't there etiquette tips here? As soon as Takagi said this, everyone immediately looked at him. What is the etiquette, Takagi? Officer Magyar asked. I'm sorry, I didn't speak clearly enough. I've been pushed a little too far by my mother recently. You see, this is what it's called. Takagi picked up something and handed it to Heiji and the others. Heiji, Nanatsuki whispered. It seems like this is a trap designed to target Arima Shimomura, Heiji affirmed. Then several people continued to walk to room 3. Kikumura almost ate a bowl of poisonous instant noodles here, Nanatsuki said. Several people in this room did not find any other clues and went directly to room 2, which was the room that was bombed. There's a burning smell, Takagi said, looking into the dark room. After looking around, Nanatsuki suddenly said. Although it's a little trick, Frost Village Arima just can't pull it off. Soon, several people walked to room number 1 again. Everything here has been bombed. Can you see any other clues? Officer Megure asked. Heiji, look, this logo on the TV has appeared in an amusement park. Nanatsuki discovered this suspicion. Suddenly Heiji seemed to think of something. Where is the three-dimensional zombie? Heiji seemed to have remembered something when he mentioned this. Did Heiji think of something? Nanatsuki looked at Heiji's suspicious expression and became curious. If my guess is correct, what happened in this room can be solved. Heiji clenched his fists. Officer Megure noticed something strange about Heiji. Did you find anything? I asked a friend to help me check those people before, and it turned out that Shiho is the largest shareholder of the amusement park we went to, and among all the people, one of them has the right to inherit the inheritance of Shiho Tobirama, but the premise is that the heirs died in order. Heiji stated the results of the investigation previously sent to him by Conan. Officer Megure instantly understood what was going on. Officer Megure, please bring all the others. I want to catch the real culprit now. Heiji stared at Officer Megure. After receiving Heiji's explanation, Officer Megure immediately informed Satu to bring everyone to this abandoned hospital. What are you going to do if you find us all and fall to the ground? Bayoshiza complained with some dissatisfaction. Heiji looked at several people. I already know who the murderer is. Now it's up to me to uncover the truth about the murders that happened here. You brought us back to tell us that the prisoner is among us, right? Shinji Motojun looked at Heiji as if he had discovered a secret. Wait, why do you say that? Malin Magia asked. And why is it called disguised killing indiscriminately? You two were there that day, not to mention that the aunt Shiho Shiomura died because she couldn't answer the question at the beginning, and didn't his son Arima Shimomura go around because he violated etiquette in the bathroom? Did you die looking for the key? In any case, the two deaths were accidents. Bayoshiza stood up and looked at Heiji in confusion. Heiji looked directly at Base Hoji. Is it really something else? Is this really the truth? Heiji asked Base Huzi again. Hearing Heiji's question, Bayoshiza suddenly became mute and stopped talking. There were about 10 to 15 passengers on that bus at that time, and 3 of them worked in the same store. 9 of them were mother and son, and they were here for work. Among them, Nanatsuki and I were directly invited. Letter, the prisoner specially asked me to come here to witness this killing. Heiji looked at everyone and said. Out of the 8 people involved in this kidnapping, 4 of them must exist, as well as the mother and son who come to the amusement park on the last day of every month. Nanatsuki caught Heiji's words. Officer Megure looked at the 2 of them as if he was thinking of something. That is to say, this kidnapping case was prepared for Shuonkin mother and son. Heiji nodded after hearing what Officer Megure said. So through a combination of chance and necessity, it looks like everyone was selected on the car. This is the purpose of the game manager, Heiji explained. Everyone present, look at me. Especially, the prisoner Shimomura Arima has done research on him, so he can make traps based on his preferences or weaknesses, Heiji said. In other words, the 9 chains attack was aimed at his weaknesses. Nanatsuki looked at Heiji. Nanatsuki, do you remember what Arima Shimomura's reaction was when he first saw the 9 chains? Heiji asked Nanatsuki. Nanatsuki thought for a while. His first reaction at that time was that he hated it. He said that he had hated this thing before. Nanatsuki recalled the reaction of Shimomura Arima at that time. Heiji nodded and said again. The next ramen is also designed to target Frost Village Arima, but the real trap designed for Frost Village Arima is indeed in the bathroom. Do you still remember the tips from the game administrator? Heiji released the message. Suddenly Base Husa came out. I remember the message from the game administrator at that time that you must pay attention to etiquette when going to the bathroom. Heiji looked at Base Husa and nodded. What we ordinary people call etiquette is the basic etiquette, but... Heiji paused. What you want to say is that Shimomura Arima's understanding of etiquette is different from what we all understand. Kikumura Seiko looked confused. Heiji looked at Kikumura Seiko and nodded. You're talking about the painting in the bathroom. Is it true that painting is etiquette? What did Shinadamoto Jun think of? Heiji nodded again. I only found out after Officer Takagi reminded me. At that time, he picked up a piece of paper with etiquette written on it in the photo frame. Which is the one I have? Heiji picked up the label. Everyone looked at the label and looked confused. Can this also be called etiquette? Officer Takagi coughed twice. My mother has become interested in wine recently and this is an exaggerated way of pronouncing it. So a wine expert like Shimomura Arima will definitely know, Heiji said. Officer Megure looks at Heiji. So that's why Ama Shimomura would directly take off the photo frame? Officer Megure asked. After hearing this explanation, Bayo Shoza came out and asked his own questions. Wait a minute. If anyone else knows this tip, they will also be pricked to death by the poisonous needle. Heiji looked at Base Huzi. But at least you won't be poisoned to death, Mr. Bashozi. What? Bayo Shoza's hair stood up in anger when he heard Heiji's words. Have you forgotten what you said before? Nanatsuki knows what Heiji wants to say. At this time, Kikumura Seiko was holding his chin with his fingers and thinking about something. At that time, Mr. Bayo Shoza said that he hated tobacco and alcohol. Kikumura Seiko looked at Bayo Shoza and said. Heiji looks at Base Huzi again. Since Arima Shimomura can know on Twitter that you don't like tobacco and alcohol, the prisoners can also know, so you are the inevitable choice, Heiji explained. Then what is the purpose of the murderer designing these layouts? Shinji Motojun looked at Heiji in confusion. Nanatsuki glanced at everyone present. It's to inherit the inheritance. Nanatsuki dropped this bomb. After hearing these two words, everyone looked at the people present in shock. There is one person among our group who has the right to inherit Shimomura Tobirama's inheritance, but the premise is that she must inherit in order, Nanatsuki said. You mean, as long as Shuonkin mother and son die, she will be the only legal heir? Base Husa saw a way out. Heiji nodded and took out a household registration sheet. Ms. Kikumura Sae, your name is registered here. Everyone looked at Kikumura in horror. I don't know, how could I be the child of Frost Village Tobirama? Kikumura Seiko denied. Heiji looked at her. I think you don't know this either, but the people who know this are among us. Heiji said and looked at everyone in front of him. Everyone present looks at me and is at a loss. The murderer who killed mother and son so that Kikumura Seiko could inherit a huge fortune is you, Marin Mika, the game administrator. Heiji pointed at Marin Mika. How is it possible that you don't say nonsense? Do you have evidence? If you don't have evidence, can you just frame me as the murderer? Milan Magia pointed at Heiji excitedly. Nanatsuki looked at everyone present. Then you can tell me why when you saw the sleeping gas in the last room, why could you accurately name it as if you put it? Nanatsuki looked at Marin Mika with sharp eyes. Everyone remembered this at the same time. Yes, we were threatened to release poison gas at that time, but why did you know at the first glance that the gas released was sleeping gas? Heiji looked at Milan Magia. Milan Magia looked panicked. Isn't it too far-fetched to say that? What about the instant noodles in the third room? It was clearly an indiscriminate killing. Actually, the poison at that time was not on the chopsticks, but in the bowl of noodles, Heiji said. In a bowl of noodles. Everyone was puzzled. The bowl of noodles that was originally poisoned was taken by Kikumura Sae. But in the name of asking for help from Shimomura Arima, you swapped Shuomura Arima and Kikumura Sae's. And you expected that we would test the poison, so you used it. The capsules that were soaked for 3 minutes to dissolve were pasted on the bottom of the face. Heiji revealed her murder method. When I heard the reasoning, Malin Magia yelled directly. It's nonsense. If you follow what you said, then how could I design Shiho to make Shiho unable to answer questions? Could it be that I'm investigating her again? What if it's possible? Heiji stared at her. Malin Magia was stunned for a moment. Let me take you to restore the situation. After Heiji said that, he took everyone directly to another room. There were the same hoods as before in the room, and several people started answering again until the last question. Are you crazy? How could I possibly know the answer to this question? Bayoshoza suddenly asked. Everyone looked at him strangely. Isn't the question where the sun rises? Kikumura asked. This is a 3D TV. What did Bayoshoza think of? As expected of a programmer, he saw through the ruse at a glance. From the beginning, the prisoner put a hood on Shiho with her right eye covered, so the problem she saw was not the same as what we saw. This is what the prisoner did not allow us to talk and discuss. Reason, am I right? MS. Mikame Bayashi, I shouldn't call you MS. Sani Kikumura. Heiji looked at Sani Kikumura. After a long period of reasoning, Kikura Sani's inner defenses were broken. She told everything, wrapping up the things she had been with Shimomura Tobirama before, and that Kikumura Sae was her and Shimomura Tobirama's daughter. Her purpose was to protect her daughter, she doesn't want her to follow in her footsteps. At the station, Conan and Zioi are bidding farewell to the two of them. Come again next time. Chapter 26 set off for Afghanistan. Kyoto International Airport. A girl of about 16 or 17 years old with long white hair, sunglasses, and a baseball cap walked out of the airport bathroom. The medicine I improved is to your liking. Looking at the girl who came out, a man walked up to her. The girl gave him a look and returned the suitcase to him. Let's go, Dr. Teng Jingfeng. A woman cannot afford to offend. Teng Jingfeng could only accept his fate and follow the woman in front of him. If you see the girl's appearance clearly, you may recognize that this girl is somewhat similar to Kisaki Eri. Yes, this girl is the grown-up concubine Tianqing. She should not be called Mori Tianqing. The reason why she appeared here was because there was something wrong with the batch of goods that Ziyan was responsible for before, and Ziyan also lost contact. Tianqing was worried about her, so she asked Xiao Ai to help make the antidote, which was improved by Teng Jingfeng. Make the antidote more durable, but it will have certain side effects, like Mori Tianqing's hair turning white now. On the plane. What's the environment over there now? Tianqing asked Teng Jingfeng beside him. Shadow and Judge have each sent people to search around the area of the previous battle, but there are no results yet. Teng Jingfeng closed the book in his hand. Tianqing frowned after hearing Teng Jingfeng's words. Give me your computer. Tianqing reached out to Teng Jingfeng and asked for the computer. However, Tianqing opened an interface and entered a string of codes. Not long after, a red dot appeared in front of the computer screen. Uzbekistan. Tianqing's eyes widened when she saw the positioning. Sensing something strange about the people around him, Teng Jingfeng asked with concern. What's wrong? We found her, she should be safe for the time being. Tianqing sent the location to Ying on the computer and then informed him to find someone, and wait for them to gather together after finding her. A house in Uzbekistan. Damatik Miluk, he took advantage of others and bit me back. Ziyan was so angry that she stamped her feet. Looking at the ghostly place with no electricity, no wind, and almost no water, Ziyan felt deep despair. Bayazai. Come and save me, Ziyan prayed. Tianqing, who just got off the plane, started sneezing constantly because she heard Ziyan's call. Have you caught a cold? It's sunny. Teng Jingfeng was a little worried. Ziyan should be wondering when we will arrive. After Tianqing said that, she took Teng Jingfeng out of the airport. After leaving the airport, the two of them met directly with Ying's men. Sister Qing, Dr. Teng Jing and our boss have personally led the team to Uzbekistan. We will pick you up now to meet up. Ying's subordinate Xiao Dao reported the situation. Okay. How long will it take for us to get there from here? Tianqing asked. Xiao Dao immediately estimated the distance. As soon as 8 hours, Xiao Dao gave the answer. Tianqing nodded after listening. Which house did the Uzbek film finally end up in after a whole day of searching? Found the embarrassed Ziyan. Why did Miss Song get herself into such an embarrassing situation? Ying immediately teased Ziyan when she saw such an embarrassing situation. Ziyan raised her eyebrows and finally resigned herself to spreading her hands. Laugh, laugh. Okay. What happened? Ying Xiao. But when it comes to one's own being bullied by outsiders, this is something that cannot be tolerated. Ziyan sat down and asked Ying for a bottle of water and then talked about the reason. Originally, we had a good conversation with Adik Milaru, and the transaction amount was ready. However, Adik Milaru suddenly led his men in and killed all the people I brought. I struggled. After I escaped, I inquired and found out that Adik Milik put his father, Adik Milis, under house arrest and replaced him. He knew that if I had a deal with Adik Myra, he would bring in a gangster. Now I think most of Adik Mararuo are in trouble. Ziyan took a sip of water and looked at the shadow. Next, let's just wait here for Bayazai and Demon Fox. If Bayazai hadn't found your location, we wouldn't have known you were here. Ying ordered a few of his subordinates to be alert and then sat down. Bayazai is still kind to me. Ziyan was moved to tears. Thanks to the locator she invented before, otherwise we wouldn't be able to find you, Ying said. Ziyan agrees with Ying's statement, because Bayazai is worried that we will encounter such a situation one day, so he developed this locator without intervention, otherwise no one will collect the body if he really dies. Bayazai and Teng Jingfeng also arrived early the next morning. Bayazai, this is what you looked like when you grew up. Ziyan was studying Tianqing who came in. Okay, Sister Ziyan, what are we going to do next? Tianqing asked Ziyan's opinion while drinking soda. Of course it's a call back. Yesterday I used Ying's computer to contact Tianxia and his wife. They should arrive in the afternoon and bring new equipment. We can call back after we gather together. Ziyan felt relieved when she saw the familiar people. Are you planning to blow up his warehouse directly? Ying looked at Ziyan with a strange look in his eyes. No way. Ziyan looked at Ying arrogantly. Tianqing and Tengjing watched the two people bickering and intervened, just doing their own thing silently. For a long time. We found our stuff. It's right here. Tianqing pointed to a red dot on the computer. Karakoram Mountains, where do you hide things? Ziyan was confused. After hearing Ziyan's words, Tianqing looked at Ziyan with questions on her head. The Karakoram Mountains are less affected by the Indian Ocean's southwest monsoon, but when the southwest monsoon is strong, it often brings heavy rainfall, causing floods and mudslides. If you hide things somewhere, they will be easily washed away by floods, Ziyan explaining. Several people were thinking about what their intentions were. Is it because the more dangerous the place, the safer it is? Teng Jingfeng said. Tianqing thought for a moment. After meeting up with Mr. and Mrs. Tianxia in the afternoon, we will go to the surrounding area at night to see what we find. Ying, you should have brought the miniature mosquitoes we gave you before. Tianqing looked at Ying. I expect they will be used very much, so come over when the 100 are reached. Shadow asked his men to take out a box. Tianjing found a data cable from the box and connected it directly to the computer. After finally setting up a new set of data, he exchanged the things back to the Shadow with peace of mind. "What did you do to these mosquitoes?" Ying picked up one and observed it. "Remember to handle it with care or it will explode." Tianjing reminded Yi Chuying's hand and paused. "Tianjing, you mean it will explode? It's never happened before." Ying was puzzled, but his hands still refused to obey and he slowly put the mosquito away. "Looking at such a cautious Shadow makes me laugh." "So you're also afraid of death?" Ziyan teased the man in front of her. Ying rolled his eyes at her. "Nonsense! Who is not afraid of death?" Ying replied angrily and then looked at Tianjing again to wait for her explanation. "Actually, every mosquito I gave you has a mini bomb inside its body. If you want to activate them, you need to enter a specific program. This is a life-saving program to prevent accidental discovery," Tianjing explained. "If it really comes to that step, wouldn't the data recorded by the mosquitoes be destroyed together?" Ziyan was puzzled. I saw Tianjing smiling slightly. "Can the things I design be so unreliable? What these mosquitoes see will be directly transmitted back to our supercomputer, so even if it explodes, it will be fine." Tianjing smiled. A few people had something simple to eat at noon, and in the afternoon they set out to pick up Mr. and Mrs. Tianxia at a pier. "Let's go." After Ying said this, he led everyone away from here and headed towards the Karakoram Mountains. Chapter 27. The Karakoram Mountains are gangbusters. A mountaintop near the Karakoram Mountains. Shadow-faded mosquitoes. Tianjing ordered Ying to release the electronic mosquitoes. Tianjing then used Teng Jingfeng's laptop to input the code. After a while, 100 small windows popped up on the computer screen. Several people were paying attention to the screen and suddenly Tianxia pointed at one of the small squares. "Enlarge the steamed buns is commanded by the world." Hearing Tianxia's words, Tianjing zoomed in. On number 56, I saw a group of people carrying boxes of goods out. "What do you think they are moving?" Luwei asked everyone. I saw Teng Jingfeng smiling. "No need to guess the buns, let the mosquitoes fly in and see what's inside the hole." Tianjing immediately operated the number 56 mosquito to fly directly into the hole. As the mosquito penetrated deeper, everyone opened their mouths wide while watching the display on the screen. "We all got rich after robbing. This place turned out to be a gold mine. No wonder they have survived for a long time." Tianxia and Xian's mouths drooled unconsciously. "I think there's more than one gold mine here," Tianjing said after searching the mine extensively, and found traces of gold mines in several mosquito cameras. "There are currently 25 mines discovered in this mountain, and there are probably signs that have not been discovered yet." "Baizai, we've made a fortune," the actor drooled. Tianjing looked at the situation on the screen and finally made a decision. "We need to inform the judge that the FBI will be involved in this matter. We can't eat so much ourselves." Tianjing looked at the environment at the scene and gave a plan. After some thought, several people agreed to this plan. "What do we want to talk to them about?" Ziyan looked at Tianjing with some interest. "Send all these people to the judge so that he can make meritorious service, but we want to return 15 gold mines and 10 more to their government, and they will also protect the safety of our mining here." Tianjing gave the condition. "Will they agree?" Ying looked at Tianjing doubtfully. Tianjing gave a weird smile. "They will agree because there is this ruin in it." Tianjing suddenly zoomed in on a photo sent back by a mosquito. Once the photo is enlarged, everyone will recognize the person on the screen. "It's him, International S-Class wanted criminal Charlotte Emerand," everyone said in unison. "If you say you use him to make deals with the FBI, will they agree?" Tianjing smiled. Suddenly Teng Jingfeng made a praying gesture, but it only lasted for a second. "Contact the judge quickly. By the way, your troops have already infiltrated, okay?" Tianjing asked. Don't worry when I do things. Ying patted his chest to express that everyone can rest assured when he does things. After hearing Ying's answer, Tianjing started to call the judge. Hey, who is it? I'm in a meeting. Is there anything wrong? Peter Ram answered the phone. Because everyone present knew that he had an emergency phone, and when it rang, something big was going to happen. I'm Baizai and I have a big gift for you. Let's see if you have any need for cooperation. After Tianjing said that, he directly sent Charlotte Emeran's photo to the computer that Peter Lam was currently on. Where are you? Peter Lam yelled out of control after seeing the photo. Commander Lans Geran, who was sitting in the main seat, looked at Peter Lam. What happened? Sir, we have news about Charlotte Emerand. Peter Lam reported the news he had just received. Everyone present looked at Peter. Is it true or false? You can't tell lies, Peter, one of the people questioned. Peter Lam was not angry and sent the picture Tianjing gave him directly to the commander. It's really him. Where is he now? Landers Jaelang looked at Peter with burning eyes. She said she wanted to trade with us, Peter Lam replied to Landers Geran. What deal does he want? Landers Jaelang continued to ask. But BIST didn't reply. He just looked at everyone present. The meeting is over. Come to my office, Landers Jaelang said and left directly with Peter. Office? What deal do they want? Landers Geran looked at Peter. Peter Lam called Tianjing and the others again in front of Landers Jaelang. Chief Baizai, Landers wants to talk to you. Baizid handed the connected phone to Landers Jaelang. Tianjing and Lans Jaelang talked for a long time on the phone. Finally, the FBI agreed to Tianjing and the others' request, but they had to confiscate all the weapons belonging to Adak Miluk. We can take away our own. BIST, bring your own troops to fight with them, and put that place into the military's restricted area as soon as possible. Lans Jaelang ordered Baizid to do something immediately. Back to the Karakoram Mountains. There are at least 12 fugitives here, and each bounty on the black market is millions. Especially Charlotte Emerand's price on the black market is as high as 35 million. It's better not to give it to the judge. How about we leave it to ourselves? Liu Wei suddenly looked at the computer screen with bright eyes. Tianjing pushed the reed away. Do you want the gold mine or him? Tianjing turned to look at Liu Wei. Gold mine, Liu Wei blurted out directly. Tianjing shrugged and ignored Liu Wei and continued the work at hand. Ying, are you sure the men and horses have hidden themselves? Tianjing confirmed again. Don't worry, there are our own people at every cave entrance where they are. By the way, Baizai, what are you going to do next? Ying looked at Tianjing in confusion and continued what he was doing. Tianjing looked back at him. I plan to stun them and carry them away directly, because this area is not suitable for making big moves due to the soil quality. I am afraid that an explosion will cause a mudslide. I don't want the gold mine to be buried. Tianjing looked at the finished work on his hands. Mosquito. What did you put in it? Teng Jingfeng looked at Tianjing curiously. I want to see how the elephant anesthetic will react on humans. Tianjing held the mosquito and looked at it. Everyone looked at Tianjing, who was so intoxicated, and felt a little scared all over. Okay, are they ready? Tianjing looked at Ying. When Ying nodded, Tianjing released the mosquitoes on his hand again. Not long after, he saw people falling down on the surveillance screen. Half an hour later, he saw people falling down on the screen. Let's go and collect the heads. Tianjing looked at Xiang Ying and signaled you to start work. Ying took out his phone and called Xiaodao directly. After half an hour of harvesting, everyone was tied up in front of Tianjing and others. As the saying goes, enemies are very jealous when they meet. It's you, a brat who eats my aunt's goods. It's you who found someone to hunt down my aunt. Xia Yan hit Adak Miluk when she saw him. Adak Miluk was shocked when he saw the man who beat him. If you have the guts, just let me go. Adik Milik looked at the person standing with Ziyan in front of him and went crazy. Several people smiled dangerously. I want to ask if the bounty will be reduced if I am disabled. Tianxia stroked his chin. Tianxia, if you think we haven't competed for a long time, why not? Lu Wei looked at Adik Milik with evil intentions. Adik Milik, who was stared at with such eyes, finally felt fear. What are you going to do? The knife tied him to the tree. Ying saw Reed's intention. Seeing this operation, Tianjing took out a TK-1180 mini pistol from behind him. I don't mind if I write these things out of my familiarity. No. A smell of urine came out. However, a snake with its head exploded fell from Adik Milik's head. Your marksmanship is very good, Baizai. Ziyan looked at Tianjing with shining eyes. Just so Tianjing put away the gun. At this time, Peter Lam heard the gunfire and led people to quickly join Tianjing and the others. You won't beat people to death, will you? Peter Lam looked at Adik Milik, who was tied to the tree, and was worried. Ying patted Bist on the shoulder and whispered a few words in his ear. After that, Bist took the troops directly to receive the gold mine and the paid arms. Aren't you the FBI? Help me. I plead guilty and put me down quickly. Adik Milik asked for help from Bizid, who was about to leave. But Bist pretended not to hear and left quickly with his own people. Sir, do you think he is missing an arm or a leg this time? One of the soldiers asked Peter. No matter what he has done, he will go to jail anyway if he doesn't die. Peter continued walking towards the gold mine. An hour later, Bizid and 2 soldiers brought back the goods belonging to Ziyan. After receiving the goods, Ziyan and his party also packed 12 criminals and handed them to Bizid. Remember to give me a reward, I'm poor. Tianjing's words frightened Bist, who was about to take away the fugitives, and he almost fell down. After a few people got the goods back, they found the place of imprisonment and rescued Adik Milis and Adik Milaru. Later, Ziyan learned from Adik Milis that Adik Milis Lark was not his biological son, and the two finally completed the deal happily. But what agreement Adik Milis and the FBI reached in the end allowed them to secretly send Adik Milik to him and let him deal with it by himself. It has nothing to do with Ziyan. Things about a group of people. Chapter 28 Alibi Murder Case. An apartment in Fukuoka Prefecture. The deceased Tanaka Yumi was 35 years old and a full-time housewife. A police officer reported the scene investigation record to a police officer named Fukuoka Tanaka. Fukuoka Tanaka looked at the scene and found a group photo in the bedroom. Did the husband of the deceased inform him? Fukuoka Tanaka asked his subordinates. Already notified, but the husband of the deceased is on a business trip in Tokyo and is on his way back now, the police officer replied. Fukuoka Tanaka thought for a moment before a forensic doctor approached him. The time of death of the deceased was between 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock last night. There were obvious signs of being violated before death. A forensic doctor reported the condition of the deceased. After checking the scene, Fukuoka Tanaka turned around and asked the police officer next to him. When did the deceased's husband leave Fukuoka Prefecture? The police officer looked at the record book in his hand. The deceased's husband, Jiro Tanaka, took the train to the Tokyo branch for a meeting with another colleague, Futoshi Nakajima, at 10 a.m. yesterday, the police officer reported the investigation to Fukuoka. At the same time, an apartment in Tokyo. Why is it you again? Officer Megure looked at the group of carrots in front of him. Yes, the group of people in front of you are the kiddies from the young detective team plus a concubine Tianqing. Conan, why are you here? Officer Megure looked at the few brats in front of him. Today we came to Minako's house to play. Just now we were playing hide and seek. Suddenly we found that the door of this room was ajar. When Genta pushed the door open, we found her lying here like this. Conan recalled that they found the deceased. Process. In fact, Tianqing, Habara, and Conan had already investigated the scene before Officer Megure arrived. Did Takagi investigate the deceased's information? Officer Megure looked at Takagi. The deceased Nakabuka Ayako was 34 years old and a full-time housewife. The deceased's husband, Nakabukai, took the train to Fukuoka's head office for a business trip yesterday noon. This has been checked with the company and the train list also confirmed that Nakabukai was there. Get in the car. Takagi responded to Officer Megure's inquiry. After taking the confession, Conan and others went home. Only Conan, Habara Ai and Fei Tianqing are left on the road. What do you think? Conan asked the two people around him. I thought sadly about the scene I just saw. The scene is very clean, and there are no signs of struggle on the part of the deceased. And have you paid attention to the sink? Ai looked at the two people around him. Tianqing thought for a while. Things were washed in the sink, and they were cups. Although the cups beside the sink were completely dry, the sink was still a little wet. I concluded that the murderer was an acquaintance, Tianqing said. Conan was silent for a moment. Why? Ai looked at the two people around him in confusion. The deceased was wearing pajamas and was serving tea to the guests in the middle of the night. It's obvious that the person was very familiar with the deceased. Otherwise, wouldn't you be dressed like this to entertain guests? Conan looked at Ai with ill intentions. Seeing Conan's malicious expression, I gave him a roll of eyes. I don't know. I'll give it a try someday. Ai looked at Conan with dangerous eyes. Hey, Conan was so anxious when he heard that Ai was about to wear something like this, and he looked at Ai with a wretched look on his face. Seeing Conan's eyes, he stared at him angrily. Why are you looking at a pervert? After Ai said this, she pulled Tianqing away. Bye-bye, pervert detective, Tianqing finally said to him. Conan looked at the two girls running in front of her and followed them. At the same time, she thought to herself that it would be good if Ai dressed like that at home, but the premise is that I can only wear it like this when I am at home. No one knows that Conan's expressions cannot be said to be similar now. But it must be exactly the same. Could it be that the person who is close to the ink is the black one? Metropolitan Police Department. At this time, a man wearing a suit and carrying a briefcase came to the front desk. After passing the front desk, he learned about the man's intention to come to the Metropolitan Police Department and directly informed Officer Megure. In no time, Takagi took the person to the reception room. You are Mr. Nakabukai? Officer Megure asked. The man nodded. I am Nakabukai and I have been on a business trip to the Fukuoka head office for the past 2 days. My wife was fine when I left. Why is it like this now? Nakabukai cried and held his head. The man cried for a while and then calmed down. Do you know if your wife has offended anyone recently or if you have any enemies yourself? Officer Megure asked Nakabukai in front of him. I don't have any enmity with anyone, and my wife is usually very gentle to people and gets along well with my neighbors, Nakabukai told what his confidant knew. After some understanding, Officer Megure let the man go. After the people left, Officer Sato came out from the next room. What do you think of Sato? Officer Megure asked Sato, who was observing from the side. He is a little strange, but he has evidence of alibi. Sato fell into deep thought. Officer Megure glanced at Sato and Takagi. You two go and check Nakasukai's financial situation and the people around him, especially if there are any women who have been with him for a long time. Officer Megure immediately ordered the two of them to do something. Yes, the two of them said and left the Metropolitan Police Department. Night concubine Miles home. Tianqing was tinkering with lines of code in front of the computer. Not long after, a transcript appeared in front of her. Yes, this was the murder case in Fukuoka Prefecture. The more Tianqing read, the more interested he became, and then he started to check if there was any connection between the two people. This is really hard to find out if you don't check. Tianqing looked at the information in front of him and gave Conan a faint smile. Telephone. Mori Detective Agency. You said it's true, Conan sat up. Aren't you worried about what I'm doing? It's not convenient for you to receive the information now, Tianqing asked. Just then, Conan is about to take a bath. Maor Island opened the door and entered the room to look for Conan. Maor Island saw that Conan was on the phone and walked over. Conan is taking a shower. By the way, who are you talking to on the phone? Xiaolan asked with concern. Conan looked up at Xiaolan. It's Sunny. Let's make an appointment to go to Dr. Agaz's house tomorrow. After Conan and Xiaolan finished talking, they made an explanation on the phone and left with Xiaolan. Metropolitan Police Department. How's the investigation going? Officer Megure looked at the two people who came back. Sato glanced at Takagi beside him, and he consciously took out his notebook and talked about the results of today's investigation. After our visit and investigation, Fukai's bank account has been very large in the past 6 months. Basically every month, 100,000 yuan is transferred to an account belonging to Fujiwara Nanako. Officer Megure interrupted Takagi before he could finish. Wait a minute, who is Nanako Fujiwara? Fujiwara Nanako is a girl from XX Cafe. After investigation, she met Nakabukai 6 months ago, Takagi said. Officer Megure thought for a moment. That is to say, Fujiwara Nanako can be said to be Nakabukai's lover. Could it be a love murder? Furthermore, we also found out that Zhang Shenjing borrowed 2 million yuan in loan sharking 2 months ago. He also purchased a personal accident insurance for his wife Zhong Shenkingza half a year ago, and if Zhong Shenkingza dies in an accident, he will be compensated. 10 million gold. Officer Sato told the results of the investigation. That is to say, Nakabukai's motive is very big. You two must find his alibi as soon as possible. Officer Megure immediately put the pressure on the two of them. Yes. The two responded to Officer Megure's instructions in an upright manner. Early the next morning, Conan, Tianqing, and AI gathered at Dr. Agaz's house. What did you find out yesterday? Conan asked hurriedly. Seeing Conan's hurried expression, Fei Tianqing stopped teasing him and directly opened the information she found yesterday and showed it to Conan. This is an exchange of killings. Conan looked at Tianqing with wide eyes. AI looked at the information on the computer and thought about it. If this is the case, their alibi will be invalid, but this alone cannot prove that they are suspected of exchanging murders. Moreover, after the meeting that day, Tanakajiro and his colleague Nakajima Fuchiro went to the movies to relax. The total length of that movie is 160 minutes. AI said while looking at the information. Conan lost in thought. How can we prove that he has left the movie theater? Moreover, the movie theater is 1.5 hours away from Nakasukai's house on foot or 1 hour by car, and the building we went to that day had a camera at the door. How did he do it? It wasn't caught on camera. The whole place was quiet for a while. Suddenly Tianqing discovered a suspicious place. Tianqing, did you find anything? Conan looked at Tianqing's expression and asked curiously. Let's go, I have to check some things. Tianqing said and left with the two of them. Soon they came to the foot of an overpass. This should be the right one. When Tianqing saw a lot of cigarette butts at the bottom of the bridge, he took a photo and put one away in a sealed bag. Conan sent a message to Officer Megure and asked him to send someone to collect the certificate. AI ordered Conan. Soon one of the policemen guarding the door upstairs came down. After the handover, the two parties left under the bridge. Where should we go to the cinema now? Tianqing took a few people to the cinema. Not long after, several people walked out of the cinema. What do you think? AI asked. I just asked and no one remembers if anything special happened that day. Conan looked at the river under the bridge with some disappointment. When Tianqing looked towards the river, he saw several cleaning workers salvaging rubber boats in the water. Go down and have a look. Tianqing led the two of them down. Uncle, what are you doing here? Tianqing's cute voice reached the ears of several cleaning workers. The few people who heard Ming Meng's voice looked up and saw Tianqing and the others. Kids, it's dangerous here and the river is very fast. Please go back to the bridge and play. A middle-aged uncle walked up to a few people. Is the water flowing very fast here? Tianqing tilted her head and looked at the person in front of her with a cute expression. Yes, especially at night because the water here is running water, it will flow very fast at night, said the middle-aged uncle. At this time, a young brother called out. Master pulled it out. It's a rubber boat. Everyone looked at the young brother with confusion as he walked over with a deflated rubber boat. What the hell is wrong? If you leave this thing here, it looks brand new. The middle-aged uncle took the rubber boat. After some negotiation, the middle-aged man gave the rubber boat to Conan, and they left after getting what they wanted. Dr. Tianqing used the code to enter the surveillance of the cinema and the surveillance of the building where the crime occurred. Look, I found it. Tianqing showed a picture. This scene is in a corner of the cinema. The scene shows that Tanakajiro added some powder to his coke when Nakajima Urfa went to buy a ticket. If I guessed correctly, those are sleeping pills, AI analyzed. Do you think that if Tanakajiro used this time to go to the waterway to kill someone while Nakajima was taking sleeping pills, then his alibi would be shattered? Tianqing sent the results of the computer analysis to Conan. Not long after, Conan used a voice changer to call Officer Megure in the name of Mori Kogora, and also sent some evidence to his mailbox. Takagi, check if these information are true. Officer Megure printed out the information Conan sent him and gave it to Takagi. Not long after. This is all true, Officer Megure, and the cigarette butts found today are indeed those of Jiro Tanaka, Takagi reported. Takagi's answer, Officer Megure reported the joint investigation directly to Kengo Akaki, the top person in charge of the Metropolitan Police Department. This matter was quickly answered. 2 days later, Fukuoka Tanaka appeared at the scene of Nakabuka Ayako's crime, suppressing Tanakajiro. Officer Kurei also appeared at Nakabukai's crime scene, suppressing Nakabukai. We have restored all the facts of the case, and now we only need your side, Fukuoka Tanaka said. Officer Megure looked at Mori Kogora. The reason why he was here must be Conan's work. Just when Mori Kogora didn't know why, he fell down again. I'm sorry to have to go all the way to let Officer Fukuda bring the prisoner to the scene. It's really hard. Mori Kogora said politely. At this time Tanakajiro was struggling. You said I killed someone, do you have any evidence? I was obviously watching a movie with my colleagues at the time. I have an alibi. What if your colleague didn't watch a movie at all that day but fell asleep? Mori Kogora said. Tanakajiro was stunned for a moment. Don't talk nonsense, do you have evidence? Tanakajiro continued to retort. Officer Megure. Turn on the computer. Mori Kogora ignored him and asked Officer Megure to fast forward the video to the part where he administered the drug. After watching the video, Officer Megure walked towards him. Mr. Tanakajiro, please explain what medicine you put in the cup. Seeing this video, Tanakajiro lowered his head. Officer Megure put one down. Mori Kogora asked Officer Megure to open the surveillance video of the building that night. After watching the video, did everyone here find anything? Mori Kogora asked. There is a twinkling light under the bridge. Fukuoka Tanaka answers Kogora question. At this time, Takagi was holding the evidence bag, which contained a cigarette butt. We found a pile of cigarette butts under the bridge. After DNA testing, we found that the DNA on them was exactly the same as yours. Could you please explain it, Mr. Tanaka? Takagi said. So what if I have DNA? Can't I smoke? Tanakajiro continued to struggle. Watch him continue to refute. Tanakajiro, do you know how your wife died? Mori Kogora suddenly said. Tanakajiro was quiet. Your wife was violated by Zongshenjing before she died, which violated your words. Mori Kogora suddenly said. I want to kill you Nakabukai, why are you doing this? We clearly agreed to let them leave comfortably. Tanakajiro looked at the silent Nakabukai with red eyes. Soon Tanaka was pinned down by the police and unable to move. Next, Mori Kogora told the whole process of Tanakajiro's crime. It turned out that the two met again at the class reunion half a year ago. Once, they were both insulted by their wives, which gave them the idea of killing their wives. They agreed with each other to buy an accident insurance for their wives after that drink, but they never had the chance to do it until 2 days ago when they were going to travel to their respective places on business, so they came up with this exchange. The method of killing was that they originally agreed to let their wives die comfortably, but what Tanaka didn't expect was that Nakabukai broke his promise and violated his wife. Chapter 29 Kogora Classmate Reunion Murder Case, Part 1. When Tianqing woke up, she found that there was no one else around her. She looked around and then sat down on the bed. At this time, Xiaolan opened the door and walked in. Tianqing, come and wash up when you wake up. We are ready to go. Okay, Sister Xiaolan. Tianqing looked up at Xiaolan and got out of bed. Yes, this is the Mori Detective Agency. As for why Tianqing appeared here, what happened is that 2 days ago, Feli received an urgent case and had to go to Okinawa on a business trip. Originally, it would not be a big problem to leave Tianqing at home alone. At this moment, the property management company issued a notice saying that the building was going to have circuit maintenance and there would be a power outage for about a week, so Tianqing was fostered at Mori Kogora's house. When Tianqing came out of the room, she met Conan, who was also coming out. Morning, it's sunny. Conan greeted Tianqing. Morning. Tianqing said hello to Conan while yawning. Not long after, everyone was sitting on the train heading to Benkei Hot Spring Hotel. It turns out that 2 days ago, when Kogora was helping to catch a robber while working at the bank, he met his college classmate Yumi Horikoshi. She also invited Kogora to attend the class reunion, so a few of them appeared on the train. I really don't understand why I want to take you guys to the class reunion. Mori Kogora looked out the window speechlessly. Tianqing glanced directly at him while eating his lunchbox. You can choose not to take it. Tianqing's reply made Mori Kogora grit his teeth. Immortal. The interaction between the two made Conan and Xiaolan sitting across from each other laugh even though they wanted to. By the way, uncle, have you finally found that pistol? Tianqing said. Xiaolan also remembered Tianqing's reminder. Yet, the police haven't released any information about the whereabouts of the pistol. Xiaolan looked at Mori Kogora. Although the police conducted a thorough search, they did not find that it was used in criminal cases, so there are no clues now, said Mori Kogora. That section of the road is a surveillance blind spot. You can't see anyone entering that alley. The missing pistol is a Smith & Wesson M439. In fact, the robbers don't know anything about guns. Otherwise, uncle, would you still be alive? You act so impulsively. I really don't understand, Mom. Why did I fall in love with you back then? Tianqing scolded him again. You kid, are you looking for death? It must be because of my charm that Miles fell in love with me back then. Kogora was almost angered by Tianqing next to him and was so angry that he rose to the sky. A few people arrived at their destination in a noisy manner. Benkei Hot Spring Hotel Suite. Xiaolan took Tianqing and Conan to the hot springs while Kogora was chatting with some classmates in the hall. Speaking of which, we haven't seen each other for several years. I didn't expect you and Miles to have such a good relationship and even have a son and a daughter. Nakamichi Kazushi teased Kogora. Seeing the bald fat man in front of him making fun of him, Kogora explained. That's right. We haven't seen each other since we had a class reunion here 5 years ago. Yumi Horikoshi smiled. At this time, Nakamichi Kazushi showed a nostalgic smile. Yes, we are graduates of the same class from the judo club of Miwa University. It's rare to meet each other. Those days of hard training are really nostalgic. Kogoro was exposed by another person before he finished speaking. What do you mean, you rarely come to practice? Yukio Ryachang exposed Mori Kogoro's lies. Kogoro looked away embarrassedly. That is to say, you always said that geniuses don't need practice, so you don't come to practice all day long, Mori. Noriko Ryachang continued what Yukio Ryachang said. So in the final match against your friend's school, you were the one who didn't win. Omura Jun directly teased Mori. Kogoro kept shaking his hands to express embarrassment. That time it was because before Kogoro could finish his words, Xiolan leaned closer to him. I know you said before that the father who fought all over the world in college was a fake father. Xiolan looked at Mori Kogoro with a malicious look on her face. Seeing Xiolan coming out, Nakamichi Kazushi looked at her happily. Long time no see, Xiolan. Nakamichi Kazushi smiled kindly. Although we have met a few days ago, you have really grown up. Yumi Horikoshi praised this move, which made Xiolan scratch her head in embarrassment. It's okay. Kogoro glanced at the three of them and looked curious as to where they had gone. Xiolan, where did you go just now? Open air bath. Xiolan answered the question nonchalantly. Kogoro was stunned for a moment and his eyes widened. There are open air baths where men and women bathe together, Kogoro screamed in fright. Don't worry, there was no one around when I was washing, right? Konan Tianqing, right? Xiolan looked at Konan and Tianqing beside her. He's there too. Kogoro pointed at Konan. Tianqing glanced at Konan and then at Kogoro. He didn't see anything. If he saw anything, I would blind him. Tianqing looked at Konan with dangerous eyes. In fact, Konan really didn't see anything, because Tianqing immediately put on Konan's eye mask as soon as he came out of the changing room, so Konan was blind the whole time. You seem to be very unhappy, how about I report it to Xiao Ai? Looking at Konan beside him who seemed reluctant, Tianqing directly shook the phone in his hand, and his meaning was very obvious. Seeing this, Konan quickly shook his head to show that he was not dissatisfied at all. They are two really cute children. Noriko Ryachang knelt down. Hello, uncle, aunt. Tianqing and Konan greeted several people together. I am Yukio Rijo, the leader of the judo club of Miwa University. Yukio Rijo introduced himself cheerfully. The fat man sitting in front of them turned around and looked at a few people. I am Jun Omura, the number 1 player in the judo club. I am the one everyone calls the scorer. Jun Omura introduced himself cheerfully. At this time, Yumi, who had long hair, continued what Jun Omura said. I am Yumi Horikoshi, the beautiful leader of the judo club. Yumi Horikoshi introduced herself. At this time, the woman who had just looked at Konan had her arm around Yukio Ryacheng. I am also a club cadre and an idol of the judo club. I used to be called Noriko Kimoto, but now I am married to Yukio, so I am now called Noriko Ryacheng. I am the Lieutenant General of Relic and the spiritual pillar of the judo club, Nakamichi Kazushi. Now I am working as a police officer in Chiba Prefecture. Of course, I am different from this guy. I will not give up halfway. Nakamichi Kazushi formally introduced himself. You're such a big mouth. Kogoro looked helplessly at Nakamichi Kazushi. Everyone laughed when Kogoro said this. It turns out they are all members of the judo club, Konan muttered. Kogoro smiled thoughtfully. Other than that, everyone calls me Sans Hero from Rice Flower University, and now I am indeed sleeping. Kogoro said arrogantly. At this time, Yumi Horikoshi pointed to a cabinet and asked everyone if they knew what it was. Could it be a photo from our college days? Yumi Horikoshi seemed to have thought of something. That's right. I wanted everyone to recall it, so I brought it here. Noriko Ryacheng wanted to open the box. Kogoro lost his face thinking that everyone was ignoring him. Hey, are you listening to me? Xiaolan immediately started to take over the photo album. Can you show it to me? Of course, Ling Cheng Noriko handed the photo album to Xiaolan. Xiaolan sat down and looked at the photo album while Tianqing and Conan also leaned over. This is a photo taken when we won the championship, Yumi Horikoshi said. I really miss you. We were all so young back then, Jun Omura said with a nostalgic smile. What did Kogoro think of after seeing the photo? By the way, Kazushi and Yumi seemed to be dating at that time. Kogoro glanced at the two of them. The two people who were mentioned looked at Kogoro together. You're right, there were two people who were very sad at that time. Are you right, Jun? Ryacheng Yukio looked at Omura Jun and smiled slightly. Jun Omura blushed in embarrassment, then Yukio Ryakai recalled. Yumi was Madonna in the judo club at that time, right? Yukio Ryo's hero looked at the people present. Ling Cheng Noriko reached out and grabbed Ling Cheng Xingxiang's ear. You are my husband now. Yes, yes, Ling Cheng Xingxiang leaned on his wife to please him. Suddenly, Kogoro turned to look at Nakamichi Kazushi and Horikoshi Yumi with an inquisitive look. Are you two together now? At this time, Yumi Horikoshi punched Kazushi Nakamichi directly. Don't make trouble. We separated early. Now even Kazushi has a marriage partner. Yumi Horikoshi explained the relationship between the two with a smile. As soon as this was said, everyone present started gossiping. Hey, Nakamichi Kazushi looked at the people present with an embarrassed look. What, Kazushi, you're getting married? Noriko Ryacheng clasped her hands together with a look of surprise on her face. Really? Heji, everyone looked at him. Hezi's face was red and he was fiddling with his hands. I originally wanted to tell you in a more formal setting, I think it should be this year. Who is the other party? Kogoro looked at Kazushi with a gossipy face. She's my boss's daughter. We met half a year ago. I'll bring you here next time to get to know you. Hezi looked embarrassed and his eyes wandered. Suddenly Horikoshi Yumi walked to the window and looked outside. Now it seems that Madonna is already old, and now the economy is so sluggish. I am about to be fired by the company's personnel. Thinking about it, I still don't want to live. Yumi Horikoshi said with emotion. As soon as she said this, someone looked at her in shock. It's just talk, don't take it so seriously. Horikoshi Yumi came back to her senses and said a polite word. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Really, don't scare me, okay Yumi? Ryacheng Noriko said. Horikoshi Yumi responded with her mood. But now that only Jun and I are single, I think we might as well get married. Yumi Horikoshi said, standing next to Omura Jun. Follow me, but me. Jun Omura blushed and was embarrassed to look at Yumi Horikoshi. Seeing this reaction, Jun Omura patted the back of his hand. Why do you take it seriously when I'm joking? As soon as this was said, everyone burst into laughter. At this time, Xiaolan opened the photo album again and saw a familiar photo. I remember this photo was taken 5 years ago when we were here. I am still here. Xiaolan raised her head and asked several people. Really? Noriko Ryacheng leaned forward and looked at the photo. By the way, wasn't this taken when we were in the table tennis room? Yumi Horikoshi recognized the photo. Ling Cheng Noriko looked at the photo and finally smiled. That's why I put it in here. Suddenly Nakamichi Kazushi seemed to remember something. By the way, let's go play table tennis later, Kazushi Nakamichi suggested. Okay, Kogoro agreed. Next to him, Ling Cheng Yukio looked excited. Yeah, it's really good. Hearing Kazushi Nakamichi's proposal, Yumi Horikoshi showed a shocked expression, but she quickly put away her expression. But what she didn't expect was that this expression was captured by the bored Tianqing. Why does she have such an expression? Tianqing looked at her strangely. But didn't we agree to watch the fireworks in the evening? Noriko Ryacheng looked back at the excited men talking. Don't worry, the fireworks will start at 6 o'clock. Yukio Lingcheng looked at his wife. Nakamichi Kazushi glanced at the clock on the cabinet and now the time showed 3 o'clock, so he arranged the next activities. It's only 3 o'clock now. We can finish it before 6 o'clock in time. After hearing Kazushi Nakamichi's arrangement, Yumi Horikoshi waved her hand to indicate that she would not participate in the event. I don't want to be tired and need to take a rest, Yumi Horikoshi said and went upstairs to his room. It is said that some people looked helpless after taking one look at it. She is still the same as always focusing on herself and completely ignoring others. Kogora sighed and looked at the direction Horikoshi Yumi left. Jun Omura felt a little heartbroken when he saw Yumi walking away. I think Yumi just doesn't want to be like everyone else. The whole place fell silent. Stop talking, let's go play ball, Kogora said and was about to lead the team out. At this time, Tianjing also expressed that he was not interested in table tennis and went directly back to the room to play with his tablet computer. Bird and Beast Concentration Camp. I'm so bored. Have you done anything big recently? Bayazai sent a message. Everyone who saw this message was immediately shocked. Didn't you go to the hot springs? Why don't you relax and have some fun? Ziyan was the first to reply to the message. Tianjing sighed boredly. What fun is there in hanging out with a bunch of uncles? By the way, after the last incident, the judge was promoted again, and the other side also reached an agreement with me. If there is such a good thing in the future, we must continue to cooperate. Ziyan told Bayazai about the FBI's decision. By the way, Ziyan, please help me pay attention to see if anyone is selling pistols on the dark web recently. Tianjing thought of the incident of losing the gun that day. Did something happen? Ziyan asked with concern. Tianjing thought about it and finally told her what happened 2 days ago about the bank robbers. Okay, I'll help you keep an eye on it, Ziyan replied. It was a sunny day in the room and the men who were going to play table tennis decided to soak in the hot springs first. We'd better take a dip in the hot springs first, Rai-Cheng Yukio suggested directly. Yes, playing table tennis after hot springs is the most comfortable, Kazushi Nakamichi said with a smile. Several people walked towards the hot spring talking and laughing. Ha ha ha, I'm a great physical education teacher, I won't lose to you, Jun Omura said with a smile. After the hot spring, several people gathered at the table tennis table and started an inspiring duel. The first match was between Kogora and Ryasei Yukio. The last one to kill Kogora was defeated. Very good, I won another round, Yukio Ryacheng pointed at Kogora excitedly. At the same time, I only saw Jun Omura walking out. What's wrong? Kazushi Nakamichi looked at Jun Omura who was about to go out. I'm going to the bathroom, Omura Jun said and left the table tennis room. It's your turn soon, you have to finish early and come back to play, Nakamichi Kazushi reminded him. Omura Jun nodded. After watching Omura Jun leave, Xiaolan turned to look at Nakamichi Kazushi. Uncle Zongdao, have you ever won the individual championship in the national competition? Xiaolan asked. Yes, I was still a junior in college at that time. It's really nostalgic, but it's a pity that I only won it once. Kazushi Nakamichi answered Xiaolan's question. Hearing this, Xiaolan excitedly asked again. Then uncle is the strongest person in the judo club. Hearing this, Nakamichi Kazushi looked nostalgic. Isn't there another person I can never win? Hearing this, Conan and Xiaolan both looked at Nakamichi and she with curious expressions. Not long after, the golfers realized that the time was almost up and called the others outside to watch the fireworks. However, after the weather cleared, when Xiaolan invited Yumi Horikoshi again, she replied that she would not go to the fireworks. In the end, everyone was helpless. Leave the hotel. After the fireworks, when everyone was walking back, Tianjing deliberately walked up to Conan and whispered something in his ear. I have a bad feeling. Hearing this, Konan was stunned for a moment, but soon Konan knew what Tianking's bad premonition was because they found Yumi Horikoshi's body lying in his bedroom. Chapter 30 Kogora Classmate Reunion Murder Case, Part 2. Everyone was shocked when they saw the body of Yumi Horikoshi, but soon Nakamichi and Kogora immediately entered the autopsy process. Nakamichi found a camera and took photos of the scene. "It's your turn, Kogora." After Kazushi Nakamichi took the photo, he asked Kogora to do further autopsy work. At this time, Kogora rolled up his sleeves and began to perform an autopsy on her from the feet up. "Her feet started to stiffen," Kogora said. Nakamichi Kazushi thought for a while and said something. "So she should have been dead for a while. Then I'll even look at the body spots." Kogora glanced at Kazushi Nakamichi and then began to take off Yumi Horikoshi's clothes and inspect them. At this time Konan sneaked in as a suicide squad. Yumi is very surprised why she wears such a big dress. The clothes she wore in the lobby just now were well-fitting. Also, the finger she holds on the pistol is not on the trigger, so her finger outside the trigger is not at all, it's already stiff. Konan pulled on Yumi Horikoshi's clothes and said to Kogora. In fact, Kogora had already known what Konan said, but the matter was still unclear, so Kogora punched Konan and sent him out of the room. "Did Dad find out anything?" Xiaolan asked Kogora. Judging from the stiffness after her death, Yumi's time of death was at least 7 hours or more. Kogora gave a time inference. "How many people thought about what they were doing 7 hours ago? 7 hours from now, it will be 3 o'clock in the afternoon." Omura Jun gave the inferred time. Ling Cheng Xingxiang thought for a while. "That is to say, we were separated from Yumi in the table tennis room at that time. Could it be that after Yumi separated from us and went back to the room alone, she shot herself in the head with a pistol?" Nakamichi Kazushi said. "It's impossible because our room and Aunt Yumi's room are in the second room next door. If there is a gunshot, I will definitely hear it." Tianjing looked at Nakamichi and Shi. After hearing what Tianjing said, Zhongdao and Ji couldn't think of a reason to refute her. That is to say, it is impossible for Yumi to commit suicide during that time, but the time of death is displayed like this. Kogora pondered. Noriko Lingcheng walked up to the two of them. If Yumi committed suicide, there is no reason at all. Although she said so, it is impossible for her to commit suicide based on her character, said Noriko Ryacheng. But you also told us the reason why Yumi committed suicide. Is it because of this that she did it? Yukio Ryo's hero recalled what Yumi said before. At this time, Tianjing walked into the room when no one was paying attention. The first thing she noticed was that the gun in Yumi's hand was a Smith & Wesson M439. Seeing this, she already knew that there was another person present during the bank robbery. But that person is the real murderer of Yumi Horikoshi. By the way, I heard on TV before that if you point a gun at yourself and commit suicide, there will be burn marks, but why are there no burn marks on Aunt Yumi's head? Tianjing pretended to be innocent and looked at Kogora. After hearing Tianjing's prompt, Kogora ran back to the room again to perform an autopsy. Yes, the burns that should have appeared did not appear. It seems that Yumi was murdered. Kazushi Nakamichi was shocked. It's very possible that someone shot her from a distance with a gun. So there were no burns on her forehead, and the murderer pretended to commit suicide after killing Yumi. I infer that the murderer is in this hotel. Kogora analyzed the new situation. Everyone was surprised when Kogora gave this answer. You won't doubt us, right? Lingcheng Yukio looked at the two people analyzing with shock. At this time, Nakamichi Kazushi came out to smooth things over. Okay Yukio, don't make random guesses. We have initially concluded that the time of her death was around 3 o'clock. We were all in the ballroom at that time, and little sister Tianjing didn't see any of us coming up, so we all have alibi, and Ah-chun was the only one who left the ballroom at that time, but he left at 5 o'clock and only left for a minute before returning, so Ah-chun could not be the murderer. Kazushi Nakamichi analyzed. That means the murderer is someone else, Yukio Ryacheng said. Maybe so, Nakamichi Kazushi said and walked into the inner room to check. When I opened the window, I found that it was raining heavily outside. The roof was designed to lead to any place around, and the entrance door was not locked. When you see such a design, it's likely that you came in from outside. Anyway, let's ask the people at the hotel first. Nakamichi Kazushi turned to look at the people behind him and walked towards a few people. On the way to the lobby, Tianjing deliberately walked up to Conan. Conan, have you noticed the pistol? Tianjing asked Conan beside him in a low voice. Conan was stunned for a moment. Tianjing glanced at him. If I'm not mistaken, the gun in Yumi Horikoshi's hand should be the Miss & Wesson M439 that was lost in the previous robbery. Tianjing gave an answer. What? Conan looked at Tianjing in surprise. Tianjing looked at Conan's surprised look and gave him another hard blow. I suspect that on the day of the robbery, besides Yumi Horikoshi, there was another person at the scene and that person picked up the robber's pistol. I think he prepared it for today's class reunion, Tianjing said. You suspect that the murderer is among them? Conan looked at Tianjing. I saw Tianjing showing a mysterious smile. But how to prove the time of death now? Because I was not in the table tennis room, the time of death they just analyzed cannot be accurate, but is there any way to change a person's time of death? The walking god of death. Tianjing glanced at him. Just take a look and move forward. Hey, hey. Conan looked at the person walking in front with bewildered eyes. Lobby. Boss, did any strangers come here between 3 and 6 this afternoon? Kazushi Nakamichi asked. The boss and other staff gathered here to wait for several people to ask questions. Stranger, we all went out around 3 o'clock in the afternoon during the lunch break, but when we came back we didn't see anyone suspicious, the boss said. When everyone was disappointed, the landlady suddenly remembered something. I remember there was a rather suspicious person. Everyone looks at the boss lady. Who is he? Nakamichi Kazushi turned to look at the landlady. It was a young woman with a child. She rushed up to the second floor in a hurry, said the landlady. What are the characteristics of this woman? Kazushi Nakamichi asked hurriedly. Isn't she just standing behind you? The landlady pointed at Xiaolan and Conan. Everyone was disappointed to hear this. I was going to Tianjing and Aunt Yumi at that time. I originally planned to go to her room. Xiaolan thought about it. I stopped them because Yumi hates being woken up, so I thought it was best not to wake her up, Nakamichi Kazushi came out and said. After hearing what Nakamichi Kazushi said, Kogora turned to look at Kazushi. Why were you still staying in the hotel at that time, Kazushi? Kogora looked at Kazushi in confusion. Looking at Kogora's question, Nakamichi and Shimatsu takes answer. Because I was sweating all over while playing, I went to the big bath to take a bath first. I didn't want to watch the fireworks all covered in sweat, and I felt that it wouldn't be very good for you and June, Kazushi Nakamichi replied to Kogora's question. After answering Kogora's question, he turned to look at Ryacheng Yukio. It seems that you two also went to take a shower. That's right. The two of us went to the open-air bath to take a bath. Yukio Rijo replied to Kazushi Nakamichi's question. But if we forced Yumi to wake up at that time, she wouldn't have died. Noriko Ryacheng blamed herself with tears. Seeing his wife sad, Ling Cheng Yukio was comforting her. Just when everyone was thinking, a hotel employee came out. What happened to our Benkei hotel? What are you talking about? The hotel staff asked Kogora. Kogora glanced at the people at the hotel and told them the truth. The police would be here soon anyway. One of our friends was shot dead in the room, Kogora said. Hurry up and bandage her up, the hotel employee said hurriedly. Kogora shook his head. It's too late. The police are already coming this way. Suddenly Conan felt strange. Why did that person suddenly say that? Kay pondered for a moment. So, could the murderer be one of us now, the hotel employee asked hurriedly. Kogora immediately waved his hand. Of course it's impossible that the murderer is someone other than us. You don't need to worry, Kogora said and returned to his companions. After explaining, I went to the bathroom. At this time Conan and Tianjing followed. Uncle, are you sure that the murderer is an outsider? Conan looked at Kogora in confusion. Conan. Tianjing cheered him up. Because he saw the look in Kogora's eyes and knew that he just said that on purpose. Of course I know, and the murderer is one of my best friends. Kogora punched the wall directly. Seeing my father like this, Tianjing reminded me. Old man, you should ask Officer Magyar to help you check on your best friend. Someone inside has gone bad. And that person once appeared at the scene where we met the robber. He also picked up the pistol that was lost at the time, Tianjing reminded. After hearing these words, Kogora finally remembered that the pistol that shot Yumi was the Miss & Wesson M439 that was lost at the time. I will definitely catch you, Kogora said and walked directly to the bathroom. Let him handle it by himself this time. If he can do it, we just need to remind him properly about this incident and let him handle it by himself. Otherwise, he won't feel at ease. Tianjing left after saying that. After hearing what Tianjing said, Conan also figured it out. What Uncle Mori said is correct. The murderer is among the 4 people. Maybe he is the one who leaked the truth, but they all have alibis. How can we prove the time of Yumi's death? If the time of Uncle's autopsy is accurate, there is no reason why Tianjing will not found. Conan is thinking about countless possibilities. Wait a minute, why did Aunt Yumi change out of her bathrobe when she wasn't playing ball? Did she have to change into a large bathrobe after doing something before? But if she changed her clothes, why didn't she change into a full-length one? Could it be that the murderer changed the clothes for her? Conan suddenly thought of this. Suddenly Conan looked at the Benkei wood carving next to him. By the way, this is Benkei Hotel, and the reason why he has so many arrows on his body is because he was standing when he died. Conan studied for a while and continued to move forward. Suddenly he stopped again. Stand and die. Conan seemed to have thought of something and ran back directly. Yes, that's it. The murderer used this method to commit the crime. Now I finally know the method used by the criminal, but how can I remind my uncle now? Conan thought about how to remind Kogora. Not long after, the two returned to the hall. You've figured it out, right? Tianjing walked to Conan's side. You can see it again, but I'm wondering how to remind Uncle. Conan looked back at her. The two decided not to discuss it anymore and first see how Kogora handles it. If something goes wrong, they won't be too late to intervene. In the lobby, Nakamichi Kazushi was still analyzing to several people present. Maybe someone came in to steal something and was caught by Yumi. But isn't this too strange? Why didn't we hear gunshots when we were playing ball? And the kid Tianjing who had been on the second floor didn't notice anything unusual. Yukio Lingcheng interrupted. After hearing these conversations, Kogora couldn't figure out why everyone had alibi even though the murderer was among us. After hearing these conversations, Kogora couldn't figure out why everyone had alibi when the murderer was obviously among us. It was clear that Yumi's death time was 3 o'clock in the afternoon based on her body spots and stiffness, but at that time the only one who was on the second floor was Tianjing. However, with her ability, it was impossible not to hear the gunshot. What method did the murderer use to create evidence of his alibi? So Yumi must have been killed after she separated from us and we were playing ball between 3 and 6 o'clock, and that girl Tianjing also returned to the room at that time. Assuming that Yumi was really killed at that time, the murderer who could have eliminated the sound of the gunfire so that others would not notice it, but what if Yumi was not so dead at that time? What Chun saw was Yumi herself, which means that Yumi's death time was modified, but what method did the murderer use? Kogora can't even think about it. Looking at Kogora, he still couldn't figure it out. Conan was constantly reminding and hinting at Xiao Wu. Sweating, changing clothes, shaking hands. Could it be because she played table tennis with someone before she died? But how is that possible? Why did the murderer go to such trouble, etc.? When he was in the police academy, Kogoro pondered. At this time, Tianqing couldn't stand it anymore and pretended to ask the innkeeper about Benkei. Mother-in-law, did Benkei always stand up before? Tianqing pretended to be confused. That's right, because Benkei had to fight against many people by himself, so he died standing up after being hit by many arrows. The innkeeper answered Tenking's question. By the way, this is how I figured it out, Kogoro suddenly shouted. All the people's attention was attracted. Kogoro, what have you figured out? Nakamichi Kazushi looked at Kogoro. I know who is the murderer of Yumi. Kogoro looked at the people in front of him. At this time, everyone's eyes were on Kogoro. It's your Nakamichi Kazushi. Kogoro pointed at him. Tianqing and Conan were relieved to see the murderer he identified, because they had correctly deduced that the murderer was him, and they also roughly knew the motive for his murder. The most critical evidence was that Tianqing had just investigated and found out on the day of the robbery. Michichi and Yumi Horikoshi appeared at the same intersection one after another. Don't be kidding, Kogoro. Nakamichi Kazushi immediately denied it. Not long after, Kogoro deduced all the reasons for the incident. Just as Nakamichi and she wanted to rush away from Kogoro and escape, he was knocked to the ground by Kogoro. I told you that I can never win you. Nakamichi Kazushi finally gave up. Later, Kazushi Nakamichi revealed the purpose of killing Yumi. Because he was going to marry his fiancée, Yumi began to harass his wife. Finally, there was no other way, so I came up with the idea of getting rid of her. Chapter 31, Bones in the River. Beside a stream in the suburbs, an old man fishing was chatting with some friends by the river. Suddenly one of them felt the weight of the fishing rod as if it had hooked something. Come and help, there's a big guy here. A white-haired old man called to his companions for help. An old man wearing a hat and another old man wearing orange clothes came to help. What happened to Xiao Tian? Is it because the big guy is so heavy? The old man in the hat pulled up hard. Looking at the constantly bending fishing rod, another old man stretched out his hand to lift it up together. The old man named Xiao Tian rolled his eyes at the two companions. He also said that we should hurry up and pull Tanaka and Yoshimura hard together. Finally, several people worked together to pull out the whole thing. As a result, when a few people saw clearly what it was, they were almost scared to the point of flying to the sky. It turned out that they caught a jar and it was filled with deep white bones. There was one that was stuck in the mouth of the jar because of the water flow, so they let the old man named Xiao Tian catch it. Soon, Officer Megure and others arrived at the crime scene. Officer Megure, these are the people who found the bones: Jiro Oda, Ryu Yoshimura, and Shigeru Sakaki. Takagi brought several people to Officer Megure. Officer Megure glanced at the people in front of him. How did you guys find the body? Officer Megure stared at the people. I invited the two of them to fish here today. This area is our secret base where we often fish and there are many fish, said Ryu Yoshimura. After questioning the three people, Officer Megure asked Takagi to take the person back to the Metropolitan Police Department to record a formal statement. Metropolitan Police Department. How was your visit, Takagi? Officer Megure asked. Takagi opened his notebook and reported on the investigation of today's visit. Because it is on the outskirts of the fishing area and is remote, so surveillance cannot see it, so it is difficult to investigate. There is also a path that is not monitored at all, and I only saw messy footprints on that path, which should be where I fished on site. A few people left it, they have mentioned this. Takagi said. Officer Megure looked at Sato again. Sato, have you found out the identity of the deceased? The forensic doctor said that the deceased was a woman with a bone age of 35 to 40 years old and a height of 1.65 meters. However, it is difficult to estimate the time of death because the bones were examined and found to have been soaked in chemicals. However, among all the missing people, we found that there was one person with this person. The bones match, but further confirmation is needed to know whether they are the same person, said Officer Satu. Officer Magyar thought for a moment and then asked, "Who's the name of that matching person?" "We found a woman named Sayuri Nakayama among the missing persons who matched the skeleton," Takagi replied. Officer Magyar looked at the two men and motioned for them to continue. Sayuri Nakayama, 35 years old, disappeared 2 months ago. She was a researcher for a pharmaceutical company. 2 months ago, the company went to her house to look for her because she had been absent from work for several days. However, she could not find her. Later, the company general manager Fujiwara Seiya reports the crime. Officer Sato responded to Officer Magyar's question. Takagi goes to her community police station to collect information on Sato. "Let's go to her house to have a look." After giving the order, Officer Magyar took Sato to Sayuri's house in Zhongshan. Not long ago, several people gathered at Sayuri's house in Zhongshan. "Did you enter the room to check that day?" Officer Magyar asked the police officer who was brought along by Takagi. "We found the homeowner that day and opened it to check, but found nothing unusual, so we finally left," the police officer said. Officer Magyar stroked his chin. "Contact the landlord and bring the keys. We need to go in and check," Officer Magyar told Takagi. Yes, Takagi left here immediately. Not long after, Takagi came with a group of middle-aged fat women. "Officer Magyar, this is the homeowner Mimi Maeda," Takagi introduced the woman. Officer Magyar took a big look at the fat woman in front of him. "Can you open the room?" Okay, Maeda." Mimi immediately opened the door and let a few people in. The room was clean and tidy, but it was packed with dust because no one had lived there for a long time. After a few people searched the house carefully, they found a card in the middle of a jewelry box. "Officer Magyar, look." Takagi handed the card to Officer Magyar. "Why is it him again?" Officer Magyar was confused when he saw the information on the card. "Yes, this card is from the Mori Kogora Detective Agency. After a while, I couldn't find anything else in the room and left." "Officer Magyar, where are we going next?" Officer Sato asked. "Go find him," Officer Magyar said, holding the card in his hand. Not long after, a few people arrived at the Mori Detective Agency. "Hello, Officer Magyar." Tianqing opened the door and let a few people in. "Tianqing, where did Mori go?" Officer Magyar asked Tianqing, who opened the door. "The old man helped a client find his dog yesterday and is going to deliver the goods today. Why don't you call him directly? Sister Xiao Lan will be away for the next few days for training and Conan just went to pick up the express delivery." Tianqing reported the whereabouts of the others. He told Officer Magyar and helped them pour tea. Not long after, Mori Kogora received a call from Officer Magyar and returned to the office. "What happened to Magyar?" Kogora asked. At this time, Officer Magyar directly took out the photo of Sayuri Nakayama and showed it to Kogora. "Brother Mori, do you recognize this woman?" Kogora took the photo and looked at it carefully. "The old man is the aunt who came here 2 months ago. At that time, the aunt seemed to ask him to investigate her colleagues." Tianqing reminded Kogora, pretending to be unintentional. "Ah, I remember that woman, but after she came to me to investigate, the balance has not been settled, and I can't find her now even if I try to find her. I wasted more than a month in vain." Kogora was angry when he mentioned that woman. After looking at Kogora's chatter, Officer Magyar directly interrupted him, otherwise he didn't know when it would end. "Did something happen?" Officer Magyar. Conan seemed to notice something unusual. Officer Magyar thought for a while and told Mori Kogora about the discovery of the bones. "You mean you found a set of bones this morning and now you suspect they are Sayuri Nakayama?" Mori Kogora's eyes widened. After hearing this answer, Conan and Tianqing looked at each other. Brother Mori, can you tell me what Sayuri Nakayama asked you to investigate? Officer Megure asked. Mori Kogora thought for a while and said what he wanted to investigate. She came to me that day to ask me to help investigate a researcher in her company. She suspected that the researcher secretly added harmful chemicals to the newly researched product. She said that if it was true, this product must not be put on the market. Mori Kogora said. Officer Megure, Takagi, and Sato looked at each other. Who is the person she wants to investigate? Officer Megure asked. It seems so. Mori Kogora hasn't finished speaking yet. Hideki Maeda Conan answers questions. At this time, Kogora gave him a fist directly. It hurts. Conan rolled around holding his head. Why is the name Hideki Maeda so familiar? A familiar feeling flashed through Officer Megure's mind. He is Maeda Mimi's husband. Sato remembered who that person was. After a few people talked, Officer Megure left with Takagi and Sato. How about we go to the scene and have a look? Tianqing suggested. After hearing this, Mori Kogora glanced at Tianqing and finally took the two of them to the crime scene where the bones were found today. Tianqing paid attention to the environment at the scene, and she also used her laptop to input the environment and water flow dynamics, etc., in order to find the right place to throw the bone. How do you know the dumping point is not here? Kogora looked at Tianqing in confusion. At this time, Tianqing directly turned the computer to Kogora. You see, this jar containing bones was once buried in moss-covered soil, but the heavy rain 2 days ago washed the jar down. How do you have these things? Kogora pretended to be surprised and looked at Tianqing. I taught myself. Tianqing shrugged. You're not going to attack the Metropolitan Police Department, are you? Kogora pointed at Tianqing. Tianqing kissed her throat and pretended not to hear. The process is not important. We need to find the correct place to dump the body now before we can know the scope of the follow-up inquiry. But it happened a year ago and it may not be easy to find. Tianqing looked at Kogora. Suddenly Conan said that this jar seems to be a jar specially used for painting, and Conan looked at the picture and it seemed that the bottom mold of the jar had cracks. Based on the above information, Tianqing input all the information into the computer and let the computer analyze the results. The results were analyzed in a short time. Got it. The place where the body was dumped should be a bridge not far from here. After Tianqing analyzed the results, the group walked towards the analysis place. This bridge turned out to be the Lover's Bridge. Kogora stood on the bridge and looked under the bridge. Suddenly Conan found something. Uncle, look! Conan pointed at the thing. Mori Kogora looked in the direction Conan was pointing and found something like a rib stuck in the soil and there seemed to be moss on it. Finally, he went under the bridge to confirm. Not long after, Officer Megure came here with a group of people. How did you think you would come here? Officer Megure led people to continue searching the area to see if there was anything else useful. After I saw the pictures of the scene you gave me before, I wanted to come to the scene to have a look, but I found something suspicious, Kogora said. When Kogora said something, Officer Megure looked at him with confusion. When you gave me the picture, I noticed that there was moss on the jar, so I came over to take a look. I found that there was no such thing as moss in the water where the bones were found, so I wondered if the bones might have been lost due to heavy rain 2 days ago. He rushed out. Kogora analyzed. After looking at the missing bones in the bag, Officer Megure asked Takagi to be sent back to the forensic room immediately. Not long after, the police present finally found an identity document and handed it to Officer Megure. Brother Mori, look! Officer Megure handed the certificate directly to Kogora. It's really her, but it's impossible for the body to be washed so clean in a year, even if there are fish eating it. Kogora looked at Megure in confusion. Forensic experts have determined that the bones were washed with chemicals, said Sergeant Megure. After hearing these, Tianqing and Conan looked at each other. In this case, Megure, you can focus on investigating Maida Heidke. Kogoro gave the name of a person, Officer Magyar. Why did Brother Mori say that? Officer Magyar was puzzled. Have you read the information I gave you this morning? Kogoro asked. Officer Magyar smiled awkwardly. After investigation, Maida Heidke was a researcher at a company that had a contract with Sayuri Nakayama a year ago and was also a minority shareholder of the company. However, he resigned and left the company 2 months before Sayuri Nakayama disappeared a year ago. The last new drug was also on the market. 1 month later, production was suspended due to a major accident. Kogoro said. In other words, Maida Heidke is the most suspect. Officer Magyar began to officially investigate Maida Heidke. While investigating Maida Heidke, even the people around Sayuri Nakayama were also investigated. Night. Tianjing hacked into the computer of Sayuri Company in Zhongshan. During the screening, she discovered something terrible. Vermouth was in the organization. In this pharmaceutical company, when she saw her here, Tianjing immediately thought of whether there was someone in this company. Whether these things are what the organization wants or whether this company has something to do with the organization in the first place, Tianjing grabbed Conan and rushed to drive Agaz's house early the next morning. Hey, why did you drag me here to find AI in such a hurry? Conan looked like he didn't wake up. Regardless of the weather, Conan directly showed Xiao AI the information he investigated last night. Vermouth Xiao AI recognized the woman. Who? Conan glanced at the two women. Vermouth is a woman with an ever-changing appearance. Absent in the organization must be up to no good if she appears here. Or maybe this pharmaceutical company has some secrets that the organization wants. Xiao AI analyzed the woman's mentality. After several days of investigation, they found out a surprising fact. Sayuri Nakayama had an unclear relationship with Heidke Maida a year ago, that is, a lover relationship, and they had a child. However, because Heidke Maida was Sayuri Nakayama asked her to test the medicine without mercy. As a result, she had a massive hemorrhage that night and the baby was stillborn. From that day on, Sayuri Nakayama had a falling out with Heidke Maida. Later, she found out that it was Heidke Maida who did not want the child. Use her to test the medicine. So she wanted to take revenge on Heidke Maida, so she asked Mori Kogoro to investigate his evidence and try to trip him up. That means Maida Heidke has sufficient motive to kill, Kogoro said. When several people were having a heated discussion, Takagi opened the door and walked in. There are new clues. Takagi went straight into the office with a stack of information. Any clues? Officer Magyar took the information from Takagi's hand. Takagi directly picked up the water glass in Satu's hand and took a sip. After some investigation, Maida Heidke rented a small warehouse in the woods away from the first place where the body was dumped. Looking through the window, he also found many jars of the same style as the corpses. However, I couldn't go in and search because I didn't have a search warrant. Certificate. Takagi showed the photos taken secretly to Officer Magyar. It's really the same model, Satu said. Satu immediately applies for a search warrant. Takagi follows Heidke Maida and does not let him destroy the evidence. Officer Magyar ordered his men to do the work. After receiving the order, the two men took action independently. Now they can only race against time because they are afraid that the murderer will destroy the evidence. Brother Mori, let's go to the warehouse to ambush. Officer Magyar looked at Mori Kogoro. Not long after, the two of them were lying in wait outside the warehouse, waiting for Satu's search warrant. At this time, Officer Magyar's phone rang. It was Takagi. What's wrong with Takagi? Sorry, Maida Heidke bought a few barrels of gasoline. Now he should go to the small warehouse. He may destroy the body and eliminate traces. Takagi reported Maida Heidke's whereabouts. What? Takagi, come here and join us now, Officer Magyar ordered and hung up the phone. What's going on? Kogoro looked at Officer Magyar. Maida Heidke bought gasoline and is coming here to destroy the evidence. Officer Magyar said the current situation. Kogora's eyes widened when he heard Officer Magyar's answer. Not long after, Heidke Maida came to the small warehouse carrying 2 barrels of gasoline. As long as this place is destroyed, I can feel at ease. Maida Heidke showed a terrifying look in his eyes. Watching from a distance, Officer Heidke Maida Magyar was pouring gasoline frantically, but there was nothing he could do. Just when he was about to pour the second bucket, the search warrant was delivered. After getting the search warrant, several people immediately controlled Heidke Maida and started to search the warehouse. Not long after, a small amount of dander tissue was found in the warehouse, and a large amount of blood stains were found under the examination with professional instruments. After examination, it was confirmed that it belonged to Sayuri Nakayama. In the face of all the evidence, Maida Heidke finally confessed, and his motive for the murder was he just doesn't want this woman to reveal what he has done. A week after this incident ended, the company where Sayuri Zhongshan worked suddenly exploded, and the company president Fujiwara Satano died directly. Chapter 32 Library Murder Incident. The summer vacation is already halfway over. Today, several members of the junior detective team and Tianqing came to the library to catch up on their homework, make up for homework. Conan Tianqing, I wish you guys had finished your homework early in the morning. Genta lay on the library table and sighed. He wanted to ask Conan and others to borrow it for reference, but the 3 of them would definitely not give it due to their personalities, and it was most likely because of this move allowed him to increase the weight of his homework. Tianqing, what is this book about? Why are you so fascinated by it? Amy noticed that the book in Tianqing's hand was in a foreign language and very thick. It's about computer programming. Tianqing glanced at Amy and then immersed herself in reading again. In fact, Tianqing can read it at home, but she has not received the books she ordered, so she has no choice but to spend every week in the library. Habara-san, what are you reading? Mitsuhiko looked at the sad girl next to Tianqing. Human Anatomy, Xiao Ai said coldly. This sentence made everyone present fall into silence. At this time, Conan found a box of unopened books in the corner of a bookcase and curiously picked up one to read. This is not a book for children to read. A man in a suit with a cute and approachable face took the book from behind Conan. I'm sorry. Conan immediately turned around and apologized. Not long after, a police car with its siren on came to the door of the library and stopped. Conan, look, Officer Magyar is here. I wonder what he is doing here. All the little ones lay in front of the windowsill and looked outside. At this time, a female employee walked towards the man in a suit just now. The curator is already downstairs. Okay, I'll be there right away. It turns out that the man in a suit is the library director. Seeing the arrival of Officer Magyar, Conan and others realized that something might have happened. Conan, why don't we follow him secretly and take a look? Genta suggested. Okay. Amy and Mitsuhiko loaded. Just like this, a few people followed the dean to the library door. In the elevator, when Genta stepped in, it said it was overloaded. Genta, is it because you ate too much eel rice last night that you are overweight? Mitsuhiko said as he and a few people walked out of the elevator and went down the stairs to the lobby. Are you Tsukawa? Officer Magyar asked the curator. I Tsukawa. Curator answers Officer Magyar's question. Officer Magyar saw that there was nothing unusual about the man in front of him and took out a photo to show to the curator. The main reason why we came this time is about your staff, Tamada Kazuo. The curator looked at the photos and thought about it. He hasn't asked for leave since yesterday and hasn't come to work, the curator replied to Officer Magyar's question. Officer Magyar, what happened? Conan led several people to Officer Magyar. Officer Magyar looked at these little carrots who all had the same size. He didn't know why he met these little brats everywhere, or maybe he met the cheater Kogora. Did something big happen to him? The curator asked urgently. Officer Magyar calmed down. Mr. Tamada has been missing since the night before yesterday, Officer Magyar broke the news. What? The curator looked at Officer Magyar in shock. According to the investigation, we found that you worked overtime with Tamada the night before yesterday, right? Officer Magyar asked the curator. Yes, but I got off work earlier than Tamada that day, so I don't know much about what happened after that, the curator said. At this time, there were several police officers in the single room next to them checking books in the small room on the side. Why are they investigating in the warehouse? He might have been attacked by someone on the way home. Conan looked at Officer Magyar pretending to be innocent. This is for the sake of caution. According to the investigation, Mr. Tamada is a very serious and responsible person. He usually calls his wife from here to explain to her before going home, but he did not do so the night before yesterday, which means that he may have someone took him out of here during overtime, or he is in this library now. If he is still in this book, it means that he has probably been killed. Officer Magyar said seriously. After hearing Officer Magyar's answer, everyone in the boy detective team widened their eyes. Officer, we have searched this place and found nothing, a police officer reported to Officer Magyar. At this time, Officer Magyar stroked his chin. If that's the case, Yu Tian was probably taken out by someone, so let's collect the team first. Officer Magyar took his police officers and collected the car and left. Back to Conan's side. What do you think? Conan asked several people. A few people walked out of the iron cabinet in the library at night. It turned out that they decided to investigate in the library that night. Great, everyone is gone now. Genta looked at the dark library with no fear and excitement on his face. Oh. Why do you stay here when I told you to go home? Conan was speechless. What to do now? Conan Ame was excited. Conan glanced at a few people and took action with them. Of course we'll find the body first, Conan said matter-of-factly. As soon as Conan said this, Ame and others looked directly at him. But didn't the police find nothing just now? Mitsuhiko was puzzled. I feel there is a strange smell in this library, Conan said. Tianqing and Xiaoi looked at each other and thought about it. Those foreign books you discovered before, the two said in unison. Conan looked at the two of them and nodded. Suddenly the elevator moved. Why is the elevator moving? Is there anyone else? Conan reacted and immediately hid with a few people. The elevator door opened and Conan discovered that the person who came out was Director Jinchuan. Mr. Tsugawa, why are he here at this time? Conan looked at Hideharu Tsugawa who entered the library area. As a result, Conan and others discovered that Tsugawa Hideharu opened the foreign book that had been moved before, took out something from it, and muttered to it. Wouldn't that fool Tamada be fine if he didn't look at the things inside? Who told him to be such a gossip? What other police officers are there? They put the trash-like things so clearly that they can't notice it. And I don't think they even thought that Tamada is hiding here now. Inside the library, Tsugawa Hideharu's face became darker and darker, and then he laughed wildly. It turns out that Mr. Tamada has really been killed and his body is in this library, but where exactly is it? Now we can confirm that Tsugawa Hideharu committed the murder. Conan is very puzzled. At this time, they saw Tsugawa Hideharu making a new move. He opened a foreign book and unpacked the box. As a result, at this moment, the cheater Genta pushed the glass door open with excessive force, thus everyone was exposed. Got it. Who appeared in the library? Tsugawa Hideharu chased him out. After seeing no one, several people walked out again. Next, they checked the unknown books and found that the whole box only contained empty book boxes. Everything is gone, Genta said. Maybe put it in the hug he brought, Mitsuhiko said. Several people then checked for any abnormalities in the books and bookshelves in the library. As a result, Conan discovered that there was a mobile bookshelf inside the bookshelf. Everyone opened it and found that there was a row of books in the middle of the two rows of books, and these books did not have back covers. This is Conan felt strange. Later, several people found contraband of white noodles in the book. It turned out that the director took advantage of his position to use the library to do the dirty business of drug smuggling. But Tamada discovered this just 2 days ago. Soon after, Conan called Officer Magyar to inform him of the secret they discovered in the library. What to do next? Amy said. The next thing we are looking for is the body. Where is Yushin's body hidden? Tianjing gave the target. When several people were thinking, Xiao Ai gave a direction due to a prompt. The elevator can carry 7 people, with a total passenger weight of 450 kilograms, and we are children who only weigh half of adults at most, so why is the elevator overweight? Tianjing glanced at Conan. Could it be? The body is in the elevator. Conan was shocked. Then several people pried open the elevator door. At this moment, the elevator suddenly started. Several people were shocked when they looked at the numbers that kept jumping up. Who is coming up in the elevator? Just as Conan was thinking, everyone discovered that Tamada's body was rising on the top of the elevator. The moment the elevator door opened, the person who came out turned out to be Hideharu Tsugawa. It turns out it's you little mice. Now that the secret has been discovered by you, you have no chance to escape. Tsugawa Hideharu walked towards the group of people. At this point, Conan decided to lure Hideharu Tsugawa alone and let Ayami and others quickly enter the elevator. At the last moment, Conan also entered the elevator with a glide. Not long after, they were forced into a library area by the curator. The kids' game is over. The curator picked up the baseball bat and started to hit several people. At this moment, Genta, who was hiding aside, used his own weight to push down the bookcase. In an instant, the bookcase pressed directly on it like a domino. Soon, Officer Magyar also led people to the library and took Hideharu Tsugawa away. This was how the matter was resolved satisfactorily. Chapter 33 The Consecutive Tragic Deaths of Celebrities, Part 1. This day Kogoro was invited to a villa to investigate the case. This house is really grand. Kogoro admired the surroundings. As expected of President Nagato's house, which is right next to Sanako's house. Xiaolan looked excited. The housekeeper looked at the people in front of him in shock. So you know Miss Sanako? I remember she came here 2 or 3 times when she was very young, the housekeeper said. Conan secretly rolled his eyes. She doesn't look like a lady. Seeing this, Xiaolan pulled Kogoro and whispered in his ear. What would a person of such status want to do with my father? Xiaolan looked at her father with a confused look on her face. These presidents may have something to ask me to investigate. I think a big case has happened, ha ha ha. Kogoro smiled arrogantly again. Conan on the side gave Kogoro a blank look again and gave Kogoro a speechless look. I guess we have to investigate the affair again, Conan teased Kogoro. What did you say? Kogoro clenched his fists. Suddenly Kogoro performed a show and disappeared in place. What is going on? Why is there such a pit beside the pond? Several people pulled Kogoro up from a pit. Because we plan to plant new trees by the pond, please allow me to introduce myself. The teacher said that I am Musashi Nasuke, who has been the housekeeper here since the days of the old president. Hello, the housekeeper introduced himself. Several people were brought into the house by the housekeeper. Our master is waiting for you on the 3rd floor now. The housekeeper led a few people upstairs. At this time, Conan noticed that there were many guards in the lobby, and there was also a person who looked familiar, but he just couldn't remember who it was. Why are there so many guards in their house? Conan looked at Kogoro. Kogoro took one look and walked straight up. Of course it's because of a big case. Room. This is our president Koman Mishizan. The butler introduced the fat man who was sitting on the bed to Kogoro. After talking for a while. Why do you want my detective Mori Kogoro to help you find your first girlfriend? Kogoro's eyes widened in disbelief. President Nagato looked at Kogoro and smiled. It is said that you can solve the case in the shortest time. All my friends praise you full of praises. President Nagato coughed twice and looked at Kogoro. But if you want to find someone, you don't have to ask me specifically. Kogoro rubbed his hands. At this time Conan leaned next to Kogoro. It's such a pity that it's not a big case. After hearing what Conan said, Kogoro gave him a fist blow. Is Conan in pain? Xiaolan helped Conan cool down with her hands. Then do you have any photos of this lady? Kogoro asked President Nagato helplessly. President Nagato looked at Kogoro sheepishly. I met him when I was in elementary school, so I don't have any photos, and I don't even remember what she looks like now. But recently, I suddenly remembered everything about her. She is really a poor woman, ha ha ha, but these words made me my dead wife must have been very angry when she heard about it. I don't have the photo, but I still have her name and some recent news about her, President Nagato said. At this time a woman came out. This is my secretary Hinata Xin. She will introduce it to you next. The president pointed to the woman next to him. A young lady named Hinata Xin picked up a piece of information and began to introduce Kogoro. The name of this lady is Kotomi Akagi, who was born in Kanakagawa-kan. She graduated from high school and got married at the age of 29. She and her husband only had one child, but the whole family disappeared in the third year after he gave birth to the child. Hinata-shin introduced a limited time the result. Will you hide somewhere? Kogoro said. No way, President Nagato replied. Kogoro couldn't figure out who introduced him to President Nagato. President Nagato, can I ask who wants you to introduce me? Kogoro looked at President Nagato. At this time, the door of the room was pushed open. It's me. Conan just felt a familiar man coming in downstairs. You are Kogoro looked at the man who came in and didn't recognize him. He is the old friend I just mentioned, Mr. Hizu, who is currently the chief of the Oita Police Department. President Nagato introduced the man. Kogoro looked at the man with wide eyes. You are the chief of the Daban Police Department. You are the one who goes on TV to make a statement every time a big case happens. Xiaolan understands this. But Conan already remembered who this person was. He was Hattori Heiji's father. Hello Conan. Heiji suddenly came out from behind Hattori Hizu. Conan knew it was so when he saw this piece of walking black coal. Dad, it turns out you have guests coming. At this time, two women walked in. These two people are the eldest daughter of President Nagato, Nobuko Nagato, and the second daughter, Yasu Nagato. Hehe, not only are there guests here, but you, the vixen, are also here. Nagato Nobuko glanced at Hinata Xin unkindly. Nagato Nobuko glanced at Hinata Shinko unkindly. Okay, sister, stop talking, Nagato Yasu persuaded by his side. Nagato Dosen couldn't stand it and spoke directly. Nobuko, I've been lying here all day unable to move in order to convey the company's decisions conveniently. Nagato Nobuko looked unbelieving. Is it soon enough to fax this kind of thing? It's not as simple as you said, Nagato Dosen said helplessly. When Nagato Nobuko saw that he was angry, he turned to look at Heiji and the others. Who are those people over there? Seeing that the situation was not right, Kogoro formally introduced himself. Detective Nagato Nobuko looked puzzled. Why did the detective come here? Nagato Yasu also looked at the few people with a puzzled expression. Because the president wants to find his first girlfriend, he invited them here. Hinata Shinko was slapped by Nagato Nobuko before he could finish speaking. At this time, a worn-out pen was thrown out. Why do you still keep such a worn-out pen? Nagato Nobuko looked at Hinata Shinko unkindly. Haha Yazu-chang, you have to be careful, your most important light may be taken away by others. Nagato Nobuko said and walked directly out the door. Sister Nagato Yasu ran out with his sister. Watching his daughter Nagato Mishai's on leave, she looked at Hinata Xin with an apologetic look. I'm really sorry, Ms. Hinata, because at Nobuko's age, no one has come to propose marriage, so I'm a little anxious, Nagato Duzan said helplessly. Hinata sighed helplessly. Then I'll go back to the company to deal with things first. Hinata Xin glanced at his watch and prepared to leave the room. Ms. Hinata, I plan to announce that matter to everyone tonight. If you still sympathize with my son, I hope you can. Nagato Duzan suddenly mentioned something, and it was also about his son. My feeling towards him has never been sympathy. This is my fate with him. We have been bound by fire since a long time ago, Hinata Xin said and prepared to leave the room. Conan looked confused. Tie of Fire. Chapter 34 The Serial Murder Case of Celebrities, Part 2. Several people in the room continued chatting. So you are the senior and junior student of the Kendo Club. Mori Kogora then found out that President Nagato was from the Kendo Club. Hattori Hizu looked at the person on the bed and recalled those years with emotion. My Nagato-senpai's aura at that time was so impressive that people didn't dare to accept my advice. Nagato smiled awkwardly. By the way, that incident with Hizu last time, Nagato remembered what he had asked Hattori Hizu to investigate before. We have asked the police at the station to actively investigate. Suddenly, a man with bandages all over his body opened the door and attracted everyone's attention. Who are you? Pingbai looked nervously at the person at the door. That's my son Nagato Hidiomi. Nagato Duzan immediately introduced him. Everyone present was shocked when they heard the introduction. He had an accident in high school and his face was burned like this. I wanted to use the current plastic surgery technology to repair his face, but he refused to say anything. Nagato Duzan looked at his son heartbrokenly. At this time, another person walked in at the door. It was that unexpected relationship that led to today's happy ending, right? Pingziu, please say something. The man at the door said with a sarcastic tone. Nagato Hidiomi ignored him and left the room. Don't be angry, Xiu Chen. The man pretended to persuade Xiu Chen as he left, and finally showed a sneer before returning to the room. Happy birthday, father-in-law, Xiaobi Nanzan. The man took out a gift and gave it to Nagato Duzan. Thank you. Nagato Duzan took it and continued. Taking advantage of this moment, the man leaned next to Nagato Duzan and spoke in words that only the two of them could hear. If you really want to thank me, give me the position of president of the company. Then I will be really happy. The man who spoke was Nagato Mitsuyo, who is the son-in-law of Nagato Dozo. The scene was quiet for a while. Ha ha ha, I'm just joking, don't be so nervous, Nagato Miguel said and left the room. Looking at the time, Hattori Hizu also chose to leave here, but he still stayed with Hattori Heiji to study with Mori Kogora. That night, everyone held a birthday party for Nagato Duzan in the room. Happy birthday, master! The butler and other children were blessing Nagato Duzan. Just when everyone calmed down, Chong Mendo-san glanced at everyone present. Next, I want to announce something. Nagato Duzan's words attracted everyone's attention. I am here to announce the marriage of my son Hidetomi and Miss Hyaga Shin. After Nagato Duzan said this, the butler was the first to become truly happy. Nagato Yasu beside him was stunned for a moment, then he also put away his disappointed expression and became happy. I just let Xiao Xin get used to this home early so that she could move in early. Nagato Duzan glanced at Hinata Xin. After hearing this decision, Nagato Nobuko left the room directly. Miss Nobuko, the housekeeper, wanted to stop her, but it was blocked by Nagato Guangming. Don't worry about her, she is the only one who is not married now, Nagato Miguel teased him. After watching Nagato Nobuko leave, Nagato Duzan looked around again and found that Hidiomi was nowhere to be seen. Why don't you see Hidiomi? Nagato Duzan asked. That guy must be. Sorry, I'll go find him. Nagato Guangming said and left the room. Several people in the room continued to chat when Conan tugged on Heiji's sleeve. Honestly, did you lure us here on purpose, and now you purposely let us stay here for the night? Conan asked in a low voice in Heiji's ear. Heiji subconsciously looked to the side. I just want to see you, Heiji said. Your Nanatsuki doesn't want to miss me any time. Conan gave him a look of disdain. Suddenly Conan heard Heiji mutter something. If Nanatsuki hadn't gone to participate in special training, I wouldn't have thought of you. Hearing this, Conan looked at Heiji with wide eyes. I am just a substitute in your heart. Just then the phone in the bedroom rang. Hey, that guy, the butler answered the phone. I am Guangming. Please ask my father-in-law to answer the phone. Nagato, Guangming said on the phone. The butler, who heard the request, glanced at President Nagato, who was sleeping on the bed waiting for instructions. Nagato Yasuo shook his head to signal not to disturb him. The master has fallen asleep and we plan to go back, the housekeeper answered the person on the phone. But I searched the whole house and couldn't see Hyde Tommy. Where is he? Nagato Mitsuomi screamed as soon as he finished speaking. This voice startled everyone on the other end of the phone. Mr. Bright, the butler, called into the phone. At this time, Kogora grabbed the phone. What's wrong? Where are you now? Kogora asked hurriedly. I'm in the room below you, Nagato Miguel told the person on the phone where he is now. At this time, everyone ran to the balcony and looked down. They found a bandaged man shouting a dagger and looked up at the people upstairs. Heiji was the first to chase him out, but he still let the bandaged man escape. Finally, everyone found Nagato Miguel lying on the ground downstairs, apparently dead. Light. Yasu Nagato ran to him. Not long after, Officer Megure led the team here. Did someone push the deceased from a high place to the lower railing? The murderer is Mr. Nagato's son. Officer Megure inspected the body and stood up to look at Mori Kogora and the others. Mr. Hyde Tommy is not such a person. The murderer is not certain. It cannot be Mr. Hyde Tommy. I think there must be some misunderstanding about this matter. Hinata Xin walked out at this time. At this time Nagato Yasu raised his head and looked at Hinata Shin. You can't kill my light for any reason, give me back my light. Nagato Yasu knelt beside his husband's body and cried. Looking at the crying Yasu Hinata Shin, he still believed that Nagato Hyde Tommy was not the kind of person who would kill someone. Besides, the person we saw may not be Mr. Hyde Tommy, Hinata Xin said. That's it, what we see is not necessarily Hyde Tommy, it's just the person whose face is wrapped in a bandage. Heiji said. Tie up. Officer Megure looked at Mori Kogora in confusion. Seeing Officer Megure looking at him, Mori Kogora cleared his throat. Hideo-san had a bandage on his face because he was burned in an accident in his youth, Kogora explained. Officer Megure looked at the body again and then looked at several people. We met the murderer at around 10 o'clock. At that time, we were all gathered in President Nagato's room on the 3rd floor. Hattori Heiji recounted the scene when he met the murderer. Officer Megure turned to look at Mori Kogora. Who are you referring to? The people who wanted the president's office at that time were me, Heiji, Conan, the housekeeper, and Miss Yasu. Kogora recalled the number of people present. After listening to Kogora's story, Officer Megure turned his head and looked towards Hinata Xin. Where did you go after everyone left the dormitory? I'm staying with President Nagato in the dormitory, Hyaga-shin replied to Officer Megure's question. Officer Megure glanced around again. Since the murderer wants to escape from the balcony, he must tie the rope from the balcony in advance. Officer Megure looked at the broken rope on the balcony. It is absolutely true that the murderer used this rope to escape, because when I walked around outside with the guard just now, I found that the rope was still moving. Hattori Heiji told what he had just seen. Officer Megure listens. Then where is Mr. Hyde Tommy? Officer Megure asked the butler. We couldn't see the young master that early in the morning, the butler replied to Officer Megur's question. Actually, we were looking for him before you guys came, the housekeeper answered Officer Megur's question. That means we can confirm that Mr. Hyde Tommy is the murderer, Mori Kogora said. Chapter 35 The Serial Murder Case of Celebrities, Part 2. After Mori Kogora deduced the murderer, Hyagashin was still trying his best to protect Nagato Hidiomi. Don't rush to conclusions yet. This is the blade used by the murderer at that time. We have found the bandage and hat that the murderer tied. We only need to verify it to determine whether the murderer is Nagato Hyde Tommy. Officer Megur picked up the evidence bag and handed it to everyone present. People watch. Just when Officer Megur was watching the behavior of the people present, Conan had a new discovery. Why is there an injury on the deceased's right hand? What caused it? Conan picked up the deceased's hand and pretended to be confused. Just like that, Conan received another punch on the head. Anyway, he was stabbed by the murderer with the blade. Maybe it was scratched when he fell. Kogora yelled. At this time, Takagi hurriedly ran towards several people. Team leader. What's going on, brother Takagi? Officer Megur looked at Takagi and hurried over. We just checked the anti-theft surveillance installed outside the fence of this house and found that no one left the villa after the incident, Takagi reported the results of the investigation. Everyone's eyes widened when they heard this result. So the murderer is still in this house, Kogora said. When the audience was quiet for a while, Conan suddenly ran towards the villa. Where is Conan going? Heiji said. It might be dangerous to go back to the room, President, Conan said without turning around. When everyone heard what Conan said, they followed Conan and ran towards the villa. Heiji can't open the door at the door of the room. No, the door is locked from the inside, Conan said. Is there anyone inside? Heiji kept knocking on the door but there was no response at all. Suddenly the room door was opened. What do you want to do, Noisy? The person who opened the door was Nobuko Nagato. When she saw clearly who was at the door, Nobuko looked at him with curiosity. What are you all doing here? Nagato Nobuko looked confused. Why are you here? Kogoro looked at Nagato Nobuko with a question mark on his face. Nagato Nobuko looked at the group of people blocking the door. I heard Yasuo's screams and I was a little worried, so I came here. Nagato Nobuko responded to Mori Kogora's question. Officer Megur stared at Nobuko Nagato for a while. What were you doing before you came here? Nagato Nobuko closed her eyes and thought for a while. I was very upset at that time, so I was drinking alone in my room, Nagato Nobuko replied to Officer Megur. Are you alone? Officer Megur continued to ask. That's right, but I was still on the phone with my friend, but I kept complaining. Maybe I drank too much. I don't remember who I called. Nagato Nobuko looked at Officer Megur and said. Nagato Nobuko was silent for a while and then asked Officer Megur whether it was true that Hyde Tommy killed Guangming. I'm afraid it's true. Officer Megur answered Nagato Nobuko's question uncertainly. At this time, Nagato Nobuko sighed. I knew it would be like this. Why do you feel like this? Officer Megur found that Nagato Nobuko seemed to know something. Nagato Nobuko sighed finally and recounted the past of the two of them. Those two people would quarrel every time they met. They had a good relationship when they were young, but since that accident, they have become incompatible with each other. When they heard about the accident, everyone looked at Nobuko Nagato with puzzled expressions. As early as 20 years ago, there was a fire in a nearby hotel. It was such a coincidence that Hyde Tommy and Guangming happened to be passing by that day when they were still in high school. Hyde Tommy enthusiastically rushed into the fire to save people, regardless of Guangming's obstruction. At that time, a girl was rescued from the fire, and that girl was Hinata Shinko. Nagato Nobuko looked at Hinata Shinko and said. After hearing this, Conan finally understood what the phrase fire-bound meant. Xiu Chen also had scars on his face because of this. From that day on, he stopped going to school. He locked himself in his room all day writing novels and had no chance to interact with girls. And this woman took the initiative to approach him and ended up being. He married my father's secretary and shamelessly wanted to marry Hyde Tommy. Nagato Nobuko looked at Hinata Xin and pointed angrily. Stop talking about Nobuko. At this time, Nagato Dosen woke up and came over. Dad, you're already awake. Nobuko looked at Nagato Dosen on the bed. Nagato Dosen sighed. I was a light sleeper and you were so noisy. In fact, I was already awake when you came in. Did anything strange happen to you after that? Officer Megure asked Nagato Dosen nervously. Nagato Mishizan looked at Officer Megure with curiosity. Ms. Hinata was always with me before Ran came here. Nagato Dosen answered Officer Megure's question honestly. Mori Kogora thought about it and reminded Nagato Dosen. Judging from the current situation, it shouldn't be the time to look for your first love. Nagato Dosen sighed in disappointment. Don't worry about that matter and just forget about him. Hearing this, Conan looked curious and finally pulled Heiji out of the room. Hurry up and tell me why you lied to me. Conan looked at Heiji in confusion. Heiji saw that what had happened now. Heiji still told Conan directly. Actually, President Nagato heard a strange sound last night. Heiji looked at Conan. Strange sound. Conan looked at Heiji in confusion. Heiji knelt down and looked directly at Conan. President Nagato heard the sound of someone running at night and the sound of things hitting him more than once, Heiji said. Could it be? Conan seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that this kind of sound was made to verify this murder plan? At first, my father and I thought it was just a thief practicing for theft, so for safety reasons, I found you. I thought that the thief it will definitely appear tonight, but what I didn't expect is that this thief actually stole a human life. Heiji looked at Conan and said. After analyzing this, both of them knew that there would definitely be a follow-up to the matter. Planning to kill someone. Conan pondered for a moment. Don't you think it's strange that the murderer is asking for help from you? The murderer who committed the crime in front of the famous detective Mori must be very confident in his murder plan. Heiji looked at the people who were still talking in the room. Conan thought for a while and came to another conclusion. There is also a possibility that he has no way to change his murder plan. Heiji touched his chin. What's strange to me is the things left by the murderer next to the body. The murder weapon doesn't look strange. He should have escaped at that time. At that time, there was no need for him to take off his hat and bandages. Heiji analyzed. Conan glanced at it. What makes me feel strange is that the murderer deliberately let us see his face clearly, as if he wanted us to identify the murderer as Nagato Hyde Tommy. But if the murderer is not Nagato Hyde Tommy, then who could it be? So where is the real Nagato Hyde Tommy now? This is what Conan finds strange. So the only person who can accomplish this is Nobuko Nagato, Heiji analyzed. The incident happened for a day and a night. After everyone searched the entire villa and could not find Hyde Tommy Nagato, Officer Megure announced that he had given up the search. Just when everyone was about to close the team, a police officer discovered something unusual in the pool. Butler, drain all the water from the pool, Officer Megure ordered the butler. After the water in the pool was drained, everyone was surprised to find that Nagato Hyde Tommy died in the pool. In his pocket, a suicide note was found for Hinata Shin, and it also contained details about killing Nagato Mitsuomi. After reading this suicide note, Hinata Xin ran away sadly. Ms. Hinata, this is the pen you dropped by the pond. Xiaolan picked up the pen by the pond and wanted to hand it back to her. Who knew that Hinata Xin would run faster and faster and Xiaolan would still want to catch up? Don't bother her. I'll give her the pen later. Heiji stopped the ignorant Xiaolan from continuing to chase Hinata Xin. In front of the gate, Conan and Heiji are analyzing things. This case is very baffling, and the last thing that can't be explained is the suicide note. Conan couldn't figure it out. Everything is still a mystery now. While the police downstairs were still collecting evidence and questioning, Conan and Heiji were already looking for new evidence in the various rooms until they discovered the phone recording between the two. After the cooperative analysis, the entire criminal process of these two cases was clearly investigated. Next, Conan controlled Mori Kogoro to analyze the case, and Heiji, who was the demonstrator of this incident, restored the entire crime process. In the end, the murderer identified by Mori Kogoro was Hinata Shin. In the face of all the evidence, Hinata Shin finally bowed his head and confessed. Chapter 36: A Call for Help from Afar. Herds of birds and beasts. I've heard there's a lot of commotion in the triangle recently. Please be careful when trading. It's rare for the judge to come online at this time. The movie was so lively that it popped up. Judge, what wind blew you out? Did something happen at the judge's side? Their demand has been a bit high recently. Even if I'm rushing to work, I'm a little busy. Ziyan recently took another order from them. When he sees Ziyan, the judge directly sends her a silver bracelet emoticon. One more thing, if Beijia asks you to cooperate recently, I want you to reject him. The judge suddenly said. We must obey and not cooperate with him in the future, was the first to publish. We agree, loads of others. The judge felt relieved when he saw this, but he soon realized. Wait, what do you mean by not cooperating with him in the future? The judge quickly asked several people. Just 15 minutes ago, I reached an agreement with them to transfer the troops over there to give him the support he needs. Ying answered the judge's question. I entered into a new cooperation with them 20 minutes ago. They bought my equipment at a price higher than the market price, which is the XTCSS 411 Pursuit Rifle, Ziyan said. Suddenly the whole place was quiet. I remember, wasn't that pile of scrap metal eliminated by us after we finished Western Europe? Tianxia suddenly appeared. Ziyan smiled sheepishly. Didn't I clean up the warehouse 2 days ago? I found it in a corner that had been dusty for a long time. After cleaning it up, I used it to practice. As a result, the representative who just came in to select things saw the power. They all said they wanted this, so I reluctantly did it. The more Ziyan said, the more embarrassed she became. Everyone who saw this gave Ziyan a thumbs up. An apartment in Huiguo. Xiao Qiao is not okay, my brother is in trouble, I don't know what to do now, the person on Song Ziqiao's phone said anxiously. Song Ziqiao was stunned for a moment after hearing what the person on the phone said. Ziawai, calm down and tell me in detail what happened. Song Ziqiao comforted the person on the phone. The girl named Zhou Ziawai calmed down and slowly talked about her brother. It turned out that his brother had found a high-paying new job as a network programmer 3 months ago, and the company was a Sino-foreign joint venture. A week ago, the company organized an outing for an inspection trip, and during the period, a few people were selected to stay in the head office as interns for a month. After the internship period, they will return to the original company to continue working, and their wages will also increase simultaneously. Fortunately, my brother and others 2 interns won the bid and were left in the local area. Ziawai, do you know where your brother is going? Song Ziqiao asked. The girl named Ahwei thought about it for a moment. I went to Thailand for an internship, Ahwei said. How did you know something happened to him? Song Ziqiao continued to ask. Just when he was reporting that I was safe, he had already noticed something was wrong, so he used a secret code that only the 2 of us knew to inform me. As a result, he disappeared from that day on. Ziawai was already crying. After Song Ziqiao comforted Ziawai, she immediately began to investigate Ziawai's brother Cao Junja's company. It turned out that their company would go on a business trip every 3 years and would select suitable candidates to stay in the local area for internships every time. You can imagine what happened. The chosen people were either orphans or people who couldn't get along with their parents. It's conceivable that none of those people came back. Judging from this situation, Song Ziqiao knew that Xiaohuai's brother should have been bought into the park group. Herds of birds and beasts. Is there any way you can help me hack into this park? Song Ziqiao asked for help. What happened to Zia Yan? Baizai happened to be online at this time. Zia Yan explained the reason in detail. Leave this matter to me. Although we have a certain cooperative relationship, if your friend's brother is really in it, we will definitely help. Baizai did not stop what he was doing, and he also showed the photo of the man named Cao Junja. Because she wants to compare it in the park's database. Not long after, Baizai actually found that person in the park, and judging from the surveillance, his condition was very bad. The person you are looking for has been found. He is now in the hands of the hundreds of companies you are working with. You can contact them privately to see if they can make a personal relationship with us. If not, then we will take the next step. Baizai handed over all the information. Leave it to Song Ziqiao. After receiving the information, Song Ziqiao logged into the group chat and used her computer to connect directly to the Guess Millions video chat. Not long after, a man in white with a crew cut appeared in front of the computer screen. Hello, Miss Song, what brought you to come to me? Baiwen greeted politely. That's it, Mr. Bai. I have a batch of goods you need that I can give you at a low price. I wonder if Mr. Bai is interested. Song Ziqiao. When he heard that Song Ziqiao had what he wanted, he was immediately interested, but he knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch. At the same time, he also knew that there was a huge organization behind Song Ziqiao that he could no longer afford to offend. What are the conditions? Asked Millions. Boss Bai is really happy. I can give you those items at 20% lower than the market price. But I have a friend who came to your company for an internship. I want to know when he can go home after his internship. Song Ziqiao did not directly ask him for help. Baiwen was stunned for a moment and finally returned to smiling. Really? What's that intern's name? I'll find someone to ask him if he's studying with us. Baiwen smiled. His name is Cao Junja, and he is an employee who was sent to your place for internship before. Since he has not been contacted by phone for a long time, his sister is a little worried. Song Ziqiao smiled slightly. Baiwen glanced at the assistant next to him and signaled him to find someone. While his assistant was looking for someone, Bibin and Song Ziqiao were chatting about other details. Not long after, Bibin's assistant appeared with Cao Junja, who had a bruised nose and face. Office. Boss Bai, what's wrong with him? Song Ziqiao pretended to be confused and looked at Cao Junja, who had a bruised nose and swollen face. It's okay. He accidentally fell down yesterday. We will count this as a work-related injury. Baiwen continued to laugh. At this time, Cao Junja stood in front of the screen with a look of panic. He was afraid that he would be sold out again. He was now in despair. Why was he so naive to believe in this kind of high-tech job? Boss Bai wonders if we can arrange for him to finish his internship today, Song Ziqiao asked. No problem. I will personally send him to Rulai and you can take him back directly, Baiwen promised. Song Ziqiao nodded. I have been waiting for you at Rulai Airport in person for 3 hours. Song Ziqiao said and immediately cut off the contact. Cao Junja, who saw his clothes in tatters, directly asked his assistant Xiao Gao to take him down to wash. I didn't expect you to know such a big shot, brat. Although someone rescued you this time, don't be so stupid to believe in these companies with dreams of getting rich next time. You'd better be a down-to-earth person and don't get stuck like me and never look back. Xiao Gao patted Cao Junja on the shoulder to indicate that he could take a shower. Rulai Airport in 3 hours. Thank you, Boss Bai. After a few polite words to Bai Wanwan, Song Ziqiao took Cao Junja's private jet and left the place. On the plane, Song Ziqiao told Cao Junja not to tell Xiaowai her identity, and also helped Cao Junja arrange a stable new job until he fully recovered before going to work. Chapter 37 Burning Corpse Incident. On the way, the doctor drove his small RV to the camping destination with a group of young detectives. After he parked the car and prepared to set up a tent, 3 young men suddenly rushed towards them. "He's dead," 3 men yelled. "What happened?" Doctor stabilizes youth. Conan, Xiao Ai, and Tianjing looked at each other and ran towards the place the young man said. When they arrived, they only saw a pile of ashes. "What's going on with Conan?" Dr. Agaza stabilized several people and ran towards Conan and others with him. "Don't come over," Dr. Agaza informs Officer Magyar. Tianjing calmly ordered Dr. Agaza. Not long after, Officer Magyar led a team to the scene of the incident. "Why are you here?" Officer Magyar looked at Conan and the others speechlessly, and at the same time thought to himself, "Why are these people again?" "We came to the nearby creek to prepare for camping," Conan said. Officer Magyar looked at the scene. "What was the on-site investigation like, Brother Takagi?" Officer Magyar asked. "A suitcase that was burned together with the body was found at the scene. The forensic examiner found that part of the body had been burned to carbonization. The forensic examiner will not come to a conclusion until he returns to the studio for testing." Takagi answered Officer Magyar's question while holding the investigation book in his hand. Talk. At this time, another police officer came. Officer Magyar found tire marks on the path, and the marks disappeared after leading to the main road. The police officer reported the new discovery. Officer Magyar saw that there was nothing more to investigate here and turned to the other 3 boys. "Who are you and why are you here?" "My name is Itanawaki. I am a 3rd-year student at Seitan University. I just came here today with Katsumura Shi and Harada to sketch for graduation homework." Itanawaki explained to Officer Magyar why he was here. Sketching assignment. Officer Magyar looked at the 3 people in front of him in confusion. "It's like this. We are art students from Seitan University. We are here today just for our graduation homework," Harada said in detail immediately. Officer Magyar checked the identification documents of several people. "How did you find the body here?" Officer Magyar asked. The boy named Katsura Satoshi thought for a while. "We came here at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon we moved our things to the camp here and set up camp. Just now we were chatting and drinking here. Just when Shensha said it was convenient to go out, we saw a faint light in the distance. I saw a dark figure driving away," Satoshi Katsumura said. "What did you see? Someone driving off?" Officer Magyar said. Satoshi Katsumura thought for a while and answered Officer Magyar honestly because it was too dark to see whether the person driving away was a man or a woman. After collecting the information, Officer Magyar left with his people and even talked to him before leaving. Several people confessed that if necessary, they would be asked to come to the police station to assist in the investigation. After experiencing such an incident, the group was no longer in the mood to play and went home directly with Officer Magyar. "Tianqingjia. Didn't you say you were camping? You're back." Miles was a little confused when he saw his daughter opening the door. "Don't mention it. There was a body discovery case." Tianqing spread her hands and expressed helplessness. Miles looked at the time. "You haven't eaten yet, let me make some noodles for you." Miles stroked Tianqing's hair. "Thank you, Mom." Tianqing hugged Miles. Metropolitan Police Department. "How is the investigation going? Has the body been identified?" Officer Magyar asked. "The news reported by the medical examiner is that the fingerprints on the body have been burned and cannot be identified, but when the medical examiner was sifting through the ashes, they found a white coat worn by a doctor." Takagi reported the findings given by the medical examiner. White coat officer Sato was a little confused when he heard the answer. "Let's check to see if anyone has called the police recently to report a missing doctor," Officer Magyar said. If it's a doctor, it means he was wearing a white coat when he was killed, which means he was at work, but it would be very difficult to commit murder in a hospital, Takagi asked. After hearing Takagi's question, Sato thought about it. Could it be a small private clinic? After looking at the analysis of the two men and feeling that it made sense, Officer Magyar immediately arranged for manpower to check all small private clinics to see if there were any new hairstyles. In this way, several people started a new round of investigation. Dr. Agaza's house. What do you think about the body discovery case? Conan and Tianqing gathered at Dr. Agaza's house. The three got together to discuss the case again. Don't guess, just take a look. Tianqing didn't know when he opened the forensic report. Several people are studying this report. It has been burned to the point where no fingerprints can be seen. Conan frowned. On the other side, Officer Magyar had already ruled out a suspicious small clinic, but to his surprise, he saw Mori Kogora here. Brother Mori, why are you here? Officer Magyar looked confused. I made an appointment with a client at the cafe opposite. What happened to you now? Mori Kogora asked. Officer Magyar thought for a while and finally told him to see if he could help solve the case. I heard Conan talk about this before. This is the crime scene found. Mori Kogora knew it as soon as he saw this posture. Let's go in and have a look. Officer Magyar greeted Kogora and walked in. Needless to say, as soon as the two of them entered, they were almost certain that this was the scene of the crime. Sir, the registered doctor here is named Yoshino Sosuke, who is also the deceased. He obtained the qualification certificate at the age of 27 and opened this clinic here. However, the neighbor next door said that he has not seen him open the shop for 3 days. Takagi responded to the investigation result. Officer Magyar began an on-site investigation and found a large amount of blood in the office. The amount of blood here can confirm that the injured person died. One thing I don't understand is why the murderer took the body to a campsite 10 kilometers away and burned it. Isn't she afraid of being discovered? Mori Kogora asked the police officer Magyar beside him. Officer Magyar thought for a moment. I think the murderer was familiar with this place and knew that no one would go to the campground at this time. But what the murderer didn't expect was that the body would be discovered so quickly by a few students doing graduation homework. After a few people inspected the scene, they started further actions, starting with the people around the deceased. As a result, they discovered that the deceased's girlfriend, Ogura Kino, had neither called the police nor appeared in this small clinic again since the deceased disappeared. That woman is probably the murderer, Kogora said. But what is her motive? Officer Magyar was confused. That night Mori Kogora talked about what happened today. After hearing this, Conan discussed the case with AI and Tianqing that night. The purpose of female criminals' crimes is either for money or love, and finally revenge, Xiao AI gave an analysis. Not long after, Tianqing pulled up a document and a link to the latest news bulletin and then went offline. AI and Conan fell silent again after reading this document. Just 2 days later, the Metropolitan Police Department issued a report on the case, and also at the same time, what this black clinic has done before will be made public. Yes, the murderer is his girlfriend Ogura Kino. She wanted to avenge her husband, so she betrayed herself to send that man to hell. Chapter 38 Road Ghost. The Metropolitan Police Department was busy as usual, and suddenly a call came into Officer Magyar's cell phone. Hello, I'm Magyar. Officer Magyar introduced himself politely. Timeless. What? Isn't that a matter under the control of the Ministry of Transportation? Officer Magyar was puzzled. The person talking to Officer Magyar now is obviously Kengo Akaki, the youngest director of the Metropolitan Police Department. There is one more deceased person in this traffic accident, Ming Mingzi suggested. Calmly tell the reason why Officer Magyar was dispatched. I understand, take people there now. Officer Magyar led people out of the Metropolitan Police Department. on the side of a foreign road in a certain suburb. Officer Magyar and others looked at this chaotic situation with a confused look on their faces. Officer Magyar at this time, a police officer from the Department of Transportation, walked up to Officer Magyar. "You are Takuno." Officer Magyar obviously recognized this person. The Criminal Division of the East Maju Department, the division chief represents him with the legend. "You found an extra body." Officer Magyar looked at the person in front of him in confusion. Takuno looked at the scene and explained to Officer Magyar in detail how the body was found. "We had a 4-vehicle collision here, and one of the container trucks rolled over. Just when we were using a crane to pull the container truck away, we found a body underneath. But after inspection, we found that the time of death was wrong, so I went up. Report it." Takuno looked at Officer Magyar. At this time, Takagi and others began to search for evidence. However, because this was a rescue scene, there was very little useful evidence, but the identity of the deceased had been determined. The deceased, Jiro Sakata, was 46 years old and the owner of a construction company. About 10 million yen in cash was found in the black backpack beside the deceased. Takagi reported the search results. After hearing Takagi's report, Officer Magyar saw that the matter here was almost resolved, and decided to go to Jiro Sakata's house with his team. In the car. "What do you think he was doing with so much cash?" Sato asked. Takagi said without thinking. "Run away with money." Sato slaps Takagi. Not long after, they arrived at Sakata Jiro's house, but before they entered the house, they were frightened by a crowd of people at the door. "He must have taken my money and ran away. It's already what time and we still can't contact him," one of the men said. "This group of people looks like porters at a construction site surrounding a woman in the middle. How could it be possible? He is not this kind of person," a middle-aged woman in her 40s said with a sad face. The man grabbed the woman relentlessly and refused to let her go. "Why not? Everyone knows that he comes to eat, drink, prostitute and gamble. I only have such a small amount of money. How can I treat my illness if I take it away? If you pay me back with the money, I will have an operation the day after tomorrow." The man grabbed the woman's arm. The collar is unyielding. Just when the scene was chaotic again, Officer Magyar walked out. "What are you doing? Stop!" Police Officer Magyar led Takagi and Sato to the front to control the crowd. When the police arrived, the man who had just arrested the woman turned directly to Officer Magyar. "Comrade police! You must help me, they defrauded us of our wages and we are missing and can't be found," the man cried. Officer Magyar looked sharply at the leading man. "You are?" Officer Magyar looked at the person in front of him in confusion. "The short-haired man in front of me wearing somewhat tattered clothes. I am Amakusa Ryasuke, the contractor, and I have a group of people who work for me. He has already owed us wages for half a year," Amakusa Ryasuke said excitedly. After some understanding, Officer Magyar persuaded the group to retreat, and everyone left Sakata Jiro's house. The woman looked at the policeman in front of her and breathed a sigh of relief. "The police officer doesn't know what's going on with you," the woman asked. "You are Sakata Kaoru, the wife of Sakata Jiro's family." Officer Magyar wanted to confirm the identity of the woman in front of him. The woman nodded when she heard Officer Magyar's question. "Ms. Sakata, we just found your husband's body in XX country, and we found a large amount of cash next to him," Officer Magyar said. "Officer Magyar, you are saying that my husband is dead?" Before she could finish her words, the woman fainted and fell to the ground. Seeing such an emergency, Officer Magyar and his team sent the person directly to the hospital. Soon the woman woke up. "Ms. Sakata, can we continue?" Officer Magyar looked at the pale woman a little worried. "I saw the woman nodded and said yes." "Do you know what your husband is doing with so much money?" Officer Magyar took out his notebook. The woman looked at Officer Magyar with a pale face. "He went to borrow money to pay workers' wages." Although he loved gambling, he never owed workers wages. This time he owed workers wages for so long because he was framed by someone, which led him to borrow money from everywhere to pay back wages to workers, Kaoru Sakata said. With Officer Megure glanced at Takagi and told him to confirm whether what the woman said was true or false. Does your husband have any friends or enemies? Officer Megure asked. The woman thought about it but still couldn't figure it out and could only shake her head. But there are two close friends with him, Makoto Domoto and Kenta Chiba, Kaoru Sakata said. When Officer Megure was about to go out, he turned back and asked Kaoru Sakata if his husband drove out. After receiving the answer, Officer Megure began to send people along the road to look for the deceased's car. Mori Kogora home. It's really strange why there was an extra body suddenly. Xiolan looked at the TV news with curiosity. What's so strange? Maybe that person was put under the bridge because he couldn't see the car while walking at night. In the end, he was unlucky enough to be hit by a large truck that overturned. Kogora continued to read the newspaper in his hand. On the other side, Conan watched the TV news curiously. By the way, Dad will hold an art exhibition in your city in 3 days. You and Conan must accompany me. Xiolan unconsciously raised her fists in an obvious threatening manner. Seeing Xiolan's fist, Conan and Mori Kogora both agreed. This is one of the reasons why I don't like Xiolan, and another reason is that Xiolan doesn't like him doing things related to detectives. Conan thought to himself that it would be better to find a time to make it clear to Xiolan as soon as possible. Metropolitan Police Department. Officer Megure has found the deceased's vehicle, which is 1 kilometer away from the crime scene. We tried to start the car but it didn't respond. Officer Sato looked at the investigation report in his hand. That is to say, after the deceased borrowed money, he drove and wanted to take a shortcut home, but the car broke down halfway. He saw that it was already late at night, so he wanted to go to the country to catch a car to go home. It may be that the view was too dark, but he was hit by the car and fell off the bridge. No one was there. It wasn't until a traffic accident occurred. Officer Megure roughly analyzed what happened. Everyone agreed with Officer Megure's analysis. Takagi Sato, you guys go to the entrances and exits of that country and check back the surveillance on the day of the incident to see if any suspicious vehicles entered or exited, Officer Megure ordered. Yes, the two of them set off immediately after receiving the order. That night, the two of them were sitting in the reception room looking at the surveillance video. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Takagi and Sato said something to each other and walked towards the coffee machine outside. Takagi found out again, Sato called as he opened the door. Hearing the cry, Takagi picked up the coffee and ran back to the room. Takagi, look, Sato pointed to a black car with the license plate XX1.25 and asked Takagi to pay attention to the situation entering the national toll gate and comparing the situation at the exit. There was an obvious bump on the front of the car on the left and the headlight was damaged, but his car was obviously intact when he entered the country, Takagi analyzed. After getting this clue, the two quickly caught the murderer, a 38-year-old man named Hiroki Murasaki. On the day of the incident, he was driving home from a company reception. When he was passing through the country, he had an alcohol attack and it was too dark to see. The deceased wanted to stop a car so he hit him. Because of the force of the impact, the deceased fell under the bridge and it was too dark and no one noticed him. As a result, he bled to death. If it had not been for the serial collision that day, I am afraid the deceased would not have been able to see the light of day again for a while. Chapter 39 The Wushin Dog Murder Case, Part 1. On April 1, in order to relax, Kisaki Eri took Miss Ariyama and Tianqing to Nishin Temple to enjoy the flowers. Mom, can we visit Nishin Temple on our way back? I heard that there is a waterfall carrying fallen cherry blossoms on the mountain to wash away the temple's plank road. Tianqing raised her head and looked at Miles longingly. Teacher, I want to see it too, Miss Ariyama added. Miles looked at the two star-eyed guys beside him and reluctantly agreed. At the same time, Mori Kogoro was driving back when his car had a flat tire and was unable to return. Who the hell suggested coming to this ungrateful place to see cherry blossoms? Mori Kogoro slapped the steering wheel. Didn't you say that yourself? Conan said. Mori Kogoro heard Conan muttering and punched him directly. It hurts so much. Conan held his head. Conan, are you okay? Xiaolan quickly stroked Conan's head to cool it down. Dad. Xiaolan is dissatisfied with Kogoro. Kogoro curled his lips and looked around to see if there was any place where he could stay and wait for the trailer. Dad, look where there is a temple. Xiaolan looked towards the place where the bell was ringing. Mori Kogoro looked at where Xiaolan pointed and led a few people towards the temple. This temple is really built in a sparsely populated place. Xiaolan looked at the surrounding environment. Suddenly, they spotted a familiar car on the ground outside the temple. Dad, look at Mom's car here, is Mom in it? Xiaolan quickened her pace excitedly. Hey, wait a minute. Kogoro and Conan both quickened their pace to follow. At this time, Miles and the others had been taken to visit by a monk named Munian, and soon the two groups met at a corner. Mom, it's really you. I saw your car at the door and I knew you were here. Xiaolan ran to Miles' side. Hello, Sister Xiaolan. Uncle, you are here too. Tianjing greeted Xiaolan politely and then looked down on Kogoro. You brat. Kogoro clenched his fist and wanted to hit her, but he didn't have the courage because Miles was now giving him a death look. After the atmosphere here eased, Munian and Mutun continued to show them around, until they came to a room. What is this room for? Mori Kogoro looked at this special room. After hearing this question, the whole audience fell silent. This is a training room. I heard that monks who committed crimes in the past would be locked up in this place to let them reflect on themselves, Mutun said. Mori Kogoro walked in. No wonder it's so strong and thickly painted to prevent people from climbing up. Miles stroked the wall of the room. Hey! Your death detective's constitution won't happen again. I just want to have a good rest. Tianjing asked Conan beside him in a low voice. Hey Daoduyan. Conan is online. Tianjing took a look at the window on the ceiling and noticed something unusual. Excuse me, why are the colors of the windows above different? Tianjing showed a curious expression. Xiaolan took a look. I heard that it was broken because of that incident, so it was left behind when senior brother Xiaolan repaired it. Am I right, senior brother Quan Nian? Mutun turned to look at the person behind him. Excuse me, what happened? Sushin looked at Master Xiaolan in front of him with curiosity. Mutun glanced at a few people. Actually, I'm not very sure because it happened before I came to the temple. I seem to have heard that it has something to do with Wuxian dog. Xiaolan was interrupted angrily by Quan Nian before he could finish. How can I mention this in front of guests? I'm sorry. Master Xiaolan apologized to everyone. Everyone looked at Xiaolan and wondered why he was so suddenly attacked. Why is there a sound? Xiaolan asked curiously. That's the crashing sound of the waterfall. I'll take you to see the water of the waterfall. It's next door to this room. Quan Nian said and led a few people towards the waterfall. Only he Tianjing was left at the scene, following behind. Conan. Tianjing, come here quickly. Xiaolan called in the direction of the two of them. The two looked at each other and ran over. Wow, it's amazing. It's so spectacular. Miss Ayama and Xiaolan were frightened by the sight in front of them. It's like the waterfall is right in front of you. Xiaolan's eyes lit up. Look, the water from the waterfall flows here after being processed. Sushin and Xiaolan caught the water with their hands at the same time. Looking at Xiaolan and Sushin, they were a little excited. Monk Quan Nian also reminded them to be careful. The water flow here is very fast and it is a slatted floor. If they fall, it will be very dangerous. Mom, look, there are cherry blossoms. Tianjing pulled Miles to show her the water on the floor. Kuan Nian looked at a few people and explained. Yes, you are right, those are the cherry blossoms washed down by the water after they withered on the mountain, monk Kuan Nian explained to the people present. So elegant, Kogora sighed with emotion. We made no mistake and went back. Dinner is ready, Kuan Nian said and took everyone back to the reception hall. I thought all the monks would be serious, but I didn't expect that there would still be time to play. Sushin looked at the others in surprise. Yes, occasionally we go to the beach together during breaks. Kuan Nian smiled. Tianjing tilted her head. Do you want to go to the beach to practice concentration? Tianjing looked at Kuan Nian with an innocent look. It's fair to say, we will bring rubber boats and beach balls at the same time, and our host likes to watch girls in bikinis the most, Kuan Nian introduced his master. Host Tianyang's face turned red. Don't say what you shouldn't say. Yes, yes, yes. Excuse me, I've been curious about what a foggy dog is since just now. Conan looked confused. As soon as these words came out, all the monks fell silent. Conan. Xiaolan apologized to the people present to show that the children were ignorant. Host Tianyang glanced at everyone. That is an ancient legend. Host Tianyang was interrupted by Kuan Nian before he could finish speaking. Tianyang glanced at Kuan Nian's worried look and told him that it was okay. That Tengu will come into the village like a mist on a rainy night and use brute force to break the walls of the house and take away people, especially beautiful women like you. Host Tianyang threatened Xiaolan and Sushin. The other monks looked speechlessly at their master being so scary here. But this is just an ancient legend, don't be afraid. Host Tianyang laughed a few times and left the hall. Not long after, Kuan Nian and Mu Nian led a few people towards the guest room where they were resting. I don't think this is a legend, Kuan Nian said. Everyone looked at him after hearing this. I remember something wonderful happened 2 years ago. Mu Nian seemed to have remembered something. Mu Nian Kuan Nian quickly interrupted to prevent him from continuing. I'm sorry, I'm a little uncomfortable. Let's leave first. After Mu Nian said that, he left. Kogora and the others returned to their rooms alone. Because there were too many people, the temple gave them 2 rooms. In order to bring Kogora and Miles together, they let Conan and Tenharu share a room with them, while he and Miss Abiyama stayed in another room. Miles was confused when she heard this arrangement. When Miles wanted to sleep with Xiaolan, she found that Xiaolan had locked the door. She reluctantly returned to Kogora's room. At this time, Miles was wearing a kimono and a yukata, and the area was so big that Kogora and Conan's noses felt hot at the sight of this figure. What are you looking at and blinding your eyes? 2 voices said. Of course, one voice was Tianjing speaking to Conan, and the other was Miles speaking to Kogora. The night was spent peacefully. Early the next morning, everyone gathered in the hall to have breakfast, when suddenly a young monk rushed in. It's not good. The host is dead. As soon as Xiao Monk finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed and they rushed out. Chapter 40 The Wuxian Dog Murder Case, Part 2. Practice Room. When everyone arrived at the scene of the incident, they saw Monk Tianyang hanging from a beam high in the sky. Not long after, Officer Magyar led the team here. The person who hanged himself to death was the monk Tianyang who was in charge of the family. The time of death was probably between 10 and 12 o'clock. The person who found the body was Master Kuan Nian, a monk in the temple here. Officer Magyar turned to look at Kuan Nian behind him. Yes, because we couldn't find the host in the morning, so I looked around, and when I got here, I found the host Tianyang hanging on the beam. Kuan Nian still looked at Officer Magyar with a look of horror. What's going on with your family? Officer Magyar was surprised to find that Kisaki Eri was also there. Kisaki Eri glanced at Officer Magyar. We were admiring flowers on the mountain in front, and then we came to this temple after hearing that there was a strange waterfall. Who knew we would meet him? Miles' arrogance was completely gone. Last night, I was with Mori Kogora. Room embarrassment. Then why are you here? Officer Megure looked towards Mori Kogora. The car broke down on the way back from the cherry blossom viewing, and it suddenly rained heavily, so I stayed here, said Mori Kogora. Looking at these people, Officer Megure knew that he had nothing to ask, so he turned his attention to the other monks. Tianjing felt a little strange after hearing Officer Megure's question. Master Quan Nian, why can you see someone hanging from the beam so quickly? Tianjing looked at Quan Nian curiously. After hearing Tianjing's question, Conan finally knew where that strange feeling came from. Yes, Master Quan Nian, how could you find out that the host was hanging on it so quickly? If it were me, I wouldn't have discovered it. Conan looked a little embarrassed. At this time, Officer Megure knelt down and looked at the two people. Why do you think so? Officer Megure still wanted to hear the opinions of the two children because he had no clue. Officer Megure, think about it, if you were looking for someone, what would your first reaction be if you opened this small room and couldn't see anyone? Tianjing asked rhetorically without answering. Officer Megure looked around for reactions. I'm going to leave here and look somewhere else, Officer Megure said at first. Conan and Tianjing agreed with Officer Megure's reaction. But why did Master Quan Nian fall in love with the beam in the first place? Conan said at this time. Upon hearing this, Officer Megure immediately walked up to Quan Nian. Master Quan Nian, please explain. Officer Megure looked at Quan Nian closely. Watching Quan Nian remain silent, Officer Megure and Mori Kogora became more and more suspicious of him. You will find that it is normal. The practicing monk named Mu Nian next to him spoke. This voice successfully turned everyone's attention to him. Mu Nian Quan Nian wanted to interrupt Mu Nian and continue. Mu Nian had no chance and Quan Nian continued to explain to Officer Megure. Because the same thing happened in this room 2 years ago, Master Mu Nian recalled the past. 2 years ago now it's Mori Kogora's turn to be puzzled. Officer Megure seemed to have thought about something. I remembered that I was the one who handled the case 2 years ago. I remember that the monk who died at that time was named Zhong Nian and the ones who found the body were Master Quan Nian and Master Mu Nian. Officer Megure looked at the two men. Yes, they both answered together. It was during the rainy season when it rained non-stop. At that time, Zhong Nian locked himself in this house for his spiritual practice. But suddenly one day he smashed a hole in this room and disappeared. Later, we spent 3 days, we couldn't find him for days. Everyone thought he left the temple and gave up the search. On the 4th day when we were repairing the house, we found Zhong Nian, who had been missing, hanging from the beam. Mu Nian recalled the horrific scene he saw that year. At this time Mori Kogora walked to the big hole. Was the wall broken like this last time? Kogora observed the damaged wall carefully. Yes. At first we thought Zhong Nian broke the wall and escaped, but the door was not locked at all. But later the carpenter came to check and told us that it would take at least 1 day to open the hole alone. Ordinary people don't have it. It can be completed by one person, so the only person who can complete this event is the monster Wuxian dog with strange powers. Quan Nian said excitedly. Everyone heard this name again. There are no monsters in the world. Officer Megure was the first one not to believe it. Suddenly, a police officer's voice came from above and told Officer Megure that it was exactly the same as the murder 2 years ago. The traces on both sides were clear and dusty, and no trace of collision could be seen at all. There was also a lot missing on the central beam. It's grey, but there are only traces of being strangled by a rope. It seems that this is also a suicide case, the policeman on the beam analyzed. Hearing this, Kogora looked at Officer Megure in confusion. Suicide? If you're just climbing up, just do the same as the policeman above, but if you're moving people up, that's a different matter. Officer Megure was silent for a moment after saying that. Death Zhong Nian and the host master are quite tall, so it is absolutely impossible to climb up with them on their backs. Even if they tie a rope around their necks and hang them up on the beam, there will be traces, Officer Magyar explained. At this time, Conan and Tianjing walked out of the broken wall and looked at the waterfall outside. What do you think? Tianjing glanced at Conan beside her. Conan shook his head. At this time, Mori Kogoro looked at the woman lying on the host crying and the man standing next to the woman curiously asking Kuan Nian next to her. Who are those two people? She is the host's granddaughter, Ms. Kikuno, and her husband. They just got married a few days ago. Kuan Nian answered Kogoro's question. Suddenly, Kogoro felt a pain in his waist. He turned his head and saw Miles retracting his hand. You woman. Kogoro's expression of pain makes him happy. Miss Kikuno has never come here since that incident, Kuan Nian looked at the woman and said. 2 years ago. Everyone looked at Kuan Nian again. 2 years ago, Zhong Nian and Miss Juno had a very good relationship. We all thought she would be with Zhong Nian, but what we didn't expect was that Miss Juno and his fiancé had been engaged since childhood, Kuan Nian sighed. Is it the dead monk Zhong Nian? Kogoro looked at the person in front of him in confusion. But Miss Kikuno's marriage seems to have given Zhong Nian a big blow, so that's why he did such a stupid thing, Tun Nian said. After hearing what Tun Nian said, Kuan Nian looked at Officer Magyar in disbelief. Did the host always care about this matter? Is it because you are hosting like this that you chose the same way to die as Zhong Nian? Mu Nian looked at everyone present. After hearing Mu Nian's words, Officer Magyar also sensed the possibility, but he suddenly thought of this. If it's what you said, there should be a suicide note. Officer Magyar looked at the people in front of him. Not long after, Officer Magyar decided to take the others to look for the suicide note. Only Tianjing and Conan were left at the scene. Are you saying it's really suicide? Conan turned his head and looked at Tianjing. Even for those ancient things, there is no need to choose this room to hang yourself, Tianjing said. Conan is still observing the damaged wall. Seeing that there was no other way, the two finally decided to visit the people present, but they had no clue. Let's go for a walk by the creek, Tianjing said nonsensically. Conan glanced at Tianjing confused but still followed her down. Did you find something? Conan asked. I saw Tianjing smiling slightly. I did find something. Did you notice the hole? Tianjing asked. Conan nodded. If the hole was made by impact, where do you think those boards would fall? Tianjing gave a hint. Conan understood something instantly, and the two of them walked towards the creek. Tianjing suddenly paused halfway and then continued walking forward. What's wrong with you? Conan asked in confusion when he saw Tianjing's expression. Tianjing showed a deep smile. Mr. Detective, I can confirm that this is not a suicide but a murder, Tianjing said with a smile. When Conan heard this, he wanted to stop, but Tianjing pulled him forward. Don't look back and pretend nothing happened, keep moving forward because there is a mouse following us. Conan's eyes widened when he heard Tianjing's words. Not long after, they really found the broken board here, and suddenly a few flower petals floated over. How much force do you need to make the sawdust fly so far? Conan looked at Tianjing. It's getting late, let's go back. After Tianjing said that, he took the lead and left here. Back in the room, Officer Magyar prepares to close the team. Why don't you see Ms. Kikuno? Conan looked around and asked the others curiously. She went to the Metropolitan Police with the body, Officer Magyar explained. At this time, everyone who went out to look for suicide notes came back. Still can't find it? Officer Magyar asked. After receiving the reply, everyone was sure that the host committed suicide. However, in the eyes of Conan and Tianjing, a murder did indeed occur in this room last night. The scene environment has walls that have been destroyed by force, wooden boards made like floors, and wooden board fragments that fell by the creek. Together, these things tell us that this is a murder case, but the fragments on the fragments are what is tape? Conan was thinking deeply, and suddenly a petal floated in. When Conan saw this petal, he suddenly had an idea and everything was figured out. If that's the case, the prisoner would have stayed in this room all night, that's why he mentioned that incident, so we can be sure that he is the murderer. After Conan came to his senses, he looked at the monks who were holding the. After sorting out everything, Conan directly tricked Kogora into the corridor at the skylight with only one head exposed. What do you know who the prisoner is? Everyone looked up at Kogora. Kogora paused. Yes, it's the bar host who caused the suicide. I already know who it is, Kogora continued. After hearing his words, everyone looked at him again. Have you made a mistake? The host fixed this room with a rope and then hung him here from a high place. But if you said it was a trap set by the prisoner, then what should be done to send the person up so high and there are no beams at all? Any trace? Officer Magyar wondered. Haha, I won't leave any traces. Mori Kogora smiled. Everyone was confused when they heard this. Because the prisoner and the officiant went up together to the bottom of the crossbar, the prisoner then put a rope around the officiant's neck and hung him on it, said Mori Kogora. At this point, Officer Magyar didn't understand. Tian Qing, who saw the doorway from the side, took the mile and brought it to Ayuma and immediately took a few steps back. Although she was confused, she still believed in Tian Qing. You said letting them float is another foggy dog thing. Officer Magyar was puzzled. Officer Magyar, did you hear anything? Mori Kogora suddenly said. Waterfall. Officer Magyar continued to look at Kogora in confusion. I said if the prisoner fills this room with water from the waterfall, do you think a person can rise to the beam? Mori Kogora asked the humble police officer Magyar. The people downstairs thought about it. If this room fills with water, ha ha ha, don't come here anymore. If it fills with water, the prisoners and the corpses will also get wet. Officer Magyar looked at Kogora in confusion. You need to use the rubber boat in the temple, and then cover the body with a tarpaulin. This plan can go ahead. Mori Kogora explained the process in an orderly manner. Officer Magyar was still puzzled by the reasoning given by Mori Kogora. You said the prisoner introduced the water, but there is still a long way between the waterfall and the skylight. Before Officer Magyar could finish speaking, he was directly drenched by Mori Kogora's operation. As long as you make a track out of wooden boards and sew all the gaps in the wooden boards with tape, the wooden boards can be used as a simple track to bring in the spring water. But with the spring water, there will also be cherry blossom petals falling from the mountain. Kogora just finished talking about Magyar. The police officer saw a cherry blossom petal floating down. This is the evidence when the prisoner released the spring water. That is to say, after the prisoner killed the host, he moved him to the rubber boat that had been prepared in this room, covered it with a tarpaulin, closed the door tightly, and then used the prepared track to link up the window to introduce spring water, then go back to the first floor and enter the small window to seal it tightly, then carefully escort the body to the bottom of the beam, then put a rope around the host's neck and escape through the small window on the roof. Kogora analyzed. After hearing the analysis, Officer Magyar still couldn't understand how the murderer drained the water after killing someone using the method Kogora said. What method does the murderer use to drain the water? Officer Magyar asked. Using the axe left at the scene, we hit the underground window with force and the water will spurt out due to the pressure, thus creating such a big hole. The power of the water flow will directly knock the wood chips away to the creek in the distance. Said Mori Kogora. After hearing Mori Kogora's analysis, Officer Magyar understood. So who is the person who committed this murder? Officer Magyar continued to ask. Kogora was silent for a moment. The only person who can commit this murder is you, Master Ziyunian, and you left key evidence on an inconspicuous wooden board. Mori Kogora pointed at the Zyuxing monk named Ziyunian. Now even Ziyunian was shocked. When did he leave his fingerprints? Fingerprints? Officer Magyar was puzzled. Among the previously damaged wood chips, there is a small piece of transparent tape with your fingerprints on it, Master Zayunian, said Mori Kogora. Soon everything was found out. Zayunian wanted to avenge his brother who died here 2 years ago. It turned out that what happened 2 years ago was done by the host. He didn't want his granddaughter to disobey his orders, so he got rid of Zhongnian. Chapter 41 Reunion with the Dark Organization, Part 1. On a snowy morning, Habara was walking on her way to school. Farewell Sydney. Jin raised his gun and pointed it at Habara, who turned around. After the buzzer, Habara suddenly sat up from the bed. It turns out that Habara has a nightmare, and this nightmare is very real. Morning school. Good morning, Habara. This is the disc I borrowed from you before. Please help me return it to the doctor. The game I designed this time is beyond my imagination. Mitsuhiko returned the disc to Habara. I will tell the doctor for you. Habara took the disc. At this time, Genta put his hands behind his head. The music this time is really good. Compared to the last time, the effect is much better. Mitsuhiko and Genta looked at each other. At this time, Ayami's voice came from the window. It's snowing. Tianqing looked outside the window. Looking at the snowy scene outside the window, Habara felt a chill in her heart. Celebrating our reunion in Sydney, Jin in the dream reminded Habara. Sorry, what's the matter with you? You don't look very well. Tianqing noticed Habara's strangeness and walked to her side. Seeing the clear sky next to her, Habara came back to her senses. I had a nightmare yesterday. Jin came to see me. As soon as Habara finished speaking, she saw Tianqing's face turn pale. Conan was a little worried when he saw Habara and Tianqing's expressions were wrong, but then the bell rang for class, and Tianqing and Habara spent the whole day in a daze. A few people were walking on the road after school. Snowflakes were falling from the sky, but the sense of crisis was getting stronger and stronger. Shinichi, I think you haven't understood the situation yet. The organization's target is not only you, but also me and the Tianqing organization. If they know that we are not dead, they will definitely not let us go. Habara looked at the two people around him. Suddenly, several people passed by a black car. Conan was very interested in this car. Porsche 365A, Habara. Tianqing, do you think there are still people driving this car in today's society? Conan was still looking at the black car in front of him with excitement. It's a pity that this idiot didn't know whether he was still studying the car, until Habara said something. Jin's car. Tianqing and Habara said together. Conan was shocked when he heard this and immediately called the doctor. Doctor, go get what I want now and take it to the intersection of number 4 Street. Hurry up. I'll explain everything else to you later. After Conan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Tianqing took this opportunity to observe the surrounding environment, but did not find anything strange. Suddenly Tianqing and Ai's faces turned pale. What's wrong? Conan turned to look at the two of them. You, look across the way, Tianqing reminded in a low voice. At this time, there was a thin man and a fat man on the other side of the road, ignoring the traffic on the road and walking directly towards Conan and the others. Jin Vodka Conan also noticed the arrival. While the two of them were not paying attention, Conan took the two women and walked directly to a place to hide. Why are there so many footprints here? Jin noticed the messy footprints next to the parking space. Vodka also noticed these footprints. It's probably passers-by who come to see the car. Brother, your car is a rare antique car. Vodka looked around indifferently. Jin smiled coldly. This kind of tree frog in Germany is quite famous. Jin said and sat back in the car. The two people in the car now have no idea that there are 3 children hiding behind his car. God is really helping me. This is Conan's inner thought. After the car drove away, Conan opened the positioning glasses, which showed a small red dot moving forward. At this time, Jin in the car answered a phone call. By the way, how's the situation over there? Jin was talking to the person on the phone. We haven't met him yet. What target are you worried about showing up at the Cupido Hotel at 6 o'clock? Maybe even she doesn't know that today will be his and your memorial service. Jin smiled a little cunningly. Conan was confused after hearing this. Memorial service. Then the sound continued to come from there. This is an order given to us by our superiors. We must silence him before the police see him. If it really works that way, it doesn't matter if you use that medicine, Jin said coldly. When Conan heard the medicine, his eyes widened again. Don't mess up Pisco in this incident, Jin said with a hint of warning. Pisco. Conan spits out a name. Xiao Ai and Tianqing reminisced, and finally Tianqing said. Kenzo Masama, whose organization code name is Pisco, is a big figure in the financial world and the chairman of the automobile company. He is a person who is closely related to the boss. Conan looked at Ai again, saw her nodding in agreement, and began to think of countermeasures. At this moment, Jin noticed something strange in the car. I didn't expect you would use this method to keep an eye on me, Sydney. Jin destroyed the bug he found in the car. I didn't expect you to understand me, Sydney, in this way. Jin looked at the destroyed bug in his hand with an extremely excited expression. At this time Habara was worried about another thing. The bug you were on was caught, they can pick up the teeth marks from the gum. Conan looked a little happy when he saw Xiao Ai worried about him. Don't worry, I have wiped away the tooth marks on it, and the fingerprints have been wiped out. Even if they extract saliva, they will only find the blood type. Conan didn't look worried. Habara, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke. We should turn around and go back now. We should stay away from their cars. It will be dangerous if we follow their cars like this. Habara analyzed the current situation. Tianqing, who had been silent all this time, looked out the window. Conan, what are you going to do? Tianqing said suddenly. What I want to do now is go to the Cupido Hotel, Conan said confidently. Everyone in the car looked directly at Conan. Now that we know where they plan to kill people, I'm going to stop them, Conan laughed. Haha. You really have a sense of justice. Tianqing glanced at Conan. The whole car was quiet for a while. Conan, I'm different from you. I don't have a sense of justice and I don't have such a great rescuer like you. In my world, there are only my mother and my cherished friends, so please put me down at the station in front. I don't want to because this incident will put my mother in danger, Conan, you are still too arrogant. After Tianqing said this, he got off the bus at the station in front. After watching the doctor drive away, Tianqing still muttered. It looks like I need to find a few people to protect my mother secretly. Jin Vodka, I hope you won't step on my bottom line. Tianqing's eyes turned extremely cold as she turned around. Not long after, Tianqing opened the door and saw Miles sitting in the hall, sorting out the work at hand. I'm back. Tianqing happily ran to Miles' side. Why are you coming back late today? Miles helped Tianqing tidy up her messy hair. I played with Conan and the others for a while after school today, so I came back late. Tianqing felt a little embarrassed. Then Miles glanced at his watch. Let's go buy materials and come back to cook. Miles decided to take Tianqing to the supermarket. Tianqing enjoyed such a peaceful time. Although she said she didn't care, after eating and letting go, she still called up the activities of Jin and Jin today. Chapter 42 The Dark Organization Meets Again, Part 2. Doctor's Car. Now that they know that the drug rejuvenates youth, if I bring you here now, wouldn't it be tantamount to throwing yourself into a trap? So I decided to let you stay with the doctor while I go in and take a look, and steal the drug if I can. Conan smiling confidently. Habara heard the point. Medicine, what kind of medicine? Habara became interested. Jin just said on the phone that they want to use that drug to kill someone at the memorial service, but it seems to me that the drug they want to use is APTX 4869. If they use the poison to make us smaller, what do you think? I wonder what the outcome will be. Conan turned to look at Habara. Habara's eyes widened in fear. Parked on a certain bridge was the Porsche driven by Jin and his wife. Yes, that's right, it's the betrayer from Sydney. I think she has arrived there now, Jin sneered. Vodka squatted in front of the car and checked whether there was anything else in the car. Vodka glanced at his boss. But you don't even know what she looks like now, Vodka said. Jin glanced at his partner angrily. Aren't you going to check the organization's computer? Jin looked at his partner and expressed his tiredness. At this time Vodka stood up. I've checked it out, there's nothing else except bugs and transmitters. At this time Jin was talking on the phone again. Yes, that woman will definitely go. She will definitely investigate the matter of the drug. Of course, it depends on whether we should take this opportunity to deal with that useless detective. What do you mean? Jin asked person on the phone. I don't know what the person on the phone said to me. That means you have to catch that woman as soon as she appears, so you can know what that woman looks like. Jin smiled coldly. On the other side, Conan and Habara have sneaked into the venue. Didn't you say you're not interested? Conan curled his lips. You think I like to come here just because I am the one who made this medicine? I don't want to be regarded as a murderer by you. Moreover, Habara replied to Conan. She would not admit that it was because she was worried about the man in front of her. Looking at Habara Conan, who didn't mean what she said, I felt very happy. Be careful yourself. I believe they should have gotten the message. The person who installed the transmitter is here. I don't want to be discovered by them. Conan reminded Habara. The two of them walked into the memorial service venue. Conan felt dizzy when he saw that the whole place was filled with people in black clothes. They were looking for Jin all the way. The two of them were checking who the target person was when suddenly a waiter took a photo. Habara clicked, her reaction shocked Conan. What's wrong? Conan asked nervously. After Habara calmed down, she told Conan all about her recent nightmares. After Conan knew what she was worried about, he directly put his tracking glasses on Xiao Ai's head. You won't be afraid of being recognized this way, Conan comforted Habara. Thank you for this little bit of comfort, Xiao Ai whispered back to Conan. Hey! Hey, you are such an unlovable woman. Conan pouted, but his hands were clenched unconsciously. Habara. On the highway, Vodka drove the Porsche and Jin towards the destination. Will that woman really go there? Vodka looked at his boss in confusion. Yes, she is such a confident woman. She will definitely come out to stop her, but she won't know that I will prepare a welcome ceremony for her. Jin said as if she knew Habara very well. At the venue. This memorial service is not inferior to that of movie stars. Conan looked at the scene with emotion. Not long after, Xiao Ai saw Officer Magyar appear and looked at Conan curiously. I just called Officer Magyar using my voice changer, Conan replied. While the people on the stage kept talking, a prisoner was already hiding in the darkness. Suddenly, a voice flashed across the hall. When the lights in the hall flashed again, everyone discovered that the chandelier in the center fell and killed a congressman. The murderer is the guy who is with the black organization. Conan is sure that the murderer is the guy he overheard before. Pisco. In the hall, Officer Magyar was investigating other people present, while Conan and Habara seemed to have found some useful information outside the venue. At this time, the people inside the venue were let out. During this chaos, Conan discovered that Habara was missing. Habara. Conan looked around for Habara's whereabouts. At this time in a wine cellar. Why am I here? Habara woke up from a coma and found herself locked in a wine cellar. After Habara organized her thoughts, she remembered that she was taken away by someone who drugged her unconscious. At this time, Conan's voice came from Habara's pocket. Detective badge. Habara took out a detective badge. Habara, where are you? Conan asked anxiously. After Habara sorted out the memories in her mind, she slowly explained to Conan. You mean, you were knocked unconscious from behind and taken to a utility room? Conan knew through understanding that Habara was locked up in a strange wine cellar. I'm talking to you from the doctor's car now, Conan said. Habara here is talking to Conan while looking for a way to escape. How is the environment at your location? Conan asked. Habara carefully explained the furnishings of the room and Conan explained the environment inside. Staff uniforms. Conan asked. I think after he knocked me out with drugs, he must have taken me to the bathroom to change into spare clothes, then hid me in a cardboard box and took me away. Habara also knew the prisoner's intention. After the two analyzed together, Conan began to teach Habara to escape from the wine cellar. Not long after, Habara drank half a bottle of white wine under Conan's guidance. Not long after, Miyano Shiho appeared again. So this is why you got drunk last time. Miyano Shiho found a set of employee uniforms and put them on before running away from the chimney. Wine cellar. Why don't you see Pisco? Didn't you say we'd meet in 30 minutes? Vodka looked at the empty wine cellar in confusion. Jin looked around and found only an empty wine bottle and a recently used computer. In the chimney, when Miyano Shiho heard that they were coming in, he had already hid under Conan's guidance. Are you leaving? Conan asked with concern. After hearing no sound, Miyano Shiho replied to Conan and said they left. Are you wearing any clothes? Conan's sudden words made Miyano Shiho blush instantly. Pervert. Of course I wore it and also saved the drug information disk. Miyano Shiho's face heated up. At this time, the doctor gave the information at the scene to Conan for review. Before long, Conan had analyzed the murderer. On the other side, Miyano Shiho has been cornered by Jin. It turns out that Shiho was discovered by Jin, who had been waiting for a long time when he escaped to the rooftop of the Cupido Hotel. Sydney. Long time no see, you are still so touching, I miss you so much. Sydney. Jin pointed his pistol at Miyano Shiho. Jin. Miyano Shiho holds his injured shoulder. Looking at Sydney, who was being chased by her like a little mouse, Jin looked extremely excited. Is it Pisco who caught you, or did you sneak into the wine cellar while he was away? I don't care, but at that time I clearly heard your breathing coming from the fireplace. Jin sneered. Miyano Shiho was shocked. It turned out that he knew that he was hiding inside from a long time ago. Actually, I can kill you at any fireplace, but I want you to die beautifully. Jin pointed at Miyano Shiho. Then should I say thank you? Ching Ching is still here waiting for me on such a cold day. Miyano Shiho looked at Jin. At this moment, the sound of a helicopter was heard in the distance, and then two red dots were aimed at the temples of Jin and Vodka. Who? Jin and Vodka looked at the helicopter together. Sorry, this woman is our prey, we must take her away now. A modified voice came from the helicopter. What if I don't? Jin looked dangerously above the helicopter. The man in the helicopter threw a phone call to Jin without saying anything. Looking for you. After answering the phone, Jin glanced at Miyano Shiho and left the scene with Vodka. Habara. Conan also came to the rooftop shortly after Jin and the two left. At this time, two people got off the helicopter. One was the demon fox Teng Jingfeng. Needless to say, the other must be Fei Tianqing, who had said she would not participate but was worried. Conan will take Habara to Teng Jingfeng's villa for treatment first. Tianjing motioned to Teng Jingfeng to pick up Habara. There is no way anyone can call the current Kyoto Shinichi a bean. As a result, he will be talked about by Kyoto Shinichi for many years in the future. Chapter 43 Murder at Construction Site. A middle-aged man was sitting on the elevator at a construction site, holding a train ticket from Tokyo to Shinchu and wondering what he was thinking. A certain street. I'm so full today. Dad, why don't we come here to eat next time? Xiaolan said excitedly to Mori Kogora. After hearing Xiaolan's request, Kogora immediately refused. If you go to eat again, do you think you don't have to pay for it? Where can things be so expensive? Kogora jumped on his feet and said to Xiaolan. Conan, who was standing there bored, was looking around. Uncle, look what that is. Conan pointed to a hanging tower in the distance. After hearing Conan's words, Xiaolan and Kogora looked in the direction Conan was pointing. After seeing a horrifying scene, they immediately ran towards the location of the hanging tower. It turned out that they saw a person and the top of the hanging tower shook a few times. He jumped down directly after turning on the flashlight. Not long after, several people arrived at the construction site, where they found a middle-aged man lying in the middle of the construction site. After a series of inspections by Kogora, it was confirmed that the man was dead. Not long after, Officer Megure, who received a call from Kogora, brought someone over. Sir, the deceased Yoshio Nakajima died from falling from a height. Before Takagi could finish speaking, a group of people rushed to the door of the construction site. There are really people here, one of Huang Mao said when he saw the body on the ground. Seeing such a noisy scene, Officer Megure walked over. You are Officer Megure looked at the group of people in front of him. Minato Taro is the construction site supervisor. Just now when I was inspecting, I discovered that someone jumped from the tower here, so I came over to check and report the matter to my superiors. Taro Minda reported the matter. Who are you? Officer Megure looked at Huang Mao beside him. I'm Kawana Kizaki. I saw someone jumping from the tower on the way to get off work, so I rushed back. Kizaki looked a little wrong. After secretly observing the corpse, Conan noticed something strange about Kizaki and suddenly said, Brother Huang Mao, are you having trouble with this uncle named Nakajima? As soon as Conan said this, Kizaki suddenly became nervous. Kizaki's strangeness attracted the attention of Officer Megure and Kogora. Tell me, did you kill this person? Kogora stared at Huang Mao closely. Don't talk nonsense. I just had a fight with him this morning. How could I kill him? Kizaki explained excitedly. Officer Megure thought for a moment. Officer Megure found a ticket on the deceased and it was for tomorrow's bus. Takagi handed the ticket to Officer Megure. I remembered that Mr. Nakajima mentioned to me during dinner 2 days ago that he was going to Shinchu to attend his son's wedding. It took about these 2 days. A middle-aged man remembered what Nakajima had said to him before. After hearing the man's words, Conan was already sure that this was definitely not a suicide case, and he was also sure that the murderer was among this group of people. While everyone was questioning the people at the scene, Conan had sneaked to other places to check, and even he had secretly climbed up to the hanging tower, where he found a rubber band that had been cut off. Why is it so entangled here? Conan went back down with doubts. At this time, Conan walked to their office again, and he saw a group photo on the desktop. He found a suspicious point in the photo. Then Conan also found several purchase orders in a corner. Seeing this, he figured everything out. It looks like this is really a suicide case. Where is Takagi? Officer Megure discovered that Takagi disappeared at some point. Then Officer Megure's phone rang. Brother Takagi, where are you? Officer Megure looked at Takagi's number on the phone. Officer Megure brought everyone to the office. I found new clues here and it was also the motive for the murder. Conan hid behind Takagi who had been shot and used his voice to call Officer Megure. After a while, Officer Megure brought everyone to the office. Brother Takagi, you said this incident was not a suicide but a homicide. Officer Megure looked at Takagi who was sitting at his desk. To be precise, it's silence. Do you think I'm right, Mr. Taro Minda? Conan directly said the name of the murderer. As soon as the name came out, everyone looked at Taro Minda. Don't talk nonsense. You said there is evidence of my murder. What motive do I have to kill him? Taro Minda suddenly said angrily. When Taro Minda asked Takagi to provide evidence, everyone present looked at Takagi. Conan handed the thing to Officer Megure. Conan walked out from behind Takagi with the thing. Conan handed the purchase order he received in this office directly to Officer Megure. This is not long after, Officer Megure discovered something was wrong with the purchase order. Mr. Taro Minda, you are afraid that Yoshio Nakajima will report you for cutting corners on building materials and enriching your own pockets, so you designed this murderous trap, Takagi said. At this time, Kogoro was a little confused. How could he do this? Kogoro asked Takagi. There was silence for a while. You said I killed someone, do you have evidence? We all saw the uncle making circles in the sky with a flashlight, and there's more. Taro Minda was interrupted by Takagi before he finished speaking. You said something wrong, Mr. Taro Minada. How did you know that Mr. Nakajima was making circles in the air? That was the top of the hanging tower and you were standing on the ground. It was impossible for you to see clearly where Yoshio Nakajima was. Make circles with a flashlight. If you can tell that he is making circles with a flashlight, then the person standing on the top of the tower and making circles must be you. Takagi directly pointed out a key piece of evidence. Takagi is right. Looking from a distance, we only saw someone shaking left and right with a flashlight on the top of the tower. Mori Kogoro confirmed this. And I also found a rubber band at the front of the boom, which means that what we saw was not a real jumping off the building, but a jumping off the building that you faked with a bouncing rope. At that time, you pushed Mr. Nakajima off the hanging tower. After that, tie yourself up with the bouncing rope you prepared in advance. Then you go to the end of the boom and use a flashlight to circle around to attract attention. Then you jump down in front of everyone and then use the rope to slide down to the ground. From now on, I will use a dagger to cut the rope, and finally the rope will return directly to the hanging tower without gravity. Conan has already told the whole story. The whole place was quiet. You tell me. What's the use of evidence? Taro Minda noticed that they had no evidence but still didn't care. Conan sneered when he saw this. Officer Megure, please ask someone to search the place where Yoshio Nakajima's body was found. If I guessed correctly, Mr. Taro Minda's contact lenses should be at the scene, and the DNA of the contact lenses can also be identified. Don't you think so? Mr. Taro, Conan said. As soon as Conan finished reasoning, Officer Megure immediately asked people to search at the scene. Not long after, a police officer appeared in front of Officer Megure with an evidence bag containing contact lenses. At this point, Taro Minda had no room for quibbles. In the end, Officer Megure took him away. Chapter 44 Murder Incident in Shinayan Village, Part 1. That day Heiji called Conan again. Shenyin. Conan was attracted by these two words. Hearing Conan's inquiry, Heiji briefly talked about what happened this time. It turned out that a few days ago, someone sent a letter asking for help directly to his father, Hattori Hizu, which was about the disappearance incident called Shinayan Village. What kind of disappearance? Conan was puzzled. The request for help was sent by the parents of several college students. 7 college students went to Shinayan Village for a trip and then disappeared from the world. So my dad wanted me to investigate. Are you interested? Heiji asked. Conan thought for a while and agreed, and he called AI along because he was used to Xiao AI being by his side when handling cases. Other side. Are you crazy? You suddenly want to find something like that. Tianqing is currently on the phone with TK in the group. It's like this. The person we traded with before mysteriously disappeared a month ago. According to our investigation, the last place he appeared was the place called Shinayan Village, TK said. Tianqing seemed to understand something after hearing TK's story. Where do you want me to go and see? Tianqing asked TK. That's right, I also contacted Yeahu and he will accompany you, TK said. Tianjing smiled. Okay, you have even arranged my escape. Do you know that my appearance fee is very expensive? Tianjing smiled coldly. Tianjing agreed to the deal after TK offered a high appearance fee, but what people didn't expect was that several people were on the same bus heading to Shanayan village. A few acquaintances stared at each other with big eyes. After understanding each other's needs, they finally decided to enter Shanayan village as tourists. Station. Sitting in the car until my butt hurts, Heiji rubbed his butt. At this time Nanatsuki wanted to check the current time. There is no signal here. Nanatsuki took out his mobile phone and saw that the originally full mobile phone had no signal here. But the situation without signal will not happen to Tianjing and Teng Jingfeng. There's really no signal. Conan and AI also checked their phones. Several people took a look at the surrounding environment. How long until we get there? AI asked Heiji. At this time Hattori Heiji took out a map. In about half an hour's journey, we can reach the village through another tunnel. Heiji took back the map after saying that. Heiji, you haven't finished what you said last time, right? Conan saw something. Heiji looked at the people around him and told Conan and others about his clues. To go from Gord village to Shanayan village, you have to pass through a tunnel, and according to the investigation, there have been many mysterious religions and treasure legends of old Japanese military tunnels in the village recently, Heiji said. Everyone was attracted by Heiji's words. I also found out some things. The religion that has appeared recently is a religion called the God of Plague. It is the God of Plague who is in charge of epidemics. This incident can be traced back to the period just after World War II, Tianjing said. Hearing this, Nanatsuki also remembered some things he had seen in the newspaper before. I noticed in the newspaper that there has been a religious upsurge recently. Many young people have come to live in some villages. It seems that the missing college students came here because they participated in treasure hunting activities and club activities, Nanatsuki said. Hearing this, Conan looked at Heiji with some confusion. Treasure hunt. Soon the group of people arrived at the entrance of the tunnel. We're here. We can reach Shanayan village after passing this tunnel. Teng Jingfeng looked at the tall tunnel in front of him. Calabash Village Inn. Welcome, my name is Masi Kirihara. How many rooms do you want? The hotel employee looked at the 6 people in front of him, 3 big and 3 small. Several people thought about it. Give us a suite, Heiji decided. After Kirihara heard this, he immediately arranged for Fumaling to prepare rooms for several people. Nanatsuki turned around and glanced at Masi Kirihara, then followed Fumaling upstairs. When Tianjing stepped into the corridor on the 2nd floor, she felt like someone was following her. Tianjing secretly signaled Fuji Jingfeng to pay attention, but it turned out that there was someone behind her. When someone wanted to tap Teng Jingfeng on the shoulder, he was directly kicked away by Teng Jingfeng with a roundhouse kick. Screams spread everywhere. Everyone turned around and found that a group of people wearing virus-like masks appeared in front of Conan. Who are you? Heiji walked up to everyone and asked. Everyone was no longer joking when they saw this posture. They all took off their masks and introduced themselves. After a while, everyone was sitting in the living room chatting. I'm sorry, everyone, we just wanted to make a joke. The man who had just been kicked away apologized. After both parties apologized, they started chatting. You're here because of the treasure, too, Bangamai Liang started gossiping. Heiji and others looked at each other. This is what you are doing too, Nanatsuki asked. At this time, people from the TV station started a fight to cover up the past. Actually, we are here to film a treasure hunting program. We are afraid that we will not find the treasure, so we want to scare you. Kunihiko Anze, the man who was kicked away just now, gave his head. Just then the living room door was opened by an old man. Don't go too far. That sacred mask is not a toy. The old man held a sickle and looked at the people in the room. Seeing the boss's attitude, everyone at the TV station began to bow their heads and apologize. "I'm sorry, boss," Anze Kunihiko apologized to his boss. "I thought this mask was very special, so I took it out to study." Shimizu Hiraki looked embarrassed. Kogora, the owner of the hotel, looked at the group of people in front of him with a serious face. "Even if we from Calabash Village want to go to Kamigakure Village, we won't be able to enter without the masks in your hands," Mr. Satomi said, pointing to the mask on Kagameili's hands. Everyone's attention was attracted by Mr. Satazumi's words. "If you want to make fun of the mask, please return the mask to me," Mr. Satomi said seriously. Several TV crew members wanted to beg Mr. Satazumi to be accommodating, but Mr. Satazumi walked directly into the hotel. Heiji and others also entered their room. "It's so shabby." AI looked around and concluded. After packing their luggage, they sat in the living room and discussed where to start the investigation. "What do you think of the patterns on your team's masks?" Nanatsuki asked. "To be honest, those spots are a bit disgusting," Heiji said without thinking. Habara AI was silent for a moment and said, "Spots on mask reveal smallpox." "Miss, this is it." Heiji looked at Habara AI. At this time, the silent Teng Jingfeng spoke. "According to data, this terrible virus originated before the era, and it is a terrible infectious disease. People infected with the virus will have thick blisters all over their bodies. In the past, half of the people who were infected died. Although in 1980 it has been declared extinct, but the recent rumors we have received are that the virus is secretly being studied as a biological and chemical weapon, and it is being studied into the most terrifying virus," Teng Jingfeng said. Hearing this news, people were shocked. Although Heiji and Nanatsuki did not fully understand Tianjing and Fuji Jingfeng, Heiji only knew that Tianjing and Habara AI came from the same place, but Conan and AI knew their origins, so they had no suspicion. The confirmation of this news. "What should we do next?" Conan looked at Heiji. "Wait. I asked a friend to help me investigate some things. After receiving the information tomorrow, we will discuss the next step." After Tianjing finished speaking, the meeting ended here. Chapter 45 Murder Incident in Chinayan Village, Part 2. The men and women in the open-air hot spring came to the pool separately and met several TV crews from the morning. "Hello, come and join us. This is a very nice open-air hot spring." Anze Kunihiko greeted Heiji Conan and Fuji Jingfeng who walked in. "Remembering the last time I went on location, I happened to encounter the commotion of a missing college student and I couldn't enjoy it so much," said Yamatoto with emotion. "College student is missing." Heiji and others looked at Yamato Pu. Looking at the confusion of several people, Kunihiko Anze told the story about those college students. On the other side of the girls, Nanatsuki, Tenharu, and Zaioi also came to the open-air hot spring. "Children, are you here with your brothers and sisters?" Bankamai Rao asked Tianqing. "I came here with my brother. I heard a big brother next door said there are treasures here, so I asked my brother to take me here for a trip and to play a treasure hunt game." Tianjing happily danced her hands to show that she was very excited about this game. At this time, I heard the voice of the boy next door talking. "I heard that he has got clues about the disappearance of the college students, isn't it Kaga?" said Ryo Bankamai. Kagameili looked at Ryo Bankamai bringing the topic to her and agreed awkwardly. Although everyone present was chatting, Tianjing and Habara AI were observing Ryo Bankamai and Kagameili. "These two people have a problem," Habara AI whispered in Tianjing's ear. "I know, I think everything has a lot to do with this village, so I asked my friends to help investigate this village. The investigation results will be available tomorrow. I will arrange the next step after I see the results." Tianjing relaxed and soaked in the hot springs inside. Just then, recalling that you were one of the first people to discover those footprints, and you also went into the missing persons room with those college students, said Ryo Bankamai. The voice from here reached the boy's side. Really, Kagami? Shimizu Hiraki asked hurriedly. Kagami here was silent. At this time Nanatsuki leaned next to Tianqing and Xiaoi and muttered something. There must be something wrong with them. Let's wait and see what happens, Tianqing said. Ching was already sitting in front of his laptop early in the morning, looking at the results of the investigation that TK helped. There was also a map of Shinayan village and Calabash village. The map showed a figure-8 shape, and it really looked like a calabash from the air. The file also contains information on the death of a previously missing college student. There is a rice field, but there is only a row of footprints around it and there are no other traces extending into the middle of the rice field. Morning. Tianqing, you woke up so early. The first person to come out turned out to be Nanatsuki. I found something interesting. Tianqing asked Nanatsuki to read the information sent by TK. Soon everyone got up. The information has been sent. Please analyze this strange case of a missing college student. What do you think about it? Tianqing pointed the computer at Konan, Heiji and Nanatsuki. The incident happened here. A group of college students and classmates seemed to disappear out of thin air after they came here. Tianqing introduced the information. Disappeared into thin air, Konan muttered under his breath. Looking at the reactions of several people, Tianqing continued speaking. This video was shot by the missing college student and his friends in Shinayan village. How many people are looking at the screen? The rice fields have not been planted yet, Habara AI said while watching the video. Several people looked at AI. How do you know you are a rice field lady who has not transplanted rice seedlings? Heiji asked directly. Because the video shows that there is only shallow water and mud in the rice fields. Xiao AI looked at the mud on the screen and replied to Heiji's question. The film continues to play. Then these footprints appeared. Everyone was shocked when they saw in the video that all the footprints disappeared in the middle of the field. The footprints disappeared in the middle of the field. Nanatsuki still doesn't understand why this happens. It just disappeared out of thin air. Konan and Heiji studied this scene at the same time. Looking at the surprised expressions on several people's faces, Tianqing continued the conversation. This set of videos has been inspected by several of us and there are no traces of any manipulation, Tianqing said to several people. Konan thought for a moment. These footprints extend all the way from the window of the room where the missing college student stayed, as if they were let out of the window and taken into the air in the middle of the rice field, Tianqing continued. The more Heiji and others watched, the more interested they became in this incident. They were constantly studying the video. It started to rain. Not long after, they saw Mr. Tabamai running outside to lay a rainproof film in the vegetable field. Here he was. At that time, Konan noticed the footprints in the field and immediately connected everything. I know what the mystery of the missing footprints is about. Konan ran back to the computer. What did you find? Heiji looked at Konan. The floodgates here should be able to be opened. Konan pointed at the computer screen. Tianqing smiled slightly when she saw Konan pointing at the screen. I know you want to practice it, so I used a computer to make a simulation software. After Tianqing followed Konan's instructions, the disappeared footprints appeared again in front of everyone. After reading Konan's analysis, Heiji concluded that the previously missing college students were probably not dead. Suddenly there was a loud noise in the corridor. I'm sorry, I thought she was with someone else, said Kagameli and her companion Hiraki Shimizu. It turned out that it was the group of people who were making a fuss yesterday. Damn, we're here to work. If something happens to the team members, the person responsible is me, the producer, so no matter what, I have to go find him immediately, Shimizu Hiraki said. Yes, Kagami said and walked out. Miss Kaga, what happened to you? Heiji asked Kaga, who was about to leave the hotel. At this time, Kaga glanced at Heiji and others. Our companion, Ms. Bangamai, never returned to the room after taking a bath in the hot spring yesterday. Kaga said about the disappearance of his companion. The Shanayan incident, the hotel owner walked directly in front of a few people with a sickle. After the boss appeared, Tianjing frowned. "Hey demon fox, do you smell it?" Tianjing pulled Teng Jingfeng. "There's something wrong with that sickle, and the smell of blood is strong." Teng Jingfeng also noticed the sickle in the hotel owner's hand. Heiji walked up to the hotel owner. "Mr. Satazumi, why do you think there is a Kamigakure incident at this time?" Heiji looked at the boss in confusion. "Anyone who is dazzled by the treasure will be hidden by the gods." Mr. Satomi looked at the group of people in front of him. "No way," Yamato Tinpu was trembling as he spoke. Seeing that the scene was quiet, Teng Jingfeng walked to Heiji's side. "I think a big incident may have occurred or a murder has occurred." As soon as Teng Jingfeng's words came out, everyone's eyes turned to him. "Why do you think so?" Anzai Kunihiko looked at Teng Jingfeng. "I am a doctor. I have smelled a strong smell of blood since Mr. Satazumi came in, and the source of the smell is the sickle in Mr. Satazumi's hand." Fuji Jingfeng pointed to the sickle in Mr. Satazumi's hand. "Don't talk nonsense." Mr. Rizumi waved his sickle to express his dissatisfaction. "Seeing the clear sky here, I noticed something unusual." "Grandpa Uzumi, is the sickle in your hand the same one we saw yesterday?" Tianjing asked Uzumi innocently. "Yes, kid, how did you know?" Rizu replied to Tianjing. "But Grandpa, I saw that your sickle was dirty yesterday. Have you washed it today?" Tianjing continued to ask. Only now did Satazumi react and glance at the sickle. "I haven't washed it, but to be honest, this scythe is much cleaner than yesterday." Rizumi studied the scythe in his hand. Everyone realized something was wrong when they heard what the resident said. "Grandpa Uzumi, where do you usually keep your scythe?" Conan also saw the problem. After hearing Conan's question, Satomi took several people to the big tree behind the outdoor hot spring. "I usually put my knife under the big tree in front of me," Rizu answered Conan's question. "There is a very faint smell of blood here. It seems that the rain in the morning washed away a lot of the smell," Tianjing said in a low voice. After hearing Tianjing's words, Conan glanced around. If this was a crime scene, there should be a lot of blood here, but it's hard to find blood in the soil now, Conan said. Teng Jingfeng took out the hydrogen peroxide in the medical kit at this time. "You can use this to know if there has been a lot of blood here. You have to use it to create a chemical reaction." Heiji seemed to know what Teng Jingfeng would do next. Not long after, Teng Jingfeng sprinkled hydrogen peroxide in this area of the backyard, and soon a large amount of foam was produced on the ground. There was a lot of blood here. Nanatsuki looked at the reaction on the ground. Judging from the amount of blood on the ground, it is already certain that if it is all human blood, that person must have turned into a corpse. "Hey, don't be kidding." Yamato Pu and Anzai Kunihiko looked at Heiji and the others with frightened eyes. Conan and the others looked at each other and began to investigate the scene. "Look, everyone, there are wheelbarrow traces here." Xiao Ai found a new wheelbarrow trace under the tree. These are the marks that can only be made by wheelbarrows used to transport heavy objects at the construction site. Heiji stroked these marks. "Is this a tool for carrying corpses?" Nanatsuki seemed to have thought of something. Next, Heiji and everyone followed the traces left by the wheelbarrow until they reached the village cemetery. "This is really a natural burial place." Nanatsuki looked at the cemetery on the side. Several people searched in the cemetery and found a renovated cemetery deep inside. "The body is probably inside," Heiji gave the answer. Several people looked at each other and decided to dig. Not long after, a coffin was dug out. At the moment when the coffin was opened, they actually found the body of Bankamai Ryo, and he was holding a piece of paper with a big 8-character written on it. But the note was directly snatched away by Shimizu Hiraki. Is this the mystery left behind by the missing college student? The staff of several TV stations no longer want to care about the death of Rio Bankamai, they just want to quickly solve the mystery on this piece of paper. Chapter 46, Murder in Chennaiyin Village, Part 2. Not long after, the police arrived. This time the person in charge of the case was Kengo, another subordinate of Akaki Kengo. You were the ones who found the body, Jian Chiang asked Heiji and others. Heiji looked at Officer Jianqi in front of him and began to introduce himself. I am Heiji, a famous detective in Kansai. I was entrusted by my father Heiji to come here to investigate the disappearance of college students. Heiji looked at Kenji Yang. The famous Osaka Prefectural Police Chief Kenji Isamu looked at Heiji again. Heiji nodded. I have also heard of your reputation. I should be able to feel more at ease with you here, otherwise I might ask for help from kind Aichi, Jian Chiang said with a smile. Here Heiji and Conan heard kind Aichi's name again. You are Kenji Yang looked at Nanatsuki. I am Nanatsuki Koshizu and I am a detective from Kanto. Nanatsuki Koshizu responded to Kenji Isamu's question. After several people answered, the body had been carried out. Just then, a man wearing a mask suddenly walked out from a distance. This is just the beginning, the man said. Who are you? Jian Chiang looked at the suspicious man who suddenly came out. At this time, the hotel owner walked towards the man. Al Yang, you are back. The man took off his mask and looked at the resident. Yes, Dad, the leader of the church has sent an oracle. This is just the beginning. This is the oracle sent by the god of plague. Hearing the oracle brought by the man named Al Yang, the whole audience fell silent. Not long after, Jian Chiang had his men cordoned off the scene. In hotel. What does this code mean? Several people have been studying the note in front of them. This character is infinite in terms of symbols, but it is 8 in terms of numbers. Nanatsuki looked at Zijo and said. Conan looked at the note thoughtfully and he had a strong feeling that this note must be related to the village's treasure. Anyway, a murder has occurred in Hulu village, which gives us a reason to stay, Heiji said. Tianqing looked at the people in front of him. I have an idea. Tianqing's voice successfully focused everyone's attention on her. We are divided into 2 groups. Heiji Nanatsuki takes me to go to Chennaiyin village. Conan Habara and Fuji Jingfeng, you 3, continue to investigate the disappearance of the college students here. Tianqing said the solution. After hearing Tianqing's method, several people agreed, and then Heiji Nanatsuki and Tianqing began to pack their bags. The demon fox protects Conan and Xiao Ai. In the tunnel at the entrance of the village, Heiji and others have already put on the masks they borrowed from the hotel owner. Don't worry, they will be left to me, Teng Jingfeng promised, patting his chest. Conan, let's use the detective badge to keep in touch. If we find something strange over there, we will use the detective badge to notify you. If you have any new clues, let us know. We need to keep in touch, Tianqing ordered. Not long after, Conan and others watched Heiji lead Tianqing into the tunnel. Inside the tunnel. This tunnel is much wider than the day we went to Calabash village, Heiji said with emotion. Not long after, several people arrived at the spiral staircase of the tunnel. You can reach Chennaiyin village by going up this staircase. Tianqing remembered the map she had seen on the computer and analyzed it. Just when we reached the top of the building, we were surprised to find that several members of the previous shooting team and Mr. Satomi's son Ryo were also here. Uncle, are you also going to Chennaiyin village? Tianqing asked. Shimizu Hiraki was a little surprised when he looked at Doubting, who asked the question. You guys, the famous detective in Kansai, are here too. Not long after, the group of people decided to set off towards Chennaiyin village together. Along the way, they also chatted about some of the things they knew. Since something happened to our show, we have to go in a new direction and go back to the treasure hunt show, Hiraki Shimizu said to his team members. Just after a few people walked out of the tunnel talking and laughing, they were blocked at the entrance of the tunnel by a tall man wearing a mask and holding a staff. The TV station's Anze Kunihiko was frightened and then was attacked by two men in white. The staff stopped him. "I'm sorry, Master, this is an official guest and he came wearing a mask." Mr. Satomi's son Ryo walked up quickly. Hearing Liang's words, Heiji and the others also consciously put on the masks they had borrowed from Mr. Uzumi before. At this time, Liang got the permission of the leader and led a group of people towards the village. But Tianqing didn't know why she always felt familiar with a certain leader. The moment she passed by the leader, she turned her head to look at him curiously. "Brother Liang, where is that red house?" Tianqing curiously pointed to a wall that looked like a dike. "This is the base camp of the plague god cult, which worships the god of plague. The leader lives on the other side of the house. No one is allowed to enter except the leader, so please don't go near it," Liang said while looking at the red door. "Hulu village on the other side." Tianqing left the computer to me before he left. "I contacted my friends to help investigate the things. Do you want to wait here or go outside for a walk?" Teng Jingfeng asked Conan and AI. The two looked at each other and said they were going out for a walk, but before doing so, Conan left a detective badge. "Contact us if you have any news. Two children in the village can walk around without anyone noticing that they are abnormal. Do you feel strange?" The two of them stood in an open space in front of a concrete building. "You said this, but this building seems incompatible with the rooms in the village." Conan looked at the building in front of him and was very puzzled. "And have you noticed that the cliffs around here seem to have been deliberately created?" Haibara looked at the cliffs in the distance. Not long after, the two came to the village's dam. After studying various places, they returned to the hotel. "You came back at the right time. My friend made a major discovery." Teng Jingfeng looked at the information sent back by the computer. Conan and AI looked at the information displayed on the computer at the same time. "This is some secret information about these two villages. It is probably a password that I converted from words to numbers," Teng Jingfeng said to the two of them. Conan and AI looked at each other and then looked at the computer again. "The digital code can be solved as long as the correct number arrangement is found," Conan said and started the journey of decryption with AI. Shinayan Village Inn. "Ever since I saw the leader in the morning, I have always felt very familiar with it." Tianqing looked at Heiji and Nanatsuki and said. The two looked at her curiously. "I don't want to think about it anymore. Next we have to investigate the disappearance case. I have a strong feeling that deaths will happen again." Tianqing looked outside the door. "Have you found that Anze guy?" Shimizu Hiraki asked Kagameli, who was traveling with him. "No, I can't see it anywhere." Kaga answered Shimizu Hiraki's question. At this time, Heiji and others also walked out of the room. "What happened to you guys?" The few people who saw Hiraki Shimizu coming out turned to look at him. "Have you seen our companion Anze Kunihiko?" Shimizu Hiraki asked. "I saw a few people shaking their heads." "Is this yours?" Then he walked out of the door and held the camera of their program group in his hand. "This is ours, where did you find it?" Hiraki Shimizu took the camera. "I saw it being placed casually on the porch. I knew it was yours at first glance, so I sent it to you," Liang said. After taking over the camera, several people opened it and looked at the videos in the camera. The ones in the front were all taken in Gourd village, but the ones in the back were the scenes shot by Kunihiko Anze. The scene was in the rice fields where the college students disappeared. At this time, a scream came from the camera, and then the camera went black. "Is something going to happen to Kunihiko?" Kagami said in horror. "Go to the scene." Heiji was the first one to come to his senses and ran to the scene of the crime with others, only to find that Anze Kunihiko had disappeared like the previous college students. Looking at the scene, Heiji and the others decided to look for anything suspicious along the road. On the way, Tianqing discovered something suspicious. Look at the seventh Tsuki belly. Tianjing pointed to the middle of the road. It turned out that there was a pile of wood piled up deliberately in the middle of the road. These things may be one of the traps set by the murderer. Heiji checked the wood. But why did the murderer do this? Nanatsuki was puzzled. Tianjing looked at the wood and thought for a while. Do you think this could be a mechanism to launch a trap? Tianjing said while looking at the surrounding environment. In other words, this is not a mysterious incident at all. It is possible that those college students discovered some secrets and were silenced. Heiji gave an analysis. In hotel. Mr. Owada, everyone looked at the person coming in at the door. After I just heard your conversation, I ran out to look for any place where the body could be hidden, and found the dead Kunihiko in a pile of straw. Owada said to everyone in horror. Is it true? Hiraki Shimizu didn't quite believe it. The people present were quiet for a while. It seems that what the leader said has come true. Liang walked out at this time. Everyone's eyes turned to the man named Satazumi Ryo again. Mr. Owada, you used to be a believer. You should know that walking around in the village without a mask will violate the territory of the plague god. You know what will happen, said Ryo Satozumi. Former believer Nanatsuki looked at Yamatoda. I only saw him silent. Could the criminal be your leader? Heiji asked. It's absolutely impossible. The leader has been living behind the wall of the temple and the door is guarded 24 hours a day. So he can't be the prisoner in the Calabash Village case, Ryo Satozumi said. Back to Calabash Village Inn. We tried many input methods, but found that we still couldn't figure out these digital secrets. Conan sighed and collapsed on the ground. If I still can't untie it, I'll try to see if I can use the old method. Tang Jingfeng also had a big headache. After hearing Tang Jingfeng's words, Conan seemed to have thought of something. Old way, old input method. As soon as Conan thought of this method, he started to do it. What is the old style input method? Tang Jingfeng got stuck because this was not his field. The difference between the old input method and the current input method is that the old input method is single and does not have the convenience of us helping to regulate the input method now. Habara AI explained to Tang Jingfeng for Conan. Not long after, the password on the computer was unlocked by Conan. Shinayan Village Heiji and the others also received the message from Conan. The information shows that this was once the place where the Japanese army and empire researched the last weapon to fight against the Soviet Union and the United States. Conan's voice reached the ears of Heiji and others from the batch. Are the biochemical weapons they are researching here cultivating smallpox virus? Tianqing asked. That's right. Conan looked at the password and agreed with Tianqing's statement. Nanatsuki and others looked at each other. I probably understand why those college students disappeared, Tianqing said. Everyone quietly waited for the sky to clear up to continue talking. If I guess correctly, those college students discovered this secret while researching the treasures of Shinayan Village, and it is more likely that they discovered the original address of the smallpox research, Tianqing analyzed. You mean there was a person left here as a guardian? If anyone tried to find the truth about the treasure, he would be killed. Conan analyzed the result. Several people discussed it for a long time and finally hung up the phone. Heiji, have they actually discovered that the village we are in may not be the real Shinayan village? Tianqing suddenly said. Nanatsuki and Heiji all looked at Tianqing. Why do you feel like this? Nanatsuki asked. Tianqing was silent for a moment. Actually, I have already discovered something at the spiral staircase in the tunnel, but in order to confirm this, I asked Tang Jingfeng to help send a message out. The result should be there soon. Tianqing smiled. That night at Conan's hotel, Hiraki Shimizu, who had returned a day early, was stabbed to death in his room. Early the next morning, Heiji and others returned to Hulu village and met Conan and others. The hidden game is coming to an end. Conan looked at the evidence in his hand. Not long after, Jian Qiang arrived with his troops. You mean the murderer has been found? Jian Qiang looked at his abdomen. Heiji. Heiji looked at everyone present and spoke. Let's look at this first. After Heiji said that, Teng Jingfeng turned on the computer and let everyone look at the page of the puzzle with the answer. Report Awada Pu looked at the report on the computer, which was filled with numbers. But why are they all numbers? Kagami looked at the computer screen in confusion. Just after Kagami finished speaking, he saw Heiji shaking his head. This is a coded document about this village written by the old Japanese army, Heiji said. After my cracking, I discovered a surprising thing. It is that Hulu village and Chinayan village are the location of military weapons built to develop biochemical weapons made from smallpox. After Teng Jingfeng finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. Biochemical weapon. Jian Qiang instantly felt that things were getting serious. At this time Nanatsuki came out. Mr. Awada means that the treasure you are looking for now is the natural chemical weapon left behind. Nanatsuki told him what he said next. How could this happen? This village is actually a biological and chemical weapons development base. Mr. Satazumi couldn't accept it. At this time Heiji came out. But a tragedy happened in this village with such a dangerous facility. Heiji looked up at the people present. All eyes fell on Heiji again. After the war, in order to bury this ugly truth, the military established the plague god cult and its base camp to worship smallpox. In order to protect this secret, it was responsible for killing all those who wanted to expose this secret, Heiji said. The more Jian Qiang listened, the more chilled he became. That is to say, all the college students who disappeared before have already disappeared. Jian Qiang did not dare to say any more. I think they have been buried in a grave in the village, Nanatsuki said. Everyone in the audience was shocked again. Don't talk nonsense here, Ryo Urizumi interrupted Nanatsuki. He would not believe that the plague god he had enveloped could be a murderer. Heiji and others ignored Li Ji because everything he said was nonsense in front of the evidence. When Shimizu Hiraki was killed, the leader did not pass through that tunnel, but he still managed to move through the tunnel in 30 minutes one way without having to go through the tunnel, and he could quickly move between the two villages, Heiji said. What? This is impossible. I have lived here for 30 years and have never seen anyone go to other villages from unexpected places in the tunnel. Mr. Satomi was the first to not believe it. The whole place fell silent. Actually, I thought the same way when the incident first happened, so after it happened, I preconception ally denied the method of committing the crime in the neighboring village. It wasn't until someone casually said something that I realized that I had thought wrong from the beginning, Heiji said. Who is the person you are talking about? Yamato Pu asked. That person is you, Mr. Yamato. Heiji looked at Yamato in front of him. Yamato pointed at himself. Everyone looked at Yamato with the eyes of a murderer. Hey, it's not me, Yamato explained nervously. The murderer is not Mr. Yamato. When we were being questioned by the police, a few of us hid aside and eavesdropped. Mr. Yamato said so at that time. My former believer was a believer. 3 years ago, I lived in the Shinayan village next door for half a year. Heiji asked. Mr. Yamato thought for a while. I have never lived in Calabash village, because believers have to live in Shinayan village to practice, Mr. Yamato said. When I heard this sentence, I felt strange because a person who lived in Shinayan village heard about Awada and said with certainty that Awada lived in the village next door 3 years ago. I didn't say that. That's right, Miss Fuma Rei. Heiji looked at the employee here, Rei. I think you called me from the hotel in Kamigakure village, but why did you say that the village where Mr. Yamato lives is the village next door? Heiji stared at Fuma Rei. At this time, Feng Maling broke into a cold sweat. I don't know what you said. Feng Maling stepped back unconsciously. Seeing how guilty you are now is enough to prove that you are the leader of the plague god cult and the murderer of these serial murders. Heiji looked at her steadily. Everyone looked at Zero in shock as he continued to retreat. At this time, Zero was still struggling to defend himself, but it was still in vain in the face of a large amount of evidence. After this incident, Heiji once again took Zero to the long-sealed village. There are still traces of people living here, and they have lived in this isolated village for a long time. Heiji took Zero, who had committed suicide, to the village she had been afraid of for a long time and looked at the scenery. Chapter 47 Aerobic Diving Murder Incident. Sunshine and Beach. Sunny is lying on the water bed floating in the beach. Why did I come? Looking at the couple on the beach full of firelight, they sighed deeply and continued to close their eyes and meditate. The cause of the incident was that Xiaolan wanted to create a chance encounter for her parents, but seeing her mother so happy, Tianqing, as a filial daughter, must accompany her. At this time, my mother was jealous because of that lecherous old man flirting with girls. What are you doing, lecherous old man? Tianqing walked directly to Kogora. Don't worry about children and adults. These are my fans. Kogora tried to push Tianqing away with his hand. Seeing Kogora's move, Miles came over and picked up Tianqing and turned to leave, but was stopped by Xiaolan. Miles finally sat down. Dad, Xiaolan is about to go crazy when she looks angry. Come on, Xiaolan, let me introduce to you, these are all my fans. This is Ms. Takawako Toda, a top student at the university, and the one next to her is Haru Matsuzaki, a top student at the university. After Kogora introduced the two of them, they both greeted each other. So cute, is he your son, Mr. Mori? Matsuzaki Haru wanted to pinch Conan's face when he saw him. No, he is just a child who lives in my house temporarily. His name is Conan. Who next to him is my daughter Xiaolan. Kogora explained with a smile. Hello, Xiaolan looked ugly. At this moment, the male companions of the two girls also came over. You are not young either. Don't touch the girls we brought here. Kawazu, you misunderstood, this is Mr. Mori. Kogora. Matsuzaki Haru looked at the man in front of him and introduced him. The man turned around and called to the person behind him. Hey Masahiko, please say something, this prodigal wants to deceive your sister and fiancé, Heijin said to the man with short hair and blue clothes behind Kogora. The man named Yayan is a little embarrassed. Heijin, you don't have to trouble others like this. Yayan waved his hand. Later, when Masahiko looked at Kogora, he looked very familiar. This gentleman looks like a famous person. Kawazu approaches Kogora to see who he is. He is the famous Mori Kogora. Matsuzaki Haru excitedly introduced Mori Kogora. After a few people talked, Toda Kiwako invited Mori Kogora and others to have dinner together. It turns out you are all members of the aerobics club at the same university. Kogora looked at several people in surprise. We just want to come here and dive in the morning, Yayan said. I heard that you are going to hold a wedding next week. Kogora looked at the two of them. Yeah, Yayan said with a happy smile. That means this is your last solo dive, Kogora smiled. Actually, we will also go diving tomorrow, so today is not the last day, Yayan said sheepishly. It's really not easy for my brother, who can't swim, to join the diving club, Matsuzaki Haru said with a smile. After hearing Haru Matsuzaki's words, Kogora looked at her in surprise. He can't swim. That's right, Haru Matsuzaki said with a smile. Heijin doesn't take it seriously. You can still dive even if you don't know how to swim, as long as you have an oxygen tank. Heijin took a sip of the beer in his hand. Lutengwazi smiled and looked at Matsuzaki Masahiko. I've been a landlubber since I was a kid. Stop talking. Yayan looked embarrassed. Hearing this, Xiaolan looked at the two of them with a gossipy face. It turns out he has been like this since he was a child. So Mr. Matsuzaki and Kiwako are childhood sweethearts. Xiaolan's expression at this time was very exaggerated and she also brought Miles and Kogora with her. It's so embarrassing. Tianjing looked at Xiaolan like this with contempt. Then the two couples in front of me started to do business again. Why did it become like this? Conan looked at the two people in front of him and was speechless. By the way, where is your childhood sweetheart? Hejin asked Masahiko. You mean Yang? Yayan looked at Hejin curiously. After getting Hejin's consent, Masahiko continued. He said he wanted to do snorkeling in this area and left, Yayan said with a smile. Kogoro was confused when he heard these two words. What is snorkeling? Tianjing rolled her eyes. Uncle, snorkeling is a kind of diving without using oxygen bottles, Tianjing explained to an old man who knew nothing. Kid, you are very smart, that's right, Matsuzaki Haru said with a smile. But we went snorkeling without breakfast. Kogoro looked puzzled. Because everyone says he is a weirdo who would rather have the sea than a woman, Matsuzaki Haru said with a smile. Hejin on the side suddenly laughed. Will he marry a shark in the future? As soon as this was said, everyone burst into laughter. It's too much for you to talk like this, Matsuzaki Haru defended Yang. At this time, Toda Kiwako glanced at the sea. Koharu, you can ask me to go to the room to get my new towel. Kiwako stood up directly after saying that. Masahiko looked at Kiwako who stood up in surprise. Kiwako, you don't want to think about it now. Before Masahiko finished speaking, he saw Kiwako taking out the snorkeling tool. I just want to swim in the sea for a while. Kiwako said and walked towards the sea. Kiwako Matsuzaki Haru is a little worried. Others were still chatting at the beach restaurant. The sea water seems to be getting tidal. Conan found that the sea water in front of him began to rise. Looking at the long tide on the sea, Masahiko was a little worried about Kiwako. Everyone is here. Hejin walked in with another man arm in arm. Yang, why are you with Hejin? Yayan also saw the man. I met him in the bathroom, Hejin said with a smile. I came at the right time this time. Haha, where is our Masahiko-sama's wife? Yang looked around and asked curiously when he found that Kiwako was not there. She is still in the sea, Yayan pointed to the sea behind him. Hejin looked at Yang with curiosity. You haven't met each other? Yang looked puzzled and said no. Look at Kiwako. Haru Matsuzaki noticed something unusual and pointed at the sea. Everyone looked at Kiwako in the sea. She doesn't look right, Tianqing said. No way. Miles also stood up. At this time, everyone rushed to the beach and saw that Yayan had rushed into the sea. Aren't you joking? People who can't swim are here to cause trouble. After Yang said that, he swam directly to Kiwako and picked her up. Masahiko picked up Takako at the shore. Kiwako, did you hear that? Kiwako's current state makes Masahiko very worried. So I laid Takawako flat on the beach and prepared to rescue her. Conan's voice came from the distance. Don't touch her. Sister Kiwako may have been bitten by a sea snake in the sea just now. Conan shouted and rushed over. After hearing Conan's words, Tianqing immediately picked up a cup of lemon tea and went to Zaikhong. What are you doing? Kogoro looked at Tianqing in confusion as he took away the lemon tea. Dancetric acid, Miles said lightly. After emergency treatment, Kiwako was taken away by ambulance. In the office, the hotel manager took out a book about snakes and asked Xiaolan to identify the type of snake that bit people. Soon Xiaolan found the species of snake that bites people. That's it. It's what I saw in the sea. Xiaolan turned to the page about sea snake varieties. After everyone saw the album, the hotel manager looked confused. This kind of snake can't appear in Izu, it's strange. Kawazu looked at Xiaolan's opened picture album with a strange look on his face. After hearing the conversation between several people, Tianqing slowly approached Conan. This thing feels very weird. Like Xiaolan said, it's very strange to see things like wings on both sides of the snake's head floating in the sea. Tianjing asked Conan in a low voice in confusion. After hearing Tianjing's question, Conan also started to think deeply. Yes, this incident was definitely not an accident but man-made. Conan recalled the appearance of the wound on Kiwako's hand and was sure that this incident was a man-made incident. However, he had not yet found a motive, and the prisoner must have rushed to Kiwako at that time. Among the people around Kazuko, everyone rushed over to Takawako because he was weak. So how did the murderer do it? At that time, Kiwako must have been paralyzed and weak from water after being bitten by a sea snake. Conan was deep in thought. Not long after, he thought about the outcome. Could it be that Yang asked Kiwako to bite her with a snake while rescuing people? At this time Yang received a call from Yan. Insurance card. If you want it, we'll send it to the hospital right away, Yang said quickly after hearing Yan's question. Because the people at the hospital said it would be more convenient to have an insurance card. Now I am alone in the hospital and feel very panicked. I am afraid that Kiwako will die. Masahiko said that he did not have the confidence to do so. Yang on the other end of the phone became more and more angry. What are you talking about, UBD? We'll look for the insurance card right away. Once we find it, we'll send it over right away. Yang said and hung up the phone. Koharu, I remember correctly that you and Kiwako should be in the same room, right? Yang looked at Koharu. I saw Xiaochun nodded and then led the two of them to the door of the room. Oops, why is the magnetic card missing? I obviously put it here. Did Kiwako forget to take it when she asked me to get a towel? This door is automatically locked. What should I do now? Haru Matsuzaki hurriedly asked the people around him. Brother Heijin, please call the front desk immediately to explain the situation and ask them to send the magnetic card first, Tianjing reminded Heijin. After hearing Tianjing's reminder, Heijin went to do it right away. Taking advantage of this free time, Tianjing sneaked up to Conan again. There's something wrong with Haru Matsuzaki, Tianjing muttered in a low voice. After hearing this, Conan looked at her with confusion on his face. Judging from the facial expression management, Matsuzaki Haru appears to be in a hurry, but in fact it can be seen that she is stalling for time. She does not want Kiwako to be rescued, Tianjing reminded Conan in a low voice. Now Conan is even more confused about why Haru Matsuzaki did this. There are only two motives for a woman to kill. The first is love, and the second is hatred. After Tianjing finished speaking, she decided to go back to look for Kisaki Eri. Room 405. Heijin was stopped by Conan just after talking to the front desk. Little brother, you are going to scare people to death. Heijin was frightened by Conan's sudden voice. You were doing aerobic diving at the beach today, right? Did you catch anything at that time? Conan asked curiously. Heijin also looked puzzled when he heard Conan's question. For example, fish. Conan gave an answer. Heijin thought for a while but shook his head and said no. Didn't anyone else catch it? Conan continued to ask. After hearing Conan's words, Heijin still thought for a while. What about this? In fact, we are already very familiar with this beach, so everyone is doing their own thing. We don't know much about what everyone is doing. Heijin was a little embarrassed. But soon Heijin seemed to remember an incident. But today Masahiko and Kiwako seemed to be wearing the same wetsuit and diving in the same place. Conan became thoughtful again after hearing this. At this time, room 406 was also opened. Thank you. Matsuzaki Haru thanked the staff who opened the door and went directly into the room. Everyone looked at Matsuzaki Haru as he kept searching for documents. Outside the door. I'm a little worried about Miss Kiwako. Xiolan lowered her head with worry on her face. Don't worry about Xiolan, Miles comforted Xiolan. The insurance card could not be found in the whole room. Kawazu and others became anxious, until Matsuzaki Haru found Kiwako's insurance card in the towel after Ayang's prompt. Ayang, how did you know that the insurance card is here? Hejin looked at Ayang curiously. At this time, Ayang was embarrassed to be seen. "This is what my grandma told me before, and I also told him." Hejin stood up and looked at Ayang. "As expected of us, we grew up together. Not just me, even Masahiko knows this method." Ayang turned around and left the room towards Mori Kogora. Conan pays attention to Ayang's actions. "Mr. Mori, can you drive here?" "I built a car." Kogora answered Ayang's question. Please send the three of us to the hospital to check on Kikawako's condition." Ayang pointed at the two people behind him. "Of course," Mori Kogora agreed. "Dad, can you take me with you? I'm a little worried about Kiwako." Xiolan lowered her head. "My car can only seat 5 people, Kogora explained. At this time, Miles said it didn't matter, she would drive Xiolan to the hospital. "Mom, you have packed your luggage." Xiolan looked at Miles, who had already packed his things and was a little panicked. "Don't you understand? I want to take you to the hospital and leave with Tianqing." Miles said this indifferently, but his eyes fell on Kogora. "Mom." Xiolan came over and wanted to persuade her to stay. "I don't want to be in the same room with this slow guy anymore." Miles looked back. At this time, Kogora couldn't help but turned his back to Miles and said something. "Okay, I'm looking forward to what you will tell me." Miles also withdrew his gaze from Kogora. The confrontation between the two was watched by the short Tianqing. And there was a video about Kogora's secret in her hand. Conan had everything figured out on the way to the hospital. "Brother, please help him change his image. If he keeps playing like this, I'm really afraid that my mother will slap him in the face with the divorce agreement." Tianqing weakly patted Conan's shoulder. After accepting this task, Conan gave Kogora a shot without any sympathy and pushed him to the dean's office where everyone gathered. "Mr. Mori, why did you call us all here?" Hejin looked at Kogora sitting in the dean's seat with a puzzled expression. "I want to go see Kiwako first. I'm a little worried about her," Matsuzaki Haru said and wanted to leave the office. "You can't leave, you are related to the attempted murder case." Looking at Haru Matsuzaki, who wanted to leave, Kogora spoke again. Everyone was shocked when these words came out. Yes, today's incident was not an accident but a murder designed by someone. The murderer grabbed the head of the sea snake and bit Miss Kiwako's hand, causing her to fall into a state of general paralysis and weaken her water. "Only you can do this at the scene, Ms. Matsuzaki Haru." Kogora pointed out the murderer of this matter. Xiolan didn't believe it. "How come?" "The problem is that it appears on the tooth marks of sea snakes," Kogora pointed out. "Sea snake tooth mark?" Xiolan looked puzzled. "Generally speaking, the teeth marks of sea snakes are relatively small. If the snake really bites people, it will only bite the fingertips or something like that. But the mark on the back of Giles' hand is obviously that you hold the snake's head tightly and let it bite. It's made of, what I said is right, isn't it, Miss Matsuzaki Haru?" Kogora said. "Watching Mori Kogora perform like this, I understand something. It turns out that you are just confused on the surface, but in fact you have seen through everything. Then I want you to answer me, our great detective, what evidence do you have to prove that Miss Matsuzaki Haru is the murderer?" Miles looked at Kogora in front of him and asked. "The evidence is now in Ms. Matsuzaki Haru's bag," Kogora said. "All eyes are on Matsuzaki Haru. Why did she do this? Moreover, what we saw was clearly Gaihaziru Osui." Hejin was puzzled when he saw this. "What if Kiwako's weak water is fake?" Kogora asked. "Fake? Why would she do this?" Ayang was puzzled. When things got here, Matsuzaki Haru finally spoke. It turned out that Kiwako wanted to test whether Masahiko, a person who couldn't swim, really went into the water to save her, but this move angered Matsuzaki Haru. It turned out that he and Masahiko were not related by blood. After her mother took her to marry Masahiko's father, Matsuzaki Haru fell in love with Masahiko after being together for a long time. She couldn't watch her brother get into an accident while trying to save Kiwako, so she wanted to get rid of her. At the end of the incident, Matsuzaki Haru was taken away by the police, but Takawako's life was not in danger because of the timely rescue. After the vacation, Miles was in a good mood and drove away from Izu with Tianqing. So far, Kogoro didn't know that the recording of his reconciliation with Miles and a video of Kogoro kneeling on the beach looking for a ring had been secretly collected by Miles. Stand up. Chapter 48 Medical College Murder Incident. Mori Detective Agency. What Yuanzi? You said you want to invite me to attend the school festival at Miwa Medical University on Saturday. Xiaolan was puzzled that Yuanzi would suddenly be interested in medical school. It's like this. My father recently donated a batch of the latest instruments to the medical school, so the hospital invited us to attend their school festival, Yuanzi explained to Xiaolan. Wouldn't this be good? Xiaolan felt a little embarrassed. It's okay, let's make an agreement, we will meet at the medical school then. After Yuanzi said this, he stopped giving Xiaolan any feedback and hung up the phone. On the other side, Tian Qinggui just hung up the phone on Teng Jingfeng. Did I agree? Tianqing looked at the phone that had been hung up with a speechless expression. After Tianqing thought about the principle that she could not be the only victim, she called AI directly, and the two parties gathered in front of the medical university. Habara, why are you here? Conan's head was filled with questions. I disturbed you by showing up. Habara glanced at Xiaolan. Hey, don't spread rumors. Conan immediately cleared the relationship. Seeing Teng Jingfeng coming too, Adam's starry eyes popped out. Okay Yuanzi, let's go in quickly. Xiaolan grabbed Yuanzi and walked towards the campus. But then a few people came to the haunted house of the medical school. I heard that this haunted house is selected as one of the scariest shows every year. Yuanzi led a few people to the entrance of the haunted house. Looking at the scary decoration and atmosphere on the facade, Xiaolan wanted to retreat. How about we go somewhere else for a walk in the garden? Don't be like this, Dr. Teng Jing, do you think so? Yuanzi asked Teng Jingfeng for help. What do you think? Teng Jing looked at Tianqing beside him. I'm very interested in this and I heard that half of the roads inside are real. Tianqing expressed excitement. Conan. Xiaolan still wanted to ask for help from Conan. But she only saw Conan leading Habara directly towards the haunted house. Seeing the actions of others, Xiaolan was embarrassed to refuse everyone, so she followed everyone into the haunted house. The smell of formalin inside is very realistic. This is Tianqing's first feeling. Teng Jingfeng, Tianqing, Conan and Habara AI came directly to observe the game as soon as they entered the haunted house, until they found something abnormal about a human head soaked in a glass bottle at a corner. It looks like we have to notify the police. There is something wrong with this head. Teng Jingfeng looked at the specimen of a human head in front of him. If I'm not mistaken, the death time of this head was 6 hours ago, which is 5 o'clock this morning. Teng Jingfeng judged this head. Not long after, people from the school and Officer Magyar came to the scene at the same time. It turned out that when they determined that there was something wrong with the head, Teng Jingfeng had already asked the classmates in charge of the haunted house if they had any records of the head. As a result, they recognized the identity of the head and it was they who disappeared. I had been with my classmate Yurika Miori for a few hours. Later, Officer Magyar came to her dormitory and found a headless body covered by a quilt. The deceased Yurika Shiori was a sophomore. Because today was the school festival, when the school started preparing for activities at 7 o'clock, the classmates discovered that Yurika Shiori was missing. Because she was the NPC in charge of the haunted house, the classmates thought she was in the haunted house early in the morning. Prepare. Takagi told Officer Magyar the results of the investigation. Officer Magyar turned his attention to Conan and the others again. Why are you here too? Officer Magyar had a headache when he saw Conan. We came to the medical school to participate in this school festival because of the invitation from Yuanzi. Xiaolan was also a little embarrassed. How did you find that head fresh? Officer Magyar asked several people. I am a doctor, so I will be very familiar with these. After I entered this haunted house, I found that the other specimens were all specimens that had been stored for a long time, except for one human head. According to observation, I found that the time of death of the human head just now was 5 hours ago, so it is concluded that there is something wrong with this head. Teng Jingfeng answered Officer Magyar's question with his professional knowledge. We can confirm whether the dormitory is the scene of the first crime. Magyar looked at Takagi, who was still investigating. Judging from the amount of blood, the dormitory is not the scene of the crime. However, the investigation revealed that one of her 2 roommates, one named Asami Chita, was taken to the hospital by her other roommate Maki Tanagawa yesterday because she felt unwell. The 2 are still in the hospital. Sato, the police officer, has gone to the hospital to confirm. Takagi said. After hearing the results of the investigation, Officer Magyar thought for a moment. Habara, come with me to the bathroom. Tianjing pulled Habara. In the bathroom. Much more comfortable. Tianjing found something in the sink while washing his hands. He took out a towel from his pocket to isolate his fingerprints. He picked up the thing at the bottom of the sink and took a look. It turned out to be a black butterfly shape. Hairpin. Isn't this hairpin the one in the photo of the deceased? Habara had just seen a photo of the deceased on the desk in the dormitory, and he also had this hairpin on his head. Thinking of this, Tianjing and Habara hurriedly took the hairpin. Go back and look for Officer Magyar. Officer Magyar, we found this in the bathroom. Tianjing handed the hairpin to Magyar. Officer Magyar took a look at the hairpin and couldn't find anything special. This is a gift given to members by Violet Company this year. Each one has an independent number and is unique. Yuanzi recognized this thing. Officer Magyar looked at Sonoko with a strange look. Don't look at me like this. My family cooperates with their company, so the hairpin numbered 01 is where I am. And I also heard that only their members can get this hairpin if they spend a certain amount of money every year. Now it's on the market. The price of speculation has reached tens of millions. Yuanzi explained. Everyone was shocked by Yuanzi's explanation. What a wicked rich man, the people present muttered in their hearts. After hearing everyone's conversation, Conan was thoughtful and didn't know what he was thinking. Officer Magyar, do you think the bathroom could be a murder scene? Tianjing said suddenly. Officer Magyar looked at her curiously. Because I found the hairpin at the bottom of the bathroom sink, this can prove that she must have been to the bathroom before she died. The surveillance in the corridor cannot face the bathroom, so if someone enters the bathroom from a blind corner, the surveillance will be to attack. You can't catch it, Tianjing said. Listening to Tianjing's words, Officer Magyar also started thinking. Could it be that what I saw this morning was the murderer? At this time, a trembling voice came. Everyone looked towards the place where the sound came from. Classmate, who are you? Officer Magyar asked. The girl glanced at Officer Magyar and then continued. I am Kyoko Peninsula from the Department of Nursing. I went to the bathroom around 4 o'clock this morning because I had a stomachache. At that time, I felt a little strange why someone was mopping the floor in the bathroom so early and it looked like a man. Yes, but my stomach was really hurting so I went straight into the bathroom. When I came out, the cleaning person was gone. At that time, I didn't think too much and went back to the dormitory. Kyoko Peninsula said about her morning experience. Mopping the floor early in the morning. Conan is still confused. When he learned that the bathroom might be the scene of the murder, Officer Magyar asked Takagi to ask colleagues from the forensic division to investigate the scene. After a while, he was able to determine that the bathroom was the first scene of the crime, and he could also be more certain about which classmate Kyoko Peninsula saw it. It's the murderer. Today's investigation has ended. Officer Magyar could not find the suspicious person and released the person. On the way, Conan, the three little ones and Teng Jingfeng were walking behind, and Yuanzi and Xiaolan were in front, still chatting. What do you think of what happened today? Conan was the first to ask the question. From my professional perspective, judging from the corpses at the scene, the murderer and the deceased should have had a grudge. Teng Jingfeng looked at this incident from his professional perspective. Why do you feel like this? Conan looked at Teng Jingfeng curiously. Because the incision on the head of the corpse was made with a saw blade, and it was made before the deceased was alive. This means that the murderer stunned the deceased and took her to the bathroom, because there was no place where he could quickly clean up the floor. A lot of blood. Teng Jingfeng said. That is to say, the person that the girl named Peninsula Kyoko saw must be the murderer. The reason why she thought it was a cleaning lady may be because the murderer was afraid of being discovered, so he directly picked up the deceased and used her head as a mop. Because of the light in addition, Kyoko Peninsula was not feeling well in her stomach, so she did not think about it in detail. After Kyoko Peninsula entered the bathroom, the murderer took the deceased and hid until Kyoko Peninsula left the bathroom before proceeding with the work of dismembering the body. This means that the murderer was most likely to have been there before. He hid in the deceased's room and did not flee the scene until the people in the dormitory left. Conan analyzed a general theory. Habara seems to have thought of something. Have you ever noticed that this dormitory building is strange? The girls' dormitory is above the boys' dormitory. Their structure is such that the entrance to the girls' dormitory is in the front on the first to third floors, and the main entrance to the boys' dormitory is from the third floor to the sixth floor. It's set up at the back, but judging from the placement of the air conditioner's outdoor unit, it looks like an invisible staircase, Habara said. At this time, Conan was thinking about Habara's words. You're saying that the murderer might be the boy upstairs, Tianqing said. Habara nodded. But what's the motive? It's unreasonable to have such a cruel method without a motive to kill, Tianqing said. Conan also thought of this. Maybe something happened that we didn't expect, and we didn't know about it. Maybe it was hidden by the school. After Tianqing finished his analysis, he turned to look at Teng Jingfeng. Teng Jingfeng received Tianqing's look and immediately knew what he was going to do. I'll call my friend tonight and ask about it. Teng Jingfeng waved his hands. That night Tianqing got a useful piece of information from Teng Jingfeng. It turned out that a student suicide occurred in the medical school 2 months ago. The girl who died at that time was named Tsukishima Yumi. The girl at that time was standing in front of everyone from the medical school building. He jumped down in front of teachers and students and his head and body were broken. It was also said that a girl was pregnant when she died. Early the next morning, Tianqing called Conan and the others to gather at Dr. Agaza's house again. After investigating the matter, it's probably like this. Tianqing handed the information to Conan and Habara. That is to say, this murder case is very likely to be related to the girl who committed suicide. Habara put down the information at hand. Conan and Tianqing agree with Habara's idea. Why don't we go to school for a walk? Tianqing suggested. Not long after, several people appeared at the bottom of the medical school. Tianqing asked Teng Jingfeng to ask his friend to take Tianqing and others to the boys' dormitory. While Tianqing was observing the dormitory, Conan was lying on the window and looking down. Look, he found a shallow offset stamp on the outdoor air conditioner on the 4th floor. Seeing this, Conan immediately rushed to the floor where the incident occurred and informed the police officer guarding the door of his discovery, asking him to immediately notify Officer Magyar. After receiving the call, Officer Magyar immediately led people to the crime scene. Who the hell is surveying the scene? You can't even see such an obvious escape route. Officer Magyar scolded the police officer who had previously surveyed the scene. On the other side, Conan and the others were looking up downstairs. You said that after the murder, the murderer used the air conditioner unit as a staircase and jumped down from the deceased's room floor by floor until he landed on the ground and escaped directly. Conan gave a hypothesis. But if he really killed someone and dismembered his body, there must be blood stains on his clothes. Wouldn't someone catch him if he walked out like this? Haibara was puzzled. What if no one would doubt it? Tianjing gave an answer. Is that what you want to say? Conan seemed to want to understand something. Tianjing saw that Conan understood and didn't say anything more. But now we need to confirm whether there is any relationship between the deceased 2 months ago and the murderer. Tianjing smiled. That night, Conan overheard the gossip between Yuanzi and Xiaolan. Xiaolan, did you know that the girl who committed suicide in medical school had a boyfriend named Ito Kenji, but she suddenly broke up with him before she committed suicide? Yuanzi's voice was very loud, and the conversation between her and Xiaolan came to Conan's ears word for word. The name Kenji Ito was so familiar, and suddenly Conan thought of who he was. Kenji Ito was the NPC responsible for dissecting the dummy in the haunted house. At this moment, Conan's phone rang. Conan, I found some interesting things. After Tianjing hung up the phone, she directly sent all the things she found to Conan. I know who the murderer is. Conan understood everything after reading the information. Early the next morning, Officer Megur's voice gathered everyone to the crime scene, and then Sanako's voice informed Officer Megur that he knew who the murderer was. Sanako, are you true when you say you know who the murderer is? Officer Megur saw a female version of Mori Kogora sitting at the desk. Of course it's true. This murder begins with the suicide that happened in the teaching building 2 months ago, Sanako said. Ito Kenji lowered his head when he heard Sanako mentioning the suicide incident 2 months ago. What does that have to do with this murder? Officer Megur wondered. Sanako didn't answer Officer Megur's question and just handed a stack of documents to Officer Megur. This is... Officer Megur became furious after reading the information. Everyone saw the look on Officer Megur's face and already knew that the information must not be good. One day 2 months ago, the deceased deceived Tsukishima Yumi out of school. Tsukishima Yumi fell into a coma after drinking a bottle of water from the deceased. When she woke up, she found that she had been RD'd by a middle-aged man and she made many indecent videos, and it was like this that Yumi Tsukishima was controlled by the deceased. It was also because of this that she broke up with her boyfriend. Later she found out that she was pregnant. She could not accept being endlessly controlled and felt ashamed of herself. Her boyfriend eventually committed suicide by jumping off a building in front of everyone. Sanako said. How could this happen? Xiaolan couldn't believe it. After Yumi Tsukishima committed suicide, his boyfriend didn't know where he learned the truth from, so he chose revenge. Am I right, Mr. Kenji Ito? Sanako said. Jianxi and his good friends both looked at Jianxi in disbelief. You are right, I did it, because I want to avenge Yumi, because of that woman, Ito Kenji cried. Kenji his companions looked at him worriedly. Ito Kenji looked at the people around him and said. Yumi and I are both orphans. Yumi has been interested in the medical profession since she was a child, so she was very happy when she got the admission notice from the medical school. The two of us also agreed to get married after graduation, and we ended up getting married 2 months later. She suddenly broke up with me before. I didn't understand why at the time. It wasn't until she committed suicide by jumping off the building that I went to her dormitory to collect her belongings. I found her diary in a secret space that only she and I knew. She was blackmailed by Shiori Yurika. I wrote at the end of the diary that she was all sorry. After reading the diary, I decided to kill her. Kenji Ito looked at Officer Megur with red eyes. This incident ended in tragedy, because on the way to escort Ito Kenji, he stole the pistol of the policeman beside him and directly swallowed the gun and committed suicide. The people present were in chaos, but what no one expected was the distant scene. There is a black figure on the roof of a certain building watching Officer Magyar and their every move, and even dancing happily. Chapter 49 The Murder of a Bank Robbery Witness. Today Conan and the young detective team, led by Dr. Agaza, came to visit the Metropolitan Police Department and wanted them to see how the police officers usually handle cases. Is this the Metropolitan Police Department? It's so spectacular. Genta looked at the tall building in front of him in surprise. There are a lot of cases handled here every day, right? Ayami looked at Mitsuhiko curiously. It's time for Mitsuhiko's performance again. This is the top spot in the Metropolitan Police Department's unit, Mitsuhiko said. Several people were very excited when they heard Mitsuhiko's introduction. Listen, we are here this time to record statements about the Blue Castle incident, Dr. Agaza said to several people. Although the doctor said this, others still looked excited. We're not here to camp. Conan was speechless looking at the excitement of several people. I hope your death physique will not extend to the Metropolitan Police Department, Xiao Ai said. Hey, hey, hey. Conan looked at Habara, an unlovable woman, with innocent eyes. I only saw Habara showing a proud smile and following Ayami and others into the Metropolitan Police Department. I'm sorry to bother you. Takagi led the way. Dr. Agaza smiled sheepishly. Should we require police-citizen cooperation? It's so clean here, Ayami said, looking at the surrounding environment. Takagi heard Ayami say this and looked at her with confusion. I thought there would be a lot of prisoners in the Metropolitan Police Department, and there would also be police officers smoking in the office. Ayami was a little embarrassed when Takagi looked at her. Hearing Ayami's words, Takagi burst out laughing. You have watched too much TV. Takagi quickly brought several people to the reception room. Not long after, Sato walked in. Why are they here? Sato looked at Conan and the others with puzzled faces. They came today to give a confession about what happened at the Blue Castle last time, Takagi reminded Sato. Who is this sister, Officer Takagi? Genta and others were a little curious because they had never seen Officer Sato. This she is she. Takagi was so nervous that he couldn't explain why. Officer Takagi, why are you blushing? Ayami looked at Takagi in confusion. Seeing this, Mitsuhiko seemed to know the truth of the matter. I know, she is Officer Takagi's girlfriend, right? Mitsuhiko looked at Takagi and Sato with a look that could tell at a glance. After hearing Mitsuhiko's words, Takagi waved his hands with an embarrassed look on his face. Don't talk nonsense. Takagi looked at the people with a red face. How could you bring your girlfriend to a place like this? Genta continued Mitsuhiko's words, completely ignoring Takagi's embarrassment at the scene. You have misunderstood. I am not Takagi's girlfriend. My name is Satomi Wako. Although I am a woman, I am a police officer in the 3rd branch. Officer Sato introduced himself. After hearing Officer Sato's explanation, Ayami's eyes lit up. Wow! Officer Sato, you are so cool. Ayami looked at Satomi Wako with admiration. A few people chatted for a while, and Ayami suddenly exclaimed. I remembered, you are the female police officer who brought down the criminal last time. At this time, Ayami's eyes glowed even more. While watching the few people chatting, Conan noticed that Officer Magyar hadn't come out yet and looked at Takagi curiously. Why is Officer Takagi missing? Conan finally asked. Well, because there was a robbery, Officer Magyar went to the headquarters, so I left it to me to receive you, Takagi and Conan explained. Takagi glanced at Officer Sato and thought for a moment. By the way, Officer Sato, didn't you go to the headquarters with Officer Magyar? Why did you come back suddenly? Only then did Takagi remember why Sato was here and asked curiously. After hearing Takagi's question, Sato looked at him. I came back just for this matter. The person in charge of the bank that was robbed yesterday said that he suddenly remembered something. He especially called me at night and said that he would meet at the Metropolitan Police Department today. He said that they were a couple at 2 o'clock. Will come here. Officer Sato said. Conan was confused after hearing this. Why do we need to go together as a couple? Conan looked at Officer Sato with confusion. Because the wife of the person in charge happened to arrive at the bank during the robbery and was held hostage by the gangster. Maybe the person in charge suddenly remembered something. After Sato finished speaking, Takagi felt that there was something strange in these words. But this is strange. Why did the wife in charge send me such a call yesterday? Takagi fell into deep thought. After hearing the conversation between Sato and Takagi, Conan was also full of questions. Since we are a couple, why do we have to call Takagi and Sato separately? Conan muttered. After hearing Takagi's words, Sato also looked at Takagi curiously. She called me and said she had something to talk to me about. She also said she would come over alone at 5 o'clock. Takagi told Officer Sato everything about the phone call he received yesterday. The person in charge also mentioned this on the phone. He was worried that the gangsters would be harmful to his wife, so they wanted to come together at dawn, Officer Sato explained to Takagi. After hearing Officer Sato's words, Takagi finally understood the bank manager's request. By the way, did Yumi from the transportation department tell you anything? Sato seemed to have remembered something. After Takagi heard Sato's prompt, he remembered what Yumi said to him in the morning and blushed instantly. Just when Takagi didn't know what to say, a police officer came with witnesses. Report to Officer Sato, I brought the person in charge of the bank. The police officer saluted Takagi and Officer Sato and reported. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Meizuo, please come in. Sato invited the person in charge of the bank to come into the office. Takagi asked curiously when he saw that he was the only one arriving. Didn't your wife come with you? Because my wife suddenly has something to do at the bank, we made an appointment to meet here together. Hasn't she arrived yet? Mr. Meizuo glanced around. You can't be asleep, right? Mr. Masao looked at his watch. Takagi nodded to indicate that his wife had not arrived yet. How about I just give her a call? Mr. Meizuo pointed to the phone on his desk. After getting permission from Officer Sato, Mr. Masao began to contact his wife. Conan, this man is a bit strange. Habara Ai looked at Conan. Conan nodded. Why? Ayami next to her looked at the two of them in confusion. That's how many times he looked at his watch, Conan said. At this time, Mr. Meizuo's wife was doing exercises at home. Hey, this is the Meizuo family, you're at the Metropolitan Police Department. After the couple talked for a while, they handed the phone to Takagi. I'm Takagi. Takagi answered the call from Masao Ko. You are Officer Takagi from last night, right? Meizuo Ko said. It's me. Did something happen to you while you were still at home? Takagi asked worriedly. Why do you suddenly ask this? Didn't we agree to meet at 5 o'clock? Meizuo Ko replied in confusion. Takagi. Now Takagi looked confused. But did you come to us with your husband? This is what your husband told us. After hearing the conversation between the two, Conan and Habara paid attention to Takagi on the phone with serious faces. I have a feeling something is about to happen. Habara whispered in Conan's ear. After hearing Takagi's words, Meizuo Ko denied that he and his husband had agreed to go to the Metropolitan Police. What have you never heard of? Hearing Takagi's words, Mr. Meizuo excitedly snatched the phone from Takagi's hand. At this time, Takagi's hand accidentally pressed the speaker, and Meizuo Ko's voice came from the phone. Screams. After Sato quickly told Takagi what to do, he drove Mr. Masao home directly. Have you and your wife noticed anything suspicious recently? Sato asked Meizuo Kizu next to him. Speaking of strange things, my wife told me yesterday that there was a suspicious man wandering around my house. Meizuo Katsura was shocked. After hearing this, Sato thought for a moment. According to my guess, Madam may have seen the appearance of the gangster, so the gangster came to kill her to silence her. What Sato said made Meizuo Katsura sweat in shock. What can't you say? Maybe the lady screamed when she saw the thief. Takagi comforted Meizuo Kizu. But she was on the phone with the police at the time. If it was a thief, she could tell her directly. Conan also climbed into the car at some point. The people in the Conan car were shocked. When did our alertness become so low? Takagi and Sato thought at the same time. Not long after, they arrived at Meizuo Katsura's house together. As soon as they entered the house, they separated to look for Mrs. Meizuo. At this time, Conan saw the hole that had been cut in the window. Is it invaded from outside? Conan thought to himself. Suddenly, Meizuo Kizu let out a scream and attracted everyone. What happened? Everyone ran to the room where the sound came from. After entering the room, they only found Meizuo Kaga, who had been stabbed to death. I'm going to call an ambulance, Takagi said and went straight out to make a call. Sato ran directly to Masao Kaga and checked him. No need to call, just call for backup. She is already dead. Takagi, look at the time. Officer Sato stood up. The time when the body was found was 14:46. Takagi looked at his watch. Seeing his dead wife Meizuo Keizo, he still hasn't come back to his senses. Could it be those robbers? Meizuo Katsura said, still sitting on the ground trembling. But soon Meizuo Katsura pestered Takagi and kept asking Takagi who killed his wife, but soon Conan felt something was wrong. No, if the door to the living room had been open, I would have seen the body when I first entered. But this man turned around for a long time when I first noticed that the cut glass of the window was moving towards the window. None of them said anything, which is so strange. Conan fell into thinking. He kept observing the situation. When an average person is attacked while talking on the phone, the first thing they should do is tell the person on the other end of the phone who they were attacked by. Maybe the murderer's voice will also come through. Conan is confused about this. Will the murderer be able to? He was so stupid and killed him knowing that the deceased was talking to someone on the phone. This man's behavior at the police station was also very strange. Could it be that he was the one who planned this murder? Conan still couldn't figure it out. Not long after, the forensic doctor and others arrived. After the forensic examination, it was found that the deceased was killed with a knife from behind. After Conan's reasoning, another person suddenly walked in from the door. Because the murderer has targeted this lady from the beginning, Officer Shiratori continued after Conan's words. Everyone who knows Officer Shiratori greets him. Sato looked at Shiratori and asked his question. Why do you say the gangster's target is not property? Officer Sato asked Shiratori in confusion. The key is the conversation you heard on the phone, the victim's scream. Generally speaking, it is impossible for a thief who steals property to deliberately attack the person talking on the phone, because if the owner sees his face and screams, he will only be frightened and run away. Yes, besides, isn't the victim planning to go to the Metropolitan Police Department today? Shiratori looked at Takagi. She said that she remembered the details about the previous bank robbery, so she planned to come to the police station with her husband, but she couldn't be seen at the appointed time, so Mr. Masao called home. After Takagi finished speaking, he saw Meizuo Kizu nodded to Shiratori to prove that what Takagi said was correct. That is to say, the prisoner didn't even know that the person talking to Mrs. Meizuo was a police officer from our Metropolitan Police Department. Shiratori said, giving a conclusion that the murderer didn't want Mrs. Meizuo to talk too much to the police, so he chose her to talk to the police. Because the prisoner knew that this place was half an hour away from the Metropolitan Police Department, even if the police heard that she had been murdered, they would not be able to rush to the scene in time. When everyone thought that Shiratori's analysis was correct, Conan raised doubts again. I remember you were Chinzi's student. Shiratori picked up Conan from his back collar. Conan just smiled innocently and then deliberately reminded Sato and Shiratori of some details. Shiratori thought for a moment and turned around to ask about Meizuo Katsura. Mr. Masao, may I ask if your wife has the habit of riding a bicycle? Meizuo Kizu thought carefully and answered Shiratori's question honestly. She starts exercising at 2 o'clock every day. May I ask what time your wife gets up every morning? Shiratori continued to ask Meizuo Katsuzu. Well, I usually have a job at a bank, so I have to go out early in the morning, but my wife goes out drinking with friends until late at night, so I sleep until noon every day, Meizuo Kizu said. After hearing Shiratori's analysis, Conan felt that something was wrong, but so far he couldn't find where the problem was. At this time, the police officer responsible for the investigation outside also came back. After investigation, the team leader found that none of the deceased's belongings had been tampered with, which means it could not have been a burglary or murder, said a police officer in charge of investigating the scene. At this time, Conan was carefully checking to see if there was anything suspicious, and he actually discovered it. What is the coil on Officer Shiratori's bicycle for? Conan pulled Officer Shiratori and pretended to be confused. After hearing Conan's tip, Shiratori immediately checked the bicycle, and found traces of the coil being entangled. Do you know what's going on here? Officer Sato immediately asked Meizuo Kizu. I'm not very sure. Meizuo Kizu looked confused. After several people discussed it, they sent this coil. It was probably useless and wanted to check in other directions. However, after Conan's efforts, Takagi seemed to have figured out something. Please wait. Takagi called to the two of them. Shiratori and Sato looked at Takagi with puzzled expressions. I thought of something. Suppose the murderer used tape or something to fix the knife on the highest floor of the bookshelf, and then tied it to the axle of the bicycle with a kite string. The deceased pedaled the bicycle, and the silk string slowly shrank until the bookshelf behind him collapsed. This way you can be attacked from behind. Takagi gave an idea. But if you use this method, the victim will definitely feel that the bicycle becomes heavier, Shiratori said. What if the murderer had removed the books from the bookcase beforehand? Takagi asked a question. After hearing Takagi's words, everyone looked at him. The murderer put the books in another cabinet in advance to make the bookcase lighter, and then used the method I just mentioned to create a murder scene. He also used the police to make his alibi. Then after hearing the screams, I Officer Sato came to the scene of the crime. At that time, he suggested that Officer Sato and I help search on the second floor, and he could take advantage of this free time to return to the scene of the crime, remove the bookcase that was originally pressing on the body of the deceased, and then remove the bookcase that was originally pressed against the deceased. Put back some books. After doing all this, he pretended to have just discovered the body and screamed. I am right, Mr. Meizuo Keizo. Takagi looked at Meizuo Keizo. At this time, Meizuo Kizu began to refute several people in a panic. He asked them what motive he had to kill his wife. At this time, Officer Megure also came to the scene to kill him. It turned out that the previous bank robbery was because Meizuo Keizo and two other friends were guarding theft. He was afraid that his wife would expose him, so he killed him. Chapter 50. A restaurant full of murderous intent. In a restaurant on a certain street. The guests are coming, you are in the way, please go out, a woman said to the person behind her while doing the work at hand. A man wearing a suit and glasses appeared behind the woman. Guest, there won't be any customers here. Will anyone come to this place where unhygienic food is used to cook food? The man said confidently. The woman glanced at the calendar that was used as a table mat indifferently. It doesn't matter, I'm not the one eating it anyway, the woman continued. I could only hear the man sneering at the shameless behavior of the woman in front of him. Speaking of which, are you ready with your money? You have to be careful, I won't lose even a penny. The woman's voice was obviously threatening. Seeing that the man is silent, the woman continues her own topic. If the amount hadn't been agreed upon before, it wouldn't matter if I told everything. The woman didn't know that the danger had appeared behind her. It turned out that the man took out a roll of frozen meat from the freezer and hit the woman on the back of the head. Because the woman was greedy, the man decided to get rid of her. Looking at the fallen woman, the man laughed wildly. He quickly hid the woman, and when he was about to leave the restaurant, a child's voice came from outside. "Uncle, let's come in and take a rest." A child's voice came into the shop. Yes, this voice is our death duo, Mori Kogora and Conan are also. Then come in and have something to eat and wait for Xylan. She doesn't know what she's thinking. She seems to have endless energy when she goes shopping. Kogora said and was about to open the restaurant door. At this time, the man inside hurriedly ran back to the kitchen, took off his coat, put on an apron and pretended to be the boss. When he was ready, Kogora had already walked into the restaurant with Conan. "Wow, it smells so good. I'm so hungry." As soon as Kogora sat down on the stool, he fell back unbalanced and a lot of fruit fell from the stool. I'm sorry. Kogora and Conan immediately helped clean up the fallen fruit. The moment the ice touched the fruit, Conan had already felt something abnormal. Combined with the fact that he now noticed that this man's apron didn't fit at all, it meant that there was something wrong with this man. "Guest, what would you like to order?" The man was given a menu for each of them. Mori Kogora looked at it and ordered a cup of coffee and a steak directly. Because the menu said Finnish coffee, it should taste good. Conan ordered a cup of fresh juice and curry rice. The man took back the menu and walked to the kitchen and accidentally kicked him. Kick on the short ladder. "Boss brother, are you okay?" Conan asked with concern. The man got up in a panic and signaled that he was fine and asked the two of them not to worry. The man who stood up was worried about making handmade coffee. If he didn't do it well, he would definitely be ruined. The man quickly used his mobile phone to learn a quick lesson. After a while, a cup of coffee and juice was placed in front of the two of them. The man nervously watched Kogora taste the coffee. The man was relieved until Kogora made a comment. "Hey! What's wrong, Officer Magyar?" Kogora frightened the boss with just one sentence. "Oh! The criminal was caught last time. That's what I reasoned. Ha ha ha." My sleeping Mori Kogora once again helped the police solve the case. Kogora suddenly smiled arrogantly. The man's hair stood up when he heard this. "Who is sleeping, Kogora?" The man was so frightened that he almost dropped the spatula in his hand. At this time Conan went to the bathroom, but soon he looked at the male boss from the bathroom again. "Brother, there is no toilet paper in Sisho." Conan looked at the man. After hearing what Conan said, the man began to look for hygiene in the store. Paper. Seeing now, Conan was 100% sure that there must be something wrong with the man. Not long after, the man found toilet paper in a corner. Leave it to Conan. After a while, both Kogora and Conan's food was served. At this time, Conan was observing the entire store while eating. "Hey!" Conan suddenly exclaimed. Mori Kogora looked at Conan curiously, not knowing what he was doing. "Uncle, look at the many records in this store." Conan pointed to the vinyl records surrounding him. Kogora glanced around and agreed. Not long after, the fruit plate was served. After the two paid, they turned to leave. The man began to laugh wildly in his heart. Let's go," the man kept thinking in his mind, asking the two of them to go quickly. "Uncle, I see you still have some unfinished business, so you can't leave now," Conan mentioned. "Oh. That's right. I still have some things to do about my role as a detective, so I can't leave." Kogora smiled. "Don't talk nonsense." The man looked at the large and small children in front of him in horror. "You're not the owner of this store, are you?" Conan said as he looked at the man. "I don't know what kind of dispute you had with the real boss lady, and it was not long before we came here, so you had no choice but to pretend to be the boss and try to get away with it," Kogoro said. "And you also hid the real boss lady somewhere in the restaurant," Conan said and walked directly to the refrigerator and opened it. "Actually, the boss is this female, because it wouldn't be weird for her to wear an expensive apron. Just this apron proves that the boss here should be a woman, not a man," Conan innocently said to Mori. Kogoro said. "And the boss lady is about 155 meters tall and a bit unhygienic." Kogoro looked at the man. Hearing this, the man looked at Kogoro in horror. "Why are you called this?" The man was very puzzled. Although he knew that Mori Kogoro was very powerful, he never thought that he would be so terrifying. "You're still showing off your flaws." Conan looked at the man with a smile. The man still doesn't know where the problem lies. The reason is very simple. For example, let's take the tripod that tripped you. If you were as tall as you, would you still use that tripod? Kogoro asked. The man took a step back. "If my uncle guessed correctly, this tripod should have been used by the original proprietress," Conan said with a smile. Mori Kogoro glanced at Conan. "I think not only the tripod can prove that you are not the owner of this store, but also that you don't even know where the things in your store are." "This is the most powerful proof," Mori Kogoro laughed. The man is getting more and more panicked. "I think you had an argument with the landlady before we arrived. You killed the landlady and hid her here." Conan opened the refrigerator and saw the landlady pouring it out. At this moment, Xiaolan pushed open the door and walked in. The man saw the right moment and wanted to push Xiaolan away and run away. Unexpectedly, Xiaolan threw her over her shoulder and beat her back. "Uncle, please call an ambulance. This aunt is not dead yet." After Conan saw that the woman was still responding, he immediately asked Mori Kogoro to call an ambulance. Not long after, Officer Megure also arrived and took the man away. It turns out that the man had an affair with his boss's daughter and wanted to get rid of the boss's wife. Unexpectedly, he was blackmailed. In order to stop being blackmailed, he killed the boss's wife.